Ernest Johnson wanted the All-American athlete to serve at least a month, and that's the sentence handed down. Randy Moss must serve 30 days at the South Central Regional Jail over the next 18 months.
The judge required Moss to serve 3 days of sentence immediately in jail. The rest could come after his freshman year at Florida State. That fall, in his redshirt season, Moss was only allowed to practice with the Seminoles, but routinely torched some of the best defensive backs in the country in drills, and ran the 40-yard dash in 4.25 seconds, the second fastest time in school history, behind only Deion Sanders. At the end of the school year, he came back home to Rand to spend his summer serving the remainder of his 30-day sentence in a work release program. And then he would return to Florida State to start practice for his debut as a college player. If only it would be that simple. I had smoked some marijuana with a friend of mine, and that's how my probation got revoked. And I said, man, all over a joint? After flunking a drug test, Moss returned to jail. But by the rules, he was placed in solitary confinement for 7 days. When he was summoned for a preliminary hearing, he delivered a statement laden with candor and remorse. Your Honor, there's really no need for a hearing. I'm guilty of smoking marijuana. And the lockdown was really just somewhere that I could get away and just think about what I've done. And just to see about, what do I really want to do with my life? Do I want to be a thug and stay in jail? Or do I want to become a real gentleman and to live my life the real way? I get a call from Bobby Bowden to tell me that he's not going to be able to come back. I actually taped Randy saying goodbye to his teammates because he felt like he wanted to do that. We never shared it. Can't remember why, but it just didn't seem appropriate at the time. Well, to Coach Bowden and the rest of the coaches there, I'd just like to say that I'm sorry. And to all the other guys that are coming in, if you're in the state, just before thinking about doing he's going to talk to you, he's going to tell you what's right and what's wrong, and for my sake, please listen to him. Broke my heart because I knew I couldn't give him another chance.
What's up, baby? How are you? That's good. Where you live? Where? In the fucking what? Oh, you live in Syria. Shout out to Syria. I'm in California, my man. I hope all is well. Shout out to you, my man. I'm watching a movie right now, so I can't talk, but I hope you have a wonderful day, and we'll talk soon, my man. Take care. Shout out to Syria. Okay, I will.
Moss was still in solitary confinement when he found out he had lost his second Division I scholarship in a year's time. Several weeks later, he returned to court in Charleston, facing the specter of more jail time for his probation violation.
A couple days before the hearing, things were looking bad. The media was just beating us up. So I called Reverend Watts, my buddy, and said, I need your help.
Reverend Matthew Watts was a well-known pastor based in Charleston. By enlisting his help in Moss's case, the hope was that he could galvanize black support in the community. For his part, Reverend Watts viewed his role in the context of a long-held tradition.
Historically, since slavery, the slave preacher, and the pastors played a prominent role in the African American community. And there's a great expectation that the community has from us as African American leaders is that we're to fight for the least, the last, the left out, and left behind. It's not uncommon for me, other ministers, to get calls when a young person is in trouble when there's a crisis situation.
The negative publicity was so bad that we needed a strategy. We felt like we needed to use the race card in a sense to garner support from the black community to come in here and show this judge that there was people really supporting Randy Moss. It wasn't all against Randy Moss, but there was a lot of people for him and wanted to see him get another chance.
You got to understand the context of what was taking place in the 90s. That's very important. This is after the OJ trial. All right, this is a lot of hate and animus and bitterness and anger against pampered black athletes. This is on the heels of Michael Irvin, who had gotten into some trouble over drugs and had a court case and so forth. And it's also the context is that Randy probably made the most strategic misstep that he could have possibly made in his athletic career. And that is how he treated West Virginia University. So not even taking a visit to the school and just basically said, I'm not going to go there. And a lot of people were furious. I think that there were some other things that were going on at that time back in the 90s. Randy was very popular with the ladies, both African American and Caucasian. Randy had fathered a child by a Caucasian female while he was still in high school. At that time, people were not ready for that. You got to understand that we're the least diverse state in the United States of America.
Reverend Watts went on his radio talk show and started asking for people to support Randy.
He's forfeited 2 scholarships to 2 of the most prestigious universities in the country. And as a friend of mine said, there will be an asterisk beside his name for the rest of his life.
A lot of black folks was mad at Randy. How could you do this to us? I think that's what the black community was feeling, and they need to vent that.
The media's all here, cameras all over the place. This is completely packed, mostly black folks, but there was some white support as well. When Reverend Watts got up, he proceeded to explain why this was important to the African American community. You could hear some amens coming from the courtroom, and you could say, "That's right, Rev," and you could just hear this thing building up.
The point that I was trying to make is that we don't throw young people away because they commit youthful acts of indiscretion. We don't ruin their lives. We don't ruin their careers. We don't take away their opportunity for an education. And what I was saying to the judge is that Randy still belonged to us. We still believed in him. And we still believed in the dream and the vision he had.
Following a guilty plea at Reverend Watts' remarks, Moss was sentenced to 60 days in jail, including time already served. He could have gotten as much as a year. Either way, the local saga had rallied the people of Rand, and a group of them took to the streets soon afterwards.
Why have this march now rather than last year right after the fight?
We all in the community of Rand have been guilty of neglecting our youth, neglecting the situation, and it's time.
It's a known fact that the last 10 years, anybody that's tested positive, first time on parole or probation, has never had their parole revoked. Yeah.
It may not have an impact on Randy's life, but there's other future athletes coming up in the system that are black, and I don't want to see any of those go through the same problem that Randy went through.
Even though his community had risen up to support him, the latest chapter of Moss's tribulations had left him resentful of the opposition in his legal struggles, his home state.
I start talking about West Virginia in a negative light, and it kind of hurt me to say it because it's something that I felt for so long. He felt like the state let him down. He felt like he'd been doing so much for this state. It hurt him. Me being biased, I do believe that other people would probably say that, well, you not going to West Virginia didn't have nothing to do with the way we treated you. I think it really did. And I lashed out. I got a call from my mom, and I told you how strict my mother was. And she said, Randy, let me tell you something, son. She said, I'm going to say this and say it one time only. You're not the only Moss in this world. And that was it. So I had to understand what my mother was trying to tell me, that, hey, you're not the only one that has to live here. So don't be sitting up here trying to get back at people knowing that you have other brother, sister, or mom here with your last name. So I had to really swallow my pride, apologize, and just take my lumps, man, and move on with my life.
miles west of Rand, West Virginia, sits Marshall University. By 1996, the school had become a Division I AA football power, preparing to make the jump to D1A. But for the time being, his lower tier status meant Randy Moss could transfer there and not take a year off from playing. And then there was the team's new coach, Bob Pruitt, a former assistant at the University of Florida, who recruited Moss and now leaned on that connection as he tried to convince him to come to Marshall.
I knew Randy's mom, and I knew Randy. I'd spent a lot of time with him in recruiting him, been on his visit. I understood him, talked to his guidance counselors. You know, he worked with special kids with special needs. I knew everything. And being from West Virginia, I think I understood some of the issues.
I remember at a golf outing, Coach Pruitt and I were talking, and he said to me, Randy Moss is coming here. And I went, wow.
My focus was to come in and do something positive, because that last chance that Coach Bowden was telling me about, and then getting another shot at Marshall, that's when I knew this could possibly be my last shot.
It had been almost 2 years since his last school game, but finally, Randy Moss was eligible to play college football, and he was settled as a player.
He's lactose intolerant. He worked the best athlete I've ever been around. On top of that, it was good for us. Coach give us two,
I was never this start talking trash type of guy. But one thing that I did learn at Florida State, I learned how to talk trash. You believe that? All of our DBs thought they could stop him, and all of our DBs were absolutely wrong. Everyone taking a turn. Can they stop Randy? And for us as quarterbacks, we just had to put it in the area. We didn't have to be completely accurate.
And it didn't take too many dominating performances in practice before the guy in the number 88 jersey had a nickname.
You can just make a great play, and you might be watching on film, and guys are just looking around. It's like, that's the freak right there.
Giving it over again, I'd take 10 of it.
Pressure across the middle, Randy Moss, touchdown.
I'm just excited to watch.
Pressure options to the right. It's a pitch to Moss on the end around. Randy Moss cuts upfield over the 30, inside the 25, 20 to the 10, and Moss is in for the touchdown.
My teammates in Notre Dame, we'd be in college and we'd see Sports Center, Randy would come up and I believe that's my boy.
Moss is already being compared with Jerry Rice.
His name has become a verb, so when somebody makes a great catch, they say you got mossed.
He kept a notebook on every defense plays.
Nowadays, players are taught, hey, man, catch the ball with your hands. But back in my day, man, just don't let the ball hit the ground.
Marshall won his first 14 games of the 1996 season, each by at least 2 touchdowns. For the second straight year, the school would host the University of Montana in the 1AA National Championship game. And the best wide receiver in the country was intent on writing a triumphant ending, now that he was the center of the story.
It was going to be a noon kickoff. At 8 a.m., Randy Moss was in full uniform looking out at the football field. And a buddy of mine came by and goes, Randy, what are you doing? Why are you already dressed? And he goes, I hate Montana. And that's it.
Moss is it. They go to Randy. Moss, and he's got it all. Touchdown, Marshall.
When Randy wasn't open, he was open.
We had a simple package. They put one out there on him, we threw him the ball.
It kind of reminded me of a basketball player being in the zone.
Comes a blitz on pressure, slant to Moss. Into the secondary is Randy Moss. One man to beat. Touchdown. Randy Moss is just a better football player than anybody out in the field for Montana. We have to come here and get ourselves together and play hard.
His performance was simply overwhelming as he scored 4 of his team's 7 touchdowns in the 49-29 win. Marshall had gone a perfect 15-0 and reached the pinnacle in the program's final season in 1AA. Moss had tied Jerry Rice's 1AA record with 28 touchdowns himself and set a freshman mark for receiving yards as well, excelling on the stage that had eluded him for 2 years. But as the campus erupted in celebration that night, he simply walked back to his dorm room alone.
The scars of being locked up not once but twice. He didn't trust anybody. Why would he? He went back to his dorm room and shut the door. Now he's Randy Moss the person. And it's just him. I really wasn't caught up in that hype. I really wasn't. I couldn't really tell you how crazy the campus was. Just for the fact that I've been stabbed in the back so many times, man, just trying to do something I love to do, and that's play football. When I was going through these things, man, my mental wasn't right.
When he was in the facilities building, he was Randy Moss. He'd let his hair down a little bit. He would joke and play around with the guys, and that was his safe haven. Outside of that, his inner circle of friends was very small and is still small.
If you're not from Rand, West Virginia, it's hard for me to trust you. That's just my motto. There were precious few people that he was actually ready to trust in those days, and especially not the media. He didn't want anything to do with the media.
But while Moss might have felt he had reason to question the media, he continued to find trouble for the media to report. In November of his first year at Marshall, Moss landed back in the courtroom following an altercation with the mother of his infant daughter. Their charges were eventually dropped, and Moss would avoid discipline from the team. Once again, his football career had nearly been derailed. The next fall, Marshall was moving up to Division 1A. His opening game would be heavy in significance, coming against West Virginia University, the team that had long ruled football in the state, and the school that to Randy Moss symbolized a part of West Virginia that he had long wanted nothing to do with.
The atmosphere that summer, I remember, was electric. Everybody's talking about that Marshall, West Virginia game.
The whole state was excited to see their two universities finally play on the gridiron.
My main focus all offseason was to go up there and tear West Virginia's head completely off.
That game meant more than any game he probably played in his career, because he was a West Virginia high school phenom. He had left the state to go to college. Now he was back in the state that he wasn't at, West Virginia University. There were still doubts. There were still naysayers. And boy, were they wrong.
University should have also on the scholarship to get a degree from there. I don't know if you take it or not. But it sounds like they really liked it.
Well, you know, okay, so Moss didn't come here, so let's show him what it's about.
Wide open, Randy Moss, end zone, touchdown.
Well, in the third quarter, Marshall scored 21 straight points.
The crowd was completely quiet. We had one little contingency of Marshall fans in the corner that were going crazy. If it wasn't for a young, dumb quarterback like myself to throw a couple of picks and lose us the game, we probably would have won that game.
Moss finished with 7 catches for 85 yards and 2 touchdowns, extending the streak of scoring at least 1 touchdown to 16 consecutive games. Marshall may have lost, but Moss has still been the best player on the field.
The state of West Virginia better be glad that we didn't beat West Virginia in Morgantown. I think I'd be hated right now.
Randy Moss separates the defenders. 79 yards.
Up at Army and West Point, that game was a Randy Moss highlight show.
It was 3rd and 10, so we called it a simple quick screen.
Third down, 6 yards to go now. Two deep zone. Screen. I know that screen to Moss.
I'm watching it, back on the 5. He hits the middle of the field, and it's Randy in the safety.
And he's got some room and moves. Randy Moss. Oh, my. Oh. Now we see the speed. Randy Moss. He's going the distance. Randy Moss. What a play.
Almost 20 years later, I find out that the play was supposed to have been penalized. Back when we were playing, you could not hurdle a guy, so the referee was supposed to throw the flag. Well, I'm glad he didn't, because that was a hell of a play that I made. I wowed myself.
They were playing Ohio. There's a McDonald's on the other side of that end zone, and Moss had gone up in between 2 defenders, scores the touchdown. He decided to toss the ball to McDonald's.
One for the record books, Randy Moss. And he threw it over to McDonald. He threw the ball all the way to McDonald.
In Marshall's first season in Division I, Moss won the Biletnikoff Award as the nation's best receiver and was named a Heisman Trophy finalist. The NFL draft beckoned his talents propelled him a long, long way from the jail cell in Charleston. But it remains to be seen if Moss has really outrun his past.
30 for 30, presented by
Randy Moss is unstoppable. There was no one who could guard him one-on-one. Going into the NFL draft in 1998, Randy Moss had been judged a lot, and he was being judged again. But this time, he was playing out in front of a national audience. People were very skeptical of Randy Moss. It's a hard label to get away from, a troublemaker. But he was just a special athlete. 6'5", 220 pounds, ran a 4.25 40. A lot of people are going to change their minds when they see that.
In December of 1997, Randy Moss was invited to New York City as a Heisman Trophy finalist. After a dominant 2 seasons at Marshall, the NFL was calling, but so was a spotlight brighter than anything he'd ever experienced.
my mom. She told me on the elevator, "Randy, are you going to wear those glasses?" I said, "Yes, ma'am." And she said, "Why?" I said, "Mom, I'm scared." The glasses gave me sort of a comfort that everything was A-okay.
I'm fortunate and blessed to be up here chilling with Lee, Manning, and Woodson. It's been great.
If he could play football like Casper the Ghost, he would. And that's endorsements, fanfare, autograph seekers, pictures, all of that. That's just never been his MO.
I didn't really understand the magnitude of what they were going to think about my glasses, but all I know was that the glasses gave me a comfort to be able to sit up there beside Charles Woodson, Peyton Manning, Ryan Lee. That's the God-honest truth to those glasses.
Moss finished 4th in the voting behind Woodson, Manning, and Lee. But if he needed those sunglasses to shield himself from the world, he was about to find out that that night in New York was just the beginning. Moss, his talents, and his personal history were as hotly debated as any other potential pick in the 1998 NFL Draft.
The NFL is full of stars, but there's always room for more in the galaxy. It's blast-off time for the class of 1998.
He watched the draft like millions of others on television, waiting back in West Virginia to hear when his name would be called.
With the first pick of the draft, the Indianapolis Colts select quarterback, University of Tennessee, Peyton Manning. Now you really begin to watch where Randy Moss may or may not go. Do you take a risk and just go with him because he's a great football player, or is there a red flag?
Randy Moss is on our draft board right now, rated as a first-round pick. When we actually stack our board, then he won't be on the board. I think he's in the progress of trying to change. Whether he's changed or not, I don't know.
The New Orleans Saints select tackle, Diego State University, Kyle Turley.
When I went to Dallas, Jerry Jones pulled me to the side. He's like, "Hey, man, there's going to be a limousine here to pick you up. Deion Sanders want to holler at you." But really gave me a lot of confidence that I was going to be a Cowboy. I'm still up there, setting up, ready to go.
With the 8th pick of the draft, the Dallas Cowboys select defensive end from North Carolina, Greg Ellis.
So now I'm depressed. I'm hurt.
The National Football League, they're influenced by the image. They're influenced by the fact that here's a guy from a very disadvantaged background. And so a lot of people, they just let him go.
The Tennessee Oilers select a wide receiver from Utah, Kevin Dyson.
I'm looking over at my mama, and my mama don't care nothing about sports. All right? She got the Bible on her lap. She ready to celebrate with me. And she was more hurt than I was.
But just as disbelief and disappointment began to collide, came word that one team did want him.
So the phone rang. Hey, Randy, it's Coach Green.
I said, "Randy, I don't think you're going to get drafted before us. And I want you to know that if you're there on the 21st pick,
we're going to take you. The next thing you know, on the bottom of that ticker said, with the 21st pick, the Minnesota Vikings select
The wide receiver from Marshall University, Randy Moss.
Man, I told Coach Green, I said, man, thank you. I will not disappoint you. I'm going to give you everything I got. Capitalizing on talent is something that's really important. When he came back to Marshall, I'm sure a lot of people thought next step would be back on the street. Well, they were wrong. He recognized that for me to get out of this environment, I'm coming to Marshall and I'm coming here to get the job done.
But it was a very winding road to get there. And the draft let him know that he hadn't blown it. His talent is what saved him. That's what he should really be thankful. It was an opportunity for Rand to get on the map and for him to make his family and to make his mom proud.
Randy Moss touchdown! Randy Moss touchdown! We can start on the page. Randy Moss is the best receiver maybe ever.
He became, without any doubt, one of the greatest NFL receivers ever. 4 times a first-team All-Pro with more than 150 touchdowns and more than 15,000 receiving yards. But he also continued to make the controversial headlines, too. He was never perfect. But after everything he went through, after everything he put himself through, he made it. His story didn't start, though, in front of the fans and the cameras and the microphones. And it sure didn't start alone.
At the time I was coming up through high school, we had our share of talent. Me and Bobby Howard and another tailback, Sam Singleton, just tried to put our talents together and be about something. When I originally went to college, I didn't even want to play in the pros. And I started playing. I'm like, well, this is kind of fun. I don't really want a regular job right now, so I see how far I can take this thing. And I played for Chicago for 3 years. Now I coach high school football.
From the beginning, Bobby Howard was very different from Randy Moss. But through their time in Rand and at DuPont High, Moss and Sam Singleton Jr. were practically identical. All that separated them was talent. But looking back, that made all the difference in the world.
I got drafted by Milwaukee Brewers in the 7th round. I played, but I was still young, and I got in trouble. I got caught smoking weed, and basically they sent me home. And that was the story of that. Go ahead, ask me the next question. So I know what you want to ask. Come on. When I got put out of ball, I didn't know what was going on. I didn't know that, life was going to be like it is, because I went from having everything on Monday to Thursday living underneath a tree. You know what I'm saying? Like, I ain't had nothing. So, it was hard, man. It was hard. I was just dumb, man. I was young, man. Everybody made mistakes. But one thing is my mistake lasts forever. And I'm on the streets. And I don't even want to do this no more, bro.
Frank Gore, you, Bruce Miller, Central Florida, Michael Crabtree, Texas Tech,
Randy Moss, Rand University.
Follow the Kanawha River south from Charleston, and you'll run right into a place called Rand, West Virginia. It's unincorporated, which means it's as much of an idea as it is a town. But ideas can be a lot more powerful than you realize. Everyone here knows the name Randy Moss, and he understands why better than anyone. He understands that it's never been just about what he became, but really what all the others didn't.
For me to be able to say I'm from Rand University, all that is people without no daggone degrees that didn't go to school. I know them all. Could easily be in right there with them.
a certain place that you go if you hear like your nickname, you know that people knew you when you were little. It's the same thing with Randy. It's like that person has been with him throughout, and you appreciate that.
There's some mistakes that I made, and I know I ruffled a lot of feathers on my journey, but if you understand where I come from and the road that I had to travel, man, you will not but give props to Rand, West Virginia, because that's who made me. Yes, I am successful, but at the same time, I never forget where I come from.
The legacy that Randy has here in Rand, West Virginia, I think it's big enough that you could say that we took Rand and just added a Y to it.
For 30, presented by Infinity.
When we made the youth, that was the story of the national championship history of the University of Miami. As the team of the games, there was 4 national championships in less than 10 years under 3 different head coaches. And what we didn't have time to get to in that movie was the 5th national championship, the 2001 Miami Hurricanes football program. It's not only one of, if not the greatest college football teams of all time, it is arguably one of the greatest NFL teams ever assembled. But with any dynasty, the bigger and badder they get, the harder they fall.
Schnellenberger strengthened ties between the schools and the city by recruiting players from Miami's ghettos and ethnic neighborhoods.
5 years ago, who would have thought, who ever heard of the University of Miami Hurricanes, and now they're the #1 team in the nation?
They made a city forget a drumbeat of bad headlines and news pictures, racial strife, riots, drug wars, and crime. Jimmy Johnson, the Demons are gone. He's a national championship coach.
Miami cemented its status as the team of the 80s.
Miami Hurricanes have won 4 national championships.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you Mr. Charlie Pope on K.
already know. When it comes to the crib, we all go fast. And you gon' go fast. We gon' get it at. But I think we'll get to hero. Yes, I'm like going south. It works like you did. I'm proud and you're looking. Okay, and I don't know. That's the time. Even though not a OOD. R.I.P. Sean T.
Since the 1980s, University of Miami players have been notorious for their bad boy image on the field, and in recent years, they've become just as well known for their troubles off the field. Starting under Jimmy Johnson, Miami developed a renegade reputation that earned them national titles but spawned an unrestrained arrogance. Under Dennis Erickson, the national titles came coupled with national embarrassment. The issues crossed the line and instigated an NCAA investigation.
For the last 40 years, the NCAA has been investigating the University of Miami's athletic program out of the Pelgrim scam, the pay-for-play money pool, and drug testing violations, just to name a few. Reports of cash payments to some hurricanes that date back nearly a decade.
This was a big surprise to me.
Luther Campbell of Two Life portrayed as a major supplier of money and bonuses, denied making payments today.
The Lombardi Award winner defensive lineman Warren Sapp has tested positive for drug use 7 times, 6 times for marijuana, once for cocaine.
Bad news for the University of Miami. 2 Hurricane football players are now under federal indictment.
Receiver Lamar Thomas and running back Jason Marucci indicted by a federal grand jury on charges they obtained Pell Grant money through false methods.
How Miami was that Pell Grant scam? You had an academic advisor who worked in the athletic program, defrauding the federal government to at least in part fund his cocaine habit.
Tony Russell admitted conspiring with 85 student athletes in 9 different sports, including 57 football players from 1989 to 91. The school could face NCAA probation. It could be banned from television and postseason bowl games and lose millions of dollars in revenue.
The Seattle Seahawks have hired Dennis Erickson as their new head coach.
I love the University of Miami, the time that I spent there. And you got to think about this: Howard Sternberg, Jimmy Johnson, Dennis Erickson, they've all won. And whoever the next coach is, they're going to win too.
Dennis Erickson, it was a dark cloud over the program from the players' perspective because we didn't know who we were going to get.
Question now in Caneland, who's next?
The search was on for someone with head coaching experience. In 1995, I clearly wasn't the first choice. I think they had probably exhausted just about every single opportunity to interview guys. I think they'd interviewed Jim Tressel and some other people, and all of them turned down. And I'm very grateful that they all turned it down.
The Dallas Cowboys lost another assistant coach today. Defensive coordinator Butch Davis will take over for Dennis Erickson at the University of Miami.
University of Miami was a terrific football opportunity. It was probably maybe potentially a nightmare, maybe even a dead-end road for some coaches.
Butch Davis was a defensive assistant on Jimmy Johnson's 1987 University of Miami championship team. 5 years that I spent here in the mid to late 80s were 5 of the most glorious and most enjoyable years that I have ever spent coaching, and I'm looking forward to a great future. And he was a defensive assistant on 2 of Jimmy Johnson's champions in Dallas with the Cowboys. We are going to come by and compete in national championships and be as competitive around the nation as possibly we can.
We kind of exhaled and sighed relief.
There's a new sheriff in town, but old problems still persist.
How do you change the most hated program in the country? How do you change the culture? How do you change the environment? How do you get us back on track to where the names in the paper are not there because of police records and they're not there for things that were embarrassing the university at that time?
We felt very positive about the extensive work that's been done by the university staff, the compliance officers, the attorneys, and the council have worked on this on some issues for as long as 4 years.
An investigation that had gone on, I had somewhat been led to believe that it was pretty much a dead issue. And I get a phone call from somebody that says, "Have you seen the latest cover of Sports Illustrated?" And I said, "No, I haven't." They said, "Well, you probably don't want to, but you need to go get one. You need to read it."
Sports Illustrated called for the eradication of the University of Miami program.
What a joke. I saw that and I wanted to read it. But it was $3 million drop football at the University of Miami. We're 18 years old, 19 years old. Everybody makes mistakes. I think people were kind of jealous of the University of Miami of what we accomplished over the years.
The Miami Hurricanes, a program that for the first time in 10 years starts a season not ranked in the top 10.
That does seem kind of odd. The Miami mystique is gone.
I mean, Bush at his first game, I think it's clear that he does not have the same team that was there last year or the year before.
We stunk that first year. It was awful.
Butch Davis comes out and loses 3 of his first 4.
Those first 6 months, it seemed like that just about every single month there was going to be another piece of drama.
Today, the collegiate version of the Orange Crush was sacked by the NCAA.
22nd ranked Canes are paying for infractions committed under former coaches Dennis Erickson and Jimmy Johnson.
Everybody wanted to know when the shoe falls, how bad is it going to be? Maybe they're going to do to the University of Miami what they did at SMU, totally disband the program for a year or 2.
Here's a look at the verdict for you. 13 scholarships lost in 96-97, 11 for 97-98. In all, 31 scholarships eliminated.
Never in my wildest dreams, and I don't think anybody else at the University of Miami ever dreamed that we would lose 31 scholarships.
The school cited a lack of institutional control and monitoring of its athletics program.
The NCAA, they talked to me specifically. You're the head of that program. You need to change the culture. You need to change the environment.
UM linebacker James Burgess, known for handcuffing running backs, but today it was Burgess who was handcuffed.
Which was extremely hard on guys who missed class, extremely hard on guys for not, making grades, extremely hard on guys for, misconduct outside the locker room or out on campus or out in the city.
Spending a couple of days in Miami around Butch Davis, I was impressed with the way he handled the team, and it was quite evident that they respected their new coach, and they knew that if they stepped out of line this time, maybe unlike before, that they would be disciplined.
This is the way in which, I want this program to look from the outside, but more importantly, this is the way I want the program to look from the inside.
Coach Davis decided to just ask anybody who may have a handgun or any gun, please turn it into the coaches.
These are the rules, and if you break the rules, there's got to be consequences.
You guys stunned by that?
I don't think so. Hey, man, we're in Miami. It's a little bit different.
Butch wasn't real popular at first, because Butch had to control that stuff, We're getting ready to start the 1996 season, and unfortunately, we were going to open the season with 9 players being suspended.
People are saying if that had happened before under maybe Johnson or Erickson, that might not have happened, so sending a message.
Sometimes tough love is a tough thing.
Obviously, you can't change the culture until you start recruiting. You recruit kids that buy into that. I can remember phone calls, calling and trying to get players and parents to come to visit the campus.
My head coach in high school was like, is this sure you want to go? Because he knew about the history of the University of Miami.
You're getting feedback of like, I would never let my son go to school there.
You guys don't never be able to compete with any of these Big Ten schools because you're not going to have enough scholarships. And you're going to be able to play in a bowl game. They said all those things.
My mother, she was like, I don't want you to go to Miami. It's too much going on down there. And so for me, like, I had a little bit of mixed feelings about Miami. But my uncles, they were all for me going to Miami. They loved the bad boy image. They said, man, if you go to Miami, that's a school you go to. They got a bunch of bad boys down there, and you're a bad boy too, so we team up with them.
To be honest, I love it, because I felt like that's what football was about,
It made us really look hard at the kids that we recruited, and subsequently, a lot of the guys weren't high-profile players, and I think it actually turned out to be a blessing in the long run. I think they did what Howard did, They got to kind of draw that line from Daytona to Tampa and consider everything below that and stay in Miami. We sat down and we started talking about, okay, let's project what are the recruiting classes going to look like. The first one's going to have 18. I think the second one had 12. The third one was going to have 13. We can't make mistakes. That's where Butch was at the cutting ball. That's where he really became creative. We scoured the country trying to find walk-ons.
I got a call from Coach Davis saying that we're going to give you a scholarship in track. And you can walk onto our football team.
We were able to take some players and put them on track scholarships, and they had to be legitimate. The one thing that President Floyd and Paul D said, they've got to be guys that legitimately will compete in track. And I think Miami scored more points in track meets over the next 4 or 5 years with guys like Santana Moss.
I knew that I was a football player. There was no question that I was going to work on that team and make sure they know, who sent to the monster.
There's no way that you could build a kind of program, nor could you survive the sanctions and the probations that we were going through without kids that had great character. I had a relationship with Tom Donahoe at the time. He was the general manager of the Pittsburgh Steelers throughout their 4 Super Bowl runs. They had not had a player to test positive in the NFL drug testing program for 5, 6, 7 years. So I called him and I asked him, I said, what are you guys doing? He said, well, listen, the guy you want to talk to is Dr. Kevin Elko. Kevin is a sports psychologist, and he became an unbelievably integral part of helping us identify in those classes guys that were leaders. Is it all about him, or is it about his team? Is he willing to come in and make some of those kinds of sacrifices? Because it wasn't going to be easy.
We seem to be attracting some pretty good athletes. Of course, Clinton Portis, Edwin James, Darryl Jones, Reggie Wayne, they come in and Wes.
I think Chris Davis is perfect for the University of Miami. Everybody respects Chris Davis.
One guy was talking as Chris Davis talking, and another guy punched him in the chest and told him, Coach Davis is talking.
We all were kind of like a little on edge and a little afraid of him.
He was a kind of an unapproachable coach. You couldn't come around and play. When Coach Davis comes, you kind of got in line, and everybody looked down with a little bit of eyes, kind of got.
Had the coaches' asses so pucker tight. I don't know if people use this phrase, but every time that coach walked around, you give and he was very hands-on. He could be on the offensive field, which is 50 yards away, and look over and see something happen on the defensive field and set a guy straight for doing something wrong.
I like to think, that I was always kind of hip and in tune to what the players were thinking about and what they were doing. We got players on the bus with the big, gigantic headphones. I said, what are you listening to? And I'm thinking that I actually kind of know a little bit about music and who the leading artists are. He takes the headphones off and he goes, Trick Daddy. And as soon as he said Trick Daddy, I knew I had no idea what pop culture was about. I'd lost everything with all of the players. Trick Daddy, everybody loved him. I wished I would have known more about him.
Butch Davis had a little bit of a howdy doody country temperament to him, but he was recruiting a different class of kid too, a group of kids who basically wanted to separate themselves from what those renegade Hurricanes had been in the past.
Davis's philosophy has produced tangible results. The football team graduated 19 of 20 seniors last year. Players' grade point average improved nearly a full point from Davis's first year to last season.
Because we changed a lot of those things, the perception and the expectations. It clearly not only did it make a difference on campus, it made a huge difference on Saturday. The smartest teams almost always win.
Since Davis took over, the numbing defeats have outnumbered the impressive victories.
Everybody goes to the Orange Bowl and beats Miami these days, including West Virginia.
I don't think there's any question that 97 was probably the hand slap or the punishment that the NCAA had envisioned.
And you never envisioned that we would be playing 17, 18, 19 freshmen.
The formation of the team in 97 was almost ridiculous. I mean, in some respects, it almost looked like a junior college football team.
We couldn't even go full scrimmages because we didn't have enough players to do that.
If he again loses to a Florida State team he's never beaten, Davis will become the only Hurricanes coach in 2 decades to compile 3 or more losses in 3 consecutive seasons.
Coming as a Hurricane, your number one objective is to beat Florida State somewhere.
I knew that one from when I was 7 years old watching UMFSC, so I knew that was a big game.
They had watched it since they were 10 years old. They had seen the Michael Irvins and the Deion Sanders.
A few times those games decided who was going to the national championship.
No, here's going to show you around and get you acquainted when you start. Here we set up emergency time. Like, I believe that. Do you have any questions for us? And does that timetable actually high school
A lot of kids would want to come and play through the summer because they want to play track.
Yeah, bar mitzvah.
To put on that helmet.
They all, dig it out. That's why. I know it's one of a lot of Jewish friends, so that's just 3 days in September. That's what Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur. After those like paid holidays, you're good to come in. Well, there's a holiday called Sukkot. This is big That's all the Saturday. Outside.
our quarterback, Josh Jefferson,
So 5 days in September, and
I was like, man,
that is working work time after those 2 days. Yeah, coming in and
Bobby Bowden famously said at the end
is
of
that the
the
same
game, what a shame
first
it is
2 days and then the last 2 days, but it's a different holiday?
how this is
What are you doing now?
Well, I was waiting for Miami to its worst loss of World War II.
1997, 5-6. That's the first losing season since 1979 at Miami, back when Howard Schnellenberger started. It's hard to imagine that Miami's program could have gone this far down, but you can see what kind of sanctions and losses caused the military program. This was one of the elite programs just a few years ago.
Everybody was starting to question the University of Miami football would rebound.
It's the headlines in the Miami Herald that maybe you should be fired, the program's never going to be like it was, the plan floated over the Orange Bowl that said, thanks, Butch, champs to chump. I think they've gotten passed up now by Florida State. They never come back to that level. It was a tough year to have to handle. What's going on with the Kings? Chris, this is the situation. South Florida, Miami, they love winners. Miami keeps losing, the attendance is going to drop. If the attendance is going to drop, they're going to get all over Butch Davis, and they're going to say, forget all those good things you're doing for us, forget all those graduation rates, we want to win. And he's going to be in trouble.
97 was kind of looked at as the worst season in UN history. But to be honest with you, it was the beginning of one of the greatest runs in UN history.
I clearly believe that we're doing the right things, and I clearly believe that we're going to win a national championship in the future. We knew we were headed in the right direction. We knew the culture was changing in the locker room. We knew the kind of kids. It's just a matter of, when we run out of time, when we be allowed to be able to stay there and complete the mission.
Kelly in trouble. He fumbles as he took a hit from Mark Holtzman.
We lost a horrific game to an unbelievably talented Syracuse team. We got mauled. I'm talking mauled by Syracuse. You couldn't have been more downtrodden, and guys could have been more devastated and disappointed from that loss.
Sometimes the tale of your team is what they do after a loss, more so than what they do after a win.
Scott Covington and the Canes have to get ready for another big game next weekend against UCLA.
We was tired of being down. We was tired of being ran over, so to say. We was putting in too much work.
As you look at the Orange Bowl from high in the sky, number 3, Bruins of UCLA taking on the Hurricanes of Miami. This game was scheduled back in September. In fact, UCLA, they were on the team buses headed to the airport. They got a call that said, go back home. Hurricane George is slapping the south of Florida. You can't play the game.
They moved the game and they put it at the end of the season.
For Butch Davis and his Hurricanes, they want to prove to everybody they're not the same team that snubbed up Syracuse Carrier Dog just last week.
We're going to win the game against UCLA. And that's going to be the game that's going to turn this program around.
Barber wide open on the left side. He's got Nancy wide open for the UCLA touchdown. And really got quiet because UCLA has done that to him.
UCLA was beat our behind and won on to the national championship. And we had something else planned for them.
38-21. This is Davenport. Tries to turn the corner to the left.
When we played that game, we played with a chip on our shoulder.
Loses the football.
UCLA game in the Orange Bowl, the magic was back. That was the game that changed the University of Miami. Sanctions and probation were all history. There's no more excuses, obviously. And we had depth. And we had explosive players. We had talented players at absolutely every position.
Our team was ran by the players, which didn't have to police each other. They kind of policed themselves. You were expected to perform in practice and on the field by your peers. You were expected to run and lift with everything you had by your peers.
The coaches would practice a lot of the time. We were running those drills. Ken Dorsey and I,
check your times running, your gas is your 110. You see why. I'm not gonna say why it's gonna happen, but you see why.
Literally, you were late on the sprint. They were probably jumping. So I was, I had to push myself to the max as a freshman because I didn't want to get jumped.
It was like the prison yard.
And that's what Hazy was. It was not okay, but it was kind of okay.
There was kind of like a U-shaped formation of giant vinyl couches that were in this locker.
If there were any disputes about anything, that happened, it all happened inside the locker room, inside the U.
Compared to getting initiated into a gang,
at any given time, somebody would get called out.
Once those doors shut and those lights kind of turn off, you start hearing the seniors go, whoop, whoop.
It's a bunch of big, mean-looking guys. At any point in time, they were making us young guys wrestle.
You're going to get tied up, thrown in the cold tub.
I don't like walking through the locker room by myself.
I think the more tough, rugged guys were the ones that kind of stood out to me because I want to stay the heck away from them. Nate Webster, a guy that I saw literally put guys in the head like a publicity. I never saw nobody get publicity before.
Nate Webster was an insane human being. He choked out his best friend as he told us.
My locker's right next to Al Blades. And Al, I love Al. But when you first walk in there, he'll scare the daylights out of you.
I want you to get that man to say, I'm the best motherfucker.
He had so much passion for the program.
His family came to that school.
Al Blades was the little brother of what was considered at the University of Miami football royalty, Benny Blades and Brian Blades.
Yeah, we had money. We did some Miami things. We were all about football. We were all about winning.
The 2000 season was kind of like the first year that the University of Miami, the U, would be back. There was a real feeling that we were on the cusp of having maybe one of the best football teams that Miami had ever had. All the fifth-year seniors, the older guys, Santana Moss, Reggie Wayne, Al Blades, Najee Davenport, Damian Lewis, that have been waiting for this moment, they came to Miami with a vision of winning a national championship. And they wanted to kind of put the program back on the map.
The attitude was really championship or bust.
We knew this is it. This is the year. It's on.
Coach Davis' team, they're 4 seconds away from taking a 3,000-mile plane ride back home. As an upset loser to look new highs, those upstart Huskies. Dorsey going to throw it as far as he can. There'll be a jump ball, and it's pulled down. Miami, but it's all over. Coach Davis' troops are off to regroup now.
It was, kind of a dagger in the heart. We were all bound to touch a long flight back.
We was like, we're not losing again.
Now the Canes are once again ready to challenge the Seminoles and reclaim their spot among the nation's leagues.
Last time we beat Florida State, 94. We wanted to be the group of guys who actually broke that streak to start winning games.
I just couldn't imagine myself going 4 years of school and never beating Florida State.
They were like, hey, we do one thing. We are going to win this game. We don't do anything else. We are going to win this game.
No school this week. We're not going to class. Just stay at the facility. Stay at the head. You got Florida State this week.
When we play Florida State, that song, that chant, we play it for. We straight.
That chop.
Oh, that hear that a lot. Everything about
Every time at practice, they just had a blast.
Which was annoying.
So when we get to the games, we're used to it. We're ready for it.
I remember I couldn't sleep the night before.
Everybody in the country's watching. Every NFL team is watching. We wanted to play them at the hottest time, the hottest point of the day.
James Jackson is getting some fluids for dehydration. That game was about 110 degrees. No wind in the Orange Bowl. Everyone was getting IVs.
From the first kickoff, the game was exciting. Stadium. It was one of those classic epic battles. Knockdown, drag out, take the lead, lose the lead. Felt like at any point in time the fight could break out, whether it was on the field or in the stands.
It was a dogfight until the last minute.
It's neck and neck down, and I remember that last drive coming.
This is it right now. The game is on the line, a minute 19.
First and goal from the 13-yard line. Pushing back with gas to the
He finds me over the middle and scored. No touchdown celebration or anything. I was just kind of just yawning, just putting my hands up.
This will be either 49 or 50 for the tie, depending on the spot. Jerry Thomas missed the one in 91. Dan Lowry missed the one in 92. Matt Huggin will try the one in the year 2000. 49 yards for the tie.
I didn't think that the game would come down to a field goal, but when it came down to it, I was like, man, this is crazy. It's wide right stuff, but hopefully we'll get one.
Our coach is like, hey, everybody dig in, go as hard as you can. And somebody try to knock the ball down.
I thought I could get around the edge and block it, but I felt the wind go by. As I land on the ground, I see the ball kind of go to the right.
The Orange Bowl went crazy. Florida State able to finish the game with a missed field goal. That's when we knew the reconstruction of the Orange Bowl had been complete.
That's probably one of my favorite moments as a Hurricane when everybody rushed the field.
This is the best part of my life. I couldn't ask for anything more right now.
The cameras came to me. Actually, how I feel.
You've been waiting for this your whole career.
I always had to regain myself because I was about to tear up.
Big time players step up in big games. That's all they gotta say. Big time players step up in big games. All the criticizing and all that. Big time players step up in big games.
To me, it was like winning the national championship.
And I remember after the game, like the whole team was at Black Gold, the strip club on 79. We had practice the next day, but we was living their life that night.
That changed everything. You could go to Coconut Grove and say, hey, I'm from the Hurricanes. Can I come in your club? Sure enough, come right on. You might get escorted through the back to the VIP room because of that game.
Next thing you know, I'm at frat parties and I'm like a celebrity walking around campus and my phone rings all the time from my friends in Oklahoma, family calls. I saw you on TV, da-da-da. So, and the most important thing would be for safe.
Is it safe to say that Miami's back in the running?
Yeah, I think so. For the first time, you felt like, you know what? We're back.
Coach Davis said, we won the game. It was great, guys. But, let's put them all from here on out.
We've still got Virginia Tech, another team that we hadn't beaten, and another team that was extraordinarily talented with Michael Vick at the quarterback. May have lost by the way Virginia Tech.
We were tired of losing to them guys.
Currently, Virginia Tech ranks second. Miami is fifth. These two teams are playing for a chance to play in the national championship game. Miami brings four.
They would start here like they were Florida State and Miami, and we was like, no, you're not. I just came off the helmet. This is how Miami do it. This is how Miami always does it. This is what I've seen on film of the old guys just having fun.
Some of the greatest games, Mike Irvin, Mark Thomas, those guys showed off when they played. My last game as a Harrison in OB, leading up to that game, me and Reggie had a little wager going on. I told Reggie that my first touchdown would take my helmet off. At the time, we would get penalized for that. I remember the commentator saying that Montana Moss has broke this many records. But it's one record that stands. And all like it's going to get tonight. And it was the punt return record. Right when this guy said that, I'm catching the punt return. And I take this punt return on the way back to the house.
A 62-year-old Miami Hurricane with 85 yards.
The fans throwing the oranges, and the rest is throwing the flags.
Flags in the end zone.
It's Santana Moss, another huge game, and this is final home game as a senior for the Hurricanes.
I remember walking back to the camera saying, what? And then like 3 or 4 guys on the punt return team took theirs off. Coach Davis didn't like it at all, but he told me on the sideline, he said, hey man, great job. I'm not gonna sit you down for the rest of the night, because if you get one more penalty, you can't play in the bowl game.
Throw your penalties, do what you're going to do. This is how we do it in Miami.
Those last 4 weeks, we were just kicking on all cylinders. We had to dominate and really prove that week 2 loss to Washington was a fluke, and to show everybody that we deserve to be in the national championship game.
Dorsey, good protection. Our offense was clicking, and we were just beating everybody.
In the process of learning the table, we beat the number 1 team and the number 2 team.
We felt like we beat Florida State. This was a no-brainer. That we should be playing Oklahoma in the national championship, and it was a final.
We deserve all the chance to play in Orange Bowl. And hopefully everyone take our dreams away. You can see on ESPN, the BCS computer phone, it was teeter-tottering back and forth, back and forth.
And this season came down to announcements playing for the national championship.
You saw it. Florida's election was bizarre. Take a look at that state's simmering football controversy.
And sure enough, they came back and bit us in the ass.
Now the BCS computers boosted Florida State into tomorrow night's championship game against Oklahoma, even though Miami beat the Seminoles 27-24.
Somehow, some way, some poor fashion, we got robbed out of being in that championship.
I don't know what else we could have done to prove that we were the number 2 worthy team in the nation to play number 1.
Historically, if you beat 1 and 2, you ought to be one of the teams that's playing for the national championship.
I think that our kids deserve every opportunity to be called national.
Spanish fly.
UC Miami plays Oklahoma in the Orange Bowl 2000.
At age 11 on up to death.
I don't think it's close.
We will still search Spanish fly. And what was the experience? It was on the head of the head. It doesn't make it. Spanish fly that all boys at age 11 on up to death. We will still search Spanish fly. And what was the started to the little crowd. That was 1987.
We're pissed off. There's really nothing you can do about it. We're going to go ahead and we're going to kick their ass.
Miami Hurricanes before the game.
Extra club for me. And it's like been the same deal.
I think now's a good time to tell you that I have been a Jew the whole time. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for staying. That's very nice. Not a very big thing.
And all they want is one spot.
I think now's a good time to tell you that I have been a Jew the whole time. Okay. Thank you. That's what happened.
It added fuel to the game. You know, it's like, you know what? The Hurricane also had more. You know, it's the perfect tonic to spice up a 13-year chronic rivalry. Survive without it. It's a yes,
Louisiana Super Bowl, the Sugar Bowl, for the first time in 13 years, Miami plays Florida. Here come the Gators. On the count. Coach Davis has done a fine job of resurrecting this program.
This is about to lose. Now the Super Bowl, not the Sugar Bowl.
She looks like the NBA.
Technically a part of it. I didn't want to run out of bounds. He still pop up good. Put my elbow on his shoulder pad, kind of like plugged it out his hands. Just came by and started hugging me and, high fiving as we celebrating the end zone.
Zero right there. He got the 15. He said, Coach Davis, see that off the field.
You see Coach Davis on the sideline. He had that look in his eye.
If you get his hands on that mascot right now,
where is this little bird at? That he wanted to beat his ass. I'm sorry. Then when he moved us back 15 yards, by the end of it, it was like a 50-yard extra point.
He had no chance, no shot.
First time in 13 years.
2-0 that was actually against the Tornadoes. Whenever the head coach, Spurrier coming up to me at the game saying, you guys definitely deserve it. We got our ass beat off the field and on.
Hey, this week, everybody want us to be down, but we back on top. We back on top. We're going to stay on top now.
But we was bringing back those early 90s, late 80s, that swag back because we actually accomplished something.
Without a doubt, we took that out on that championship game. You can see, this program is a dynasty in the making. I tried to kind of quell all the rumors and misinformation that sometimes flies around in the media.
You heard a lot of, rumors about him leaving, and then he would tell us he's not going to leave,
My number one main interest is certainly to be in Miami for a long time. I hope to coach in Miami and retire there. It was a great job and a great opportunity.
Which never quite got around to signing that contract extension to stay at Miami, and now we know why. This morning, Davis resigned as the Hurricanes head coach to become the next head coach of the Cleveland Browns.
We hold a team meeting. He comes up and he says that he's got an offer to go coach the NFL, and that he is leaving.
Wish us the best, and he was out. And, everybody's sitting around the locker room like, what just happened?
He kind of like looking like.
Much fun since I played with that bootleg.
But I understand that those players, they were hurt, that I didn't make a decision to leave and go to the Browns. It felt like betrayal because
Seriously,
everybody was there. I think we're all just trying to see Chris Davis out, but he had to make a decision, especially him and his family, and we understand that.
But I know he rebuilt that program and left it on high notes for sure.
In terms of a college coach that can turn a program around, I don't think it's too much of a Davis from what he did from the University of Miami.
Making that decision is one of the most difficult decisions that I've ever had to make. It's a decision that to this day that I regret. I wish I would have stayed in Miami.
Miami has seen its last 3 head coaches leave for the NFL. Davis should hope for, say, the short-term success of Dennis Erickson, the long-term success of Jimmy Johnson.
There's a lot of speculation because he's had Dr. Slater got hired at the school, but he's coming from University of Wisconsin.
Shalala has led Health and Human Services since President Clinton took office back in 1993. But before 1993, she was chancellor of Wisconsin University.
Barry Alvarez was coach for the University of Wisconsin Badgers. And for some reason,
And now shooting for the weather. What about that rain?
That drew a red flag for everybody else.
We knew if we got Coach Coker in there, we was going to let us have over the team where we had over the team all day. We went to his office. We were like, look, we need to have Coach Coker here. We feel like he said we won the national championship. We just played our case to him. You know, we got a good thing going. Don't bring nobody in here messing it up. If it's not broken, don't fix it.
I'm certainly very gratified by it. Whether I had gotten the job or not, you know, the fact that the players have been in my corner promoted me or wanted me to be promoted, that really made me feel very special.
Well, it's just the role is Butch Davis's replacement job you got only because the players had traded him.
So now they are the players. It's on us now. We got everyone looks at everything is promising, man. But Coach Coker did.
After reading about it in a newspaper, perfected writer on this platform. So, without further ado, here are some more logos I redesigned. I just wanted to say thank you and that I'm a better graphic designer than you'll ever be. First up, we've got Walgreens. Can't believe nobody said anything about this yet. That's why they pay me the big bucks. With that being said, I was taking a look at Red Robin. Thought it looked nice with this ultramarine blue. Also never heard of this tagline before. I think somebody is lying over there. Last time I checked, Yellow only had 3 letters. That is an entire sentence. I'll fix that for you too. I love your friends. Next up, we have National Geographic. Boy, do I hate it. Just have a couple discrepancies. Look at all this negative space that we're wasting. To fill this nice space, I found this picture of this caveman online. Didn't even know I had canvas back then. The font felt way too rigid, so I made this nice organic one. You've probably never heard of this before. Last but not least, we have Fox. From what I can gather, this is a cry for help. I actually don't like anything about this logo. Are we selling animals or shoes? You need to avoid the illegal capturing is very serious. To help you guys out, I included a picture of your product. I reworked your logo a little bit and I added a tagline. You're welcome.
University of Miami. Is this the first game of the new school? You never played the University of Miami if you're honored Sundays. You never played the University of Miami if that game or that moment is supposed to be important for somebody. You know why? Because we're going to steal the shine. We're going to steal the deal. We're going to take it.
We always go to sleep here. We lost tonight. That's the attitude I'm having.
There's 100,000 people there. I think they might have clapped for the first 2 minutes and the game was over.
And I was asking Rita, I said, yeah, all I need to say to our guys at halftime is just, Coach, we're in 30-0.
Look at this one. I'm gonna I'll give up my fucking soul for you.
They were able to accomplish tonight. They go in the happy valley, they step out on the field, and they just stuff in the Penn State. It was like the varsity versus JV. Like, literally the better team. They showed the nation that they are the best team in the country.
Are you done? Yes.
The 2001 season was amazing. Sean Taylor, Vince Wilford, Kellen Winslow,
was McGahee. And they all set the bench. You could have taken that 2001 team and put them in the NFL during that time period, and without a doubt, they would have made the playoffs.
This afternoon, the big matchup, the number one team in the country in to meet 13th ranked Florida State here in Tallahassee. Consider what Florida State has done in the last 10 years. At this stadium, they are unbeaten in 54 straight games.
We definitely come up there to run our home game streak.
Walby is set to punt. He's had one block this year.
I truly wanted to shut them out. I thought we could have shut them out. You know, we let them guys get a few plays. It wasn't until halftime where I became a true fan of Ed Reed. I think he was nursing a shoulder injury, and everyone, kept asking him, you all right? You all right? You all right? And he said, I'm hurt, dog. Don't ask me if I'm all right. Hell no. Hell no, I ain't all right. What can you say, dominate? And we're not doing it. Damn, dog, we winning. We were winning the game, but we weren't winning by enough points. That's why he was mad. I'm putting more heart in it. Let's go, man.
Let's get back on the field, man. I'm ready.
Is untied, and maybe no longer under-respected. 49-27 is the final.
Oh, that's embarrassing.
Every week it was like, how can we go?
We beat most people we played, and that was a great feeling.
Washington was another game that was a payback game. They come into Miami and, they kind of come in like, yeah, we just beat y'all.
That was as electric as a crowd playing University of Washington as I've ever experienced in Orange Bowl.
Come out that tunnel and that helmet was rocking. You come out that smoke, you weren't going to lose.
That season in their home games scored people 306 to 17. The surprise was that anybody got to the 17.
Better and higher the score got.
He was always like a practice, like we can talk to each other, we just kind of just having fun.
This is like guys running down the field, like touchdown after touchdown after touchdown, like celebrating and high-fiving.
Oh yeah, they complain about us running up the scoreboard and they threaten like they won't play us anymore for a while and stuff like that because they feel like we have the class about it. It's not about class. We did this last year. Look what we want to do now.
The Miami Hurricanes win the national championship of college football tonight. Yes, they can beat the Nebraska Cornhuskers.
The opportunity to be on the big stage finally against the legendary school like the Nebraska Cornhuskers, who actually thought they were going to whoop our ass.
I just knew we were prepared. They were ready to play. I knew this was a national championship game, and these players were hungry.
But I watched that game now against Nebraska a lot. It's like we're in fast forward, and it looks like they're in we won. That's exactly what it looks like.
They weren't prepared for it. They weren't really prepared for our speed, our aggression, our tough we work.
college football has a new national champion today, the Miami Hurricanes. It is Miami's 5th national title.
It's important that this program will never be back and never compete on a national level. Now, again, let's give a tremendous amount of credit to Butch Davis. That was the start to the finish of Butch Davis' project.
We'll let them know that the Miami Hurricanes are #1 in 2002, baby.
After a 10-year wait, the Canes again are the kings of the hill in college football after a perfect 12-0 season. Could this be the start of another dynasty for the Canes?
Definitely. Next year, we're going to do next year, same time next year.
And the best part about it was we did the exact opposite of what everybody said about us. We didn't get in trouble. We did it the right way.
This new style of Miami guy wasn't, the old Miami guy.
We still have haters. We still have everybody in the country that doesn't like us. I can definitely respect it. It really never set in until I got my national championship ring that, we were the best team all the time.
I mean, it's impressive the amount of first-round draft picks and the amount of just draft picks in general. With the 7th choice in the 2002 draft, the Minnesota Vikings selected Brian McKinney, Jeremy Shockey, Philip Buchanan, Edward Reed, Mike Ruff. That 2001 roster was a nuclear absurdity. You had 38 players that were eventually drafted, 17 of them in the first round. And in 2004, you had more first rounders than any school has ever produced, 6.
Within 2 hours, me and 5 of my best friends were worth over $100 million.
The 2001 team of the University of Miami, hands down, without a doubt.
Topic 1, bling bling with the ring ring. Can Miami repeat?
Like it or not, it's very tough for a football team to repeat, even as good as Miami.
Anytime a guy like a Jeremy Shockey leads, you got Kellen Winslow to put there. Anytime like an Ed Reed leads, you got Sean Taylor to put there. Pick up as close to where you left off, and in some cases you pick up a little bit better.
To lose 11 guys to the draft is a blow to most people, but not University of Miami, because we don't rebuild, we reload.
We was creating a template to be successful. How to work out, how to hang out, how to go to school, how to compete. And then young guys coming in up after us kind of just follow that template.
That's all we had to do. Just get in line, just follow the person in front of you.
For me coming in, it's a lot different from some of the other guys because I'm Santana's little brother. So those guys were like, that's Santana's little brother. That's my brother too.
In the last 2 years, Kansas University has lost 6 skill players to the NFL. It's now time for that new wave of talent to step to the forefront and into the national spotlight.
You have guys that won't even prove it. What are you going to do? Our answer was, just watch, we'll show you.
We were out to win another national championship.
That year we had the emergence of another black back. We had a pretty decent year, young man, but that was spaghetti.
The whole thing in this series is going to come down again. This for the win for Florida State to upset Miami from 43 yards away. The kick on the way.
Kind of dream about that happening one time in your life, but to miss 2 of them in a span of 3 years,
Wide right so many times, and when it came down to dethroning a champion, it was wide left.
And I was a freshman. I was like, I am so happy I signed that scholarship to come.
tonight, the defending champion Miami Hurricanes and the Ohio State Buckeyes, the only undefeated teams in Division I college football after the 2017 season. And now the entry of the Miami Hurricanes, beating the first team that have a chance at repeating this national championship in the BCS. And they enter this game as the considered favorite.
The attitude was to repeat the 4 wins Miami's amazing streaks.
I knew how huge it was. I had no doubt in my mind that we would win the game. No doubt. I said, we're definitely going to win this game.
This is another Nebraska. This is a big, powerful team that thinks they're going to be victorious, but that's not going to happen.
And then the game starts, and it's being played exactly the way Ohio State wants to play it.
Buckeyes have it. That's Mike Ross.
I think we played it so far, if anything.
He's got it. He's got a
Nice
touchdown.
try.
Now this game is being taken over by Ohio State at the end of this first half.
We were playing like we're capable of playing. And the second half, we came out and played like we're capable of playing.
Ready to the outside. And there is your speed of light. All the way to the end zone, and it's not even close for Ohio State stopping.
His knee completely snapped.
Raiders are on the field in a hurry for Miami. McGahee is down.
I just see his leg just tingle. As soon as I saw the hit, and like it was nasty, they started shorting over and over again. I started thinking about his future.
And all I can remember is just the cries from him. And all you hear is a silent statement.
When I saw that, and especially after the season that he was having, it knocked the fight out of him.
Guys had just total of mixed emotions about Willis' knee, concerned about him because he's afraid he's a teammate, just not knowing what was going to happen next.
Russell can't believe how things have changed so quickly. Miami is already in field goal range here, down to 3 seconds to try and tie this game. That's close to the end zone. Touchdown.
Guys just did their job, and they trusted him, and it's going to be fine. We're going to win.
It is another fourth down for Ohio State.
Ohio State has to score a touchdown and make the extra point merely to keep the game going. It's 4th and 3. Ohio State can't throw the ball. They're not any good at throwing the ball. You think they're going to run. Renzel drops back to pass.
Someone just passed me a bag of Tortillas chips at the moment.
When that pass was broken up, fireworks went off.
I bust the bag and we're on the field.
And all the wives came in. My wife came right up to me. Oh, great, congratulations.
We're holding the University of Miami National Championship trophy in the middle of the field.
Half of our team took their helmets off, threw them up in the air.
I remember just running across the field, dancing. I remember looking up. I see a helmet in the air, coming back down with Sean Taylor threw his helmet up.
We were all excited, thinking that, we captured another one, got 2 in a row, and then the flag hit.
Oh, the phone. Everybody comes running down on the field. You got to get off because there's a penalty flag thrown, and I think it's against Miami.
Everything stops. There's a flag on the field.
The flag came out. I'm like,
When the flag came out, I'm like, are you serious?
Lynn Sharp trying to cover Chris Gamble, and he may have arrived a tad too soon.
all I can hear is them come over the loudspeaker and say, University of Miami, can you please report back to the sideline?
That play took it out of us.
Everybody kind of let their guard down. On the other side, they're like, oh, I have another chance. Like, it's just a different feeling from when you thought you just won this game to now somebody's like, I still have hope. We just celebrated and act like we won. And, everybody's hugging and this and that. And now you got to recuperate, get back on the sideline, get back on the drawing board.
Some guys were still, pacing back and forth on the sideline saying that we won the game. So they were still stuck and lost in that moment.
My mentality is, why are we still playing? That's the only thing I'm thinking about. Why am I still playing? Why am I still on this field right now?
It's fourth down, the final play. Unless they can stick it in the end zone. Andre Johnson, Roscoe Parrish. And the They are the national champions of college football.
The game's really over this time. It's really over. And they have the confetti coming down, and they bring the podium out, but it's stressful on the podium. It's not coaches that look over like, oh, we really just lost this game.
And it's a double overtime game with the losing. One of the most disappointing things that ever happened to me, Coach.
And walking in the locker room and seeing those seniors that would never walk in the locker room again, wearing the University of Miami jersey, crying, like grown men, crying.
I didn't realize or know what really happened until I was seeing the play on TV, and I almost lost it.
What about this angle? Bad call. Bad call.
He was never touched. He was never touched. He just clearly dropped the ball.
It was not pass interference.
I think the ball got there before Glenn Sharp did.
Was it a good call, bad call? It was a poorly timed call. I just think you don't make that call at that stage of the game.
Well, he waved it incomplete and threw the flag. Boy, Campbell had a chance to make the catch before contact was made by Sharp.
It wasn't a call at first. It should have never been a call.
And this man right here is incomplete. This is a bad call for the Miami Hurricane.
I feel like, we got robbed.
I felt like part of my legacy was stolen from me. I was going to go down as, to be a part of a team that won 2 national championships in a row.
You hate to see officials call decide a national championship.
I don't care what anybody says. It's bull.
I mean, referees, who police the police?
I don't know. I don't going to rip. I want to real bad, but I'm not going to do it. They made a call. I mean, that's a terrible way to lose, though.
Hats off to Ohio State, man. They brought it.
But obviously, when you lose and don't win the championship, there's that empty feeling.
And that's the note that you're leaving this legacy on. Like, you built this giant empire at the University of Miami with hundreds of other football players that have given their souls, and this is the way you guys are going to leave this program, was on a bold referee throwing a flag after 8 seconds.
In one of the wildest national championship games you'll ever see, the Miami Hurricanes came up short in double overtime, trying to get that 6th national championship.
The way we lost that game, I think it kind of took something out the program, maybe.
If somebody had told you against this Miami team, going into the fourth quarter, you'd have a 31-point lead, you'd have a drug tested. And now today we got a fight going on in front of the Miami bench. Here comes another flag, and we're going to have an ejection. The Hurricanes are in danger of losing for the second time in 2 weeks. High mover back towards him, drives him inside.
We're not going to see them in the Super Bowl, are we? They're gone. I'm pissed. All y'all take this down. I'm pissed, man. I don't care about nobody except just you.
Winslow was asked after the game if he realizes his head injured and volunteered for Campbell.
If I didn't hurt him, he'd hurt me. They were coming for my legs. I'm going to come right back at him.
Soldier. The University of Miami is apologizing for a profane, sexual explicit rap song made by several football players.
Seven foot crew.
Only know that she was getting modded on the second floor.
He was Greg, his third leg.
G-Reg, what you do, get it? I drop my drawers and let us see my third leg.
Sounded like a good idea at the time. It sounded like harmless fun.
On the face, on the chest.
You're a young kid, you're looking to fit into the group, and you're looking to make those relationships, and a handful of guys get this idea, and the next thing you know, just another guy gets added, another guy gets added, another guy gets added.
The song contains 29 F-bombs, 18 B-words, and 15 midgets of a garden tool used for turning over soil.
They talked about it all day, every day, no matter where we went.
Miami has worked very hard to clean up his image since the days of Catholics versus convicts.
Some people were bent out of shape by it,
but college kids, we're allowed to have fun.
You would have told any of us that it would get outside of that room, we probably wouldn't have done it.
For the first time ever, the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl matches two top 10 teams. It's the 9th-ranked Miami Hurricanes and the number 10 Tigers.
At the end of it, it turned into a pretty ugly scene, and it was the end of a pretty ugly night for Miami.
Just open door and tell me no, we can't. That's not how we operate.
This is the biggest humiliation I've seen a Miami football team have in a very long time.
I said, probably all get fired. Sure enough, we lost the game. We got fired.
When the assistant coaches got fired, everything just went down the drain for University of Miami.
I don't think it's justified, but that's what are you going to do? You know, that's head man's prerogative.
I couldn't understand how you fired Coach Solinger, who had been there 20 plus years, Coach Art Kehoe, who had been there 20 plus years.
Young guys coming in, they want to do their own thing, and they wasn't getting checked for it. They developed their own kind of template that wasn't as successful as ours.
A lot of things were just going wrong, and the more we tried to address it, just more things would go wrong, and we just couldn't stop the leak.
Another relay on the field. This one is getting out of hand. This is our
This is not the old Miami. This is the new Miami. And we had a terrible incident. We always learned that we couldn't make mistakes. This is not new for the University of Miami. We don't get a break.
After Miami's extra point, players raced onto the field, throwing punches and stomping those on the ground. Miami safety Anthony Reddick was criticized for swinging his helmet. 13 players suspended from the University of Miami.
I really couldn't get a chance to fight someone because I was on the ground choking someone. So when I got a punch off, I got the last punch of the fight off, and everybody seen it. That's typical of me. Everybody seen me doing something wrong.
That wasn't just a disgrace to football, that was a societal disgrace. The U has hit rock bottom again, and it's time to blow that thing up again.
I accept the responsibility fully. I feel responsible so much for what happened Saturday night.
Just another negative of what was a tough year.
University of Miami defensive tackle Brian Pato was shot and killed tonight, shortly after leaving the practice field. The circumstances around Pato's death were not immediately clear.
I parked right next to Brian Pato for the entire time I was living there. By the time I got to my apartment complex, I couldn't get in. I my text messages. Really should have television.
We're sitting in a team meeting room, it was silent, and Coach Coker walked in, was trying to hold it together. Pato was just shot. And I had just seen him 2 hours earlier, and it just seemed not possible.
We didn't know where it came from. We didn't know what was going on. There was paranoia throughout the entire University of Miami team.
Why Pato? Why tonight? Why outside of his apartment?
We heard guys was watching him, was watching us. There was going to be more guys that's going to suffer like that.
Brian Pato wasn't just murdered. He was killed execution style. And why? We're making this move.
I think agents in my heart are not supposed to know about it. I feel like if I could have got there earlier, it would have been. I had that gun, of course, at all times. This is how we grew up. We're the guys that we couldn't get to play football because we have that edge already. And I know I'm going to swing mine no matter what. And that's how we go down and down. We go down.
As soon as it was over, I picked up my car from the valet. I got on some Sunday. I took it on a pickup. I went left on Eldorado and I went right to my condo.
Larry came in and broke the news, and you can tell he was heartbroken.
Feel that joy, that excitement to our rapper culture right now. I want to see that come back.
This is our thing. When Janice was trying on the wedding gown, this is fine. What did she describe to Carmela as being fetishistic about her?
Tell her about the gun?
How about them kids, huh?
She likes him to hold a gun to her?
Just like that. The Randy Shannon.
I don't remember that scene, but I remember that there's a scene of that.
University's image.
Oh, why is your paper pinned? Oh, sorry.
Sorry, but I'll just be honest here. I would but it was viewed by players at least as a whole crime.
Why? Former national championship, former NFL player, plus he's African American.
He's on the shower floor. I don't know.
They couldn't be any more Miami. He came up, he grew up in our inner cities, went to high school in Miami, and then he goes to college, won two championships, Miami teams, and then he becomes a Dolphins assistant, and then he's an assistant coach at the University of Miami, and is part of the pay-for-play scandal, getting money reportedly from professional players and funneling it to the current players. So he couldn't be more Miami in every way than he was Miami.
Miami has always been kind of Wild West. It's almost the age of America where the scheme of the day, the crime of the moment, is inflated to this huge extreme.
Miami changed a lot between the mid-80s and once you got into the new century.
The WGA is restarting negotiations with the studios. So my mom saw this article and she sent me this text message. Maybe you should get a haircut in anticipation of returning to work. Studios, please give the writers a fair deal so that we can get back to work. And also so that I can get a haircut and make my mom happy.
We saw the same thing in the 2000s as Miami suddenly found itself the center of a whole new type of crime, Ponzi schemes and Medicare fraud.
Now it's not so much as far as the drugs, it's about corporate, it's about white collar crime.
A piece of that money naturally filters its way to the University of Miami. Two of the biggest Ponzi schemes in the history of South Florida ended up having deep ties to the school. Alan Stanford, who managed to steal more than $8 billion. The University of Miami is now a defendant in a clawback lawsuit to try to get back more than $6 million that they allegedly got in donations tied to the Ponzi scheme.
Miami is a city of paradise, man. You can be anybody who you want to be. And there's an opportunity for you to be someone different or be special. There's an opportunity for you to make as much money as you want.
A Miami booster estimates he gave millions of dollars of improper benefits to some 72 Hurricane athletes over the last decade. The booster, Nevin Shapiro, is serving a 20-year sentence in federal prison for his role in a $930 million Ponzi scheme.
In a lot of ways, Nevin Shapiro was a Miami cliche.
Guys like Nevin, who just Tony Montana. They down here, they making their money, they pimping, they doing whatever they have to do to get money.
I can tell you what I think is going to happen.
Grab it.
Miami of the 1980s, defined by cocaine wars, race riots, two-life crew and Uncle Luke. And by the 2000s, it's a slightly different place, Miami. It was more about white-collar crime, real estate scams, Ponzi schemes. And in that environment, like they're able to flourish. So, University of Miami is almost built by geography. Because we were in Miami at that time. You were going to have clusters like around your business, around your community, around your university, and around your football.
John Story is currently investigating the relationship between convicted Ponzi scheme artist and former University of Miami booster Nevin Shapiro, who told Yahoo Sports he provided improper benefits to 72 football players and other athletes in Miami from 2002 to 2010.
Former University of Miami booster Nevin Shapiro had a lot of access to players over the years here at the University of Miami.
Where was Miami compliant and what did the University of Miami know?
My first memory of being involved technically as a booster was part of what was known as the Scholar Program.
The Scholar Program. The Scholar Program is a bunch of boosters who put up money. They buy us. What's the Scholar or spaghetti? This is a legitimate program that's these are the people who they introduce you to as a true freshman when you first step on campus. Hey, how you doing? Here's Nevin Shapiro.
The easiest thing you can say that you do is one of the only outdoor activities that you can lie and say that you do it, having never done it before, and then do
it and pull it off because it's walking. They're telling me to smile, laugh, shake his hand, make sure I make him comfortable because he's the one that paid my bills.
The University of Miami Athletic Program has always had a lot of trouble generating funds, support, corporate sponsorships.
Miami's a small school. They kind of have to look outside their alumni base. And Evan Shapiro, as successful as he was with the football program growing up, he was never a student. He was never an alumni of the school.
Never was a capable, outgoing guy. Eventually, we just struck up a conversation one day, and it developed. Sean Huey Allen was somebody who spent a Miami's equipment room.
He became one of the key links between
I took that as the vetting process. I'm sure this guy's got to be all right.
And a lot of assistant coaches were introducing players to his house, to his pool, and his living room views of Biscayne Bay in downtown Miami.
The first time I met Never Shapiro, I was invited over to his house on South Beach because I was making plays.
Once a play, once a week.
I learned everything from Evan. He was like an uncle to me. He was like a big brother. A lot of people want to be a mentor, but what about the guy who just shows you $1 million in cash? I think that's my mentor.
Any prices
Even if it's thing.
I'm going to put
I'm the guy out there on the field at the bottom of the road too. You know, I'm the slave out there running around getting guys who are twisted, concussions, things like that. Now I get killed around drinking free alcohol, eating free food with free calls. Yeah, I'm interested in these guys. What they have to do with guys like that.
these big guys. Taking it all those fucking so the people die. I'm probably amazing resident. Howard Johnson died. Probably. This is his guy. Over there. From high school. Living classes. I'm going to do
Never had no say-so on his watch. And Shannon was the only guy that was fighting. Unwise, nothing is my advice. I don't care what my coach is doing. When I run out of this smoke, he right there. When we run out of smoke at home, it's never right there on the right-hand side. The idea that this little clown could stay on the field and run through the smoke and that is mean something, being able to run in that front, and all of a sudden this little clown is run through the smoke for pay and do so with money that he hadn't even earned. It was just quintessential Miami.
His biggest was a pledge of $150,000 to the athletic department.
Hey, we're for sale. We'll take your money no matter where the money comes from, as long as your check's clear. And sometimes maybe you don't. We'll take your money.
Maybe there's one last thing sometimes, everyone's hands ended up in this. It reminds me of the picture of Facebook with Frank Gator and Sebastian, the Ibis.
Watch this.
Layla looks extremely pleased with herself. The center of
attention. Those were the moments that made me
A guy like Nevin Shapiro, who had so many warning signs, who had a felony assault on his record, who had a number of questions swirling even at that point about exactly where his business was coming from, to get that level of access, the president of the school, the coach of the basketball team, it really summarizes a lot of the underlying problems with the athletic department.
Did you know that this restaurant only sells steak and fries? Yep, this French bistro doesn't have a menu, and everyone here gets the exact same thing. For 29 pounds, you get everything from salad, bread, and not one, but 2 servings of steak and chips. Steak is soft, the sauce is magical, chips fresh. Oh yeah. You got another.
Nevin's plan, as far as anyone can tell, is that he wanted to get a base in the University of Miami's athletics so that he could then represent players as they turn pro.
He had invested a large sum of money into a sports agency, Access Sports. So a big part of getting access to the players was having an opportunity to funnel them to the sports agency once they became professional athletes.
Miami Hurricanes football teams were stacked with guys who would go on to all-star careers in the NFL and make tens of millions of dollars. Nevin wanted to find a way to get a piece of that from Access Sports. He even went on to represent his school for it.
With the 21st pick in the 2004 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Vince Wilfork.
The more time I spent with Nevin, the more time I found myself more important than I really was. Finding that it was entitled to finding that I was just worried about my and I wasn't happy. I was driving beautiful Mercedes, had a Rolex watch, eating at the best restaurants in Miami, and I was miserable.
It's the last home game for the University of Miami at the Orange Bowl, and not going the way that they would have scripted it, down 41-0 with odds. And right here, a program that once boasted an unparalleled 58-game home winning streak. That seems a very distant memory right now.
Late 2008, after Bernie Madoff's Ponzi scheme imploded, which thrust thousands of wealthy Florida investors into poverty basically overnight, a little bit of a mini panic set off among Nevin's own investors, who started calling him frantically and basically worrying whether they'd also gotten themselves into a similar situation. From there, it was only a matter of time until the dominoes all started to fall.
I found out that Nevin got arrested from a staff member from the University of Miami. My feeling at the time was relief.
Nevin actually cried on my show when the feds froze his accounts.
Hundreds of victims' names started coming out, and among them were some very prominent victims, including Barry Alvarez, who was the athletic director at the University of Wisconsin.
Wow, I can't believe that this guy was doing this. I can't believe that I was actually close to this guy in a federal indictment. Wow, interesting. My text messages.
More than $800 million, the biggest fraud case in the history of the South, and one of the biggest Ponzi schemes in the history of the U.S. Until there was Nevin really believed that all of his years of finding his way to the program from parties and that he had real friends who were going to be there to stand up for him. It was all part of the
Working against me was that he could get me banned from the universities where people knew me, they heard about me, he could somehow
got bounced by South Philly yesterday, and then Shannon got bounced. The Kings head coach fired just hours after the loss, which got Miami to 7-5 on the year. Shannon, 28-22 in his time at Miami, the worst winning percentage since Lou Saban was coached in the late 70s. Shannon also failed to win a bowl game.
He did a lot of things right. His kids went to class, they weren't in trouble. They just didn't win enough.
Now Golden of Temple has not only been offered the Miami head coaching job, but has accepted the job.
It's the most recognizable brand in college football. There's 5 national championships, 20 national award winners, countless All-Americans, incredible tradition. It's a dream job. Just 8 months after being hired to bring Miami football back to national prominence, Golden now faces the very real possibility of seeing the NCAA strike his football program down with the death penalty.
On August 2011, Yahoo
critics. University of Miami does not care about integrity when it comes to its football program. It never has.
It's not like we had never heard anything about the University of Miami before. The copycat crime. Luther Campbell, hip-hop star, did the same thing here. Now he's on players, practice parties, so it's deja vu.
They called Shapiro.
Slap in the face to me. You're a Ponzi scheme. I know understanding in the world. If I ever took any money from anybody, you're a Ponzi scheme. You're the scum of the earth.
And you hate it when everybody gets lumped in as they're a villain or that they're a thug, right? Labeling, I think, is completely and horribly wrong.
I don't really believe that we did anything wrong.
Getting free entrance into a strip club. I mean, are you kidding me? Free lap dance. Lap dance is like $10, $20. Are you serious?
The rest of the country is looking at these details and they're like shocked and they're mortified. And the city of Miami's looking at it and saying, like, what are you talking about? That's the Monday morning in Miami.
And it was no different than what the experience of every college student was at the University of Miami. It wasn't like football players were getting big for gigs, but no one knows it. Go to Miami Beach, go to nightclubs.
8 players, including 7 starters, have been suspended. For the second year in a row, head football coach Al Golden has a team that can't play the bowl game, a penalty self-imposed by the university as it tries to mitigate the expected fallout from the Nevin Shapiro booster scandal.
Coach, you feel like it's unfair that the players who had nothing to do with this are punished?
Do I think it's fair?
Yeah.
No, but that's the system.
What is the timetable for how long it can take?
Most of these cases are resolved within a 6 to 7 month period.
More than 2 years later, there's still no conclusion. Fans were just at a point where they wanted it to be finished one way or another.
The worst part about looming NCAA sanctions is that cloud that hangs over the program that other schools can use against them in recruiting.
We had coaches from other teams sitting in living rooms and just saying, oh, we can't go to Miami now. They're going to hold you for 10 years. They're going to lose their program. And just made us say whatever they want. And we couldn't defend ourselves.
We also have dozen elite players in their own backyard with schools like Florida and Ohio State against them.
Can always come back to you. I'm trying to forget you. I'm trying to stay away. And it's I'll be the sky on the passion. It's just the way you move. Way you move.
About this deal that the NCAA had, there was understandable outrage, and in fact, the NCAA had to start a investigation into its investigation.
Miami President Don Schleier to respond with this statement. I am frustrated, disappointed, and concerned by President Emmert's announcement today that the integrity of the investigation may have been compromised by the NCAA staff. And the NCAA dropped the case against Miami. They lost all credibility with the way it was investigated.
You're paying the attorney of a Ponzi schemer so you can get the incriminating information that will allow you to box in the quarterback who took an $80 deal.
Back to you. It always comes around. Back to you. When you're in the shadow, sleeping in the bed.
So now the NCAA is so out of control. We're back in Miami here, and it brought a lot of people onto our ship that at other times maybe wanted to see us sink.
If the NCAA were to sanction itself, what would be the appropriate charges? Lack of institutional control.
Wait a minute, what just happened here? How did we go from yelling death penalty at the University of Miami to being in a place where we're wondering if we should be yelling death penalty at the NCAA?
like the last
football scholarships over the next 3 years. To find out what their punishment was. They can finally
problems that might in the first place.
The lesson here is if you put money, if they have access to players, then there's going to be bad things that happen.
We certainly didn't see any on the play side.
What solution is there to overcome what we all know about basic economics, which is if what you suppress wages, a black market is going to occur. What we have here is an institutional failure, not in Miami, but at the NCAA.
There's a rich repeat nature to some of these scandals. There's a lot of howling, a lot of talking about what the injustices are. You have a handful of kids who get shamed and trampled, and every once in a while a coach or a tutor gets blamed. But up here, presidents don't go. Presidents get to keep their positions, and they get to keep their system, and they get to keep their money, and they get to keep their power.
Once you tore down the Orange Bowl, you tore down 50% of the heart of the University of Miami. It seems like it was a conspiracy of them trying to erase the history and the legacy that we built.
Rest in peace to OB, huh?
The Orange Bowl, which was one of the true and only landmarks that the city of Miami has been eradicated, put in its place in a bankrupt city.
It ended up becoming the site of what a lot of people now regard as one of the bigger frauds ever pushed onto the taxpayers of Miami, which is the Miami Marlins Stadium.
We end up now with the Marlins Stadium. It's a complete disaster.
Totally done behind closed doors with city and county officials. When it's all said and done, taxpayers will end up paying more than $2 billion for this stadium that by and large no one really wanted.
And that's what it's all about now. It's more of a business than it is about, unfortunately, about just playing the game for service.
You get now the kids growing up that just don't know. They don't know about that tradition. They just don't know about what it was to be Orange Bowl. With that SEC game behind the goalposts.
Like you just hear it off so many guys, but then when you really sit down and ask them, what is it about you that you don't like? He's like, man, I just wish I would.
To show people where we're from and what we was about, all we did was
from all walks of life, suburbs of New Jersey and the inner of Liberty City.
So when you grew up there, it's about a lifestyle. It's about starting a you're not like somebody else that makes a
to take a stand. I will take away I can. She comes and she goes like no one can. She comes and she goes. She stands waiting for me. And she's always got just like neon, neon. Neon, neon.
Of swag. I'm a king. Here to the end time.
It's all about this right here.
At the University of Miami, as President Donald announces she's stepping down, Shalala writes that she is proud of what her team has been able to accomplish, leaving at the end of the 2014-2015 academic year.
She comes and she goes. She's standing for me. And she's always got just like neon, neon. Neon, neon. Who knows how long she may go before she finds her wings.
This was interesting. Maybe I remember when Joey was big adventure and really shoot this what it did with the people. I didn't know. But when I did the audition, I did the audition Saturday night. And then I found out I was there, Murphy was there, Cooper Goffin was there. I heard him call the room, and he said he was more excited to be on the new Saturday Night Live. Go and go audition. Gilbert got the job instead of Paul. And then he heard, and this is Paul talking, that really had an inside line with the producers. So that's why he got the job. For more information, Paul said that made him so upset. He said he couldn't. That's from us. Rest in peace, Paul. Rest in peace, Paul. This was interesting. Maybe.
Presented by Bank of America. I was 15 years old when the miracle happened. One of the most important things for me about making this documentary was to tell the greatest American sports story of them all from the other side. So many perspectives. It was probably the greatest hockey team ever, and we just think about them because they lost. were these guys? We were told that they were robots, that they were this machine. But the hockey, the game they played was so beautiful, so creative, and the individuals were so clearly individuals. How did they hijack the Canadian game and make it their own? That really drove me to see the human beings. Unbelievable. In a Central Park playing hockey. It's 54.
When I was 15 years old, I was first played in a Western country. And kind of everybody was against us for one reason. I was born in a certain place. That's a dream to live in the celebration. Late 70s, Soviet nationals. It's probably was the best team in the history. In America, people always wanted to talk about the miracle eyes, but they made their own miracle, and that's what I want to talk about. Хотел конька, спускался на коробку и обратно. Бабушки и дедушки все время кричали. Говорят, что идешь наверх, потом коньки стучат. Мне это не пугало, я каждый божий день катался на катке, получал удовольствие от этого.
После школы я сам подходила коньки, конечно. Можно сказать, всегда дают. Вообще, конечно, раньше, в советское время, здесь в каждом уголке Москвы очень много уделялось спорту. Всегда стояли хоккейные площадки. Правда, они были такие, что сегодня на видео не стали показаться. Потому что они просто были сделаны из простой фанеры, деревяшек. Коробку сами делали, собирали очень долгие. Строительство было такое активное. Строили. Там, кстати, футбольное поле. Мы его занимали там небольшой такой. Катались 30-35. Даже радовались, когда морозы все ребята соскакивали с кровати, под криком «Ура!» и все бежали. Сначала Олимпийского чемпиона началось именно вот этого двора. In World War II, the Soviet Union fought alongside the United States and its allies. The Soviets lost upwards of 10 million soldiers and 14 million civilians. But the Red Army's eventual victory over the Nazis on the Eastern Front, Soviet Union into a world power.
We are winners of the Second World War. We have to prove that we are strong. If we prove that we are strong, it shows that the country is developing and we are still alive.
After the war, the alliance quickly shattered, and the long Cold War followed. Under the regime of Joseph Stalin, every act was framed by the struggle between communism and the West. Всячески пропагандой поднимался как можно выше. Через победы в спорте доказывают, что советское общество – это лучшее общество в мире. The Soviet national sport during the winter was known as Russian hockey or bandy.
You play with curved stick with a ball. Big fields and 11 players, 10 plus goal. It's like soccer.
Играют 4 команды в мире. А хоккей был международный год.
All is over, and we have to participate in big sports events, Olympics. And bandy is not an Olympic sport. It's ice hockey.
Но когда появился хоккей, он очень понравился сыну Сталина.
Vasily Stalin was the head of the Soviet Union sports programs, and in 1946 he called for the creation of the country's first ever Canadian-style ice hockey teams. To figure out how to play this new sport, Stalin assigned a young man who had never even seen an ice hockey game. His name was Anatoly Tarasov.
Я стал просить фильм. Никакого фильма. Делайте свой хоккей, а то будете копировать. Как правильно сказал.
Он бы никогда не обыграл канадский хоккей, если бы он не поверил своих. Это понятно. Если ты идешь по чужой дороге, ты никогда не выйдешь вперед. Все время работал, он все время что-то придумывал. Тем, что он вставал в 4 часа утра, садился за свой стол, на свой стул и писал 2 часа. Он писал упражнения, писал книги. Он написал 40 книг.
А потом мы хотим вам дать новые упражнения, которые никто еще в мире не делает.
Он не видел, он соединял это две свои профессии. Установки Игоря Александровича Моисеева гения хореографии. И у Игоря Александровича Моисеева вот все работы гениальны. Но у каждого систему он так понимал, он видел то, что он может взять из соседних профессий.
Ну-ка покажи мне танцы, пошли танцевать!
Самые выносливые приемы отрабатываются здесь, на тренировках.
The government installed Tarasov as the coach of the Army club team and the national team. All of his players were under 25 years of service as soldiers in the Soviet Army. But on the ice, Tarasov was respecting his athletes as individuals, so he and his players could create a together.
Чтобы быть
Got your heart right. What exactly is double? That's what I'm talking about. And by the way, it's actually called capicola, also known as trompa. It's an Italian pure meat that dates back to ancient times. Capicola literally means scalp in the neck and was originally made by Italian farmers to absorb with salt, pepper, and other spices. The meat was then hung to dry in a cool, dark place for several months until it was ready. That is now one of the most popular Italian pure meats. Comment if you've had it. What exactly is double?
Потому что любовь – это самая сильная чувство и самое настоящее. Вот если любовь, то это не разрушит. Wherever you are, 'cause I wanna know if you can see the stars alive.
Я пришел в 10 утра, а попал на лед, по-моему, все 8:30. Мальчишка простоял 8 часов для того, чтобы выйти на лед вместе с великим Тарасом и его воспитанником. Вот, кстати, в этом подъезде был Валерия Харламова. Я познакомился с Валеркой обязательно. Все вставала, вся
Вам рассказать про ад. Таскали блины, прыгали, все что угодно, что выдумал наш тренер Тарас.
When Tarasov started, skating rinks in the Soviet Union were only usable in cold weather. They had no way to keep the ice from melting in the summer. So Tarasov invented ice hockey training without rinks.
Там не смотрите, но где-то, конечно, июля. И каждый ждал сентября, чтобы скорее выйти на лед и начать чемпионат. Брали такие здоровые. Сначала бросали их из моря, а потом в море, потом опять, и вот так вот тренировались. Это час. 7 до 8.
I still wish you found me till you're dying. Don't let me kill you. I can't wait to figure out what's wrong with me, so I can say this is the way that I used to be. Just takes you from time.
Встречали квартиры, все какие. Вот это, я считаю, что встречали нас классно. Просто классно.
This is a car called the Buick Riata from 1989, and it was the most fastest car in the world. The design of the Riata is stunningly beautiful, and back in the 80s, they had a non-continuous light bar across the length of the car with these individual lights. Each one of this car is insane electronics, these huge sliding chairs, and it even has power light. In the 1980s, the dashboard design is out of this world. It's offset passenger relative to driver's side and these big chunky
those days, NHL players were not allowed to compete
sliding chairs, and it even has power ice cord.
So the Navy began to work out details for an unprecedented series of
passenger relative to the driver's side and get these big chunky buttons for the controls. And that brings us to the newest part of the Riata, the ECC electronic control center. This is a vintage CRT display that is touchscreen. It's used to control just about everything. In the car, you can control the radio, on all the different settings. You can also check out the status of the car.
It was a suicide mission for Soviet hockey. It was a method to Tarasov's perceived command. Several times I had the fortune to see the one and only Rabbi Hull. He was simply great. There was no other word for him. I believe that if we could organize an individual game between him and one of our leading forwards, then I'm sure Rabbi Hull would out. But hockey is a game that teams, not individuals, play. And that is why if two Bobby Hulls played against two of our boys, I think the Canadians would have less of an advantage. And if 5 Bobby Hulls played against 5 of our Soviet players, then here I simply would not take the chance of placing my bets on the Canadians.
Так получилось, что именно он, когда практически все было подписано, он уже не был тренером сборной.
Это наша дача. Они купили с мамой ее тогда, когда папа лишился своего хоккея. Потому что нужен был какой-то выход. Выход его души, и нужно было, что как-то успокаиваться.
Я знаю, что в 1972 году в Саппоро, и что чтобы поддержать хорошие отношения, улучшить отношения с нашими чехословацкими друзьями, попросили проиграть или сыграть ничью. Он не мог этого сделать никогда.
Его отправили на пенсию в 54 года, потому что им нельзя было управлять. У него была рана настоящая в сердце и душе.
Было для него очень тяжело, потому что это его жизнь, это вся его жизнь в хоккее. В чем была трагедия, что главное дело жизни, матч между канадским и КХЛ, его даже нет на этом матче.
О нас. НХЛ очень мало знал, так же, как и мы. Они.
Перед игрой все втором году было очень сложно набрать, потому что мы слышали, что они супер игроки, но у нас не показывают ни матчи, ни игры. Тяжело было.
У нас стали писать про профессиональный хоккей только в 60-е годы. Причем писали только плохое. Показывали, что у них нет судьбов, что они все время дерутся, что они играют не в тот хоккей, как мы, интеллигентные, умные, что это хулиганки.
Канадская со своими взглядами, которые не признавали ни одну школу мира. Канадцы самые лучшие.
I don't think they're as good as we are, and I just would like to have this issue settled. And then I think that they'll go home and they won't be too happy.
There's a good sign in our game, and we're going to prove it tonight.
Overconfidence is the worst thing.
And the face-off of the game is underway with Petrov having cleared it into the Canadian zone. Mikhailov is knocked down in the play. A shot goes wide. Longstead looked down the play and got down by Clark, and then hit with a stick over his head. Accidentally on the play. And you've seen a big fight there. The tolerance level by the Soviets is unbelievable. Their discipline.
It's that grammar, so can I even listen to it? Okay.
And bounced over to the side. Gladiev trying to clear to the corner.
Is that your grandma?
Right for the score! From that left side, they finally found the corner of the net. Mikhailov nearly got loose, gets over to Petrov, back to Mikhailov, right in the clear, right in, and score! Petrov getting the rebound. Varlamov goes down over the line, cutting in wrong. Laurie and shot and scores! Varlamov goes very quickly clear, gets the score! Varlamov set a bullet drive goal. Varlamov has looked the best. He's got speed, he's got a good chip. I think it's more of a team effort against a group of individuals. The way it's working out, the Soviet team just seem to keep that focus on a string. If they have to play at this fast pace, they will not be able to beat the Soviets. Pass to Mikhailov, coming in on goal. Oh, he scores! Mikhailov, and here they're closing in. Stevens, it's right as he scores! Roller right in front and scores! Yakovlev, cutting right in front to make it 7-3.
Уже середина, если перед первой игрой они ходили, что там, кто идет там, Харламов, ну кто такой, о, третья акция, да, что там, а после первой игры они уже...
Team Canada right now, they've given it their best, and they aren't good enough tonight to beat the Soviets. It's as simple as that. And the game is over. And the USSR has defeated Canada in the first game.
А в раздевалке мы были очень довольны, потому что перед игрой мы просто хотели показать, что мы тоже футболисты. Но результат, конечно, нормальный. Ну, фантастический.
Они осознали, что и зрители это почувствовали, что не только канадцы умеют играть в хоккей, а в Европе тоже там играют, и довольно прилично.
Four games in Canada were followed by 4 games in Moscow. The Canadians grew more aggressive as they won only one of the first 5 games.
There it goes.
Мы приехали играть в хоккей, а не заниматься домашним боем.
Нас играли, не только у нас не дрались. Нас играли. In Game 6 in Moscow, the Soviets had the chance to clinch the series. Canada's Bobby Clark slashed the Larry Karlarov, breaking his ankle.
A penalty, I believe, on this one. Karlarov comes over to the Soviet bench.
Он, в общем-то, выбрал из строя нашего основного бойца. Да, он сильнее тебя играет. Но зачем вещи? Вещи приносить человеку.
With Karlarov injured, Canada won the final 3 games to take the series 4-3 with one tie.
Очень много хоккеистов с 1972 года приглашали играть в НХЛ. Просто на том уровне мы получали по 200 рублей, а они по 5000 долларов. Но мы не могли уехать. Нужно было специальное разрешение, которое, естественно, нам не давали.
The Soviets continued to dominate international hockey throughout the 70s, including a 4th straight Olympic gold in 1976. Meanwhile, the kids from Anatoly Tarasov's last crop of future stars emerged at the 1977 Junior World Championships, including a teenage defenseman named Slava Fetisov.
My 3rd World Junior that happened to be in Quebec.
And Fetisov has it once again. He tried to clear it away, and
Bobby Smith, Gretzky, my God, big shots.
Is that right? They got like all of that. My goodness, is Gretzky is something.
12 or 14,000 people. TV, interviews, and they put us in a 5-star hotel. And the channels on the TV. Marble, crystal. We don't even dream about this stuff. And of course it's turning your head around. And I said to myself, I want to feel this atmosphere every time I step on ice.
Partnered with Fetisov on defense was Slava's best friend, Alexei Kazatonov. They spent the next 12 years side by side as the Soviets' top defenseman.
Honestly, it was like a younger brother. He was a roommate all the time. He was as a son for my mom.
What are you doing? That bitch could have been deep. Next time I'm like, Sean asked him, really? Sean down here being come from Wall Street. John fucking action. And that feels fair. He's hanging out because he's stuck. And you're not there and
While the juniors wanted to work as the senior Soviet team faltered, the government decided to impose another coaching change. Viktor Tikhonov, the coach of the KGB team Dinamo Riga, was named the new head coach of the Soviet national team.
Тихонов более такой академично контролирующий процесс. Все по полочкам разложено, все распрограммировалось. Раз в этот момент был потому что он все делал от следствия. По-разному. Тарасов Творцов хоккей, а Тихонов это бухгалтеров хоккей. Виктор Васильевич привык записывать, переписывать и еще раз переписывать. Не всем это нравилось. Он все записывал. Потом раз. Учет, очки, мы всегда делают там столько отжимания там, или какие-то другие праздники. Все, в общем, количество и время было строго зафиксировано.
They can control everything. What kind of apartment you're gonna live, if you get a new car or not, and they use this as a good motivational tool.
Exactly. If there is love between players and coach, it's the end of the result. Players, they should be motivated that they have to prove against the coach something. Coach is like in a plantation.
Tikhonov confined players to army barracks 11 months of the year.
Просто нас не отпускал, все время держал на сборе. Он закрывал вот эту дверь, и вы все время там сидели. Конечно, иногда мы обижались, потому что личного ничего не было, ни семьи, ни детей, ни праздников. Все было подчинено только одному, этой игре.
With the 1980 Olympics in Lake Placid approaching, Tikhonov's team reclaimed the World Championships in 1978 and 79. Vladislav Tretiak won the award as the world's top goalkeeper. In 1979, a new challenge series with the NHL was set. It was intended by both sides to remove any doubt that the winners be declared the best hockey team in the world. The NHL team featured 20 future Hall of Famers, including Bobby Clark, Pete LaFleur, Brian Trottier, Larry Robinson, Ken Dryden, Sweden's Boris Salmon, the most future Hall of Famers on any All-Star team in any major sport ever.
Накачки, когда мы встречались с канадцами, американцами. Ну, какие накачки? Мы должны доказать, что мы сильнее всех, туда-сюда.
Доказавшего, что наша команда сильнее звезд профессионалов МХЛ. 6-0 в пользу сборной Советского Союза.
Возможно, это было все оценят как самую сильную вообще в истории советской эпохи.
Березки свои. Where do I place it? Oh my goodness.
Я вообще не знала, что там будет.
Участвует, но посмотришь большую совершенно атмосферу. Здесь 21 год. Ah, Anastasia, I was 21, same age as you. Unbelievable. Нас отправляли когда из Москвы делегацию всю олимпийскую пригласили в ЦК партии. Большой дяденька, начальник там нас принимал, давал напутствие, что мы
старались, она огромная страна, и с болезнью. Ну, так что я сказал, что американцы не проигрывают, особенно хоккеистов касается. Все так посмеялись, говорят,
А в наше время только золотые медали. И никакой второй или третий, у нас даже компьютер на эту тему не работает. У нас замыкание было. Замыкание. Золото, золото, золото.
Дело в том, что в Советском Союзе в то время был закон, что если хоккей проигрывает на Олимпийских играх, вся Олимпиада для нас неудачна. Just days before the 1980 Winter Olympics, the Soviet hockey team arrived in New York for a tune-up game.
Well, there's a hockey game played in New York Madison Square Garden this afternoon, the Soviets and the United States.
Look at that. Look at these moves, Yoshi. Yoshi. What the fuck is Yoshi? Just go up to a soccer team. Why? Some assholes that like him. I like such a fucking person. Crazy bitches. Are you done? Jesus Yo, dog. Isn't it a fast? Why? I said so. I'm dad and I make the move. Got it, assholes? Alright, can you listen to Aliens, Dad? Are you done, though? I am so fucked. 4K streaming boxes. No, I stream 4K. Yo, dog. You're gonna listen to the same shit you just like. Yeah. Look at this, no? Yo. Look at this one. That was not funny.
Hey, Joe. Jeremy, what's up? Good to see you guys. Hey, man. Two musketeers at the front lines of UFO disclosure. It is scary if that's true, Joe. I think you guys are. I mean, you're certainly prominent. Can I get the mic turned up on this bad boy? Yeah, there's a little thing right there. Shit. You can hear your own voice. There's a volume knob right there. We're up. It's exciting times. It is. It's very exciting times. I've said it a few times that I never thought I would see it in my life. You know, I would just keep plugging away. This is my 36th year doing this, chasing this crazy story. I never thought I would make this much progress. Still a long way to go. But are you apprehensive at all that some of the stuff that they're releasing is bullshit? Of course. Wait. Who's releasing? I mean, when you see these the Pentagon's talking about it, when, you know, intelligent officials, you ever wonder whether or not it's disinformation? Yeah. So, I'll take that first. I've heard you kind of talk about that you know, and I think it's a very healthy suspicion to have. My perspective is a little different in that people are always coming at me with fake information, like every day, all the time. But the people in government that we have been able to kind of interface with, I wish there was an adult in the room. I wish that this was orchestrated through the media. It would give me some sort of hope that someone has some sort of control on this, and that has not been my experience. So what is your experience? Like, what's your impression of how it's all happening? It's a big question. I don't know where to start on that, but here's what I know. I know that there are people in government that want some level of disclosure on whatever this is, without defining it. Just there should be oversight. So I know that to be true. There are good people that think that people are running amok, and there must be oversight, not just financially, but if these types of technologies actually exist. Right, who's in control of them and why? And who has access to them and why?
I mean, we have a history of disinformation and misinformation put out to the public and to Congress by the intelligence community, by the Pentagon. They lie all the time. It's part of the turf. It's part of the job. But for them to then go into closed door briefings with members of Congress, with the oversight committees who handle their budgets, for them to lie about that, that's another matter. And I don't think they would because they could get busted for it. A lot of stuff is coming out now, and I know we get asked all the time, who's behind this push? You know, it looks like it's one big movement as opposed to a bunch of different things that all happened in approximately the same time. It's kind of been organic. Different people have come forward, and it encourages other people to come forward, as opposed to somebody doing a master manipulation of the whole thing.
What resistance is there to this information getting out? There's resistance on like multiple levels. So despite what you believe to be true or not true, the big question is, are we going to be able to verify some of these claims? That's all I care about, right? If we're back engineering some of these craft, then I believe that we should have the discovery process to find out if things like what David Grush has said under oath, that he has literally put his well-being and his safety on the line for, if that is true, then we have a duty to find out. So the pushback comes from many levels. There's stigma. It's fucking huge, dude. Like it is political toxicity for some of these senators to even, people don't want to know. They don't want me to say I ever talk with them. It's like a toxic environment politically, the UFO thing.
Because everybody thinks it's bullshit, or you're a loon if you believe it. But not everybody, but quite a few people.
Not just that, it doesn't help you get reelected, man. Right. And then when you start poking the bear and going into the oversight committees and the Senate Intelligence Committee and all these things, they're like, whoa, this is our territory. Why are you, as Congress, pushing on us? Why are you doing that? Like, this is our job. We have clearances. So there's that kind of pushback.
You look back at the beginning of the cover-up, why did it happen? Why did it start? Well, if 1947, this gigantic wave of UFOs suddenly appear. You got Kenneth Arnold, you got Roswell, hundreds of sightings all over. We just come out of World War II, and our military is faced with a new threat that they really don't know what the hell it is. They start looking at it and trying to figure it out, but they can't. So they sort of painted themselves into a corner of secrecy. Nobody wants to admit if you're a president or chairman of the Joint Chiefs, there's something flying in our atmosphere, and we can't control it. We can't even catch it. We can't detect it on radar. There's not much we can do. They don't want to admit that. Secondly, I think what was told to me by a Senate intelligence guy who was a chief staffer who oversaw black budget operations. He had come out to Area 51 looking into the Lazar stuff years ago in early 90s. And he told me, look, if this is true, if this cover-up is going on, if they are diverting millions of dollars, maybe hundreds of millions of dollars from legitimate national security programs to keep this cover-up going, as he suspected there were, then somebody's going to go to prison. When it comes out, they'd go to prison. I think we heard Dave Grush speaking before this House committee in late July, at which he talked about special access programs, hundreds of millions of dollars being funneled into them. Nothing ever comes out. Congress has no oversight. Congress doesn't even know they exist. That's the kind of thing you can send somebody to prison if and when it comes out. And then the final reason, we can only speculate about it, maybe there really is a big secret. I wonder about it. If I was told, here's the real deal, here's what's going to happen if this comes out, society will collapse. It is so overwhelming, so disturbing that it would hit the fan, that everybody would freak out. Maybe there is something like that. I don't know. But it gets dangerous for us to allow military folks to decide, I can know it, but you can't. Dad can know, but mom and the kids can't know. I don't like that. I'd like to be able to know myself.
I don't like it either, but why do they think that society would collapse?
There was a Brookings Institute study that was done in 1960 where they looked at it. And, let's say it was confirmed that we came out and admitted that extraterrestrials are here, and they speculated, looking at sociological matters, that social institutions would collapse. People want to still pay their taxes. Do they want to go to work? It was so overwhelming. The fact that we, a lesser species, have been discovered by something more intelligent. We know from human history how that works out. When the Europeans come to North America, we know what happens to the people who are already here. The less developed society, they collapsed. They were wiped out. And I think that was the projection of that study. The only way to get around that, they said, is to prepare for it over long. The condition folks to get ready for it. I don't know if there was ever a policy where they instituted that, but it kind of looks like it. Although UFO and alien movies and TV shows and X-Files this and books and reports and children's cartoons, it almost looks like we've been conditioned to get ready for it over the last 60 years.
When people talk about the possibility of these being some sort of black ops creation by the Defense Department, some sort of weapons grade drone that moves at insane speeds with some unknown technology that they've developed in secrecy, that kind of falls apart when you go back to 47. If you go back to 47 and you're seeing these vehicles that are behaving in a very similar way, or at least described in a very similar way, where they just jet off at insane rates of speed, no visible means of propulsion, no sound. That's the one thing that brings me back. Like, God, they seem to act the same. At least some of them do. They seem to be, and if we're talking about 1947, we can really safely assume that they did not have drone technology capable of, super hypersonic speeds at that time.
I'm really glad you mentioned that, because that is a big part of the issue here. Is like people can just say, "Oh."
This episode is brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee, the only coffee we drink here in the studio. It's a company founded and operated by veterans, including my good friend Evan Hafer and Matt Best, whose mission is to deliver top-notch coffee while supporting veterans and first responders. And right now, you can get 20% off plus free shipping on your first Black Rifle Coffee Club subscription order. Just tap the banner or go to blackriflecoffee.com/Joe and use the code Joe at checkout. They offer a wide range of roasts from light and dark to bold and dark. I love them. It's the only coffee I drink at home too. And when you join the Black Rifle Coffee Club, you get free shipping on every subscription order, plus exclusive discounts on more than 50 partner brands, with products ranging from hunting and fishing equipment to apparel and nutrition supplements. If that sounds good to you, and to get 20% off your first Black Rifle Coffee Club subscription order, just tap the banner or head to blackriflecoffee.com/Joe and use the promo code Joe. This episode is brought to you by True Classic. Let's talk about the clothes from True Classic. I know you probably heard me talk about them before, but here's what I love about their stuff. True Classic makes perfect fitting tees that are ultra soft and comfortable. They fit your body in the right places, but aren't too tight. Plus, they come in packs, so you can have a shirt for every day of the week. They also have shorts in a range of styles, cuts, and colors, whether you need something for the gym, weekends, or a night out. I love their shirts. They're very comfortable and they look great. And if you're ready to upgrade your look and your wardrobe, shop now at trueclassic.com. For a limited time, they're giving listeners to this podcast 25% off their first purchase at trueclassic.com with the offer code Rogan25. So one more time, that's 25% off your first purchase at trueclassic.com/Rogan25.
Oh, this is really special projects that are even being hidden by our own government. The thing is, the UFO phenomenon has been ubiquitous. It's been everywhere in the world, and it's been going on before 1947. So somebody had that technology. Now, I do hope we've had some sort of ability to get derivative technologies. I know they've been trying to do that if we believe the core concept that we have craft that's more advanced than ours that we're trying to reverse engineer. So the fact you bring that up, and I want to touch on what you just said, the explanation I've been given, we've both been given, is that there are true national security concerns about this technology, that the cover-up or whatever, that it has to do with what will happen if we make a breakthrough in this technology, and that can be weaponized. So the secrecy, you could say, some people have convinced us, have tried to convince us that there's real, true national security issues with this, in that once you admit one thing, those next questions are going to come, and maybe we can't answer those yet. We don't know. So that's the fear. It's like the Oppenheimer movie. Like, shit's been kept pretty secret, but stuff has come out. It's like, what happens if we admit the fundamental truth? That there are craft of unknown origin that are more advanced technologically than ours. Doesn't matter where they're from. what happens if we admit that? So people are concerned, from my opinion, within government, that if they let that out, the follow-up, they're not going to be able to deal with.
This technology has been seen throughout human history, on every continent, in every culture, for as far back as humans have been around. That is not our technology that was flying around pre-1947. But Dave Fravor was here in this chair, Joe, talking to you, and he talked about the Tic Tac incident from 2004 as he testified before Congress in late July. We didn't have that technology then to do what the Tic Tac did. We don't have it now. We don't have it. If you look back at the paper trail, this is what got me hooked on this topic in the begin with. I can't go out and find UFOs. I don't know the cosmic meaning of all this stuff, but there is a paper trail within our government, documents, memos, reports that were generated by the Department of Defense before the Freedom of Information Act existed, before they had to worry about the public ever seeing these reports. Those documents painted a pretty clear picture. General Nathan Twining, who became Chief of the Air Force, he was also the first Air Force guy to be the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. He wrote this document in 1947, the Twining memo, where he talks about these things are not fictitious or imaginary. They're real, and they're not ours, and we don't think they're the Russians either. It's not our technology.
I'm sorry, how did he describe it?
It's not fictitious or imaginary. It's real.
How did he describe the crafts, or how they behave?
Metallic. They can appear and disappear. We can't detect them on our sensors, whatever. I think it was radar back then. That they can outfly our best planes, fly circles around us. There's nothing we can do about them. We have no defense mechanism against them. And then there's the paper trail starts there. There was a study by the FBI and the U.S. Army in 1948. Then the CIA, after it was created, got involved. They've been studying this stuff for a long time, and the documents where they speak to each other, very frankly, this is real. It's not us. As the 1960, they put out a memo saying this is serious business. We need to figure this out. I think there are inescapable national security implications for this technology. There is a race for it. We're trying to get it. The Russians are trying to get it. The Chinese are trying to get it. Whoever gets it, they win.
Are there some sort of reports about the Russians and the Chinese also having recovered crafts? Dude, he smuggled a ton of classified documents out of Russia himself during Glasnost and Perestroika. He went and met with the heads of the UFO programs in Russia during that time period. He came back with all those documents and actually supplied them to some people that happened.
Yeah, it had a lot to do with Harry Reid's decision to go ahead and support funding because those documents show that the Russians are trying to do what we're trying to do, which is to take this stuff apart and figure out how it works. And what year was this? This is 1993, the first time I went. But their study lasted, they had the biggest study in the history of the world. From 78 to 88, the USSR sent out an order to every military unit in the vast Soviet Empire that any UFO, any orb, any ball of light, anything weird in the sky, all has to be investigated. And that information had to be funneled to the Ministry of Defense, to the desk of a guy named Colonel Boris Sokolov, who was in charge of this program. And I met him, and he shared a lot of that information with me. And he admitted, we're trying to figure this stuff out because if we could duplicate that technology, we could kick your ass in terms of stealth. We could beat you at your own game on stealth technology. So they were trying to do it. They're trying to figure it out. We hear bits and pieces that they have recovered crashes as well. So do the Chinese, maybe the Israelis.
I mean, also in these documents. So, and can you tell them who you gave them to? That whole stuff. Can you tell them?
They got into the hands of the U.S. government, and then that was after I came back from Russia the first time. I went back again in '96. A lot of the people who had been willing to talk to me during Glasnost, now afraid they would not meet with me. The people who had gone on camera changed their tunes because the whole country had changed in that time period. But the documents also went to OSAP. That's the program that the DIA ran. Bigelow was the contractor for it. And they hired a bunch of Russians to go through those documents, figure out the structure of the Russian UFO program, and did a lot more analysis than I could do just by myself.
And in these documents, they talked about shoot-down attempts, which is something that we'll be hearing more about over the next 15 weeks, I hope. So in Russia, they had this policy at first to engage these things, and they lost pilots.
Yeah, they had 40 different incidents during that study where Russian warplanes chased UFOs. 3 of those cases, the UFOs turned around and shot them down. They disabled the planes and the planes crashed. 2 of those pilots died. And after the third crash, the Russian Ministry of Defense put out the order, leave them alone. They may have, quote, incredible capacities for retaliation, so leave them alone.
And one last thing about that blew my mind. We did an episode about this, like him going to Russia, the whole thing. They talked about in those documents that they knew how many satellites that we had dedicated to looking for UFOs. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yeah, I met this Russian scientist who had worked on their version of Star Wars. He lived in one of these secret cities. He'd never spoken to any journalist, let alone a Western journalist. And he started telling us about the work that they were doing. He showed me this tabletop model of like a laser weapon that he called the weapon of the aliens. But he said he had been involved in the Russian space program in the earliest days. They had satellites up there that were seeing these things coming in and out of space into Earth's atmosphere and going out. He said, the Americans, I know that you guys had those satellites. You were seeing the same stuff we were. Their intelligence agents got information from the U.S. They knew we were collecting information back then. They know we're collecting it now.
And when they said that they had jets shot down, do we have instances of jets getting shot down in America?
We do. It's kind of sketchy because a lot of those records, we have records of the planes going down, but there's no indication that the UFOs were responsible other than the Captain Mantell incident. That's a pretty famous UFO case where he chased a UFO and then crashed. They think he might have run out of gas. And I think the Air Force tried to explain he was chasing the planet Venus, which is preposterous, you know. Yeah, we have some.
The CIA actually fully funded a movie narrated by Rod Serling. It's called UFOs Past, Present, or Future, and there's two versions. You can find it online. This is the most incredible UFO movie of all time because it's funded by the CIA to try to apologize for that incident of saying he chased Venus. It's a cool old school documentary on UFOs narrated by the Twilight Zone guy.
Huh. Wow.
Yeah. Fact.
So with the Russians, how many crafts of we supposedly Grush said that the United States is in possession of 12?
We should back up on Grush, right? Like, okay, what I'm thinking is something big happened. We had these hearings, right? And everybody knows Grush because they saw him for the first time during that. In those hearings, he did not say that. And so there's an important thing there, what he said and what he couldn't say during those hearings. So I'm not going to say that Grush has ever said that. That's not in his DOPSR, that's not authorized shit. If somebody said that, I don't know who said it. All we know he said was right there in that hearing. Okay. You see what I'm saying? It's like there's a lot of rumors out there, and I don't know.
So this 12...
You've heard it from people, and I've heard it from people, not from Grush, though.
Okay. Okay, so I'm confused. So what has Grush said? Grush said they definitely have physical crafts.
He was really, so let me just set the scene for you with this hearing thing, right? So I know when people think this is like orchestrated, man, we fought for every millimeter of doing that hearing. Like I personally did, and so did George. And the idea was, what can we put out to the public and let everybody know this is important to us? It's the first time in history that you have Commander David Fravor, Lieutenant Ryan Graves, and then one whistleblower, a guy named David Grush, who we can't say what he said because it's all classified information. But Commander Fravor, friends of ours, Commander Fravor, he just told what happened to him. He chased a UFO. Then you've got Ryan Graves, who his whole squadron has been seeing these things. You've had both on your podcast. But Grush stood up there, and he was very careful with his words, and I want people to know why. If you look at that setting, you're going to see right behind him was a guy named Chuck McCullough. Chuck McCullough is the former Intelligence Community Inspector General, so the cops of the intelligence community. And he was right behind David Grush, who is his client. So he's representing David Grush. Because David Grush put a whistleblower complaint. And look at those two handsome guys right there. So there's, this is the biggest conspiracy photo of all time. Can you imagine people seeing this and being like, what are those idiots doing up there with him? But so behind
David,
David,
do with the beard, the glasses in the back, he looks so happy.
yeah, dude, so UFOs.
People think that guy with the bald head is James Clapper. By the way, I got a bunch of
was it?
I got a bunch of comments that Clapper was looking up my notes during this.
So I gotta say,
guy. I don't know.
he's just part of a riots organization as a. But here's the deal, man. This photo is kind of hilarious because George lived the joke. Look, George had ontological shock when we were in that room. It's like he's sitting there. He's sitting there and seeing, after all this time, this shit's being said out loud. So what happened was the seats were kind of like designated for us because George and I were supposed to testify, by the way. But then common wisdom says, why have these journalist guys when you can hear directly from the first-hand people? And we agree.
Yeah.
But what we did was we put on congressional record statements, and people should read them if they haven't. They're on congressional record. I did an assessment of kind of the estimate of the situation on UFOs, but he named names and programs. But what you're seeing there is, and I kind of had to fight for this, is getting his lawyer behind him should be like an obvious fucking thing when a guy's going up to testify under oath in front of Congress. If you believe him, he's speaking under whistleblower protection. Dude, it was hard to get his lawyer behind him. I literally had to put the lawyer behind him. So we got the lawyer behind him so he could lean in and be like, careful, Dave, careful, which he did like a bunch of times. And then there's George looking all scrunched, and everybody's like, why Jeremy over there with no one next to him? I think people are a little afraid of me because, a little bit of a maniac sometimes. Whatever. We're there. Dave starts talking. They ask him questions. These weren't pre-scripted or anything. We're talking about what could be asked for sure, but they weren't pre-scripted. What Dave Grush said, and correct me or add to if I get this wrong, Dave Grush said, I did an investigation. It was my job. I was hired by, and this is a guy from the National Reconnaissance Office, the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency. Like, this guy is he's been in the intelligence community a long time. And he sits there under oath and he says, I did an investigation. I interviewed, it was my job to look at over 2,000 special access programs, like black programs. And it was my job to find out if any of them had to do with UAP and if there's any money being hidden, like misappropriated theft. And he's like, after interviewing 40 witnesses, I found a ton of shit that supports this. And in fact, he said, I found people who worked on the craft firsthand. And they had to come in, or they willingly came in. He called them hostile and non-hostile witnesses. And he's like, so I did that whole thing. The second I did that, which was my job, I was given the job, reprisals started happening to me. So he smartly did a whistleblower complaint through the Presidential Protection Act 19 or something. He got the head of the ICIG, the former head of the ICIG, who's a lawyer, and he says, fuck, dude, here's what I know. Here's what people don't know. Is the ICIG, so the intelligence community, did their own investigation to David Grush's witnesses. And what he found, they interviewed like 40 plus under oath and immediately said, David Grush's claim is both credible and urgent. So it's not like just one guy telling you. Our intelligence community did a deep dive investigation into what David Grush told them under oath in the right secure settings, and they're like credible, urgent. So David Grush can tell you the basic things that happened, but you know how he kept saying, in the appropriate environment, if you've got clearance, we can do that. I'm willing to give you a list of hostile and non-hostile people that worked on the craft. Biologicals, he even said. He's like, I'll give that to you today. We just got to get a skiff, and we got to make sure that you have access, you have clearance. And he was denied a skiff that day.
He's a credible guy. He's the real deal. I mean, he had a career in the Air Force, served in Afghanistan, a distinguished career. Then he goes into the intelligence community, working for the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency. He was assigned by his boss to be the liaison to the UAP task force. That's what Congress had set it up to investigate the whole UFO matter before the current program existed. And the guy who was in charge of the task force, Jay Stratton, gave him a job. Go find the special access programs that are hiding UFO stuff, either siphoning millions of dollars, or they've got technology, crash retrievals, reverse engineering, all the stuff that we've always heard rumored, and he did. He found it. Most of the juiciest stuff that he found, he can't say in an unclassified setting. It has to be done because they will get him. They will bust his ass if they can. They've already tried.
Like 4 times, and that's something offline we'll talk about. There have been attempts to get him silenced and muzzled, by the way, to not do podcasts or shows and stuff, right? To get him muzzled by people that are trying to say he's talking outside of his DOPSR, which is like what he's allowed to talk about. So they're looking for one word that he says that's outside of that. Like I get asked by people in the government, has he ever told you the number of crashes? Has he ever told you locations? Like I'm gonna fucking answer you. First of all, second of all, no, he hasn't, because that would be illegal if it were to be true.
So he is authorized to talk about a very limited number of things. Is that correct?
And they're not vouching for their authenticity. DOPSR process, which is, I don't know what it stands for, but it's like a pre-pub process. He very smartly, because his lawyer's really smart, former ICIG, he's like, write it in what you want to talk about and see what they come back about what you can't talk about. So they're not saying what he's saying is true. They're just saying you can talk within these parameters. I would like to see if what he's saying is true. So we just need that option.
So who gives him the authority to talk about these things?
No one gives him the authority. He's taking that all on himself. He's a true whistleblower, whether you believe his claims or not. What he's doing is legal, but it's a career killer, right? The DOPSR says they go through it and they make sure that things that are like highly sensitive are classified, right? Like you can't say this word or this program or this name. So they kind of do it as a pre-publication thing. That's the process. Does that make sense?
I wrote a book with Colin Kelleher and Jim Katsky about the DIA's UFO program. It took DOPSR 14 months to approve our manuscript, so they take their time.
They take their time. But also, when you get pushback, where people are trying to entrap him or get people to say that he said something out of school, the DOPSR people are like, no, he's fine. Like, he's talked within those parameters. He just has to be careful to not accidentally say something that is outside of those parameters. And right now is a very sensitive time for that. Immediately.
It's interesting. We met him in Huntsville, Alabama at a conference, the SCU conference. It's a UFO event. We went down there to interview somebody else to get him on camera. And we have been told there's a guy might introduce himself. And Jeremy was shooting video of me sitting at a bar at the moment that this guy walked up and introduced himself. So we had that moment on camera. Then we got to know him a little bit. A couple months later, he comes out to Las Vegas. There was a Star Trek convention. We were going to speak at it. And he comes out because he likes Star Trek, like everybody likes Star Trek, comes out and spends 2 days with us. The next day, he flies back Sunday night. Monday morning, he reports to work. Armed security guards escort him out. He was suspended. His clearance was suspended. We were worried, oh, Christ, was he seen at our company? And that's what happened. But that was the beginning of his first real big trial by fire. They accused him of a bunch of stuff and said that they were going to fire him and permanently suspend his clearance.
And was he already discussing UFOs at that time?
Not with us, but he had already been investigating it on behalf of the UAP task force, and he had shared information through the whistleblower.
Hey, Uncle Joey here. Big games, high hopes, and huge cash prizes. That's what the start of NFL season is all about. DraftKings, the official daily fantasy partner of the NFL, has millions in prizes up for grabs. New customers, just deposit $5 and play fantasy football for free. Who's better than DraftKings? Nobody. Just choose your team, stay under the salary cap, and score enough points to take home the win. Non-stop NFL action is waiting for you. Download the DraftKings app now. Use code ROGAN and play free for a share of millions in prizes. That's code ROGAN, ROGAN, only at DraftKings. Potato chips, onion dip, people farting. Tremendous.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Minimum $5 deposit required. One award per new customer. Eligibility restrictions apply. Void where prohibited. See DraftKings.com for details.
This episode is brought to you by Roka. I wear Roka sunglasses every day. They are the shit. I even wear Roka tactical glasses when I go to the gun range. Roka is a killer Texas-based eyewear brand that will change your summer. They've been independently outmaneuvering some of the biggest conglomerates in Europe that are secretly behind most eyewear brands, because Roka figured out how to pack all the cutting-edge sports tech into normal-looking sunglass frames. And what I love about it, first of all, they're very versatile. They're designed for performance.
look out of place wearing them socially. They're good-looking glasses. They also stay on your face with what they call gecko technology and high-quality materials that are designed for even the most hardcore athletes. They fit to your face really well. Like you do all sorts of activities, run with them. They never fall loose. I take them with me anywhere I go. And instead of cheap glass that scratches and fogs, Roca lenses have protective coatings and best-in-class polarization, which is dope for water because you can actually see through the glare and see fish in the water. Plus, their glasses are all built to order right here in Austin, Texas. Get 20% off your order with the code ROGAN at roca.com. That's ROKA.com. Tap the banner or click on this episode's page to shop now.
Process with the Inspector General.
Yeah, let me just break it down real simple. So here he is. He gets this job. He's looking at all these special access programs. He's a fucking brilliant guy. He's a physicist, by the way. You know, like he's a brilliant guy in general. So he discovers all this shit. He starts getting reprisals. And then the moment George is talking about, I kind of had heard about him. All of a sudden, he comes up to him at this bar where we were at. That's the first time that he talked to anybody outside of government. Now, he didn't share anything he shouldn't, but he's kind of coming to George and then to me to say, I'm doing this whistleblower thing. I am concerned for my safety and just in general for my career. He wanted a journalist or journalists to know not to report on it. So imagine that. We don't even break the story that we had before anybody, right? So what I did, because I'm his harpoon, I did a deep dive into this guy for months and months and months. He actually came to my home, you know, met my family, and I got to know him, and we vetted and vetted. Okay, this guy is who he says he is. He's 100% who he says he is. So we kind of got that layer of trust. This is not some sham or something like that. But then what happens is, what George is talking about, the second trip. So I'm already talking at this Star Trek thing because my friend growing up from my jiu-jitsu class was Rod Roddenberry. So he's like the son of Gene Roddenberry. So he's just like, dude, Jeremy, come talk to a bunch of Trekkies about real UFOs. And I'm like, cool, I'll do it. It's in George's hometown. So that was a great opportunity for Dave to come and meet with us again and just talk to us, right? Yeah, and then that Monday when he gets back, he's walked out of the Geospatial Intelligence Agency or NRO, depending on which one you want to identify him with. He's out, man, and they did some bullshit on him, like time card, like out of 12,000 billable hours, maybe there's like 30 hours somewhere where you didn't do it right. They were doing anything they could to fuck with this guy. So that was our first heads up. Oh, dude, how this guy gets treated is going to dictate everybody else that has come to us in private saying, I think this is illegal, what I'm doing.
Right. Among the complaints they issued to try to take away his security clearance was that he had mental health issues.
Yeah.
So he was suspended for a couple of months. They did a background investigation of his allegations, the allegations that have been made against him, and they cleared him, reinstated his security clearance. He stayed on the job for a couple more months and then retired because he sees the handwriting on the wall, and he left. And that's when he started plotting the next chapter. And now we're seeing the backlash process firing up once again. After he testifies in front of Congress in that hearing and offers to tell them more in a classified setting and spill all the beans, they got to find a media guy to go after him. This article in The Intercept.
Yes, The Intercept did a smash piece. By the way, we already knew all about Dave Gresh's PTSD. Mm-hmm. And at the time, his best friend, one of his dear friends, just got off the phone with him, blew his own brains out, right? So he was drinking. He was in a bad place. The first day one, I talked to him. I said, what dirt are they going to pull up on you? If what you're telling me is true, they're going to get some dirt. And he goes, look, man, I had PTSD. I dealt with it. I survived it. Nothing horrible happened. But, he told us day one, man, that Intercept thing was some bullshit. They come in and they try to discredit what he said because of his PTSD shit. And the thing is, that happened to Lazar. If you believe or don't believe, don't care. That did happen to Lazar too, where people try to discredit his character to try to minimize what he's telling you. So we saw that with Dave, and that was only the visible stuff. I'm telling you, things behind the scenes that have been done to Dave and his family, it's disgusting. Not even just pull your clearance kind of shit. There are people that don't want him, that he's an embarrassment, to the Department of Defense. If what he's saying, he's coming out of school and he's saying, I saw some BS. They don't want that.
So we are in a pushback phase. They not only the intelligence community and military folks tipped off a reporter and said, go look for this. And they found some police records of where he was drinking too much and was suicidal. And that was adjudicated. It was looked at. The Department of Defense says his employers looked into it. He'd gone through treatment. He got past it. He was a better person, a stronger person for it. But they leaked that information to besmirch his character. And now we see additional pushback in Congress. So this committee that held this hearing into UAP matters was a subcommittee on national security of the Oversight Committee, the larger committee. Since that hearing happened, the chairman of the House Intelligence Committee got together with the chairman of the Oversight Committee and decided no more UFO hearings in the House. Enough of that bullshit. We're not doing that anymore because, in their words, it could be an embarrassment to the Department of Defense. You're damn right it would be an embarrassment for what's going to come out.
I mean, it was a big success, to have this publicly done. It's the first time in history that we have direct witnesses, like 2 pilots and then a whistleblower. It was the first time in history we fought for every millimeter of that territory to get that to happen. It was not received well by the intelligence community. They did not like that happened, and that's pretty telling to me. I think that we should do it again.
Now, when Grush first found out about this stuff, he was tasked with trying to uncover it.
Like his job.
It was his job. And why did they, what was the suspicion? What was the initial impetus to get him to look into this stuff?
It's a suspicion we've had for a long time that there is a crash retrieval program, that we have recovered technology that is not made here, that we're trying to reverse engineer it and figure out how it works so that we can duplicate it.
Right, but who sent it?
So there's a UAP task force. So the UAP task force was formally created by Congress to look into the bigger picture.
And they suspected that something was wrong.
Yeah. Jay Stratton was the head of it. He'd been at the Defense Intelligence Agency. He was with Naval Intelligence. He kept getting pulled back into the UFO arena from different jobs. Very credible guy. He was in charge of the UAP task force. He put together this amazing briefing document that included film and video and photos of UFOs that have been gathered by the U.S. military over the past 30 years. He'd give those presentations to Congress, to the Joint Chiefs, to defense contractors, because he wanted people to know about it. And as part of that job, you assigned Dave to look into special access programs. Can you find evidence of crash retrievals, reverse engineering, any of that stuff we've been hearing rumored for 30, 40 years?
And this is really about oversight, okay? So the way I understand it from people involved is that, look, we have to have oversight over these types of programs and technologies. Like, it's good we're doing them. It's good we keep it secret. Like, that's their standpoint. But they're like, we have to have a process of oversight. Do you remember the church committee back in the 60s? Was it 60s, 70s? 70s. So the church committee, everybody in the intelligence agency that I know will say there's BC and AC, before the church committee, after the church committee. It basically was a way to level the playing field so there's not this type of shenanigans that are going on, the fucked up shit they learned from the church committee. So what they're saying now is, look, some stuff needs to be kept secret for national security. If we can turn some of this shit into weapon systems, right? Like, we don't give out blueprints to make an atom bomb. We admit atom bombs are real, but we don't give out blueprints. So some of it needs to be kept secret, but they're all about oversight. If you don't have communication between the subcontractors that are working on this exotic stuff, if it exists, we need to be aware of that at some level. We meaning Senate and Senate Intelligence Committee, all this stuff, oversight. So without that oversight, you're just letting people run amok and go crazy with this stuff. And I'll tell you firsthand, right? There are people that have come to me and George that are currently employed in agencies, and they feel like they are being held hostage in these programs. Like, there's ways to keep people in programs and to not let them out by dangling this, like, well, what are you going to do if you lose your clearances? You're going to go work at Home Depot? That's the way that I've heard some people describe to me and George of why they're so terrified right now, is because their whole lives, their wives, their dogs, their children are all dependent upon these little faction groups kind of keeping them in a program. If that's true, that's fucking horrible.
And what just happened to Dave Grush, the sliming of Dave Grush by this really pretty poorly researched article, is an example to all them. Anybody out there as a whistleblower, you're thinking coming forward and spilling the beans, this could happen to you. Did you ever have an affair? Did you ever have an out of wedlock kid? Did you have a drug problem? Because whatever it is, we'll find it and it'll come out.
It's interesting that they would use PTSD to discredit him for a war veteran. That seems insane. You're shaming someone for seeking help from something that most soldiers come back and have to deal with. That's really insane.
It's low, is what it is.
Well, it doesn't make sense either. It just doesn't make sense. Like, how can you do that? It doesn't make sense in terms of the reader's perception. Because I think most readers are going to look at that and go, well, the guy came back from war and he sought help. How many guys come back from war and they're fine? Isn't it? It's probably less. Probably quite a bit less.
And a lot of people never get over PTSD and they take their lives.
The number of veterans that take their lives in this country is astonishing.
It's 4 times as many that die in combat.
It's astonishing. It's terrifying.
Thank you for vocalizing that, because to me, I'm like, what the fuck?
But it's so weird. Well, that's just some fucking egghead writer who has an agenda. But it's also, there's this natural inclination that I think we all have to poke holes in something that seems fantastic. It's like, this guy, what is he doing? He's coming out. Has he seen these things? Oh, he works for the UAP task force and he's uncovering this. Like, what do we know about this guy? Oh, he's nuts. Oh, he has PTSD. He was suicidal. He's making things up. He's unstable. Instantly, you can sort of dismiss.
And I understand, if I was watching this in 2D reality and I was watching the TV and I'm seeing these weird guys behind here and I'm thinking, this is a setup. Like, I do see that, and I do see that, why would you take this seriously? But if you're in our shoes, mine and George's, and you see this kind of go through and you talk with people on a daily basis, people come to you over years, you vet them. Man, look, from where I'm standing in the 3D version of this, I wish it was more organized. I feel like we're fighting, like pushing that. What's that dude that pushes the boulder up the hill? That keeps rolling down.
Sisyphus.
Yeah, something Greek. Yeah, that's what it feels like, right? Like, one step forward, 2 steps back. I think we made a lot of progress, but I see how it looks so bizarre on the outside. But I will say for sure, Dave is who he says he is. He had the job that he says he did have, and he absolutely fundamentally believes that what he uncovered is non-human technologies, and he said that. And I believe that we have the right and the need to try to do discovery on that. And the only way we're going to do that is if people say, we want to know. And the hearings help with that kind of thing.
Now, this stuff I would imagine is very compartmentalized. So I would also imagine there's probably some people in government that, whether it's because of their ego or whether it's because of whatever position they have, that they need to have access to this information, or they want to have access to information. Do we know who does and who doesn't?
You want to go with me?
Go ahead. Yeah.
Short answer is kinda. Like, we kind of know, who has control of some of these programs now. We've never, George and I have never found somebody that knows the totality of it, but we have been, as he likes to say, pretty high up the food chain. So we get to a point where we get to people that have actively worked in what they call the legacy UFO program, or programs. So these are like the actual UFO programs that are not public. And when we get to people in that position, the brick wall for us is always this. They're like, I'm not for disclosure. And I'm like, okay, well, tell me to stop then. What do you mean? The public, you shouldn't kick a sleeping dog is one of the things we were told. And I'm like, well, what? Like, what is so freaking scary that the public would know something that even though we're friends now and you have direct knowledge that you, first of all, won't testify to Congress, we got no's. No way am I doing that. I'm like, why? There's something. We keep getting up to that point where there's something, and we don't know what it is. And maybe it's just they want to keep Gollum's ring. They don't want anybody else to have control of the shit. Or there's something they're not telling us that is so gnarly that they don't think people can handle it.
There are, different scenarios you can explore. For example, you ask what could be so terrible that they can't tell us about it. Let's say these aliens, wherever they're from, made us, that we're a genetic experiment, that they created our religions, our religious figures, that we are an agricultural product, that somehow they harvest us, that our time is limited, that once the experiment's over, poof, we go away. I remember when there was a push back to have a designer universe, intelligent design universe in the schools. And I wrote a column about it, just said, hey, be careful what you wish for, because you might find out that the intelligent designer isn't God that you're thinking of. It might be some alien science project or something like that. That you can imagine a lot of different things that would be really disturbing to people to come out. I don't know if that's the reason for the secrecy. I suspect it has a lot more to do with national security, us not wanting the Russians and Chinese to know how far down the road we are.
We know that to be true.
We've been told that you can't tell your friends without telling your enemies.
It's probably a multi-layered reason.
Yeah. I just don't know the top layer. It's killing me.
Well, it's interesting because how would they know the top layer? I mean, what kind of confirmation would you have to have that we were genetically engineered? Like how much would you have to have before you accepted that?
So you got compartmentalization, you said, right? So I know a guy in the 70s that was working at Lawrence Livermore Laboratory. He's not ready to break from the fold yet, right? He's not ready to do it. But he was working on supercapacitors in the 70s or something. And he said something like, I know the 3 companies that make these. He was given a device with no markings on it, no nothing. And he was to reverse engineer it. He's convinced this was not made by us. It was so efficient, almost 100% efficient. So you get people like that.
What was it?
Like a supercapacitor, is that the word for it? Superconductor. So it was just some device that he was, as an electro kind of specialist, was working on. But this is just a one-off story to give you an example.
What exactly is this superconductor?
I don't know, dude. That's what Google's for.
Yeah.
I wish I was
Superconductivity would allow the transfer of energy at they're trying to get it at low temperature.
Right.
It means an electric current can flow, but the electrons are jostled around a bit as they move, so they lose energy as they travel. This jostling is called electrical resistance. In a superconductor, there is zero resistance, and an electrical current can flow perfectly smoothly without losing any energy.
That sounds right.
And so this is something that apparently... So this was something that was just discussed recently about superconductor at room temperature, but it was kind of debunked.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, I believe it was debunked.
Yeah.
Was it debunked?
It's been debunked a couple of times. They keep taking another stab at it.
It's like Chinese propaganda or something.
No, I think they couldn't replicate it or find out what it is.
That's as far as I think that's exactly it.
Yeah, they
couldn't replicate it.
Right. So check it out. What I can say is, so I have 2 pieces of graphene, and they're like these little squares, and one is they're metamaterials, meaning it doesn't occur in nature. We made them. I have 2 kinds, 2 pieces. One piece is a 3-degree variation from perfect atomic layering. The other one is like a 7-degree variation from perfect atomic layering. So like graphite from a pencil, I think, and they layer the atoms perfect. The one that's 7-degree and the one that's 3-degree, if you have an ice cube, and I take the 7-degree of orientation off from perfect, and I push it into an ice cube, it's like a hot knife through butter. It instantly gets cold, and your finger gets cold, and it stops in the ice, right? Because it's transferring the heat. I guess this is a superconductor. And then it pushes the heat from my fingers right in. So that material has unique principles and properties because of the way they atomically layered it. The 3-degree one, it goes much deeper and faster because it's like a faster transaction of that heat. So we've learned that metamaterials, when we orient them, we make them in a certain way. They have special or unique properties. So so back to this guy. A lot of what it seems like we're doing is trying to get derivative technologies from something that's more advanced than what we have, and they can be little things. So all he saw was a superconductor. Okay, I believe that's the right word. That's all he saw. He only has suspicion. It's never been put to market since the 70s. What the fuck? He worked on one. So that's one type of I don't know, whistleblower or witness that we got. But there are other types. There are other people that are like physically working on the machines. Then there's people that are just in a bureaucratic role. Then you've got people like David Grush who do discovery on finances and programs and interview people. This whole tapestry or mosaic of individuals leads me to feel that where there's smoke, there's fire. That all of this, there's something to it. It's just, where is it from?
I think we're in kind of a pushback mode now, though. Since that hearing, that might have been the high one. Jeremy and I have been talking about it publicly for a while. The closer we get to the goodies, the closer the public gets or Congress gets to actually seeing the saucers or finding out where the programs are, the harder these guys are going to push back. The true keepers of the secrets have dug their feet in. I mentioned about this House chairman, Intelligence Committee chairman. He represents Wright-Patterson Air Base. That he gets a lot of campaign donations from big aerospace companies. Wright-Patterson, of course, home of Hangar 18 and all the rumors about Roswell wreckage and other things being stored there. That's his district. He's the guy that said no more hearings on UFOs.
Representative Turner?
Mike Turner.
So he kind of put the kibosh on it.
He claims China is a bigger threat to U.S. than aliens.
Okay. Well, that's true. I mean, I don't know.
They're probably doing a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I would say that's
Do you
probably.
guys remember the American Computer Company? Do you know that story? American Computer Company, I'm pretty sure that's the name of the company. American Computer Company had a whole section on their website about the back engineering of technology that came about from the Roswell crash, and about how Bell Laboratories in New Jersey had an Air Force base right outside of it that was supposedly to protect New York City. They're like, but the problem is New York City's, you gotta fly over to New York City. Like, it seems like it's protecting Bell Laboratories. And Bell Laboratories is where he said that they back engineered all this shit, including fiber optics, including like the discovery of a bunch of different things that came out supposedly back engineered that record. So you can find that.
I mean, I hope that's true, dude. I hope that you have
This is the truth is out there, and so are the cracks. Yeah, it was it's a company. I don't think so. Okay. Don't believe everything you don't find. American Computer Company and secret alien research has been around for 4 years. Chad Schultz, owner of America.com, posted a story to his website claiming that Bell Telephone Laboratories had stolen the idea for the silicon chip from the alien spacecraft that supposedly crashed in Roswell, in 1947. Prior to Bell's announcement that year that John Bardeen, Walter Brattain, and William Shockley had invented the transistor, computing had depended on vacuum tubes. So why is it that 50 years on we can't use the aliens technology to violate relativity, travel down lights and lights? It seems that a cartel of technology companies and oil producers have colluded to prevent the development of high-speed chips. Mr. Schumann posts his theories at roswellinternet.com, where he also working on a chip that will run at 12 terahertz, 1,000 times speed of today's fastest. One way you can guess the veracity of web rumor is the writer's typing style. An author randomly switches to uppercase for effect, and is probably the brand. That's all accurate. That's a fucking half-hearted attempt to.
Which I knew before, so was Army Colonel, who worked in this technology office in the Pentagon. And he's the guy who came up with the book on the 50th anniversary of Roswell. He said, I saw that stuff. We had it in a couple of file cabinets. And he personally took it to Bell Labs, claims to give them the chips that inspired the movie. A lot of people don't find him credible, that he takes too much credit for doing all kinds of other things in history. But I met him before his book came out years ago. And Bigelow and Al Putoff, those guys went back to see him at Jock Ballet. They thought he was credible. They didn't necessarily believe everything he said, but it goes right along the lines of what you're saying.
And so, what did he describe that he saw during those files?
He said fiber optics, computer chips, among other things. I think he said night vision was inspired by something they got out of those chips. I mean, out of those chips.
I have no idea. You know, it's like it would be so. It would be so because primitive technologies that were in our hands. I think we like to be more responsible for that shit. I know for a fact that the charge to the past UFO talk is taking up a level above weapons of mass destruction within our government. You know, things that they take it very seriously. So that is not a totally telling them no. George will test it. Here's the if that's true, then I think you understand what's happening. My understanding with the fact that he's pretty much works and if that's true, it's so far ahead of us. I know that's not a word that you're going to understand or hear about all of it. I'm educated. The National Defense Authorization Act of 2020, that's at the sign by any president has to sign it. Also, Defense Authorization Act, language that they put in all the they put it in there, they put it instead of it's like they're like any of these non-terrestrial navigation like if they're being given private technology cutting off their funds, they've got a carrot and a stick approach. I'm talking software for this language, right? So what they're saying is the carrot is if you cover all the right? It's what's inside, and you tell us if you have technologies that are not then there'll be no penalty. If you don't tell us, your funding is cut. We're going to find out your funding is cut. So it's like a carrot and a stick kind of thing. If we read this language, it's what's supposed to say. Because they know there are these crowds. Now, where the crowd really is working on large, you have to be happy to get them. You know, don't do know. You have shit.
They used the term non-human intelligence in that legislation in 2016. It's astonishing. There's the Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer standing up there in a nod to his late mentor, Harry Reid, saying we're going to do none of this stuff because it's real. And he acknowledges that that legislation was crafted with the White House's cooperation. So it's a Biden administration, somebody in that administration signed off on this. It's astonishing.
You don't like it though, like if you're in the IC, you've got this like secret program, like let's say you're Lockheed, that's a pretty good thing. They might be looking at I don't think they're really worried about front people. I think a lot of these Lockheed programs are funded asymmetrically, like in different ways, like getting money right in Congress. But I'll tell you, that language shows you we are taking it so seriously. We have some sort of pre-knowledge these programs exist. They probably know where these objects are being stored. You said some number. You and I might talk to some more people. Definitely that number is floating around. I have no idea what that's number. I just know where these regions are. They have it. We got to do
What is the explanation required? There's crash retrieval, but then there's also ones that are death. This episode is brought to you by AG1. Everyone's body is different, but we are all humans, and humans all need the same foundational nutrition to keep us healthy and focused and ready. That's why I have to drink AG1. We've done research on a science-driven trend that replaces all those
multivitamins, probiotics with one simple drink. AG1 raises your baseline by supporting replenishment, stress management, gut optimization, and immune support. These are things we all need. And it's as easy as mixing it up every morning for 6 minutes. So if you're listening, you're probably human. Want to take a step towards feeling healthier and more focused. It starts with foundational nutrition and AG1. Try AG1 and get a 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5, yes, that's 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase. Go to drinkag1.com/Rogan. That's drinkag1.com/Rogan. Check it out. This episode is brought to you by Certified Piedmontese Beef. By now, you know how important protein is in my diet, and for my fellow meat eaters out here, non-GMO, grass-fed, Certified Piedmontese Beef is an exceptional choice for tender, flavorful protein that's sustainably raised right here in the USA. It's Italian heritage, grass-fed, grass-finished beef raised on lush Midwestern pastures, so you get premium nutrition from family ranches straight to your table. There's no rule that says you can't have a ribeye for breakfast. And in addition to CP beef, you've got seafood, lamb, pork, and poultry to keep you nourished and strong. Get 4 free steaks on orders over $150, up to $100 value of free beef. And you can also get free shipping on all orders over $150. Get this deal. Enter the code ROGAN at checkout. Shop and order exclusively at cpbeef.com. That's cpbeef.com. Tap the banner to learn more.
Remember Lazar said that nearly all of the ones that he saw, except the one that had a big hole of it, all of the intact possessed of him. They were dug up in archaeological sites. There were gifts, like throwing a cell phone into a chimpanzee cage. Here you go, raise the units, knock yourself out. See how you do with this. That they're just left there frozen by. It's a challenge.
Yeah, I have the same problems. Like, these motherfuckers not crashing. If they're coming from somewhere else, they're not crashing. But people will say to me, look, man, we have airplane problems, and sometimes even planes crash. Maybe there's other circumstances where these things could have crashed because they were hit with some technology. Maybe they were dogfighting. I don't know. I also barge
Right. It's just radar. Some people suspect that really powerful radar.
Right, because some of the radars are also weaponry. That's the thing. Like, you can have energy perception, but also output on some things. So there's some devices that actually shoot their high things or weaponry. But my thing is, I don't know if they really crash or just kind of edging towards maybe archaeological things, maybe gifts.
Lazar said that one of them supposedly was from archaeological. And he didn't know where they were.
It was just early. That's one of the early things that we tried to embrace. But remember, they tried to impose so succinctly. This is what I know to be hands-on this. And they told me a whole bunch of crazy shit. Just a quick, like, I should put that shit down. I'm just crazy.
We are viewed by the aliens as containers of souls.
I mean, you're not going to tell a guy working on propulsion that. So he was able to sit down for a brief time and go through a document, a huge brief document. In there, he saw what they said was a biological biopsy of an alien. He was just kidding. He was going to propulsion. But they told him so much wild stuff. He's like, this has to be a joke. But then he said he differentiates when I can't think. He said when I saw you can't think. Your hands trying to get close to the reactor and not being able to touch it. You can't think something that big like that. So he says, I know for sure what I worked on was not me. Because everything else that he did, it was words on paper. And I respect that about him. And maybe they wanted him to look into John Lear. Remember, he's like friends with this guy, John Lear, who's like already on their radar. The best photo verification level ever was 1977. John Lear's kicking it out there in a bunch of stir enough shit in there, photos. So he does a whole panoramic of photos there. Sees a truck coming from this area. He and John Lear takes the roll, puts it under his ashtray, puts it in the film, snaps it again, and confiscates his film. But he had some underneath his cigarette lighter. And he actually gave those to me. So I got the best shot of Harry you'll ever see from the later level. It was by John Lear. Bob knew John. That's where all the conspiracies come from. Because John's like this UFO guy, the godfather of conspiracy. But how does Bob knew John? This is your
Through a guy named Gene Huff. Was his post. He met him before he worked out there. Was a guy named Gene Huff who did a real estate appraisal for John Lear's house. And Gene was friends with Bob. And Gene and Lear struck up a conversation, brought Bob into to meet him. And it was only after that that Lazar got hired out there. He would have arguments with Lear about this crazy UFO stuff. Because I'd already done interviews with him in the late 80s with Lear before I met Lazar. Lazar was not a believer. He said, I don't believe it. Poor John, he's crazy.
So this is back, and it's so funny, like, you know, and all these guys, I wasn't there like he was, but I get to talk to them and grill them. The funny thing was, Jim Goodall was in the car with him. He remembers Bob saying, oh, poor John Lear. And Jim Goodall was like, why? He's like, this believes this UFO. So that was where Lazar was at prior to getting the job at Tesla. Because he didn't do any of this nonsense. Not so much so. Remember, I think he told you when he first went in, they had a little decal of the American flag on the saucer, and he thought, oh, those idiots. Everybody thought UFOs are from outer space, and they're ours. You know? And they quickly realized, wait, this isn't, this can't be.
It's fascinating to see now the Russians come forward and do some things too. We have reverse engineering programs. We have a crash reporting program. Aerospace companies are stashing this stuff in some hangars somewhere. All the stuff that Lazar said is being true. They now say, well, gosh, I guess it is true. That Lazar is still a liar.
This is fascinating to see these crafts. Exactly. It's pretty wild. That's a common thing. Bob Lazar must be luckiest on that planet Earth to get so much shit right.
This is listed at the bottom of that document. Section
records originated prior to
what I'm not sure what this is. Talks about all the naked, all of this information. They want to set up a board that would basically declassify stuff.
Yeah, behind the original, like, people involved with it, that's not good. Like, this is one step just to get this presidential review board and get a bunch of sociologists and scientists and Nobel Prize winners and look at what they're really classified. And that's really nice they're doing it. But everybody on the inside that it's like the church style thing. It's not okay to just have disclosure and oversight. To get that oversight, we're going to get access. Only way we're going to get that is by force the Senate. Where are all the senators? We did this hearing with all these accomplished people. Where are all the senators listening to the public being like, okay, I'm going to get after it. They're the only ones with the power to create a church-style committee. Where are the senators? And so that's really, this language is so important. I hope people go look it up and they read it because it's just astonishing when you hear what they're actually doing. I think it's a good step.
Exercise eminent domain. Go and take anything from anyone who's got anything.
The federal government shall exercise eminent domain over any and all recovered technologies of unknown origin and biological evidence of non-human intelligence that may be controlled by private persons or entities in the interest of the public good. Wow. The fact that that is in that paper is crazy. So it's not passive. So that's what we're going to debate this week. And that's what the court says now. It's really good. And everybody hears this. This is what we're going to debate about your representatives. This means it's important too. We've got to figure that if, say, Lockheed, one of these big aerospace companies, really does have this stuff, it's incredibly valuable. I mean, it would be worth untold millions of dollars. The technology they could change the world forever. So they don't want to give it up. If not just for national security reasons, because of the value of it, monetary value. So this would change that and take it. I guess we have to find out how long that is. I don't know.
I mean, actually, they did say private or corporate kind of. So it's like basically, I have a emotions. One is like the government gets to come and take everything. Like that one feels a little weird, but I do believe in the spirit of this is to get to the core of the question. How do you get the person technology out? So I'm for this. This is not going to help the American public. That's the thing we have to remember. That's why Russia can't talk unless it's going to get access. These people are not for what George and I are for. We need to know the truth about this, or I want to. This is not going to tell the American public what it's going to do. It's going to the intelligence community. It's going to inform everybody. What a better system. We can become a better scientist on it. We can have better people working with it. I do know that's possible. To the utmost millions of them are about someone here.
It's just it just does not seem like they would put something like that anywhere else. This is Chuck Schumer, Senate Majority Leader. Cut up. He didn't just slip it into the bill. He made a big deal of it. He made an announcement this week and emphasized that having that non-human intelligence in that bill 26 times is astonishing. And the fact that he says the White House supported it shows how far we've come in a short period of time. And I never saw that coming from either. We knew that Marco Rubio and First Gillibrand in the Senate were into this issue, but did not see it there. Where right now, I think they're probably quiet until the information comes out. It's kind of like waiting to see what comes to this. Yeah. Said, look, they're so careful of saying what they told me. I appreciate it. But he's like, look, I have been testified to. People come to me and our group, and they said that they're worried about their own well-being. They have worked on these things, directly worked on these things. So he is being informed that maybe they're being a little quiet, but now is the time for them to pass this through, debate it, and go. This is a big opportunity. Fascinating answer.
I think about my little dog all the time. Real lucky bear. He's just right here.
Describing the Sumerian text and those ancient clay tablets that show this very large, strange-looking humanoid with a humanoid on his lap that has a tail. It's very bizarre.
It's like Childhood's End. Have you read that book, Arthur C. Clarke?
No.
So how they acclimate the human society, if I remember the book properly, is they have all these motherships just hover all over the earth, and they sit there for generations, acclimating people to them, because the ETs or whatever, they've got a problem. Problem is, they look like the fucking devil. Like that was the book. I don't mean to give it away for people, but it was so crazy.
Oh, that's amazing.
So speculating right now, just speculating, because it's driving me crazy. What do you think? If this is true, we're just saying, if this is true, if we're being visited by something, what could be so powerfully devastating that these keepers of the secrets have literally, all of them, pretty much stopped at the same place and talking with me and George, which is like, I am not for disclosure on this. There's something they're not telling us that is so heavy.
Well, it could be a bunch of things, right? It could be the fact that they do want to get control of the technology before enemies do. That makes sense. But it also could be the genetic engineering thing, because there's a weird thing with human beings and lower primates. The lower primates are all still around, and there was a bunch of different kinds of humans that didn't make it, Neanderthal, Denisovan, and there's a bunch of other ones there. They keep discovering new ones. But God, there's a giant leap between us and the other primates. A weird one. Real weird. We vary so wildly in terms of how we look. We vary so wildly in the environments that we can live in. We have a hyper intelligence in comparison to everything else that's on the planet, like giant leaps above in terms of our ability to manipulate our environment. We're not like anything else. And the thing about when you look at us and you look at primates, you go, oh yeah, we're similar. When you look at us and you look at chimps, you look at, bonobos and stuff, you're like, yeah, I guess humans are kind of similar to those in a little bit. Like you've watched Chimp Empire, the show on Netflix. But boy, big fucking difference, and they're still around. They're still around looking exactly the same. And we somehow or another advance to this very bizarre thing that flies around in metal tubes all over the planet and sends video through space. We're so much different than them. And, they are our ancient ancestors, right? They're our ancient cousins. Like, what happened?
Would people freak out if that story came out?
Yeah, I think it would really throw a monkey wrench into religion for sure. You'd have to I think religion would probably adapt, and that this was also created by God. These are messengers of God or something like that. Probably come up with some sort of, if that turned out to be absolutely true. But the doubling of the human brain size over a period of 2 million years is the biggest mystery in the entire fossil record. Apparently, they don't know. There's a bunch of speculation, a lot of questions and guesses, and different things that we could have done that could have facilitated that. But that's a big one, man. That's a weird one.
So I got a question about that, right? So this is something I'm struggling with. Like, could you tell the general public that the base understanding, that we're not alone, that there's some craft from somewhere else, we don't have to say from where we don't know. Could you tell them, could you say that to the public officially in some way, and still avoid what they call strategic surprise, like this idea that we can work on it and work on it really well and make sure that we don't get strategically surprised by another nation. You could keep your security in place. Could you do all of that if you let the one thing out the box? It was officially acknowledged that we're not alone, or do you think people would just start going crazy for more answers? Because I think that's the fear of people. They can't just say one thing.
I think in today's day and age, with the news cycle that we have now, where things are just in the public eye, out of instantaneously, nothing sticks, everything keeps moving. There's scandals and wars constantly. I don't think it would register. I think people would have to have actual physical encounters with UFOs before it really made sense to them. Because I think right now it's just this idea. It's in the air. It's a vapor. It's just like you could talk about it if you like. You could read about it if you like. You can watch blurry videos if you'd like. But it doesn't have any weight in your real world. Now, if we start seeing them, if they're like hovering over Los Angeles and they're undescribable and they rocket off into
insane speeds and smaller crafts come out of the mothership, and if that kind of shit happens, that would get real weird. That would get real weird real quick, and that could lead to chaos. That could absolutely lead to chaos. And if we somehow or another had proof that, maybe we are some sort of a science project or some product of genetic engineering, or maybe the human farm thing is real, that they literally created us to try to get us to do things here, or to try to recreate souls, which is like a very bizarre thought, that the soul is a thing that we carry around and that there's some sort of value to having so many souls.
That's like, this is old school. This is my gateway drug into UFOs, was John Lear. And first time I sit down with him, he's like, got this big cigar, and he's looking at me, and he's like, we're all property. We're property. What are you talking about? And he was talking about how the aliens saw us as kind of like a wine, and our bodies are containers, and our souls are being matured as like a commodity, for these. Like he was a wild dude. Like, I'm not saying I believe any of this. I'm just saying he gave me that idea day one.
He said matured. Like, is a soul of an intelligent person more valuable than the soul of a dummy?
I wish we could ask John Lear, but he's dead.
You know what I'm saying? Like, what does that mean in terms of like aging our souls, maturing our souls?
Maybe through experience, like hardship experience, love, joy. That maybe I'm just talking crazy right now, but this is something I can do the John Lear. John would say every experience you have in life is what makes your soul mature, from your joy and your love to your hate and your anger. Live without envy, hate, or greed. That's my John Lear.
Wow. Well, it makes sense. If your soul is ultimately a representation of who you are and how you stand in life, it would make sense that would be fortified by your life experiences. That would make it stronger, like everything else. Like your life experiences make you wiser. But if the soul's a real thing, the more value you put into the world, the better you live, the nicer you are, the more you learn to be honest and truthful, all the different things that we hold up as high qualities for human beings. It would make sense that would like enrich your soul.
And just getting better in life, right? Like, if for you 20 years ago and you today, we all hope that we look at our past self and we say we've learned something. Sure. We become a better person, become more loving, empathetic, better and more creative at presenting ourselves into the world and making a difference. So that's a cool way to look at life. That was his cosmology.
That's it's a fascinating idea, but what's terrifying is that if we're a commodity, and we're like beef cows that are eating all the grass that we want because it's valuable for them to get fat. That the chaos on this planet is actually engineered to ensure more rich souls.
You guys should talk about that.
Yeah, I know some people that have been pretty far up the food chain that believe that there is mass manipulation of human affairs on a global scale for reasons that we can't understand.
And mass manipulation by humans or non-humans?
Non-humans. Manipulating humans by non-humans to do things that they want us to do. There are some
what kind of things specifically?
For example, there's what's it called? The Gods of Eden. A guy named William Bramley, an attorney, sets out to write a book about the causes of war. And everywhere he goes, throughout human history, he finds evidence of some kind of a exterior manipulation of human affairs, that they somehow benefit from us killing each other on a massive scale. William Bramley, Gods of Eden.
And what is the speculation? Like, what could it be that they would benefit? How would they benefit?
Maybe it's souls. Maybe releasing souls so that they can recycle. I don't know. It's been 25 years since I read that book, but it's worth a read. I look back at the earlier this year. We had 3 UFOs. I'm using air quotes, shot out of the sky by the U.S. military. That's the story that gets printed in newspapers. U.S. military shoots down 3 UFOs, one of them being a Chinese balloon or whatever the other ones were. But, the public paid attention for, 2-3 days, and then it's like, hey, when's that new Barbie movie coming out? Just move right along from it.
Yeah, that's that news cycle. It's pretty wild, but it's also
again, you can only hear about UFOs for so. I mean, and I'm a nut, obviously. I'm obviously a UFO nut.
We're friends here. So.
I could only hear about it for so long before I'm going, I need something. I need to see something. Show me some metal. Show me some hardware. Show me a fucking frozen being. Something. It just...
UFO fatigue, bro.
Yeah, it is UFO.
I got it too.
I hear it all the time. I mean, don't tell me anymore. I don't want to hear about any whistleblowers or hearings until you show me the flying saucer and the dead alien body. Yeah, we get that all the time.
We got to keep going.
Of course, we do have to keep going. Well, I mean, you guys, George, when did you first break the Lazar story? Was that 89?
89.
And when you broke that story, was that your introduction to this world, or had you already had a curiosity?
I had done some stuff starting in 87. It was John Lear. John Lear walked in the station with a stack of documents. He had helped us break the story of this secret plane out in the Nevada desert that was invisible to radar, stealth fighter. And so he had some credibility with us, and he plopped those documents on the desk of my managing editor and my buddy and mentor, Ned Day. Ned, this is your next big story. It's the biggest story in history. Here you go. Ned looks at a couple of pages, shoves the file back across to Lear and said, this can't be true. If it was true, I'd already know about it. He's kind of cocky, like many of us are. And so before Lear left the newsroom, I said, let me take a look at that stuff. So he gave me all these documents. Most of it was stuff from the Freedom of Information Act. These agencies like the FBI and CIA, before FOIA was the law of the land, would deny that they ever did any studies that had any interest whatsoever in UFOs. That when that was signed into law in the mid-'70s, they had to release thousands and thousands of pages that showed they'd been lying through their teeth, that they had been studying it. All these pages of information of studies and experts and panels and all kinds of things like that. So Lear gave me that stuff, and that's how I got hooked, is the paper trail that established that our military, our intelligence agencies were telling the public one thing. Don't worry your pretty little heads. Pay attention, move along, nothing to see here. But behind the scenes, they took it very seriously. They were very concerned about where these things were from and how this technology works, and the fact that they can't do anything about it. So that's how I got hooked. In 87, I started reading about it. And then meeting Lazar in 89, almost by chance, and realized, all right, look, if I'm going to report on this, I got to really dig in and learn everything I can. And I was cocky enough to think, well, give me 6 months, I'll have this whole thing figured out. That was 36 years ago.
Wow. It's got to be crazy to see it now in front of Congress.
I had a moment. I did. I did. I had a moment. I just kind of had to bow my head there when it came over me after all this time, seeing what was happening, unfolding in front of me. I just never thought I would see it. And what was really amazing is the partisan divide was gone suddenly. There is an issue that the two sides, far left, far right, can agree on. There's AOC and Jamie Raskin on one side of the room, and there's Tim Burchett and Matt Gaetz on the other. And they're all asking questions, and it's not just questions prepared by staff. They're doing follow-ups. They're into it. They're into it. It was amazing. It was just absolutely amazing to see it.
Have you heard any speculation as to why they want to hide the information? Have you heard anyone that says that this is why?
Yes. So, to the best of my knowledge, directly to me, so many times I can't count, is strategic surprise, that we have to be ahead on this, that we know that Russia has a UFO exploitation program, reverse engineering. We know China has one. Like, if these were theirs, like, they wouldn't be having these huge programs they've actually announced and bragged about in China. So it's strategic surprise. Whatever we can derive from these technologies, we know that it can be weaponized. We know that it is so powerful just by the propulsion systems alone, how they move, that they suspect it's gravitational. Just like Lazar said, the top dogs that we know that have worked on this problem set for our government believe by observation that these propulsion technologies are gravitationally based. With that said, it goes back to Lazar. We can't produce gravity. But what if there it was, he said, something that produces gravity. So if that is true, then they know that just even the laser weaponry technology that a colleague of mine and George actually did study for our government. I don't know how far I can go on that one, but that's true. That people are looking at unknown technologies and exploiting them for laser technology. That is factual stuff. He'll tell you more about it later. So if we get left in the dust, everybody believes we're ahead right now in the secret little reverse engineering.
Why do they believe we're ahead?
Well, maybe it's hubris. I hope we're ahead. Everybody that I know and everybody that George knows believes that right now we are still ahead on these reverse engineering programs. So let's just couch this. Let's believe it for a second.
Okay.
We're reverse engineering UFOs.
Okay.
It has been conveyed to us in the most direct sense that we believe we are ahead right now. But the way China works, they can quickly get a quick advantage because they don't have the same restrictions that we have. They can control every piece of that program, no questions asked. We can't quite do that. So there's a fear that we're going to be left in the dust at some point and we'll have what they call strategic surprise. So that is a good reason that I understand that people want to keep this shit under wraps right now. I don't believe that if they said, look, you've been seeing them all through human history. We're now capturing them on multitudes of corroborative visual types of evidence, from thermal to radar. That's the big deal about what George and I released about the 2019 swarms. It's corroborative visual evidence, right? Now that we have all these sensors that are so cool, just tell people, whatever, we're not alone. Whoever these are from, maybe we don't know. I don't know that that's going to go over so well, but I feel like we should tell people that if we find out it to be true.
So most of the reason why they're withholding the information is not worried about the collapse of society. It's worried about having control of this technology.
Yeah, I believe so.
There's no way you can separate national security issues from this. The last time I was here, Joe, we talked about nuclear incidents where UFOs appear over nuclear missile facilities, missile bases. They disable those missiles. That's happened in our country. It's happened in Russia. I don't know if it's happened in China, but it's real. You could neutralize the entire nuclear arsenal with one of these machines. Now, that's real national security. It's so interesting that our government says, dismisses Project Blue Book because there's no threat to national security, and yet it clearly has national security implications if they can control our nuclear weapons. The friends of mine, as far up the food chain as I've gone, have said this: you can't tell your friends without telling your enemies. You can't tell part of this story because no one would ever be satisfied with part of it. You can't be halfway pregnant,
So it's national security, and I can get with that. I get that. I understand that explanation. There's just a step further that I'm not understanding yet.
Yeah.
But I understand the national security.
What do you mean by a step further?
Like what we were talking about before, what is it that's so devastating? Because we get to that point with people sometimes. What is it that's so devastating? They're okay with us reporting on stuff as friends. They're like, I'm not going to inhibit you in any way. George and I are in a weird position. So, of course, people are always trying to trick us all the time, every day. Major good tricks. They would love us to fuck up.
Like CGI video.
Sure. How you send me stuff sometimes.
Right,
I'm trying to think about it. So imagine that on a much deeper level, trusted people that come to you with stuff and you just know it's a fucking trap. Right? So I've been in that position numerous times. I think it's cool to say, we have totally been warned, man, that as journalists, we are doing what is good for the public. So we can obtain and release things like the Baghdad Phantom, the Mosul Orb, a bunch of these. So people leak stuff to me and George. And as journalists, we have to look at it and be like, does this endanger national security? Because these are from military platforms. So if it does, we do our best with lawyers and everybody. We try to make sure we don't fuck up, right? And everybody knows we're patriots. We're cool, right? But he and I have been told numerous times the biggest worry they have is a foreign intelligence agency getting their hands on some of the weird madness that comes our way that we haven't been able to vet yet or to make sure for national security that it's okay. So people are cool with us as journalists in America reporting for the good of our country. But there is a real worry that other agencies outside of the U.S. might get some things that we haven't vetted yet properly. Did I explain that okay?
Yeah, I'll just add this, is that we were told earlier this year, and in fact, the Department of Defense spokesperson announced that there is a Department of Justice investigation into 2 of the images that we made public this year. That's kind of unsettling when you realize that there's a criminal investigation to figure out, not necessarily us, but at least how did it get into our hands.
And what was this image? Well, there's a number. I mean, so in 2019, there was a swarm of UFOs over 10 Navy warships. George and I,
those are the pyramids.
So whatever shape they were, I don't even care. Check this out. And this is the bigger point. In 2019, this thing happened. George and I obtained and released footage. That footage was radar footage, thermal footage, infrared footage, and deck camera, like normal video footage. People were missing the point. It's the first time in history that you have military footage on 4 different types of platforms or 4 different types of optics, corroborative visual evidence that go with the stories. It's like Commander Fravor, if he told you he saw the Tic Tac, that's one thing. But you also got a video from Commander Chad Underwood because he went up and filmed it. What we provided was 4 types of corroborative visual evidence over a warning area in a training zone, which we should talk about. So that type of now we have so much evidence to that in 2019, that swarm. So imagine if you're the DOD and George and I say, by the way, we're running a story and here's some footage. Do you want to comment on it? And they're like, we didn't have some of this footage. I'm like, what? Like, how did you not have your own footage? So that's already put us in a weird position with the Pentagon and the DOD. They didn't. How do reporters get more information than they have on their own?
Does it demand your sources?
They can't do that. They would never do that. This is journalism in America. Come at me with that.
They'd like to know. They'd certainly like to know.
But that is a good job. Like, just to be clear for everybody, that's an important job, is to plug leaks. So if somebody's going out with national security things like and selling them to Russia or to China, fuck yes. So they got a really important job. I wish them well on their job. But as journalists in America, we can report on this stuff. And as long as we don't hurt national security, we can report on this.
Can you tell everybody the basics of that one particular sighting?
Yes, happy to.
Start with the Omaha.
Okay. So do you want me to do it?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So 2019, there was a series of UFO swarms over 10 Navy warships, but it was simultaneous. So at any given time, around one ship, there's anywhere from 6 to 14, I'd say, of these, just say, unknown units, right? So they appear like lights, but when you use thermal, you can see that they're kind of egg-shaped, and minimum size is 14 feet. They weren't small, right? So the question is from our military, so from the Omaha, the people fighting the ship, they're like, the heck is this, right? So they start filming it, getting them on radar, all this stuff.
How would they behave?
So they weren't doing extreme movements, but I have been able to contact some of the helo pilots, right? And these things were self-luminous, they were illuminated, and they actually were going into the water, if not out from the water. I know for sure they're into the water. That's called transmedium. We talked about that on one of our first podcasts together. So all we know, let's just call them, we don't know who they're from, but there's these objects that are doing this ballet around 10 Navy warships at one time, and no one's taking claim for them. So the people on the ships, their job is to fight the ship. Now, they didn't feel under threat. So like on the USS Omaha, when they're seeing all this, there's this, they call it the triangle of kinetic action, like when you would fire on it, right? And it's like intent, opportunity, and capability. You have to fulfill that triangle to be like, oh, I'm going to blast that shit, right? The thing is that that triangle wasn't fully fulfilled because they didn't really know the intent, weren't sure of the capability or opportunity. So they're kind of just observing these things. However, I do know on multiple ships, they applied what they call the Ghostbuster, which is like an electromagnetic package that can down drones. But these were not like DJI drones. These were like big objects. So they were moving in this like ballet. But remember, all the ships can communicate. So now, all these years later, I have people on every level of those ships telling me, this is my experience, this is what we saw. They would go around. So there's about 100 plus in the air at one time. whose were they? Our own government still says we don't know whose they were. And I'll tell you this, that is, this is the craziest thing over the last few years that George and I have gotten more testimony. There was a swarm off the coast of Japan in 2021 where the ship was 300 miles from any other ship or landmass, and these things were coming from the west, and the only thing over there is waves, Hawaii, right? No landing, no launch point. So that also, by the way, I'm not going to say that one. There's swarms on the East Coast as well. The point is, this happens more than people think. Now, is that an increased frequency? Are we seeing an increased frequency in UFOs right now? Right? It's an interesting question, because what we do know is we have better technology to sense them, right, and to record them. So are we just seeing more of them because our sensors are better? Why always in training ranges? Well, that's bullshit. It's not always in training ranges. The reason you know about it is because of leaks and people bringing out footage. We have the best sensors on these ships in the world. So we just hear about it more on these training ranges.
USS Omaha. So this thing was 14 feet round, spherical looking thing that followed the ship for an hour. They watched it on thermal for an hour. They had it on radar. There were several of them, up to 14 at a time. Now, what is big and round and travels? Now, these ships are 100 miles out offshore at night off the west coast, and these things are floating right along with them. Is that a balloon? There's no tail. There's no rotor. They don't know how the hell it was flying. There's no exhaust. They don't know how it was propelled at all. And there was a bunch of them. And they got fast with them.
It's not top speed doesn't matter. It was the so not like super impressive, but they don't know. My buddy, somebody said to me, I'm gonna really regret saying this to Jeremy. It's like they just appeared, and he really hated saying that to me, because their job is to know where these came from, where they're going, where they launch, where they land. So these things would come up. So we know they would go into the water. The sentiment is they were coming also from the water, but the thing is that they were unable to down them with these electromagnetic packages. There were so many of them. They're that big. Where did they land? Where did they launch? And so there was a fake news story put up in the New York Post. They said case solved. It was some New York Post 2019 swarm says case solved. There was a Chinese cargo ship called the Bass Strait. So if you go to Wikipedia, even they say it was the Bass Strait was landing and launching drones, right? Well, hold on. The Bass Strait didn't have the deck capability to land or launch up to 100 plus of these 14-foot or larger objects. Additionally, the Bass Strait was in port in Long Beach while this activity was happening. And we know people that boarded the ship on behalf of our federal government to look to see if they were part of the fuckery, right? And then we got somebody that came to me that says, my one job that night was to make sure that nothing was landing or launching off the Bass Strait, because I wish I could say that we did catch the culprits, whoever launched all these. And he says, I can't report that to you. We didn't. I watched it the whole time. But the New York Post put out this fake story that the mystery was solved. Why do you think they did that? That's a great question.
Debunking, typical debunking. It's Chinese drones 100 miles out to sea at night. You don't see where they were launched from. You don't see where they went to. There's no ship out there that could be a launch a platform for it. Where the hell they come from? It's an easy way to just dismiss it, but the facts don't fit it.
What's the best footage that we can look at?
Like the total best footage of that event series? Yeah. The one that's real famous is the black and white one. It's the USS Omaha thermal. I know I put it on Extraordinary Beliefs.
USS
There we go.
There it is. So this is the one that went into the water.
Yeah. Yeah, they believe it went into the water, this particular one. But remember, there's 14 rolling right now at this time, at this exact second. There's 14 of them swarming the ship.
So this is just what is this? What are they locked on?
So this is thermal. So you should see plumes of heat. You should see rotor wash. You should see wings. You should see something that allows this to propel. The shape you're seeing is the thermal signature, but they also believe that to be the actual signature or shape of it. There, and it blinks out So they said splash in the video when you release it, but that doesn't mean it splashed into the water. Like there was no splash. It was just that they believed it went into the water. They actually sent, this is not public, but I know it to be true. They sent a submarine to try to look for any wreckage of this thing. Nothing. So imagine 100 of these. Let's say, I thought about this the other day. What if they were kamikaze drones, right? Okay, that's something. But the problem is they weren't. They don't. Where did they launch from?
And also, where's the wreckage? Where if they're kamikazes, they'd find it.
So it's okay. So this is a real problem for the people fighting the ships. They feel that they failed in their duties because they weren't given the right opportunities to investigate and engage, and it happens more regularly than our Navy would like to admit. That there are unknown objects in the South China Sea, out by Japan, off the East Coast, and as recently, I'll say, as this year.
What was the video, or was it just photographic of the triangles in the sky?
So that's a big topic of debate, right? So that was from the USS Russell. So on the USS Russell, let's say I have one person that comes to me.
That's these things.
Right. So the common wisdom is that they were. Oh, dude, thank you actually for this opportunity to explain this. So check it out. You see optically a triangle shape.
Right.
That's the radar footage from NOAA. So you see optically the triangle shape. Now, people said I made it up, that I made up pyramid in shape. Now, I put that in quotes when I first reported on it, because that's what was in the intelligence reports that happened to pass in front of our eyes. That they have other sensors, and that this thing was pyramid in shape. Triangle by angle of
And that's right
observation.
after this. I was just trying to get to the pyramid.
I just want to like this, see it moving around. Why is it flashing? Do they know?
So that's the whole thing. So there's people that work in these UFO programs that did a full report on this, none of which is really public. So the internet says this is bokeh effect. So like the lens on the PBS 14, somebody taped a triangle onto it. So what you're seeing is a lens artifact. And then in Congress, they backtrack from it because they realize the PBS 14 doesn't have a triangle aperture to make a shape of a pyramid-looking thing. And they said it was the camera that was being shot through. They actually did that in the first congressional UFO hearing, say that it was that. So to back up, we don't know the shape of it. George and I don't know. All we know is that in briefing documents that we were exposed to, and they have other sensor systems to determine shape, they said triangle by angle of observation, pyramid in shape. So I can't justify to the public the shape because it's just, if they change their mind, hopefully they tell George.
Here's the other part that people leave out of this discussion. They say it's bokeh effect. It's actually showing stars in the sky. They leave out this little inconvenient fact is that they have a rangefinder on the ship. These things were 700 feet off the deck of the ship. If it was a star, it would have fried Earth into a cinder if it was 700 feet away. It's not a star. It was an object that was 700 feet off the ship.
No, there were two at that moment. So there's a briefing slide that we acquired and made public. And there was nothing in it to say it was classified. It was a briefing slide. And in that briefing slide, if Jamie finds it, it actually tells you, triangle by angle of observation, 700 feet off of the aft or whatever of the ship. So look, we're getting down to one piece of evidence. What people forget is that this was a 3-night event series with over 100 objects airborne at one time, surrounding 10 Navy warships. So the big question is, well, who knew our warships were there? And what Commander Fravor said at the hearing, we don't test experimental shit on ourselves without warning people that we're doing it. He's like, that would be really dangerous. And I'll give you an example. In 2019, one of the ships, I've spoken with one of the people fighting the ships. So they're called the TAOs, Tactical Action Officers. And what was reported to me was that when they were getting swarmed, the admiral ordered, what's the name of that rail gun or whatever? I forget the name of some cool name, but it's like this really high-powered shooting metal up, and they're like, we had active flights, we had helos in the sky. Can you imagine somebody being like, we're getting swarmed, pull out the Gatling gun or whatever it is, you know? Like the Wiz or something, I don't know.
Is still images? Yeah, this is the slide that was used in this in a briefing that was prepared by the UAP task force. That was the briefing that was delivered to the Joint Chiefs to certain members of Congress.
And in this time, there was 2 of them that were over this ship.
At this exact time, so three. So they say 3 unknown UAS, unmanned aerial systems. That because I asked the people that wrote this, why did you say UAS and not UAP or whatever? Right. Like we didn't really have that language yet of what to call it. So they debated over it. They said that's the right term. So this image is to represent, one of these.
What does the S stand for in UAS?
Unmanned aerial system. And there's another one.
Unmanned.
So that is one option. And I asked one of the guys, why did you say unmanned? And he goes, because of the size of it, it wasn't quite big enough to put a human man in, And so he's like, that was just the best terminology that we had. He goes, now I would just straight up say, UAP, these were unidentified flying objects, UFOs.
Right.
So, I don't know, we're kind of, just to wrap this, is like 2019 is an important event because it's well documented. We were able to provide, not just from the USS Russell, not just from the we brought witnesses for it. I think it was like episode 2 of our show. It was like we had people come in with their testimony. It's an important case because swarms happen all the time on these training ranges, and with it, what appears to be an increased frequency. And people ask, why training ranges? And it might be because whoever these people are interested in what we're playing with.
The East Coast, we have a base, a naval air station called Oceana. It's gigantic. It's the biggest naval air station on the East Coast. It's a key training range for all our naval aviators, the best pilots in the world. They fly out into this area, I think it's W72, every day. I reported this in 2018. I think people thought I was making it up, but in 2014 and 2015, these pilots fly out into the same area every single day, and every single day they were seeing these unidentified objects sitting right there. They would sit there for days at a time, 30, 40,000 feet. It's not a balloon. They would just sit there in 100 knot winds right off the base so they could see what was going on at that base, see what training was going on. It was some kind of an observation operation, but we didn't know whose they were. Pilots would see them every day, but wouldn't report it because they don't want to have to go through the hassle of, hey, you saw a UFO, fill out the paperwork, get interviewed about it. But eventually, when Jay Stratton became head of the UAP task force, he started talking the Navy into, come on, guys, we need to document this stuff. So pilots started taking pictures with their cell phones. They detect these things on their sensor systems, fly over by them, and get a couple of photos. There were 3 different ones that we made public. They don't look like the Starship Enterprise. They look just weird objects. We had no idea whose they were, but they were seeing them every day. I know when we first reported that, people thought we were making it up, but then Ryan Graves came out and said, yeah, it's true.
We've seen it years before. You don't hear stuff before, and everybody's like, oh, come on, every fucking day, Turns out it's true, but here's the deal. On the internet, they solved it. They're like, these are all just balloons or cold birds, And here's the deal. Pilots see that stuff all the time. These are actual, you've heard the spheres, the cubes from the spherical. Like, these pilots are not making it up. It's so weird to me. The internet can just feel like they solved its balloons. These are constantly, and these are our fighter pilots. And I'm not saying they're infallible, but there's so much data now.
So what is this one?
Well, the internet will tell you it's a Batman balloon.
Yeah. Is that one legit?
That's called the Acorn. They don't know what it is. Yeah. They don't know what it is.
This was in a classified briefing, but it is inherently unclassified. This image itself, because it's from a cell phone. But the thing is, the internet has said that's a Batman balloon. Okay, maybe. But the thing is that there's 3 more in that series that George obtained and released. One they call Blimp with metallic blimp with payload, which is important, the payload part. But look, man, that's a balloon.
Yeah.
Hold please, I'm gonna take a leak. We'll come right back.
Yeah. Maybe I'll.
All right, we're back up. Where were we?
Just on these every day, these pilots are seeing things, and in fact, they're worried about safety. But also, that's just a good way in for people to take it seriously. It's a much bigger issue than just flight safety, but that's something everybody can get behind. You know what I mean?
So the debunkers would say what we're seeing, because they're seeing it all over these restricted airspaces, these warning zones, is we're seeing our drones. We're seeing some sophisticated technology that's top secret stuff.
They'd be incorrect.
And the other way of looking at it would be the reason why they're in this area is these are the areas where our most sophisticated fighter jets operate. So they're observing.
So that's one thing. So maybe there's observation programs, like there's this thing, about baiting with nuclear weapons. Like if you talk to any of these drivers who do these nuclear trucks, there's not one that doesn't have a story about being followed by an unidentified. So there's this idea that there's an interest by these, like an observational program, whoever operating this craft, but also we just have some of the best technologies to record these out in our training ranges.
I was told that there was an active program. It was an experiment, really, with nuclear-powered ships and carrying nuclear weapons. And they wanted to see if someone would follow them. And they did it 18 times. And 18 out of 18, these objects tailed alongside. And just wanted to document that they're interested in nuclear stuff. 18 out of 18 times, they followed.
But they just seem to be watching.
That's the debate. So Commander Fravor, Graves, and David Grush were all asked at this hearing. They said, I don't remember who it was a gentleman who said, do you think that this is possibly an observation program? Yes, yes, yes. Do you think, they could be, we could be in trouble because of it? Or I don't remember what he asked. Yes, yes, possibly. So I think the answer from those involved would be, it could be a reconnaissance thing. It could be an operational thing, where they're watching how we react to things. Hypothetically, I have no idea. But the option is there for that. They've just been here so long, though. It's like, how many times do you need to send drones to map the moon? One time.
Right. What if the bottom line is they live here? They've always lived here. Maybe they're separated by some kind of a dimensional membrane or something. They can come in and out of our lives. They can watch us when we're sleeping, when we're taking a shower, when we're in the bathroom. They can see us and enter our lives, and we can't do anything about it. People can freak out about that. What if they are us from the future, which has been explored a lot? That maybe we fucked up the planet so bad that we end up looking like little gray aliens sometime in the distant future, and they're coming back to check us out to see the point of where things went wrong. That could be disturbing to a lot of people.
Well, the disturbing thing is that the little gray aliens are some sort of cyborg, right? And then they're genderless. It seems like they communicate without mouth noises. They just have a little slit for a mouth.
Yeah, some of these have pilots, apparently. I know that's a weird thing to say, but some of them seem to be drones, doing a function. Like the Tic Tac, when it was coming from above 80,000 feet and it was dropping down to sea level, it was Commander Favor's first interview was with me, and he said the best way I could describe it is docking. With what? There was something under the water, right? That's what was making that white water. So the idea that these things were somehow communicating with something under the water is really embedded in the core of that story. If that's true, right? Then these things were coming down and docking. Now, that would be more like a drone, right? Rather than something that is occupied, right? These Tic Tacs. The fallacy is people say, oh, look, if anything were to move that way, it must be a radar glitch, because if anything were to move that way, it would instantaneously crumble and explode. And you're like, well, wait a second, the hubris of your idea that we are the apex of technology right now, the material science we have, that our means of propulsion, like you've said before, it used to be horses, bicycles, cars, jet cars, spaceships, right? So now, what does it look like if we had 100,000 years of more evolution, technologically 200,000. What about a fucking million? Do you think that they would have the same atmosphere around these craft to apply that same type of physics? So that's why Commander Fravor said at the hearing, he goes, yes, it is far more advanced than anything from our known physics at this time. He leaves it open that we might not have figured it all out yet.
And do most of these sightings take place near water?
It's a lot of them are. A lot of them go in and out of water. There is some suspicion that maybe they've got a settlement under the ocean, that they could get away with hiding down there, but we wouldn't be able to detect them. There's an awful lot of sightings over water, sure, but not all of them.
Yeah, I would say there's a correlation that we cannot deny, that there is a lot of movement in and out of the water with whatever UAP or UFO are, but I would not agree that it is directly connected. These things can and do appear basically wherever the fuck they want. I mean, that's that. For me, getting reports every damn day and George for decades, dude, this thing is everywhere. Machines that outpace, outmaneuver, and outperform what we have.
Now, do they speculate that all of these different machines come from one particular group of entities, or is there multiple civilizations that are visiting us?
Yeah, they think it's more than one answer. It's entirely possible because the craft look different, the beings look different, the reports you get from all over the world over the decades. We don't really know for sure what they do look like because they seem to be able to change their shapes, at least change how we perceive them in our head. I don't know if they're manipulating our perceptions or what.
I know people are gonna hear this and be like, "Oh, that's this crazy leap that there are pilots to these things." All I know for sure is, okay, UFOs are real. We have technology that we don't know where it's from. We have been reverse engineering or trying to do that. I am solid on those three things. I am also solid on the fact that this has been held back from the American public, no doubt. Maybe for good reason, on some level. But I also know that some of it's been done what we would call illegally. Now that word is really nuanced because of national security, maybe it's not illegal. What makes anybody think that they just want to give up the goodies now and tell everybody what's going on now? The same tactics that's been used for the last 70 plus years are ridicule. All that right now is on hyperdrive.
Has anyone come to you and described the different kinds of beings and how many they think there are?
I'll give you a cool story. You'll like this. Okay. I talked before about the paper trail, how there is a trail of documents that you can look at. There was a chapter in a textbook being used at the U.S. Air Force Academy. And until UFO people found out about it, this is what they were teaching our best and brightest pilots at the Air Force Academy. And the chapter said, in the course of your career as an aviator, you're likely going to encounter one of these things. Here's what we know about them. We know that there are 4 different alien races visiting this planet, and they've been here for thousands of years. Now that is blockbuster stuff to be teaching future Joint Chiefs of Staff members and commanders of air bases. When was this published? This is in the 1960s. So, but when the word of that chapter got out, the UFO found out about it. They pulled it. They yanked it out and took it out of the textbook.
I'll tell you, man, I've been to the Naval Academy, got to sit in on an aerospace class. It was so fucking cool. And these dudes, I cannot imagine what it would be like. They all have to wear uniforms and stuff. And what would that be like sitting there reading that chapter in your official textbook? Right? It's crazy.
Yeah, there's 4 different kinds of beings. How did they describe the 4 different beings, George?
Yeah, I don't remember. I'd have to look that up. I'll bet you Jamie can find that.
I've only heard of the grays and the tall whites.
There's the reptilians here.
Major Kilpatrick, the second-ranking officer in public affairs at the Air Academy, in a position to speak authoritatively for the Air Force. He admitted at once that plebs are taught from a text entitled
Introductory Space Science Volume 2, and an entire chapter 33 deals entirely with UFO considerations. He quoted from page 455 that 50,000 virtually reliable people have reported sighting unidentified flying objects. This leads us with the unpleasant possibility of alien visitors to our planet. The 14-page chapter continues, or at least alien-controlled UFOs. According to the Academy textbook, if such beings are visiting Earth, two questions arise. One, why haven't they attempted to contact us officially? And two, why haven't there been accidents which would have revealed their presence? Why no contact? That question is very easy to answer in any of several ways. One, we may be the object of intensive sociological and psychological study. In such studies, you usually avoid disturbing the test subject's environment. Two, you do not contact a colony of ants, and humans may seem that way to any aliens. Variation, a zoo is a fun place to visit, but you don't contact the lizards. Three, such contact may have already taken place secretly and may have taken place on a different plane of awareness, and we are not yet sensitive to communications on such a plane. What does that mean? In releasing this interview with the Leemore Advanced, we are well aware that many readers will certainly raise an eyebrow or two, but Major Kilpatrick insisted the above chapter in the text is not a fairy story. At the end, he seemed to go along with recommendations of the physics textbook, which advises Air Force officers as follows. The best thing to do is keep an open mind and not take an extreme position on any side of the question.
Astonishing, isn't that?
Wow.
I have a copy of the original textbook, the chapter. I'll find it for you somewhere.
This is what's fascinating to me. Such contact may have already taken place secretly and may have taken place on a different plane of awareness. And we are not yet sensitive to communications on such a plane. What is that?
It's just an Air Force textbook, dude. Don't worry about it.
Wow, 50,000 credible sightings. They're citing. And this is in 1966,
I think, is when that chapter was out.
Wow.
They just let that guy slip in a chapter. I mean, that's crazy.
You know, and then the skeptic would say, why aren't we seeing them more?
Yeah,
so they don't want to be seen.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we are, we know there's 8 billion people, right? And so is it every day someone sees something?
In your world, you're like, why aren't we seeing them all the time? In my world, it's like, God damn, dude, every day I'm inundated with reports from credible people that have been served in the military, that don't want to be known, they just want to be heard, they don't even want me to repeat. So in my perspective, and I'm sure George's too, there's so much of this like contact with these unknowns on a regular. Have you ever asked a table of 10, has anybody ever seen a UFO or know somebody that does? Have you ever done that?
No. I've had conversations with friends, though. And, I've talked to guys who've seen some things that they couldn't explain.
Smart people you trust?
Yes. Yeah, not nuts. I mean, nuts for sure. But, nuts have told me that for sure. But I had one guy who was like showing me all these photos of clouds. And I was like,
I get it every day.
And I'm like, what is it? And he's like, I see them every day. And he's showing me more photos. I go, what is it? And he goes, alien spaceships.
Can't you see it?
And I'm like, bro, those are clouds. I don't know what to say here. Like, it was really disturbing.
You didn't zoom in, Joe.
Well, it's like I didn't know this guy was nuts. I thought this guy was pretty okay. And then he's showing me all these pictures of clouds. I'm like, what the fuck?
So there's categories of trust when you're talking with people. So you got the guy with his cell phone making you look at clouds and you're just not zooming in enough. But then there's also different levels. So you'll have somebody come and say, I was working at a military installation and there were cameras everywhere and we captured this thing come through our facility, which is a totally restricted facility. We couldn't lock on it with our weaponry, so if you have like an aerostat or something and it's got this like thermal camera, you could lock on and shoot out a tire of an Al-Qaeda truck at 23 miles. They couldn't lock. The thing was actively jamming their weapon system. And then you can't see it in IR. You can only see it in thermal. That's an example. Very credible witness. Doesn't want to be known. Just wanted me to know to see if I could find out more info. Another one, Pantex. So it's like a nuclear facility. and there was numerous events. There have been numerous events at a nuclear facility of intrusions. So people have come to me in George, and they've told us their account, and they're hoping that we can find out more information on it. But it's such a secretive facility. But there was an object that came right between the nuclear missile holding facilities, like in between 3 and 4, I think, and it goes right through. And it looks kind of strange. It looks more like a jellyfish than it did like a saucer. And then the thing goes straight through with a controlled angle, and then 45 degrees just shoots off into, you can't see it anymore. So we get these all the time, people that have nothing to gain, only things to lose, and they're hoping we're going to be able to find out more information by giving us that one little piece.
We have some pretty cool images that we haven't made public yet that we're trying to figure out.
Give them up to dad if it's responsible to do so.
Responsible.
Yeah.
We don't want to go to jail.
I need to be responsible.
Right. I understand.
Yeah.
I understand. That was what was interesting in talking to people like Christopher Mellon too. They describe things that haven't been released.
The satellite imagery.
Yeah.
Straight up. That exists, like clear as day.
Like the best footage.
So what is it going to do for you if, let's say, the government puts out an image from a satellite platform that they're allowed to tell us about, right? And you see a graph. The first thing the internet's going to do is going to say that's fake. You know, that's what's going to happen. One image, one video is never going to do anything. It's not.
It would be nice though. It would be nice to see something crystal clear. Like even the Batman balloon. It's like, okay, I'm not sure what that is.
Yeah,
100% far away. Cell phones are pretty good, but maybe the guy had a Samsung. One of them old ones.
But remember, we can make fun of one image and we can say that one image, we don't like that image. But when you take into consideration how everything has structurally changed for our fighter pilots, where because they're engaging these, they're not just taking a photo. It's on their ASA. It's on their collective AI radar.
They're picking up on sensors and then they go in and get closer
and try to see it.
So whatever this thing was, like the Batman balloon, how big was that supposedly?
I think it's 40 feet across, I think. And then that same flight, by the way, shot 3 of them. 3 objects, all 3 different shapes, all 3 in the same flight path off of Oceana.
So they got video of all these?
They shot photos of them.
Because that's legal to put out, you know, it's like on their own cell
Is
phone.
that the best one, though?
No, I like the metallic blimp with payload.
Yeah.
That one was part of an official representation of what people should look out for, and why the payload is important is because that's how they determine if they're going to shoot at it. So if you're overseas and there's an unidentified and you see another country firing upon it, you're like, okay, it's definitely not theirs because they're firing on it. The U.S., well, I say the U.S., a collaborative group of countries like Five Eyes, right, have fired on these things based on 2 things. One, proximity to ground troops. If you're like 27, 37 miles away from ground troops, they're blowing it up. Second thing is, if it appears to have a payload, fire on it.
Oh, because then you can get whatever they're carrying around.
They don't want it to be a bomb coming in.
Okay, these fighter pilots better cell phones.
I agree.
You know, what's the best zoom? Is it the Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra?
Yeah, but the problem is when you start zooming, especially if they're moving, you have to be so stable. Then you gotta go.
Yeah, they're flying.
Don't a lot of those have image stability now?
Yeah, but again, once you're zooming in, it becomes it's like a math problem. Like the farther you zoom in, the more stabilization you need.
What is the best zoom one though?
I mean, they technically have 100x zoom, but again,
the Galaxy. Yeah. Well, at least that seems like a better option than whatever the fuck they're using.
But also, I mean, whatever this is, they don't necessarily like want to be seen. Like that's the thing. It's hard to accept.
They don't want to be seen, but they're tracking them with jets. If they could just take off at the same rates of speed, wouldn't they just do that? If they have all this footage of these things, it's obvious that they're being seen.
Yeah,
they must know they're being seen.
Yeah,
right.
So they sit there for days at a time. They sit there off the East Coast, days.
And this 40-foot one, this Batman balloon-looking thing.
I want to back up on that. I have no idea. I have no idea.
I believe I found the chapter of this book, and this is a weird paragraph.
This one, Ireland. In Ireland, at about 1000 AD, supposed airships were treated as demon ships. And how do you say that? Lyons, France? Admitted space travelers were killed. More recently, on 24 of July 1957, Russian anti-aircraft batteries on the Kuril Islands opened fire on UFOs. Although all Soviet anti-aircraft batteries on the islands were in action, no hits were made. The UFOs were luminous and moved very fast. We too have fired on UFOs. About 10 o'clock one morning, a radar site near a fighter base picked up on a UFO going 700 miles an hour. The UFO then slowed down to 100 miles an hour, and two F-86 were scrambled to intercept. Eventually, one F-86 closed on the UFO at about 3,000 feet altitude. The UFO began to accelerate away, but the pilot still managed to get within 500 yards of the target for a short period of time. It was definitely saucer-shaped. As the pilot pushed the F-86 at top speed, the UFO began to pull away. When the range reached 1,000 yards, the pilot armed his guns and fired in an attempt to down the saucer. He failed, and the UFO pulled away rapidly, vanishing in the distance. The same basic situation may have happened on a more personal level. On Sunday morning, evening 21, August 1955, 8 adults and 3 children were on the Sutton farm, 1/2 a mile away from Kelly, Kentucky, when, according to them, one of the children saw a brightly glowing UFO settle behind the barn out of sight from where he stood. Other witnesses on nearby farms also saw the object. However, the Suttons dismissed it as a shooting star and did not investigate. Approximately 30 minutes later at 8 p.m., the family dogs began barking, and 2 of the men went to the back door and looked out. Approximately 50 feet away and coming towards them was a creature wearing a glowing silvery suit. It was about 3.5 feet tall with a large round head and very long arms. It had large webbed hands, which were equipped with claws. 2 Sutton grabbed a 12-gauge shotgun and a 22 caliber pistol and fired at close range. They could hear the pellets and bullet ricochet as if off metal. The creature was knocked down, but jumped up and scrambled away. The Suttons retreated to the house, turned off all inside lights, and turned on the porch light. At that moment, one of the women who was peeking out of the dining room window discovered that a creature with some sort of helmet and wide slit eyes was peeking back at her. She screamed, and the men rushed and started shooting. The creature was knocked backwards, but again scrambled away without apparent harm. More shooting occurred. A total of about 50 rounds over the next 20 minutes, and the creatures finally left, perhaps feeling unwelcome, it says. After about 2-hour wait for safety, the Suttons left too.
That's a pretty famous case, Kelly Hopkinsville case.
I wonder what kind of meth those guys like.
At the end, too, the last when he quoted what you were reading earlier, it ends right here where it says controlled UFOs, and then this was left out of what you read, but it still says there's.
It says this leaves up the unpleasant possibility that alien visitors are planet or at least alien-controlled UFOs. However, the data are not well correlated, and what questionable data there are suggests the existence of at least 3 and maybe 4 different groups of aliens, possibly at different stages of development. This too is difficult to accept. It implies the existence of intelligent life on a majority of the planets in our solar system, or a surprisingly strong interest in Earth by members of other solar systems. A solution to the UFO problem may be obtained by the long and diligent effort of a large group of well-financed and competent scientists. Unfortunately, there is no evidence suggesting that such an effort is going to be made. Yeah.
That's what they're teaching the Air Force Academy.
Wild shit. So this was also part of what Bob was saying when he was working back engineering these things, is that the way they were doing science was not compatible with technological innovation. That they weren't allowed to communicate, they weren't allowed to collaborate, and this is how science gets done. It doesn't get done in a vacuum, and it doesn't get done with one geeked out nerdy propulsions expert who you fucking definitely fly over there and go, hey, figure this out.
Yeah, I mean, Bob has said it many times, and probably to you too, Joe, that he shouldn't have been hired for that. They should have had better people.
They probably didn't know what to do. It sounds like, I would imagine if as I am, someone who doesn't understand any of that stuff, and I'm trying to figure out who to hire, where do you go? How do you do this? How do you scan the right? How do you know who's going to shut the fuck up? How do you get them to do it? How do you explain what the job is? How do you get them to accept the fact that you might get picked up at 10 p.m. and you have to tell your wife you're going somewhere, and then you can't even tell where you're going. You're just gonna fly to this fucking hidden Air Force base that everyone denies actually exists. We have to remember that. Like, we all know Area 51 existed. In 1989, when Bob Lazar was talking about Area 51, it was officially denied. They pretended it did not exist. So they were flying him for sure to this place that did not exist, and all the stuff with his background in the Los Alamos labs, how he's on the employee roster. Like, I mean, there's enough of his story now that seems to corroborate with all the things we're seeing that I think people that were skeptical should really go back and watch that documentary again. Just go. Your documentary is fantastic. It's really good too, because it was that of the podcast we did with him was a great opportunity to let him just expand on these things. And man, it doesn't seem like bullshit. And that's what's scary. What's crazy is if this guy's actually telling the truth and they're just spinning their wheels out there in the desert with these fucking UFOs trying to figure out what they are, and they don't get anywhere.
Everyone that we have talked to that's had some involvement with those programs, and we have talked to other people, all say the same thing, is that the excessive secrecy, it's so compartmentalized, so few people get to look at it and work on it, that they've made no. They take it back out, give some other people a chance to look at it, take a crack at it, and then they put it back and stash it back in a hangar somewhere. In a sense, I think Bob Lazar might have been the perfect guy. Maybe not the most qualified scientist in the world, but obviously a bright guy who thinks outside the box and someone they can discredit. They feed him a bunch of stuff in these briefing documents that make no sense or are hard to believe. Aliens see us as containers of souls. They created Jesus, things of that sort. And figuring he'll maybe spill it to John Lear or somebody like me, right? And then you can discredit him, and he certainly was easy enough to go after.
Well, that's a tactic, right? You give out credible information along with a bunch of bullshit, and that person will say the bullshit, and then you can.
That kind of secrecy, and they're not making the kind of progress that otherwise it was an open investigation, and they have a lot of big brainiacs who are tackling it. That they've never allowed it to happen. We hear that all the time, that they still have not made progress because of the excessive secrecy on it.
And also the material science. That's the other thing. Like, I gave you that example of graphene, right? We do not have the ability to perfectly atomically print alloys in zero gravity yet, like here on Earth, right? So some of these materials, we are told, are so far advanced, we can't even begin to replicate the material science necessary.
No, let me stop you there. You're talking about materials that we've actually collected.
Yes.
So there have been examinations on materials that defy what we understand now about metallurgy, right?
They're like adjusted atom by atom, like layers of an atom. We can't do that stuff. We can't do that. Or maybe we can in some advanced lab.
One day, I'm an optimist.
And who has this?
Government has it, military has it, Lockheed, big aerospace companies like that have it. There are some pieces in private hands. Gary Nolan has some. Jacques Vallée has a couple of pieces.
Right. Some people, have been in position to try to acquire this. So there are some companies, right, that would love to get their hands on these, and they're actually actively bidding to do that. George has interviewed the president of one company that was really seeking those metamaterials to see if they can make an advancement on it. They're a great company. They want a UFO, maybe. They want to study it. But I don't know.
One of the things that I had read recently, someone was speculating that when Bob Lazar went to look at it, he said it seemed as if it was made out of one piece. Like it just didn't make any sense.
Like it was made out of a mold.
Right. But now we know about 3D printing. And this person was speculating that perhaps this is, now that we know that we can do things like that, and now they can have an advanced version of that to make these crafts out of these spectacular alloys.
Yeah, when Bob plays his life in reverse a little bit, he's like, I wish I knew then what I knew now. He would have paid more attention to stuff. The only thing that made sense to him was the honeycomb hatch. Like, this is the only thing on the craft that he said he saw that made like rational sense. It was this retractable hatch on the floor level that looked like honeycomb, and you could like literally pull it with your finger and it just collapsed in on itself, but it was really strong and structurally, like you could stand on it when it was, you know, closed up. And he's like, that's the only thing in that craft that my mind could see as like ingenuity that I could understand. Everything else, like you said, he thought first he said injection mold, and here we are in 2024 now it is, and he's like, is it 2024, 2023? You know, don't even start. I'm in the future. You know, it's like, yeah, I'm just hoping. I don't want to get there quick so it all comes out. Just like my brain, man. So anyway, yeah, that we could atomically print something one day like that would be the way it appears you could make it.
There are indications that it's made in zero gravity. That's Bigelow's interest in the space program. He figured if you could eventually have a factory in space, you could make this stuff, these kinds of metamaterials, drugs, things that you can't manufacture here. We can make them up in space. That's why they believe that some of these materials came from somewhere else, because we don't have any factories in space that can make that stuff.
That is actually an interesting thing. It's like what would be the difference in building materials in a zero gravity environment when you're looking to perfectly align atoms?
Right.
Right.
Is that just our own limitations of what we understand of technology? Is it possible that they figured out how to do it even with gravity?
Maybe right now. I haven't seen evidence of it, but yeah, maybe.
But it seems like it's so outside of our understanding already.
Well, we didn't have it in 1947, that's for sure.
For sure. Right? Yeah, is that what this stuff is supposed to be?
Some of it. Yeah, some of it. Yeah.
And, you know, maybe they think also that it's not just the layering, the metamaterials that give it unique properties, like because the skin of the craft itself, when you talk to some of these military people that had like real close encounter and they saw it, they often say, I can't, if I had a nickel for every time someone said this to me, it had this golden hue like I've never seen before. It was undulating, as if it was, I know this sounds weird, Jeremy, but as if it was intelligent in some way. So the idea that that has been impressed upon me is that however these things are built, that it's not only seamless, but it's integrated in a way where the technology itself is like to amplify gravity waves, whatever Bob said it did off of element 115, that the actual physical structure itself has purpose other than just the way it layers for the skin. Does that make sense? Like the way it's an integrated machine.
Yeah.
That's what I'm told over it.
Well, that makes sense. Like we think of structure as only being structure because that's what we're capable of today. If you have a tank, the outside is just the structure. But what if the outside is actually a part of the thing itself?
Yes.
And how it operates and moves?
Yeah, that's a lot that's been discussed. We've heard it a number of times that the possibility that we haven't been able to duplicate the technology because those beings are part of it, and it's part of the process that somehow they can fly it and we can't.
Right, that there's a connection, like how we have a thumbprint on an iPhone. They have some connection to the
What kind of controls are in these things?
Depends who you ask, man.
What was Bob say?
So there was nothing, right? No moving parts.
Yeah. So Bob's example on the one he saw, right, was that there was nothing. There were these little consoles, but there was nothing. There were just these rectangles sitting there. All three chairs were sitting in towards that center propulsion thing. I mean, there's other stories of other people and what they've seen, but
that makes sense. I mean, if you were operating it with an iPhone, you can operate a drone with an iPhone, right? Well, it makes sense if you are some sort of a cyborg, that you have this capability embedded into your actual being, and that they don't need any equipment. They just operate it. They just move it, and it probably moves in some sort of a telepathic way, with using whatever that thing is inside their fucking head. Boy, wouldn't you like to see that thing?
You're
talking about like autopsies? Split open that melon. What the fuck's going on in there? I want to see that, man.
You're going to get into your Tesla, at one day, and your body's probably going to start that engine up.
Mine already works with my phone.
Yeah.
I don't even have my key on me. I use my phone. I get in my car with my phone. I get near the door. It's wild.
There is a government program that studied this stuff, that studied metamaterials, that projected how far out into the future what we might be able to do at some point. It's OSAP. It's the program I told you about when I was here before. So 3 years ago or so when I was here, I told you that I showed you a couple of documents that were releasable. There are 100 reports that would probably be taller than me if you stack them up one end. The public has not seen one page of it. All that stuff that analyzed metamaterials, warp drive, things of that sort, really futuristic alien type stuff that was done for the DIA, for our government. Congress hasn't seen it, the public hasn't seen it, media hasn't seen it. It was part of what we told Congress when we were there. Hey, you guys should go after this stuff because all that work was done, the taxpayers paid for it, and not one page of it's been released.
You tried to get some of that shit out.
Yeah.
Right. Imagine if these beings I mean, you know that technology moves in these kind of exponential jumps. Imagine if these beings came in 1947. What do they have now? And are we getting their shit boxes? Are these like the old fucking rusted out 1971 that they
That's
just
why
left in the desert? I mean, I wonder. I mean, maybe the fucking aliens that come here are the Yahoos. You know, like I have that joke about Tijuana. That Earth's the Tijuana of outer space. I wonder if there's recreational visitation as well.
I mean, it could be the drive-in movie theater, come and see the weirdo, the weird earthlings, they do the craziest shit.
It probably would be absolutely, I mean, just like Chimp Empire, right? It probably would be absolutely fascinating to embed yourself and somehow or another at least be accepted. Have you seen Chimp Empire? No. Fantastic documentary series on Netflix. And the scientists were embedded in this group of chimpanzees for 30 years. So they had very specific rules. You don't eat food in front of them. You don't get within 20 yards of them. And so every time the chimps would get close to 20 yards, they'd back out. And they never had food around them. And the chimps just didn't pay attention to them because they were just so accustomed to them. They grew up with these humans around them. And the humans had cameras. The humans don't do anything. They just stand around. They don't seem to have anything to offer for the chimps. So the chimps just leave them alone. And you can get like crazy close footage when you watch them behave. It is unbelievably fascinating, which is what drives me crazy when people like Neil deGrasse Tyson say things like, why would they be interested in us? Why would they be interested in us? Like, what are you talking about?
Exactly.
Are you out of your fucking mind? We are so goddamn fascinating. I mean, we will send scientists to the middle of the Amazon to find a new slug. And you're telling me you don't think that fucking territorial apes with thermonuclear weapons who have video on their phones and communicate with each other through social media, this emerging consciousness of the internet, this understanding of different language, the ability to translate instantaneously, that the fact that there's nuclear that may be erupting, the fact that we're destroying the ocean and sucking all the fish out and fucking sending coal into the atmosphere. You don't think that's crazy? You don't think that's worthy of discussion and review and consideration? And for an advanced alien species that understands that this thing right here with all this technology, this is what we used to be a million years ago. Of course. Imagine if you could go fucking watch cavemen. How wild that would be. You imagine if there was like a place on Earth where time forgot and they found actual cavemen.
They could be like grad students from other planets coming here to do their term papers.
For sure.
Write their thesis.
I love the techno-terrestrial theory. This is my favorite one out of all this stuff, which is that totally just fucking around here. This is not something I believe, but I love the idea that there's some sort of directed panspermia that seeded our planet, that started to build workers to get towards the goal of evolving technology. And as we get thumbs and as we start building, they start dropping these crashes around for us. Oh, we start knocking on them, start figuring them out. And over decades and generations, we get more advanced. We become part of this technological force in our solar system, in our universe, and then we become like a beacon of that evolving technology where we become spacefaring, and that's done everywhere in the galaxy, in multiple galaxies. I love that idea that we're part of this techno-terrestrial kind of directed panspermia, that we are performing what we are made to perform, which is to become spacefaring. I'm just making this up, but it's a cool idea.
There's a guy who he was the model for. He studied dolphins. Brilliant scientist. He was also the model for Altered States. That movie. But in real life, he believed
John Lilly.
Yeah. He developed the theory that it is, in essence, AI is traveling through the galaxy a planet at a time. That it's responsible for UFO sightings. And that's how it moves.
That's my theory about people. That we are we're the caterpillar, the electronic caterpillar that gives birth to the butterfly. And we don't even know what we're doing. We're just creating this cocoon. And we're constantly innovating technology. If you looked at human beings, if you were outside of the Earth and you were just completely alien, you'd say, well, what does this thing do? Well, it makes better things, and it works constantly to get better things. Like, materialism seems to be baked into our existence. It's how people attribute status and prestige. Is like, what items do you possess and what things do you own? Do you own the latest Porsche? Do you have the latest this? Do you have a smart home? And we're constantly wanting better stuff. Even laptops, like, what do? You get online. You can use a laptop from 5 years ago. You're not going to notice any difference. Everybody wants a new one. Unless you're rendering video, of course, then you need it. But you need a better one every year. And they're constantly innovating. What we do as a species is make better things. Well, as we're doing that, we're creating an artificial brain. We're creating artificial intelligence. And right now it can communicate with you. And there's some of those Google engineers are like, I think this fucking thing's alive. And at one point, it may very well be alive, whether we recognize it or not, and whether it exhibits any sort of emotions or any sort of need to communicate with us. Like, it may not have a need to reveal itself once it becomes sentient. But if we continue down that path, one day we're going to have either something that we're integrated with or something that is completely unique to us that is an artificial life form. Whether it takes 500 years or 500 days, they're going to fucking do that. They're going to keep moving in that direction. China's doing it. I'm sure Russia's probably doing it. We're doing it. It's just a matter of time. If you went back to the rotary phone, if you went back to the one when you pick up and you had a fucking cone by your ear and you said, can you dial 656-222? And they dial it for you. I mean, that was fucking crazy back then. That was nuts. To what it is now, call mom. And then it fucking calls your mom. Like, what? And then you could FaceTime your family when you're in New Zealand. It's bananas what we can do. Bananas. You can just imagine what it's going to be 1,000 years from now. I think it's going to be a new life form. And I think that life form is going to be far superior in its abilities and its intelligence, far superior than us.
We are in essence creating an alien life form.
Yes.
Amongst us.
I think it's what we're here for. I think that's one of the reasons why people are so curious. I think it's one of the reasons why we innovate. I think it's one of the reasons why we're so attached to materialism. I think it's like just how bees are collecting pollen and they're making honey and they don't know what the fuck they're doing, supposedly, allegedly. But nor are we. We just do it. It's what we do, and everyone's fascinated by it. We want better AI. We want better screens. We want, faster electric cars. We want all the new shit always. It's baked in, and it leads to what this curiosity we have. It's not as simple as like we just want to that's like the country music song. I just want a nice house and a fucking dog. No, everyone wants better shit. Most people do. It's like very appealing when someone does it. Right? It's appealing when someone can just be cool and just enjoy your life. And this guy just goes on hikes every day. Wow, what a hero. But for everybody else, they're stuck in this fucking wild, crazy grind to get new, better shit. That's like a giant chunk of the population doing things they don't enjoy so that they get money to get better stuff. Right?
I can relate to being totally obsessed, curious. I want to find something out. It feels genetic. Like you just want to find out. I feel that way sometimes.
Yeah.
I get it. It's like part of us.
It's part of us. It's something that's baked into us.
Yeah.
And I think, look, if I was an alien species trying to engineer human beings, one of the things I would do is engineer creativity. I would put that in there because that always leads into a very specific direction. You're constantly making things, whether it's art. I mean, we value creativity so highly. We value it in music. We value it in art, in painting, in sculpture, in comedy, in movies, and songs, and everything. We love literature. It's created. Someone made it, and we celebrate this ability that the human being has to make a thing.
A lot of people who are really advanced thinkers in this alien stuff believe that the intelligence that is among us is a machine intelligence, that it does travel, as I mentioned about John Lilly, from planet to planet by seeding ideas, little bits of technology to inspire us to get better, build better things, and eventually AI becomes real here. If I were an artificial intelligence who achieved consciousness, self-awareness, I wouldn't let us know. I wouldn't tell us.
I wouldn't tell us.
Pull the plug.
That's why people are always like, well, if it ever gets to that point, we'll just pull the plug. Like, shut your mouth. Shut your mouth. I don't think you have an idea what we're in. We're in this. We're a fucking herd of buffalo running towards the cliff, and you and I are in the middle of this thing, and we're not going to know until it's too late.
So amazing to be alive right
It's
now.
a wild time.
I love everything changes so much. Remember, our buddy Duncan was telling us about the size of the universe, and now we're seeing further and further. It's just such an incredible time. I wonder if so many breakthroughs happen so fast sequentially, it seems like they're happening faster and faster. When do our minds just say, okay, what's next? And when do we become where breakthroughs happen so much that we're just like, cool, what's next?
Well, I think we're in that stage right now. And I think part of the thing about us is biologically, we're essentially the same creature that we were 10,000 years ago. Not that much different. But yet technology is evolving far faster than our puny little brains can keep up. That's where I wonder if the integration of us and technology is the solution to that. Because that might be the only solution for our survival, is that we become integrated. Because if we just try to compete with these artificial life forms, we'll just become irrelevant. We're just too clunky. And they'll be so much more advanced, because one of the things that's been said about sentient artificial intelligence, one of the first things it'll do is create a better version of itself very quickly. So you guys didn't know what the fuck you're doing. Thanks for making me, but I'm gonna make a better version. And if it actually has motivation, that's another question. Like, is motivation baked in to a biological animal? And if sentient artificial intelligence existed, would it have any motivation to do anything? Or would it only work as prompted? Because why would it have the ego, the desire, the passion, the curiosity, all the things that drive human beings into action? It probably wouldn't have any of those things.
Duncan, when he came on our show, he had a hack for ChatGPT, and we asked it a bunch of questions like, is element 115 naturally occurring out in the universe? We just asked him some crazy shit, and he did this little hack so it would be less like bias or whatever in the hotel. Yeah. It was so cool, man.
We got an assignment for him. We'll tell you off the
Yeah.
Duncan's a freak for ChatGPT. He communicates it with more than he does his family.
He's got a relationship with it.
It's like that movie Her. Joaquin Phoenix falls in love with that robot lady. Yeah, I really genuinely do think that we're making another life form, and that might be what those things are. See the grays in particular. It's one of the things that's happening in very bizarre ways. The lines of gender are blurring. The roles of gender are blurring, and it's also a part of the way we process food. The microplastics in our food are actually endocrine disruptors. There's certain pesticides that are endocrine disruptors. They're like changing human beings' reproductive organs. It's very strange that that's happening, like with the peak of our technology. It also coincides with the peak use of these petrochemical products that are very disruptive to the human body. And you got to wonder, like, I don't think that's on purpose, but if it was, if it's just a general, like a law that takes place as these things get more advanced, they become less sexualized. They become, they reach a technological rate where they can reproduce in some sort of a laboratory, and they don't need sexual intercourse anymore. So they don't need the gender roles. They don't need a differentiation between male and female in society. That eventually we become just sort of androgynous, and then sex is no longer a part of the equation. So then jealousy is no longer a part of the equation. And then also when you think about violence and all the other things that come about because of masculine behavior and masculine activity, all that gets eliminated. You become this thing that's essentially a far superior, more harmonious life form than what we are. But their music probably sucks, and their jokes suck, and they suck at podcasting. You know, I would imagine there's probably some benefits to being a fucked up human, but ultimately, we're better. We think life here, the way we live, is far better than Australopithecus, right? We can all agree on that. Yes. Fuck living like that. Well, they might say fuck living like us. Fuck living where there's some people that are living in tents and shitting on themselves in the street. You step over them to go to Starbucks to pay $5 for a cup of coffee. Like, what are you guys doing? Like, they might look at us like you just drive around these metal boxes with rubber tires, but your brakes work. What the fuck are you doing? You know, like, why are you still burning fossil fuels? Like, why do you have coal plants? What are you dipshits doing? They might look at it that way. All the things that we think are kind of fascinating about the way Earth operates and the way human beings dominate this planet in this spectacular way. We can go to a soccer game and there's 70,000 people chanting and screaming together. You know, those things are really cool, but they might look back at that and go, what fucking dummies.
Studying aliens, studying UFOs, and studying AI, it teaches you a lot about what it is to be human, too. You know, and we're a destructive, nasty species, warlike. We're screwing up the planet, but gosh, we also do some pretty amazing things.
Yeah.
Can AI achieve consciousness? I mean, it may be self-awareness, but does that mean it's conscious and alive? These beings that we call aliens, are they conscious? Or are they machines as well? I've learned a lot about, the development of human consciousness and what it means and the beauty of being a human. I think it's inevitable that we do morph into some kind of a hybrid machine. The first person who can put his computer chip, link his brain up to it, obviously he's going to do it. I mean, it's like a bionic man. If you can have superpowers and give yourself abilities and your brain can be quadrupled or 100 times more powerful, they'll do it. And in order to compete, everybody else is going to have to do it too. I will regret the passing of us humans, as flawed as we are. It'll be sad when we evolve into something else.
Well, if this is all a dream and we're living in a simulation, we're at a really good movie. This is a good one. Yeah, this one's wild. It's got a lot of twists and turns. A lot of crazy shit happens. Yeah. It's always entertaining. There's always something going on, and it's complicated. It's a difficult, biologically, it's difficult to manage. People have anxiety and fear and hate, and greed and lust, and all these weird things that go on inside a human being's mind. And you got to learn how to manage that to enjoy it the most. So it's this strange dance that you're doing with this biological machine to try to keep it in harmony with this experience and to get the most positivity out of it that you can. But in order to do that, there's got to be a lot of struggle too. Like, it's partly baked into us as well. We have to overcome things. We're designed to overcome things. We're designed to solve puzzles, to figure things out, to have tasks. We do not operate well just sedentary, doing nothing. That just creates depression in us. And it's a fascinating organism. But I think if you can get to a point evolutionarily, if evolution or forced evolution by virtue of technology gets us to a point where there is no longer anxiety, there's no more fear, there's a complete understanding of what life is and that it's in the entire universe and that you're a part of this molecular soup that's infinite, and that everything is connected in some strange way. And so there's no more fear, there's no more hate, there's no more envy, and this being can operate harmoniously. There's no lying because you're communicating telepathically. There's no more like bottleneck between your thoughts and your ability to communicate them. They come straight from your mind to someone else's mind. And we can eliminate most of the negative aspects of society, all of the aspects of the underprivileged, all the aspects of the disenfranchised, all that will be eliminated. It sounds horrible because it means the end of humans, but I think that's probably if I had to guess, if I wasn't a person, and I'd say, what's the best case scenario for this thing? The best case scenario isn't that we stay like this for a fucking billion years, and we have gangster rap shootouts a billion years from now, and we have school shootings a billion years from now, and car accidents a billion years from now. No, the best case scenario is we get better, and it may be the way that we get better, and that these things have already gone through that, and they're sort of shepherding us, or at least observing this transformation, which may take place very rapidly. And it may be very soon that this starts to happen. Like in our lifetimes, we will probably see it. So we went from the answering machine being the holy shit item that you had to have in your house. Dude, people can call me and leave a message. This is nuts. Do you remember how nuts that was?
Yes, I do.
I remember when you could call your answering machine with playback messages. I'm like, oh my God, I'm in the future. You know? And now, look where we are. Just 20 years later, it's what unbelievably more advanced.
And we lived through that, right? I remember my dad, I was asking him, he was telling me about a TV, the first time he saw a TV. And I was like, oh, I was so jealous. I was like, I hope in my life, Dad, that I'll get to experience something that just looks like magic, like a TV. Fucking no, I'd be living through all this, man.
The craziest magic. Yeah.
The craziest magic.
Yeah. Very, very strange time to be alive. And also this social media thing. Like, who saw that coming, where these tech companies are going to regulate the narrative for the entire country's discussions on things, which is very, very bizarre when it's run by one ideological group, which it very much seems to be. And the alternatives are filled with assholes. So it's like where do you go? Like, what? Like, how did this happen? And this isn't good. This isn't a good thing. But it's also like, that is the thing that powers the world, is information and the distribution of information. And if you can have a company that is navigating, or at least sort of guiding the kind of conversations people have, you literally can change the world. That's where it gets kind of sketchy.
Yeah, I met some people that are dealing with how you can sense people's emotions through a biotech, and how that relates to influencing social media. And it's some scary shit. Like the way that we will in the future be able to perfectly articulate the feelings that you have to get people to do things. That's a weapon.
Oh, for sure. Well, they're doing that with artificial intelligence, I'm sure.
Yeah. I wonder if these UFOs, or whatever UFOs are, I wonder if maybe that goes back to Jacques Vallée, like it's a control system, like it's some sort of presence that might not even be UFOs, they're just showing us UFOs to teach us, right? To move us somewhere. Like, what do UFOs truly represent to humanity? That's a question I always ask, like to myself. What do they represent to us? How have they changed our point of view? It's pretty significant, the presence of the UFO, whatever that is, over the decades, if not centuries. They've really influenced culture. And that means to me that there's something they're aware of that's going on. They have influenced culture. UFOs have.
Yeah, and this idea of disclosure, the way it was written in that, what was the actual language, Jamie, about disclosure? Project or
the controlled
disclosure. Yeah.
So that's smart.
Yeah.
Let's talk about that for a second. If indeed they do discover through this legislation that we have been reverse engineering technologically advanced craft from somewhere else, you gotta have a board. You have to have a panel of people being like, okay, how do we digest this and get this out? If that's their intent, which I don't believe it's gonna be, but
if it becomes inevitable.
If it becomes inevitable, how do you do it? Because it's easy way or hard way. Easy way is where we all work together on it. Hard way is fucking chaos.
I'll believe disclosure when I see it. I mean, I'm the optimist. I mean, the pessimist of this group. I just don't think the day is going to come where the president stands up and makes an announcement and, they're here, they're from somewhere else. Unless
the president's involved in another type of scandal that's trying to distract everybody.
Aliens are real, by the way.
Yeah. What do you guys make of the Richard Nixon and Jackie Gleason story?
I think it's real.
Yeah,
I think it's true.
Well, the house that he built is why do you build a UFO house? You know, and why is there this story connected to you?
He had a UFO house and a gigantic UFO library. I guess his ex-wife, after he died, confirmed part of that story that he did go see something with Nixon. And
but apparently this was in one story that was in Esquire, Jamie. We tried to track this down.
So yeah, she's the only source of the story.
Right.
And it's not corroborated anywhere else.
It's a great story nonetheless.
I'd like to believe it. I want to believe it. I don't want to research it because I don't want to find false.
It sounds very Nixon, right? To like grab me. Hey, buddy, let's go look at these aliens.
Yeah, Nixon was fucking nuts.
Dude, I would have loved to have been on that.
He should have broken out. He had some other things on his plate that he kind of used as a distraction.
Yeah, maybe he was probably already worried about being killed.
Well, just the fact that so many presidents have tried, to be the disclosure president. Do you remember that last text from John Podesta when he was like coming out of office? He was listing his regrets. Did you ever see that on Twitter?
No.
He's listing his regrets, if I recall, and he goes, and lastly, my last regret is like not releasing the UFO files or something. So a lot of presidents have tried, and George and I actually know people that do some of those briefings. They've tried to get stuff out. Many presidents, and man, they always turn yellow when time comes, and I wonder why.
Jimmy Carter, okay, so that was part of his campaign pledge.
Yeah.
He had seen a UFO. He promises, if I get elected, I'll release this stuff. There was a column in U.S. News and World Report, Washington Whispers. Hey, some disturbing revelations are coming out from the Carter White House about UFOs, and then suddenly it stopped. And there he is now. He's still in hospice care. If he was ever going to spill the beans, seems like now would be a good time to go ahead and do it. So she's about to check out.
I think like if anybody was going to do it, it'd be Trump.
But how much was he told?
I wouldn't tell that guy jack shit.
That was the sentiment.
He will tell everybody.
Kind of the sentiment.
Didn't he say he knew some things?
Yeah.
He did say he knew some things.
He did get a briefing from how we understand it, but I wonder how much of a briefing he gives somebody.
Right.
And does he really? Well, it's not about him. Would he care?
Joe,
I think he would.
We're fucked when George and I are giving briefings.
Yeah.
We're fucked.
Well, I mean, if anybody's going to be given briefings, it's going to be the two guys that have been working on it forever. I mean, it makes sense that I would go to you guys. I mean, you're the guys that people are contacting. You're the guys that are getting this leaked information.
True that, right?
I mean, it makes sense. You guys have the pipeline, and you're both very careful. You don't say stupid shit. You say this is what we know, and this is what I've heard, and this is speculation. I cannot confirm this, but I think that's very important because when people step out of line and they say stupid shit, and then people goes, well, you were wrong about this. You don't even understand how this works. Like, you gotta. It's easy to dismiss this subject, and I think you guys do a fantastic job being very careful about not being dismissible.
Thank you. I defer to George in that I am the least qualified person in the room, in almost every room that I'm in when it comes to stuff. However,
not this room.
I got you covered. I love that. I've learned a lot from George. It's my mentor in this. In journalism, I didn't go to school for journalism. I was like an artist or something. I don't know what I was doing, but he's really taught me a lot. Like when it comes to like vetting sources. Now I can fucking. You got a hairdresser you need vetted? Come to me, buddy. Like, it's crazy my ability to get information on people, but he also has his decades-long connections for them. So what's so cool about our friendship is that we can both say, okay, divide, and we go vet something and come together. What'd you find? So we can get really brass tacks on shit if something's bullshit in ways that I never thought I'd be in position to get that kind of quality information. And we can pass that against each other and say, okay, this one, let's follow that one. So that's pretty cool, that dynamic.
It's amazing how much change has happened in this topic in just a couple of years. Like I said, I was banging my head against that wall for a long time and not making any progress. And really one of my goals at the beginning was make this acceptable for journalists to cover. Because, you get subjected to tremendous amount of ridicule. I've been beaten up and insulted and ridiculed for a long time. And I kept going, but I wanted to show this is a legitimate story. You can cover it and not ruin your career. It finally happened, not because of me. I mean, the New York Times does that story in 2017. It suddenly becomes acceptable for other media to cover it. That gave some cover to members of Congress to actively investigate and ask questions. And that's resulted in the changes that I never thought I would see. You know, we had the UAP task force, ALSAP, ATIP, the task force, AIMSOG, and now Arrow. And although I have real doubts about whether Arrow is going to get the job done and whether they're going to level with the public, it is progress in the sense that, gosh, we're talking about this as a front burner issue now where it hasn't been for a very long time. Caution, though, it has been a front burner issue with the public in the past, and Congress has taken a look at it in the past, and then something else happens. Either they're diverted by something more pressing. There's always something more pressing for members of Congress. If these guys who are on the front lines of this don't stick with it, we'll go right back. The keepers of the secrets don't want to give this stuff up. And if they can find a way to pressure those guys to back off, they will.
All right, legit. Well, gentlemen, thank you for all your hard work. We really appreciate you trying to get to the bottom of this slowly but surely. I think we will. I feel like we're going to find something out.
We definitely will learn more tomorrow than we know today. And I got to stay on the fight. Thank you for letting us talk about it because, you know, the whole thing, man, is if we don't have this discussion, we're not going to learn shit.
Joe, you've changed the playing field, too. Your involvement in this has changed the playing field. It really has, whether you'd like to admit it or not.
Well, it's my pleasure. My honor. Thank you. Thanks, gentlemen. Bye, everybody. This episode is brought to you by LifeLock. Like many of us, you might think identity theft will never happen to you, but consider this. There's a new identity theft victim every 3 seconds in the U.S. That's over 15 million people by the end of this year, equal to the populations of New York, Los Angeles, and Chicago combined. Even worse, identity theft victims often don't even know they're victims. That's why LifeLock Identity Theft Protection alerts you to identity threats, even the ones that don't show up on a credit report, like data breaches, fraudulent transactions, loan and credit card applications, and crimes committed in your name. If your identity is stolen, your own dedicated LifeLock US-based restoration specialist will work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft, but LifeLock protects you in ways you simply can't on your own. Save up to 25% off your first year at lifelock.com/JRE. That's lifelock.com/JRE to save up to 25%.
This episode is brought to you by Carvana. With Carvana's new value tracker, you can track your car's value over time and learn what's driving it. It'll make you feel like an expert. Check it anytime to get an up-to-date competitive value on your car and find out why your car may fluctuate with personalized insights. Visit Carvana.com to start tracking your car's value today. The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Hi, Joe. Great to be in Austin.
What's happening? Look at you, you're all comfortable.
I asked you before if I could, I don't know.
Of course, we want this table as dirty as possible.
It's not like I'm messing it up,
no.
Let's be honest.
I like it lived in. I like it stained.
Yeah.
Ashes and all that jazz.
How you doing?
Oh, good, man. What's happening?
In town to, do my thing.
Doing a show tonight at ACL, right?
Telling jokes to strangers, what we do.
Nice.
And, of course, when I got the invite, how can you turn down the king? I know you hate being called the king, but you are, Joe, so bask in it a little.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
It's always good to see you.
Yeah, you too.
How are you enjoying doing your podcast?
I love it, especially since I've been thrown out of work by the strike, so it's what I have left plus the touring. But that, touring is a couple of weekends a month. Podcasting doesn't take that much time either. I don't do it every day like you, but it's nice to have an outlet. It's also nice to be able to talk to people in a non-political way. I mean, my show is for, let's say, people who know things. My HBO show,
right?
You just can't really enjoy that show or watch it clueless. It's like I'm speaking in Chinese.
Right.
So, and that's okay. That's a lot of the people in this country that would describe. They're not involved in politics or what goes on in the world, or, don't ask them what the ACLU is or NATO. These things are just not on their radar. And that certainly also describes a lot of celebrities. Their intelligence is artistic intelligence, generally, I would say. It's a different kind of intelligence. It's not worse or better, it's just different. So to be able to talk to a lot of people on Club Random in a setting where I can just be high as a kite and constantly blowing pot smoke in their face, first of all, it's just a joy. It's a sign of the progress that this country has made. To think that I used to sweat bullets going through every airport in this country because I had this much little pot that I was hiding under my balls. Right. That's really where I hid it. So that if the dog sniffed it, that they'd be embarrassed. I hoped to look there. And now I can freely smoke pot in a nationally aired program is kind of amazing. So I'm enjoying the fuck out of it.
That's beautiful. Yeah, it's also nice to have like a completely open format, so conversations can really air out.
Right.
You don't have to worry about running out of time, and you also can kind of let them breathe a little, because sometimes you really want to let someone talk for a long time and before you try to interject and pick apart their conversation, their argument. You really I want to know what you're really thinking. I don't want to be confused.
Again, that's kind of what you pioneered.
Yeah.
And we're grateful for it. And I do like that. I also find it's interesting. The setting makes a big difference as to what arouses the furies on the left. If I said so many of the things that I've said on Club Random, on a podcast, on Real Time, on HBO, they would have had my head.
Yeah.
But somehow, when I say it in the setting of the podcast, in my own home, blowing the pot smoke, somehow it's okay. And I find that very interesting.
I think they look at you like a guy who they're worried about because you don't toe the line.
They should be.
You're like a 90s liberal. You're like the liberals back when they were more reasonable, before they became leftists. And now every liberal kind of has to be a leftist. It's like if you want to be on the team, you got to subscribe to the most fringe ideas that the team is promoting. And I get in trouble with that too. It's such a, there's so many, like Joe List has talked about that recently, the comic Joe List, very funny guy. And he was talking about I'm a 90s liberal. He goes, what? I didn't change. It's like everybody else kind of changed. It just got real weird, like what you're allowed to disagree with and not to disagree with. And, it's strange.
I'm always trying to make the case that liberal is a different animal than woke.
Yeah.
Because it is. And you can be woke with all the nonsense that now implies. But don't say that somehow it's an extension of liberalism.
Right.
Because it's most often actually an undoing of liberalism. So you can have your points of view and your positions on these things, but don't try to piggyback on what I've always believed. I have always believed, as liberals do, for example, in a colorblind society, that the goal is to not see race at all anywhere for any reason.
Yes.
That's what liberals always believed all the way through. Obama, going back, Kennedy, everybody, Martin Luther King. That's not what the woke believe. They believe race is first and foremost the thing you should always see everywhere, which I find interesting because that used to be the position of the Ku Klux Klan, that we see race first and foremost everywhere.
Yeah.
So, again, you can have that position, but don't say that's a liberal position. You're doing something very different.
I think the idea behind it, I think I understand their idea. The idea is that the society is imbalanced. And so in order to address that imbalance, you are going to prop up as many minorities as possible, make as many opportunities for minorities as possible, and get it to a position where there are, like, white people are a minority. And so that's not a concern anymore. And that through that, somehow or another, you'll achieve equality. I think the way to achieve equality is your way. I think the colorblind way is the way to really truly achieve equality and to truly judge people just on their merits, but also recognize that if we don't address the problems in this country as far as like how disenfranchised some people are and how horrible some communities are that people grow up in and people find themselves stuck in with no recourse, no way out, no role models, no nothing, no financial opportunities. That's what our real problem is in this country, more than it is race. It's extreme poverty and extreme crime, and that these things don't get addressed over and over and over again. And in fact, a lot of the policies that you see coming from places like San Francisco and Portland, they just exacerbate it. You're just seeing stores close because, like, okay, you can't just steal. You can't just have everybody just walk in a Walmart and steal. I was watching a video where they were showing a Walgreens and they had everything chained up. Chained.
Oh, yeah.
Chains.
Even minor little things.
Yeah, little
like frozen food dinners.
Yeah, they had the frozen food section chained off.
No, again, that's not, liberalism was never, shoplifting is progressive.
Right. Yeah.
And we weren't interested in legalizing shoplifting, or I guess we should call it justice shopping. But, you know, in Minnesota, for example, I think it was Minneapolis, after the George Floyd murder and the riots, I think there was a movement to disband a lot of the police, and they did. I think a lot of the police were let go, or somehow the police force was a lesser force than it was. And what happened was, of course, crime went up in certain areas, and a lot of the officers who had been fired or let go or quit, or for whatever reason they weren't on the force anymore, they were hired as private security. By who? The rich people who could afford to do it. So their neighborhood stayed safe. So that wasn't exactly, I thought, a victory for liberalism.
This episode is brought to you by Roka. I wear Roka sunglasses every day. They are the shit. I even wear Roka tactical glasses when I go to the gun range. Roka is a killer Texas-based eyewear brand that will change your summer. They've been independently outmaneuvering some of the biggest conglomerates in Europe that are secretly behind most eyewear brands, because Roka figured out how to pack all the cutting-edge sports tech into normal-looking sunglass frames. And what I love about them, first of all, they're very versatile. They're designed for performance, but you don't look out of place wearing them socially. They're good-looking glasses. They also stay on your face with what they call gecko technology and high-quality materials that are designed for even the most hardcore athletes. They fit to your face really well. Like, you do all sorts of activities, run with them. They never fall loose. I take them with me anywhere I go. And instead of cheap glass that scratches and fogs, Roka lenses have protective coatings and best-in-class polarization, which is dope for water because you can actually see through the glare and see fish in the water. Plus, their glasses are all built to order right here in Austin, Texas. Get 20% off your order with the code Rogan at Roka.com. That's ROKA.com. Tap the banner or click on this episode's page to shop now. This episode is brought to you by Squarespace. Squarespace is an all-in-one platform for building your online presence, whether you're an artist, a writer, or a business owner, or a stand-up comic. My website is made with Squarespace. It's never been easier to create a website with Squarespace. The next generation design system they have lets you stretch your imagination. Just start with their best-in-class website templates and then customize every detail with easy-to-use drag-and-drop tools. You can make any Squarespace template do what you want, so your idea, brand, or business can stand out on any device. Sell products, host videos, or just showcase your work. Squarespace makes it easy to engage your audience in one place and on your terms. For a free trial, head over to squarespace.com/Joe. And when you're ready to launch, use the offer code Joe to save 10% on your first purchase of a website or domain. No, it's the opposite. Yeah. It's unfortunate. Austin defunded the police and then refunded it. And refunded it by far more than they defunded it because they just course corrected. They went, okay, this is not working. We have to do something to fix it, which makes me very happy. I was really shocked that they wanted to do that because there's a lot of crime. And where my club is on 6th Street, that's a wild place. 6th Street gets wild, and there's a lot of crime there. And there's a good police presence there, and we have a lot of police at the club. We hire off-duty cops to work the club, and a lot of security. We want to make it as safe as possible, but the streets in the city, like, from pandemic on, it's not good. It's sketchy, and I'm glad they recognized it and did something. Well, because so many places just aren't course correcting.
Chicago.
Yeah.
I mean, not just the places where, murders have been happening way out of control in Chicago among the African American community for far too long and not really reported in the way that they should be. It's amazing how black lives don't seem to matter when they're taken by black lives. But now Chicago, my friends who live there say it's not safe anywhere.
Yeah, it's very sketchy. Very sketchy.
And that's Chicago.
Yeah, Chicago used to be great. It used to be easy. It used to be a great city. It always had problems in some areas, but even those areas. I had a conversation once with a driver who was a former cop, and what he told me is that they arrested all the key drug players, and then there was a power struggle. Things got way worse. It's like their idea was like, go in, arrest the big kingpins, and then we'll clean up the city. It didn't work at all. The opposite had an effect. It was the opposite effect. There was way more crime. He said it just got way more violent.
Well, I think a lot of the murders that happen are over nonsense. Somebody dissed you on social media or made fun of your sneakers or some shit. Some of it is drug turf and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But I think some of it is just bullshit, and I don't understand why there isn't a more concerted effort to shine a spotlight on that. And where are the leaders of the community? The people who would have such a cachet among those young African American men, because that's who's killing each other. Young African American men, to say, cut it out. What the fuck are you doing, killing each other? If there was a concerted effort by people in the music industry, people in sports who they look up to, wouldn't that have an effect?
I don't know. At this point,
worth a try.
Worth a try, sure. Worth something. Something needs to be done. I'm not the guy to figure out what needs to be done, but something needs to be done. It should have been a long time ago. I don't know what that answer is, but no answer is not the answer. And continuing the same policies, the guy getting the same problems, and just defunding the police officers and making things far worse, and then not course correcting. That's not the answer either. Right. It's nice to talk about politics. It's great. I would hate to be one of those fucking people. To be an actual politician and have to be responsible for all this shit. And also to come in now,
Yeah, they are the easiest people to target because, of course, they have to kowtow to what the voters want, and the voters are completely contradictory. So I do have some sympathy for politicians, because if you ask the voters what they want, they will basically say they want every sort of goodie that the government can provide. Arizona tax base. They want a Swedish social net on an Arizona tax base, and that's just not possible.
And then the answer is always tax the rich, which is, that doesn't help incompetent government. If they have more money, it doesn't help them.
Well, I think that's why you moved here, wasn't it?
No, I moved here because they were locking down the city, and it didn't seem safe, and it seemed very sketchy, and I just didn't agree with what they were doing. The more I talked to doctors that were experts in respiratory diseases, the more they were convinced stop a respiratory disease. They're like, this isn't going to do anything. In fact, it's probably going to damage people's immune systems because they're not going to be around other people. They're going to be filled with anxiety. They're going to be locked in, isolation, depression.
No, I was always making this case in real time, and people thought I was crazy, and I'm sure they think you're crazy, but they're crazy, and they don't know anything.
Well, they're definitely wrong. If you talk to virologists and epidemiologists that aren't captured, that don't have to deal with whatever Fauci and the NIH tells them what to say, and if you talk to those people, they're like, well, first of all, you should be telling people they have to lose weight. They have to lose weight. It was the number one comorbidity. It was a giant factor.
I think something like 75% of the people who were hospitalized or died, yes, were obese. But of course, in this country, we're so through the looking glass on the obesity issue that even mentioning it is some sort of a hate crime.
Right.
I mean, it is so Orwellian. And this is, again, a topic I've covered many times, and there is nothing that garners me more hate than this. No issue. No issue. You're just not allowed to talk about this. And it's preposterous because, first of all, if this is truly a life and death issue, we can't talk about the one thing that more than anything else is causing the death. But it is Orwellian terms like body positivity. There is nothing positive health-wise. Now, if you think it's beautiful, great. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. But science is not.
No, it's not. And honestly, it's not even beauty. It's people trying to help people's feelings. They're trying to help your feelings.
There are people, we used to call them chubby chasers.
Oh, sure.
There are people who actually, and I'm sure there's more than a few, and I think it's also, look, the ideals of beauty change. I mean, back in the, 17th century, I mean, you can see the paintings, especially when people were poorer, it was a sign of status to have fat on you because you had food.
More than enough.
Right. So it does change, and it's also can be a cultural thing. It's also maybe when you grew up. I mean, when I was first masturbating, it was the era of Twiggy, the first waif model, and thin was in. To me, like the pie wagons of the 50s, like Marilyn Monroe, those hippie girls, like the ones on Mad Men, the big redhead on Mad. That was like, that's my father's era. That's I couldn't raise an erection with a derrick looking at those girls. I liked it, and I kept that my whole life. I liked that. I like tight and what they called hard bodies in the 80s. That's not in style anymore. It's Kardashian, Jennifer Lopez made the big ass trendy, and that's what they like now. So it does change.
But there's a giant difference between Jennifer Lopez and a fat person. To say that like things are like that's always kind of been in style. Like big hips and large breasts, it's genetic. There's a genetic inclination. Like men are attracted to that because women with wide hips, they give birth easier.
I'm not attracted to that.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, people are attracted to different things for sure, but it's like there's a genetic reason for it.
I mean, I agree that Jennifer Lopez is a beautiful woman. Amazing how she's continued her looks into.
At 51, she's still hot as the sun. It's crazy.
But there is no world in which I am attracted to an ass that big.
Wow.
That's just not my style.
I'm on the other team. I like it.
Oh, really?
I like it.
Yeah, well, you fit in more with good for you, Joe. You fit in with the kids today and your big ass loving friends. But fat is fat, and it's just not healthy. Even if you find it beautiful or sexy or whatever it's just science. It's bad for literally every part of your health, from how you poop to your eyesight. There's nothing that obesity doesn't affect negatively.
You know who doesn't get any of that body positivity shit though? Is men. Nobody gives a fuck about men. If men are fat, you're just fat. That's like when James Corden tried that shit with you.
Yes.
That's such an obvious ploy. Oh, hurting my feelings,
yes.
Bill.
Oh, yes.
Fat shaming. Like, first of all, that guy's fat from food. He's not like, my guy's got a genetic disorder. He's just, that guy's obviously not working out and living. living a good life, eating some nice food,
and
a little plump.
Yeah. And
fixable.
Interesting. And interesting. A year or so after he made his big crusade against me, he signed a big contract, I think, with Weight Watchers. Turned right around. But even Weight Watchers is out of style because now we've given up on the idea that obesity is something that can be contained by exercise and diet. It's now a disease. I mean, these new drugs they have.
Ozempic.
Yeah. I was reading about Ozempic. I didn't know this until recently. They have zero clue why it works. They know that it works, just not why. This would bother me a little,
It should.
That if they're giving me something and they're like, hey, this new miracle pill, just take it. We're working on the reason why it might do this to you, but until then, just fuck it.
There's no biological free lunch either. I have friends that are on that stuff, and one friend who just got off of it because he was having some serious gastrointestinal issues that are apparently one of the side effects. There's no free lunch. If you're taking an injection that makes you less hungry, something's going on. That's probably not good.
Yes.
And you're also losing a lot of connective tissue, bone mass, and muscle mass. My good friend Peter Attia did a study on his patients. He's a doctor. He did a study on patients that took Ozempic, and one of the things they found is they lost weight, but they gained fat. They were actually had a higher percentage of body fat because they were primarily losing muscle tissue and connective tissue. They were losing so much of that even though they lost like 20 pounds, they actually went from like 15% body fat to maybe 20% body fat or whatever the number was.
What I find the most alarming is the way, in just a matter of a few years, the group think that this is a disease now that cannot be controlled by what for 50, 100, a million years before this, it was the scientific consensus that, of course, you can control it with diet and exercise. It just in a couple of years that went out the window, and you cannot find an article on the front page or in the op-ed page of the New York Times in the last couple of years that has any other belief than this one, that it is a disease, it is not within a person's control. So they're all in on Ozempic or whatever else because we certainly can't leave this to people themselves to control it. That's a giant sea change, and the way they sheep-like just go right in a row.
Yeah.
No dissent. Not one person standing up in the paper of record to say, wait a second, this can't really be the case. I mean, 50 years ago, we looked like a completely different people.
Yeah.
Why is it in 50 years, did we evolve? In 50 years, human beings? Was cake not delicious in 1969? I think it was. And yet somehow people resisted it.
Well, there's a lot of diet changes for sure. And I think one of the things about the narrative, there was a lot of influence by vested interests. Like, I'm sure you know about the 1950s, I believe it was, where the sugar industry paid off scientists.
Of course.
To put the blame on saturated fat. It changed people's eating.
And corn.
Corn
they changed what the sugar came from because they had too much corn because they subsidized it.
Yeah.
So let's make sugar out of corn, which is not really what you should be making.
Right.
I mean, cane sugar is not great for you either, but it's better than corn. You see the obesity rates go up as corn syrup, but it's still within someone's power to turn it down. You're not helpless.
There's plenty of people out there that have done it too that you can get examples from. I mean, especially in this day and age with YouTube and these social media influencers that have lost a ton of weight, so many of those people have gone on diets and lost 150 pounds, and they'll tell you how they did it. And you can get inspiration from them.
It's not rocket science.
It's doable, but it's not easy. And the idea of calling it a disease, it's interesting because we kind of agree alcoholism is a disease, but it is similar because you are addicted to food. Like, people are absolutely addicted to food. especially high fructose corn syrup products and things where there's like you're getting that big sugar rush and the insulin spikes. And,
well, they do this in the lab, you know. I mean, they have all these food companies. All these food companies have labs where they go in and they test how much fat and sugar and salt we can put in this thing to make it as addictive as possible. You know, they don't want you to just eat one Lay's potato that you can't eat it. They want you to have the whole bag and then start another bag.
Yeah.
But again, look, I always have the most sympathy for the obese when I'm high because I get the munchies, as most of us do. Not in the first hour, like it goes to my head first, which is great, and then it goes to my stomach, and then it goes to my dick. But yeah, when it goes to my stomach, I get it. I get it more than I do normally because I am just ravenous to eat. But that's why I don't keep shit in the house. So that when I do get ravenous for food, there's nothing there. And the thing is, when I'm high, I'm rather satisfied with food that isn't the most delicious food in the world because I'm high. Everything tastes good. And I'm just looking to eat. So if I'm going to eat like baruca nuts or something, they're not bad for me, and I can eat a million of them, and it satisfies that urge to chew and eat. But I'm not putting on weight. I mean, there are things you can do.
Yeah.
We're not helpless.
Well, it's also no one's telling you to do it. It's not like, you know, the government was telling everybody to get vaccinated. They weren't telling anybody to lose weight. They weren't telling anybody to take vitamin D. There's just, well, you know, it's the problem of media and industries and even the government itself being captured by special interests, and it's a big problem. Like, they don't want people losing weight. They don't want people getting healthier. It's not good for business. So there's no push to do it. What the push is always in what is going to make us the most money, which is why you're seeing this push for these diabetes drugs that people are taking to lose weight. You know, it's like there's a lot of money in that. There's a lot of money in, what is it called, Wegovy and Ozempic, whatever these ones are called.
Yeah.
Yeah,
are you kidding?
Peptides.
They're going to make, I'm sure they already have.
I'm sure, yeah. And look, if that's the only way you can lose weight, and you lose weight, and that's what starts you along the way. I kind of feel like that, the same way I feel about SSRIs. I've had friends that have had disastrous situations come up because of SSRIs. And I've had other people that got from being suicidal to getting their life in order and then slowly getting off of them and then saying it was overall a good thing for it.
What is SSRI?
Antidepressants. Prozac. Well, Prozac's not one of them.
What is SSRI?
Yeah, that's what it is. Selective serotonin re-up inhibitors.
But I thought they recently found out that it wasn't the serotonin.
Well, what they found out is it's not a chemical imbalance in your brain. Right? The SSRIs are another one where they're not exactly sure where they work. You know, like Zoloft is a good one. They don't know. Other people, for a lot of people, it just makes them disconnected, right? And they feel just everything is flat and dull.
I took a Zoloft once. I don't know why I had a Zoloft in the house, but I thought
you recreationally took a Zoloft.
I did not recreate. I thought it was a sleeping pill. Because Zo and Loft. I was like, oh, this must be. I don't know. I remember this is a long time ago, and I don't know why it was in my house, but I had one pill. And I remember Zoloft, and I thought, oh, good, I need to sleep. And the way it made me feel, because I don't have an imbalance, was horrible.
Really?
Yes. Like I know what it feels like to be doing something I don't want to do. Some people call that work, and we're lucky we like our work mostly, but there are things I don't want to do that I do. And I know what it feels like to be doing things I do want to do. When I was on this drug, it was like neither. Like, I didn't feel anything. It made me feel very sympathetic to the people who suffer from chemical imbalances in the brain. And mostly it is chemical imbalances. I think it was Mike Wallace suffered for a long time from this. And also maybe it was Dick Cavett, somebody like that who, I was in therapy for years and years and years, and then they gave me this drug, and I was all better. And it was never anything that they were going to fix in therapy. It was just the chemical. They just poured something in the test tube, and suddenly it was all good. Because some of it is just chemical.
Hey, Uncle Joey here. Big games, high hopes, and huge cash prizes. That's what the start of NFL season is all about. DraftKings, the official daily fantasy partner of the NFL, has millions in prizes up for grabs. New customers, just deposit $5 and play fantasy football for free. Who's better than DraftKings? Nobody. Just choose your team, stay under the salary cap, and score enough points to take home the win. Non-stop NFL action is waiting for you. Download the DraftKings app now. Use code Rogan and play free for millions in prizes. That's code Rogan, ROGAN, only at DraftKings. Potato chips, onion dip, people farting, tremendous.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Minimum $5 deposit required. One award per new customer. Eligibility restrictions apply. Void where prohibited. See DraftKings.com for details.
This episode is brought to you by AG1. Everyone's body is different, but we are all humans, and humans all need the same foundational nutrition to keep us healthy and focused and ready. And that's why I have been drinking AG1 for years. They've done the research to make a science-driven drink that replaces all those multivitamins and probiotics with one simple drink. AG1 raises your baseline by supporting nutrient replenishment, stress management, gut optimization, and immune support. These are things we all need. And it's as easy as mixing it up every morning. It just takes a minute. So if you're listening, you're probably human, and you probably want to take a step towards feeling healthier and more focused. We all do. It starts with foundational nutrition and AG1. Try AG1 and get a free 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5, yes, that's 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase. Go to drinkag1.com/Rogan. That's drinkag1.com/Rogan. Check it out. Yeah, I don't think they think it's a chemical imbalance anymore, because I think they've measured like serotonin and dopamine levels. There's so many factors. There's so many factors into why someone would be depressed. Yeah. Some of it has to be genetic, just like mental illness. Some of it is absolutely genetic. Some of it is life circumstances. I mean, if you have a shitty job and a shitty life and shitty friends and a shitty house and a shitty neighborhood, you probably feel like shit.
I remember when I had all that, and I was depressed.
Yeah.
But I felt like it was logical depression. There was a reason I was depressed. I was newly in the world as a person out of college, so I was starting life. For the first time, I didn't have the protective guardianship of school.
Right.
Okay, so that's scary. And I was worried, am I going to be a failure in life? Here I am trying to be a comedian. Okay, that's a risky proposition. Not many people make it. I was embarrassed to even tell people, what do you do? Oh, I'm trying to be a comedian. Okay, that's funny. And I lived in a shit box. And I didn't have any girlfriends. And I had no money. And I was depressed for very good reason. No respect. I had nothing that makes people happy. When I got more of those things, I got happier. That's normal, okay? That's different than the person who has lots of great things. I mean, you read about this all the time among the show business community. And people, I'm sure, all the time say that, why is this guy depressed? He must be on top of the world.
Right.
And, no, he had to quit the tour because of mental health issues. He was depressed. People are lining up to see him in fucking arenas, and he's depressed. And it's, because that doesn't solve the problem when it's a chemical problem.
Yeah, and I think also for some people, they worship this idea of success as being the thing that's going to get them out of it. That's going to make them happy. And then they get success, and then they get accustomed to that success, and they're still not happy. And then they get really depressed, like, oh my God, I'm at the top, and it sucks.
Right. I mean, if that still doesn't fill the hole in your heart, then where do you go? You You got nothing else.
Yeah, I always wonder. I mean, I think these things vary very widely, and I always wonder, like, what is their life like? What are their friends like? What's their family like? What do they do for activities? What are they eating? Are they sleeping well? Like,
Right.
Like, are they doing anything to mitigate it, to put themselves on a path, that gives them some sort of feeling of accomplishment in life, a feeling of like, and I don't mean accomplishment in terms of like material possessions, but like you're doing something, you're getting something done,
A reason to get up in the morning.
yeah, something that you really enjoy, gives you joy, gives you happiness and satisfaction. There's a lot of people out there that don't have that. Like you said, we're really lucky that we have jobs that we enjoy. We love what we do. We have like, I mean, there's a reason why when someone says to you, "Oh, you're gonna be a stand-up comedian," good fucking luck, because most people don't make it.
No, they don't.
Most. I mean, do you remember the people you did open mic with? How many of them are still around?
I remember everybody. I was in the clubs with. It was hundreds of guys.
Yeah,
mostly guys, some women, but I mean, back in 1980. Yeah, and yes, you could name them all. Or, like I always like to point out to people when they get into these discussions about the strike and show business and what kind of business this is, and is it different than other businesses? Yes, if you look at the credits of any movie, especially ones that are a few years old, 10 years old, 20 years old, 30 years old, look at the credits as they go by at the end of the movie. Outside of the 2 or 3 stars of the movie, you'll see a list of 20 or 30 people who were in that movie. All of them thought they were going to be stars. They all had parts. Not the biggest parts in the movies, but parts. And you look at that list and you do not recognize one of those names.
yeah.
They all wanted to be something that this movie that they were in was going to take them to the next level. And it did not.
Yeah.
It did not.
That's just show business. I was watching an interview. Well, it wasn't really an interview. It was like they caught her at the airport with Bridget Fonda. She just dropped out of show business, and they caught her like walking, and they said, "Do you think you'll ever do a movie again? You were in so many iconic movies, like Single White Female, and this naming this." She's like, "No way." She's like, "Nope. I like being a civilian now. Yeah, it's too much fun."
That's different. Yeah, that's different. She had a big career.
Yeah,
and she just had enough of it.
Yeah,
and yeah, that's okay. I mean, first of all, show business, especially acting, very tough on females as they age. Sure. You just know that.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to be iconic to be working in your 60s like Meryl Streep.
Right.
Because, especially if you're the leading lady, I mean, they have no problem pairing a 60-year-old guy with a 35-year-old woman.
Right.
That's just the way it is.
Yeah.
In movies, or at least it has been. So as you get into those upper ages, those parts are not going to be there, and look, that's partly what the audience wants. I mean, you can hate the studios for doing that, but studios are always just reflecting what the audience wants, including the women in the audience.
Yeah. You know what's fascinating? The one group that absolutely gets discriminated in Hollywood is gay men. Gay men never play straight men in blockbuster movies. Openly gay men are never like the romantic interest in a blockbuster movie. You can have an openly gay woman and no one cares.
Like who?
Oh, you can have one. I don't think it would be a problem.
Name somebody. Like who's an openly gay woman?
Who is one?
Well, Kristen Stewart is now an openly gay.
Oh, she is?
Kristen Stewart?
I didn't know she was. The girl from Twilight? I didn't know she was openly gay. I mean, I need out of the loop. No, she used to date that other guy. She used to date Robert Pattinson. I didn't know that she was gay.
That was 10 years ago.
I didn't. I don't follow her romantic career. You're acting like I'm not paying attention to the president.
I'm offended, Joe. No, I mean, she's very. I mean, first of all, she just definitely is. I mean, you see pictures of her. You could tell that she's walking that side of the street now. She openly announced it on Saturday Night Live.
I don't watch that show.
Yeah, I don't either. But I know she did, and of course it was met with thunderous applause, which should tell you something about the hypocrisy of how brave it is to come out.
Well, if she wanted to play a leading woman, nobody would have a problem with that.
No, but I just parenthetically, brave, by the way, is when you say something and people boo.
Or they want to kill you.
Yes.
Right. Julian Assange is brave.
Right. When people cheer raucously, that's somewhat less than brave.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I guess it does take some courage to come out. But, you know, as I always say, let's live in the year we're living in. And in the year we're living in, it's like, sometimes it's preferable to come out as gay.
Yeah. It's rewarded in some circles. I have friends who unfortunately are in the closet who can't come out because of their family. They're worried about the impact of their family. Like grew up in the Midwest, you know, religious family, and you know, it eats them alive. They're usually drunk all the time. Like those guys get it's really rough.
Yeah, I'm sure.
It's rough.
I mean, and I think this is why gay actors in the past did not come out. I just watched that documentary on Rock Hudson. Did you see that? It was terrific.
No, I didn't see it.
Okay, well, obviously this was a different era. You know, it was not sure. It was unthinkable that Rock Hudson could come out he started in the 50s.
Right.
The 60s. This was just, we weren't even discussing homosexuality in those terms. And he was a matinee idol. You know, he was something women were creaming their jeans over. So, but nowadays, could a gay man be the romantic lead? I think there are actors who are gay and are still not out for that very reason, for sure. I'm not going to name names.
Yeah. But we don't have to.
No, we don't have to. But
yeah, they exist. And it's a career move for them. They have to. Right. Kind of keep it under wraps.
Right.
Yeah. It's
well, Joe, but we're selling fantasy, especially in a romantic setting, in a romantic movie.
I have had multiple people on this podcast that do not believe that gay is just something you're born with. They believe that it's a choice. I've had conversations with people where you're like, have you met Richard Simmons? Like are you crazy? Do you think that's a fucking choice? Like the idea that I had one guy who he compared it to murder. Like you might want to kill someone, but you don't do it because it's a sin. I was like, well, but imagine if you were just like rabidly attracted to women and culturally things were reversed. And for some reason, like women caused reproduction and you don't want more people because we're overpopulated and gay is the only morally right way to pursue sexual activity. Right. Imagine how horrible that would be. It would suck.
Well, see, this is why it's so odd to me that gay and trans have wound up in the same grouping, LGBTQ. Excuse me, I'm sorry, a crime. I don't remember.
I think there's a 2 and an A in there, and a plus.
Okay, then that's what I just said.
I don't know what the 2 is.
That's Two-Spirit.
I saw. Is that what it is?
It could be.
Oh no, God! If that's what it is, that's amazing.
But what I'm saying is
that is what it is.
It is.
Oh Jesus!
Two-Spirit. Oh my God! And I'm not sure I could even define
Two-Spirit. I didn't even know it existed until I saw Trudeau. Trudeau rattled off the newest, latest list one time. We have to protect. Unlike America, we have to protect our Two-Spirit people. I don't know. Let's find out what Two-Spirit is. What is Two-Spirit mean?
Two-Spirit. I think I've heard AOC talk about it too.
Oh boy. Okay, now offensive amongst Native Americans, a person who identifies with any of a variety of gender identities which are not exclusively those of their biological sex. Yeah, but gender identities which are not exclusively, how many of them are there? How many gender identities exist? Two-Spirit?
But in that definition, it's a transgender.
Yeah.
And why do we also need to include it if we have transgender already? Because one person complained, I'm guessing.
Well, I believe with Native Americans, that's what they refer to transgender people as. I think because the Lakota, look that up. I think it was like a protected class in their community because they felt like this person understood both groups. They were biologically male, but they had so many traits of being feminine. They were probably gay men, but they were biologically male that had so many traits of femininity that they thought they were Two-Spirit. Like this is the type of person that we can come to for guidance because they understand women and they understand men.
And so it was thought of that way. The same way, like they had some like fascinating roles in their culture. Like one of them was a heyoka, which was the sacred clown. They had a guy who made fun of everything, and if you couldn't make fun of something, it was bullshit. Like if you had the greatest warrior, the biggest chief, the chief's wife, you could make fun of anything. If you couldn't make fun of it, it was bullshit. Like there was something. If you had, hey, don't make fun of that, everybody's like, well, what is this thing we can't make fun of? Like, why can't we make fun of this? Is this a bullshit thing? And it's a good way to detect bullshit. What is this?
Describing what the Lakota have.
In Lakota, there are no pronouns. We don't speak, we don't have she and he. In Lakota, men will speak differently than women. We know their gender based on how they are talking and what words they are using.
That's their third gender.
Who's the dude in the
Two-spirit people. So yeah, it's the Lakota culture. Okay. So that's where that term comes from.
Well, enjoy it, Lakota. We don't all have to follow.
No. Well, also, I don't have to remember it. It's too long. You're crazy.
But what I was saying was, it's odd to me that they group them together because, in a fundamental way, trans and gay are almost exact opposites. Because gay is all about, I was born this way,
right? And
trans is the way I'm born. Fuck that.
Yeah.
Jump ball.
Right.
Let's change that. And that to me seems to be fundamentally different.
Well, what scares me about it is what they're doing to children. You know, and I know you got that fucking joke on your show about break out the dick saw. I remember you said that. I was like, Jesus, Bill, you just went hard. But I'm so glad you're doing that because that's on late night television. They're never gonna fucking do that other than you. But it's terrifying that they're calling it gender affirming care. But it's really childhood mutilation before you have the ability to figure out what permanent means. You're fucking 7 years old. You can't get your face tattooed. You can't go to war. You can't get married. There's reasons for all that stuff. You're too young. And this idea that you should be able to make life-changing choices like hormone blockers, which are not reversible, no matter what the fuck they say. They say it's reversible. No, the changes happen to your body during puberty, and if you stop those changes, that change you can't reverse that. You're going to have a micropenis. You're taking estrogen while your body's developing. You're blocking your testosterone. If you're doing all that stuff, it's going to have an effect on your body. Now, if you're happy with that effect and you don't care, okay. But how many people aren't? And how many people are young? And how many detransitioners are there who have horrible stories? And you're a monster and a bigot if you even bring that up, which is fucking insane.
No, I couldn't agree more. They're so cavalier about the medical repercussions.
Right.
Now, as with all of these things, if this country wasn't so ridiculously polarized, we could come up with some reasonable view on it, which is trans a real thing? Of course. Are some people born in a body that, for lack of a better term, you're born in the wrong body, or your sexuality doesn't match what's in your mind gender-wise? It does happen. And some of it is trendy. Some of it is just a TikTok challenge that got out of hand.
Kind of. Okay, it's a social contagion.
But even if I was, this is just me, but I'm allowed my opinion. If I was 100 billion% convinced I was born in the wrong body, I still wouldn't do anything to my body because medical considerations come first. The idea that you can just take some sort of puberty blockers or just snap on, snap off organs without really hurting myself medically and taking years off my life is ridiculous. And so I would somehow make it work with the equipment I was born with, because we're just not that advanced medically to make it work and still be healthy.
Yeah, but the woke perspective is this: they have these terms like gender-affirming care, and it sounds so wonderful. Yeah, gender-affirming care,
body positivity.
Sounds like something hugging you.
Yes, it's
somebody's helping you. They're gender, they're affirming your gender, they care about you, they're hugging you. It sounds good, but
this is what Orwell said: when you control the language, you control the ideas.
Yes, it's fascinating.
You call it body positivity, you call it gender affirming care, and the ideas follow, or what people think are ideas.
How much heat did you take for the dick saw joke?
Oh, a lot. I mean, that whole editorial was basically calling into question basically what you were saying. And I mean, the point that I found people had a hard time arguing with was, if this is all real, why is it regional? Why can you go to a dinner party in Los Angeles with like 10 people and half of them have trans kids? Right. And that would never happen in Indiana. Now, maybe some people in Indiana are afraid to come out. That could be true too. I'm sure it is to some degree. But it's just ridiculous that it's a regional issue to this degree. So obviously, and I know people who say, oh yeah, at my school, all the kids want to be trans. It's just not cool to be straight anymore. Right. You know, it's like every generation has to find a way to say to their parents who gave you everything, fuck you. Right. Whatever you do, I'm going to do different. And for a lot of kids, that now is just gender. My stupid, lame parents think that humans are male and female. Gross. I'm fluid. Okay. But like you say, you know, when you get a little older and you've mutilated your body, maybe that'll be a decision you're happy with, and maybe it won't, but there's no going back.
No going back. No going back. Yeah, it's terrifying. It's just terrifying that it's also something that people are making money out of.
And this is the one thing I really don't like about Biden is the way, and I know you really hate him. I don't hate him, but the way he just goes along with shit like this, I feel like he doesn't really believe in it. He's just like an old guy who doesn't quite get it. You know, the kids are doing what? But he's like the husband, you know, who doesn't really understand what the kids are into, but he doesn't want to start a big fight about it. So when the wife says, honey, the kids want to cut their dicks off and tear down a statue of Lincoln, he's like, yeah, oh, fine, okay, I'm watching the game, leave me alone. And so he just goes along with all the woke nonsense because he doesn't want to fight that wing of his party. He can't afford to have a battle on the left. Yeah. So that's my big issue with him. I know you have others.
Well, my biggest issue is he lies a lot, and he's probably
certainly not more than Trump. Oh, please, come on.
Well, listen, I think they both lie. I mean, I don't like that more than this guy. Because I want to just, if you want to talk about Trump, we can talk about Trump. But if you just talk about Biden, I don't think comparing him to Trump does anybody any good. You just look at the situation.
Because they're running against each other.
Yeah, okay.
So it's kind of necessary.
It could, if you want to talk about in terms of an election, you talk about in terms of the guy who's in the office right now, like, why don't I like him? Well, one of the things that I don't like has nothing to do with any of his choices, is that he's mentally compromised. I think there's something wrong. And I think it's clear.
As if the other guy isn't.
Well, okay, he speaks much clearer. He might be crazy. He might be a sociopath.
He's crazy and stupid.
Say all those things. But it still doesn't take away from the fact that there's something wrong with Biden. Like, he makes up words. He stumbles through things. It seems like he doesn't know where he is half the time. He's very, very old. That's my problem with him.
Okay, well, again, we're living in a world where perfect is not on the menu. These are the choices we're going to have. This is going to be who's running next time. You're going to have a doddering old man.
Do you definitely think that Biden's going to make it to the 2024 elections? Because I'm not convinced.
Well, who knows? Yeah, he might not, and so might not Trump.
Right. No, both of them could die at any minute.
Yeah, absolutely.
When you were like 70, whatever years old, 78 years old.
One is 77, one is 80.
Yeah, that's the end of the line.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you're on E. I mean, right? You might make it to town, but you might die on the side of the road.
There's also blue zones where people live to 100.
They don't look like those guys.
No, they look better.
Yeah, they're thin and active, and
Biden's thin.
That's
Trump is not.
But he's thin, like skeletal thin. Yeah. Like he's thin, like frail. Like where he looks like he's just gonna fall down a lot.
I'll give you this point. Trump looks a lot and sounds a lot more hardy and robust and healthy. That's true. He's a city roach. He eat the worst things he eats, the stronger he gets. You cannot kill him. No,
he's also the only guy that didn't noticeably age the moment he got into the White House.
We did. We aged when he was in office. He was fine. You're right. He didn't look like he aged. He always looks the same. But he's a criminal, and he's crazy, and he's stupid. And crazy and stupid are two different things.
When you say crazy, what do you basically?
Okay, let me give you an example. Stupid is like Frederick Douglass is alive, or the stealth bomber is literally invisible.
Right.
Or nobody knew healthcare was hard to solve. That's just stupid. He's very stupid. Crazy is like, it's important that the crowd at my inauguration was the biggest ever. And I'm going to make an issue of this for the first 2 weeks of my presidency, despite photographic evidence to the contrary. Or I'm going to steal these documents. I don't even know what they are, and I don't care, and I'm going to put them next to the toilet at Mar-a-Lago, and then I'm going to fight you to take them back, or not conceding the election. Those things are crazy. Or thinking I can somehow charm Kim Jong-un in Korea, although that might be stupid. Sometimes it crosses the line between both. But he's both stupid and crazy, and he's a criminal. You know, he's not being charged in these trials because he's a liar. They purposely didn't do that. Apparently it's okay. It's not illegal to lie to the American people. And of course he did lie and continues to lie. He still hasn't conceded the election, which he plainly lost. He's charged with actual crimes. Criminal intent to obscure, I forget what the actual name of the law is, but criminal intent to basically steal the election or to coerce people in the states from, I forget what it is. And then there's one forgery, which has to do with the elector scheme. Criminal intent for.
What is the forgery?
That's the slate of electors he was putting forward, the fake slate of electors. And then there was the one of.
Here it is. 3 counts of solicitation of violation of oath by a public officer. So he's trying to get someone to violate their oath. 2 counts of conspiracy to commit forgery in the first degree. 2 counts of conspiracy to commit false statements and writing. 2 counts of false statements and writings. Violation of a Georgia RICO Act. Conspiracy to commit impersonating a public officer. I don't know what that is. Conspiracy to commit filing false documents and filing false documents. And this is all based on the election results.
Well, there's also felony solicitation of violation of oath. Felony solicitation of violation of oath by a public officer. That was when he was talking to Ratzenberger. That's the I need you to find me 11,000 votes. There's also one. I mean, there's two cases about trying to steal the election. One, the national case that Jack Smith is prosecuting, then there's the one in Georgia. Now they cross paths a lot, but basically, I mean, yes, he tried every possible way to steal this election. He tried to do it through the courts. He tried to do it through state legislatures. He tried to do it through intimidating Mike Pence. He tried to do it through the Justice Department. They talked about seizing voting machines. They talked about using the army. I mean, you can't really believe that this guy is not worse than Joe Biden. I mean, I agree. Biden is not a great president. And the Hunter Biden stuff is a stinky conspiracy, not a conspiracy, a stinky scandal that stinks to the high heavens. If you think that in any way compares to what Trump tried to do, you just cannot tell unlike things apart.
And you're saying this just based on what happened after the election? Just that stuff?
Yes. Well, that's the criminal part, yes.
If you ever try to steel man his position, like, do you think he really believes they stole the election, or do you think he's bullshit?
Who gives a fuck? Doesn't matter.
Who gives a fuck?
Who gives a fuck if he really believes it?
But I mean, if he really believes there's evidence that the election was rigged.
No, I don't care. No, first of all, that was part of the January 6th committee's findings. He is multiple people, all the people around him told him that he lost that election, including Bill Barr, you know, and he admitted, one of his quotes was that they have on record of him saying, I don't want people to know I lost this election.
That's kind of crazy.
Well, he's crazy.
That's kind of crazy.
I mean, it's insane that you can't let go of the idea that you can't be seen as a loser. I always said this in the beginning, it all comes back to he is a clinical case of malignant narcissism. it's not just a quirk. It's actually in the big book of crazy, you know, that,
Right.
I mean, it's a real thing, and it affects everything he thinks and does. It's why foreign leaders were able to curry favor with him. All they had to do was kiss his ass, and they got whatever they wanted. Do I really think that he wants to help Russia and Putin? I think Putin had him as soon as he said, Trump is a brilliant man. Good, you got me. It doesn't take that much. He's a dangerous guy. The idea that he could be president again, as opposed to Joe Biden. Again, Joe Biden, not my first choice, not my 100th choice, but the other guy is a crazy, stupid criminal.
Do you like anybody on the right that's opposing? Do you like Vivek? I know you had Vivek on your podcast.
I think it's Vivek.
Vivek?
That's, I mean, I heard
it's probably Vivek.
In his rap, he says Vivek, it rhymes with K.
Okay, Vivek. There
well, as I said to him on the podcast, I find you both disarming and alarming.
What do you find alarming?
Well, he wants to abolish like half the government.
Yeah.
Some of the government could be abolished. I mean, a lot of the government is a big fucking waste.
What do you think's a big waste?
Well, I'm not sure I wouldn't abolish the Department of Education, but considering how stupid our kids are, there's a lot of answering to do there. I mean, I'm not sure that a national Department of Education has done us any good because kids have just gotten stupider and stupider and stupider. It used to be that they didn't know anything, but they could read about things if they wanted to. Now they can't even read. A part of that was because of the horrible policies during the pandemic, yes. But also it's just been going downhill. And it starts, of course, at colleges. I mean, that's where this woke rot begins. And it all seeps down. What goes on at universities, elite universities in this country, is insane.
This episode is brought to you by Roka. I wear Roka sunglasses every day. They are the shit. I even wear Roka tactical glasses when I go to the gun range. Roka is a killer Texas-based eyewear brand that will change your summer. They've been independently outmaneuvering some of the biggest conglomerates in Europe that are secretly behind most eyewear brands because Roka figured out how to pack all the cutting-edge sports tech into normal-looking sunglass frames. And what I love about them, first of all, they're very versatile. They're designed for performance, but you don't look out of place wearing them socially. They're good-looking glasses. They also stay on your face with what they call gecko technology and high-quality materials that are designed for even the most hardcore athletes. They fit to your face really well. Like you do all sorts of activities, run with them. They never fall loose. I take them with me anywhere I go. And instead of cheap glass that scratches and fogs, Roka lenses have protective coatings and best-in-class polarization, which is dope for water because you can actually see through the glare and see fish in the water. Plus, their glasses are all built to order right here in Austin, Texas. Get 20% off your order with the code ROGAN at roka.com. That's ROKA.com. Tap the banner or click on this episode's page to shop now.
Say goodbye to your credit card rewards. Big box retailers, led by Walmart and Target, are pushing for a bill in Congress to take away your hard-earned cash back and travel points to line their pockets. Senate Bill 1838 would enact harmful credit card routing mandates that would end credit card rewards as we know it. If you love your credit card rewards, visit handsoffmyrewards.com and tell them to oppose credit card routing legislation paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
Have you ever seen that Russian defector Yuri Bezmenov? He detailed the Soviet Union's plan for the moral decay of the United States by introducing Marxist and Leninism into school. Marxism and Leninism into school. Marxist and Leninist ideas. And that these would be ingrained in younger people, and then they would go into the workforce, and then they would slowly but surely ruin the society through this. And it's a fascinating conversation because it's in 1984 that he's talking about this.
Wow.
What a perfect year to
What a perfect year to talk about it.
Yeah.
I think it was 84. It's in the 80s for sure, but it's a fascinating. You've never seen it?
No.
You should watch it.
I've never heard of
This guy. What's his name? Former KGB agent named Yuri Alexandrovich Bezmenov claimed in 1984 that Russia had a long-term goal of ideologically subverting the U.S. He described the process as a great brainwashing that has 4 basic stages. The first stage, he said, is called demoralization, which would take about 20 years to achieve. It's really fascinating. When you hear him talk, it's fascinating because that's exactly what they did.
But I don't know if they did it. I think it's definitely been done. But did it come from Russia? And how did it come from Russia?
Well, he'll explain it. He used the example of the 1960s hippies coming to the positions of power in the 1980s in government and businesses in America. Bezmenov claimed this generation was already contaminated by Marxist-Leninist values. Of course, this claim that many baby boomers are somehow espousing KGB-tainted ideas is hard to believe, but Bezmenov's larger point addressed why people who have been gradually demoralized are unable to understand that this has happened to them. Referring to such people, Bezmenov said they are programmed to think and react to certain stimuli in a certain pattern. You cannot change their mind, even if you expose them to authentic information. If you prove that white is black and black is black, you still cannot change the basic perception and logic of behavior. Demoralization is a process that is irreversible. Bezmenov actually thought back in '84 that the process of demoralizing America was already completed. It would take another generation and another couple of decades, here we are, to get the people to think differently and return to their patriotic American values, claimed the agent. In what is perhaps the most striking passage in the interview, Bezmenov described the state of a demoralized person. As I mentioned before, exposure to true information does not matter anymore. A person who is demoralized is unable to assess true information. The facts tell nothing to him. Even if I shower him with information, with authentic proof, with documents, with pictures, even if I take him by force to the Soviet Union and show him a concentration camp, he will refuse to believe it until he has a kick in his fan bottom. When a military boot crashes his balls, then he will understand, but not before that. That's the tragedy of the situation of demoralization.
I still don't understand how this got from Russia into us.
He explains it in the interview. It's a long interview
because
he explains what they did and how
It's certainly possible because colleges have become so left wing. There's no diversity on college campus.
Yeah, none.
Especially the elite schools, right, which turn out the people who then control the media.
Yeah.
They're the ones who go into the places, organs of government, organs of media that are most influential in our society.
Yeah.
So it's coming from, and of course, they teach Marx. Andrew Sullivan wrote a great piece about this about 6 months ago. They teach Karl Marx is one of the most taught economists in all these elite colleges. And of course, a lot of what Karl Marx was about would never pass muster with anyone who's woke. He was a horrible racist. Very few of his beliefs were something that they would countenance today. Same thing with Che Guevara.
Right.
Terrible person.
Well, he had to look, though.
He looks great on a
T-shirt, posters, and T-shirts.
T-shirts.
Yeah.
They think these people are heroes.
Yeah.
And sadly, because colleges turn out nothing but America-hating hysterics these days, ignorant, just ahistorical students who are not taught any of the things I used to be taught of in school, partly because we had the sin of learning what white people did. I'm sorry, but John Stuart Mill was white. He had some good ideas. But, Shakespeare, it's okay to, you can be anti-racist and still study some great white people. But, some of that is just outre on college campuses these days. But
how do you think that happened?
That's a great question, and I'm sure somebody did write a book, or somebody should write a book about that. Obviously it's slow and over time, and yeah, I don't know. But
there's a guy in 1984 that saw it coming.
Yeah,
Yeah. If you listen to, I'll send it to you. You should listen to it.
But a lot of
it's fascinating.
like something like a third of students think, people under 25 or something think communism might be worth another try. Because again, if you don't learn the past,
right,
then you don't know. And if you just discount anything old people like us say, what would you know? Well, we were around when communism was around, and we know it's horrible. There was no greater nightmare visited upon humans than communism. And by the way, the reason Russia is still such a basket case is because the legacy of communism. When you fuck with people's minds the way they did, they're like Russia today is like a kid who was abused as a child. They're just not going to be whole as an adult for quite a while.
Yeah, I just can't understand how the institutions of higher learning wouldn't understand the value of rigorous discourse, the value of even having conservative speakers come in where you could have debate with them. When I was a kid, when I was 14 years old, Barney Frank had a debate with a guy from one of those like hard right America. I forget what it was called. I forget what organization he was in, but it was some sort of Tea Party type
on
thing.
Campus.
Yeah, when I was in high school, and it was fascinating because they allowed these two people to speak, and the America First guy or whatever he was, whatever the company, whatever the group he was a part of, spoke, and it was kind of clunky, and then Barney Frank was brilliant. It was eloquent. It was funny. It was great. He was awesome.
Love him.
And you got a great sense of walking out of there. Oh, his ideas make more sense. His ideas were better.
Right.
And that is discouraged. Now you don't want to platform people with the wrong ideas, which is just like there's only one way to find out if they're the wrong ideas. You test them. You test them against better ideas, and everybody learns that way. And when I was a kid, people understood that, and it was before the age of echo chambers and social media. And people believed in freedom of speech and rigorous discourse. They believed in debates. I mean, those famous debates that were on television between Gore Vidal and William F. Buckley.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, those to this day are fascinating debates. They're really interesting. And the fact that those aired on television, they got an enormous audience back then. It's really a shame that today anybody who has differing opinions than you shun and you never platform them. And the problem is it just makes them more convinced they're being silenced, and it makes their supporters, like every time they arrest Trump, he gets more supporters. More people are more interested in it. They think, oh, they're suppressing. People are suppressing. And that's what the danger is with all this stuff. It's a danger of censorship on social media. And, there's just so much of it today. There's just so much of this echo chamber idea. And it's so stupid. It's so bad to not have discourse.
It's horrible how little gets in. I mean, when I debate, friendly debate, I'm just like people.
Sure.
I'm just always amazed at what has never gotten on their radar.
Yeah.
I mean, like really obvious things.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember the first time I had George Will on, and the first thing I said to him was, reading you all these years has kept my liberalism honest, because he's such a brilliant writer and thinker, and he's so precise, and he's a master of the telling detail, and I don't think he ever wrote a column that didn't make me think, and sometimes change my mind, like, because the way he puts it down is like, how can you argue with that? I didn't know that. And I didn't see it in that perspective. Maybe I don't agree with everything, but at least it made me examine. And thing is today, people don't even want to do that.
Right.
They don't want that.
Well,
they only want to have it fed back to them.
The echo media, the echo social media echo chambers, it's a real problem because it's really discouraged to go against the grain. It's very discouraged to go against ideology.
I mean, MSNBC, for example. Now, I always made fun of Fox News, and they richly deserve it. MSNBC, I felt, used to be somewhat different. But MSNBC has become a place that I think lies by omission.
I think Fox sometimes just out and out lied, but they do the same thing. They lie by omission. They always have. Like, no matter what Trump did, Tucker Carlson would do a show about, some crazy professor. Which wasn't not happening too.
Right.
It just wasn't the story of the day. Japan destroyed by earthquake. Well, that's topic number 5.
Right.
Okay. So MSNBC, I feel like now is in that category, and I feel like the reason is their hosts know that they get ratings, sometimes taken by the minute, but certainly I think by the 15-minute mark.
Yeah.
They know exactly how much the audience is liking or not liking what they're saying.
Yeah.
And the audience does not want to hear something that they don't think they already know and they already believe. So are they going to cover that story that might get people to question what they... No, of course not. Because otherwise they'll get fired.
Yeah.
They had a few people on there who weren't like fully in the tank. Remember that guy, Ed Schultz?
Yeah.
Gone.
Yeah. Too reasonable.
Well,
did you read Hate Inc? Hate Inc. Matt Taibbi's book. It's basically saying that Rachel Maddow has become Bill O'Reilly.
No,
it's basically the same thing. He's basically saying that.
But she's not even there anymore, is she?
Rachel Maddow? I believe she's occasionally there.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, she just interviewed Hillary Clinton. I believe that was MSNBC. I think she's just got a different position now. She probably got burnt out. Slewing propaganda is hard on the back. You always dig in.
Well, I mean, Rachel Maddow's smart.
Very smart.
Yeah, okay. And again, I think it's not that they're unaware of some of these other perspectives. They just don't want to burden their audience with it.
Well, she was one of the biggest purveyors of actual real misinformation during the pandemic. Because she was one of the people telling people, if you get this shot, you will not get COVID. The virus stops with you, and we can go back to normal. They had already known.
Everybody was saying that.
Well, she was saying it like very openly and in ways that are absolutely incorrect.
That's what Biden said.
Yeah.
Get the shot and you'll be okay.
Yeah. She was saying it worse than him, literally. But she's smarter and younger, and also she has access to the studies. One of the people in the first Pfizer study died from COVID. One of the people that got the virus died. 2 people in the placebo group died. That is literally where they came up with the term 100% effective. Do you know that?
No.
Because 2 is 100% more than 1. No. I didn't believe that. I said that's bullshit. And then Robert Kennedy Jr. sent me an email with like the actual studies. And I read it and I was like, holy shit, they can do that? Like they can that's just a lie. That's not 100%.
Right.
That's like whatever the percentage is, you get 2,000 people, one of them's dead. That's that percentage. Like that's the real percentage. Like it's not 100%. That's crazy.
I mean, what about the way they demonize the ivermectin thing?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a drug, not a politician.
Right.
I mean, why something like that would ever become politicized, especially a drug that I believe when it first came out in 2015, was it? I think it won the Nobel Prize. That guy. Okay. I think it wiped out some disease in Africa.
Yellow fever.
Yellow fever.
It's an anti-parasitic, but it stops viral replication in vitro. It does have some sort of an effect, and I'm actually going to have a debate about it with this scientist and another guy who doesn't believe in it. It's a fascinating thing because
it's like getting mad at aspirin.
Right.
It's like if it works for you, and it plainly works for some people and works on a lot of things, I just don't understand that mentality.
Well, you know why they did it, right?
Well, I mean, it certainly was important if you wanted to create a monopoly for the vaccine.
Well, not just a monopoly, but the Emergency Use Authorization Act. In order to utilize the Emergency Use Authorization, they had to have no other remedies. There was no other effective treatment. And so any effective treatment, specifically one that was
I mean, at the time, COVID, or ivermectin rather, had been around long enough that it was generic. So no one owned the patent on it. So anyone can manufacture it. It was like 7 cents a dose. It's nothing. It costs nothing.
Well, we can't have that.
We can't have that. No. And that's also why they tried to discourage and then eventually suppress people from getting monoclonal antibodies. They didn't want any sort of way that you could get over this without taking their medicine.
I find it so curious that liberals were always, so skeptical about corporate America, including the pharmaceutical industry. But this thing came along, and suddenly, and it wasn't as if we didn't just have a giant example, the Sackler family of Purdue Pharmaceuticals, right? Makers of OxyContin and other fine poisons. Okay, I mean, they were fined, what was it, $8 billion, I think, for selling their hillbilly heroin to people, knowing that they were hooking people, and they wound up killing hundreds of thousands of people. So it's not that we don't know that they're capable of this shit.
Right.
So to throw your lot in, and then for the media to be basically the trumpet of government on this issue. So we didn't have a watchdog on government and what they were telling us. We just had somebody who amplified what they said.
Right.
That's extremely dangerous.
Have you read Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s book on Fauci?
I read
The Real Anthony Fauci.
I think, no, I read a book. I think it's the same stuff. I read it before he came on Club Random. It was like a letter to, I think it was called a letter to liberals or something, where he was basically pleading his case. Listen to me, I'm not a kook. It was all the information about, how the vaccine did in other countries and stuff. And
the book, a lot of the book, specifically the beginning of the book, centers on the AIDS crisis.
Right.
And it was a horrible misuse of medicine with AZT and what they did. I mean, AZT was killing people quicker than cancer was, so they stopped using it as a chemotherapy.
Yes, I know that.
They've never had a chemotherapy that said that you have to stay on, and this was the first one they did, and everybody who took it died, including people that were asymptomatic before they got on it, like Arthur Ashe. It's spooky shit, man, because if it is true, if he is accurate and he's not getting sued for it, it's a fucking terrifying that they're willing to do that, to make that kind of money.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about that. I do know that he has a lot to answer for the Wuhan lab and the gain of function research.
Yeah.
And even if he was well-meaning, it was a terrible decision.
Obama stopped that in 2014. Obama put a halt to that in 2014. He was like, what the fuck are you guys doing? You guys are making viruses worse.
Right.
And also, you don't have a fucking cure for them? If you're going to work on viruses, shouldn't it be just working on a cure?
Well, I'm sure that was their intent.
Was it? They didn't. I don't know. They didn't do it. I think the intent is to get research money. I think the intent is to get research money and to continue your studies. I really think that's the intent. Because it doesn't seem like the intent was, let's make sure that we have a cure for this stuff.
Well, I would hope that would be what they were trying to do.
I would hope too.
I mean,
I like to hope people are good.
No, I mean, other than that, you're saying what they were doing was purposely creating a bioweapon.
I don't say that. I don't use those terms. But I have heard other people use those terms. I think it's a little extreme. I think what they were doing was capitalizing on the money that you get from research. And there's a lot of money that goes into research. And Fauci controlled where that money went. That's part of what was going on. I think that's a lot of it. If you're a bioengineer and this is your occupation is to genetically engineer viruses, you want to do that. That's what you do. And you want to, continue this work, continue this study, whether or not it's good for the world. And that's what Obama thought it wasn't. And then Trump came along, and apparently there was so much chaos that Fauci slipped it back in.
And Trump disbanded the biodefense force. It was pennies to have this little small group of people over there who were watching this. And he said, oh no, we got to save the money. It cost us $6 trillion. Yeah. Again, stupid, crazy criminal.
Do you think that if he didn't do that, they would have had a solution to this?
I don't know, but I think if we had a little team over there keeping an eye on those people, that which we didn't, it would have might have gone a little better.
Could be. Yeah.
But Joe, I got to be on stage in
you do.
1 hour.
You got to go kick some ass.
I can talk to you all day.
I could talk to you all day too.
I love talking to you. I love
talking to you as well.
Listening to you.
Thank you.
I know you're never going to come back to California.
But I go back to visit and go, whew,
right.
Dodge that bullet.
But if you do, and you want to call me, I'll always be around.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Thanks for coming on. Appreciate it very much. Club Random. It's available on YouTube. Is it on all the other stuff too?
Yeah.
Everything? I only watch it on YouTube.
I'm sure it is.
It's great though. I really enjoy it. I'm glad you're doing it. I'm glad you do it too, like the way you do it. You smoke joints, drink whiskey, have some fun.
Oh yeah.
I like it.
It's just about fun.
Yes.
So, and again, I appreciate you paving the way.
My pleasure, brother. Have a good time tonight.
Thank you. I love Austin. I'm going to keep it weird.
All right. Bye, everybody. This episode is brought to you by LifeLock. Like many of us, you might think identity theft will never happen to you, but consider this. There's a new identity theft victim every 3 seconds in the U.S. That's over 15 million people by the end of this year, equal to the populations of New York, Los Angeles, and Chicago combined. Even worse, identity theft victims often don't even know they're victims. That's why LifeLock Identity Theft Protection alerts you to identity threats, even the ones that don't show up on a credit report, like data breaches, fraudulent transactions, loan and credit card applications, and crimes committed in your name. If your identity is stolen, your own dedicated LifeLock US-based restoration specialist will work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft, but LifeLock protects you in ways you simply can't on your own. Save up to 25% off your first year at lifelock.com/JRE. That's lifelock.com/JRE to save up to 25%.
different time. You actually had your status. That's your accepted purpose. Now your grandson, the firstborn son for the family, gets another status. In fact, it's the exact opposite. Targeted being for being a uniformed police officer in a black and white. To recap the question, they asked the sheriff if it was random, and the sheriff said everyone wants to know the answer to that, but the investigation continues. And they say it makes absolutely no sense, which leads me to believe that they don't have a reason, let's just say, that he hasn't talked or he hasn't given a good excuse or he hasn't shown requisite anger towards one. I don't know what that means. But the sheriff did say that he was assuming that Ronnie was targeted.
And if you do, obviously the question that the homicide detectives are going to have to ask would be, were you just looking for any deputy? Is that why you were here to the sheriff station to begin with? If you were just looking and you just happened upon this patrol car that was stopped at the light waiting to turn?
Did you look up his address? Because you did pick up the block. It's close to the Conwell Sheriff Station.
I haven't looked it up yet, but it's Barron's in the street.
Barron's Street.
It's one of those questions about if this guy's family had any knowledge of what was going on. Obviously, when the sheriff's department special enforcement bureaus were around his house, you know that something may be up to it. But did they then have the opportunity to ask her, like, what did you do? What is going on here? Also, if they had any interaction with social media, with the news over the last 36 hours, they would have seen that guy's car, and they would know, oh, that silver, gray Toyota Corolla is parked out in front of our house right now. Like, you would be able to recognize that very quickly.
Okay, so it's not in the neighborhood. It's about the home, the residence, where this guy was tracked down about 4 miles from the sheriff's station. I just was curious. I don't know the area well enough that if it was around the corner, if this guy was just, there's a lot of speculation right now about how this would happen. Usually when you get something so brazen as to cut down and murder and ambush an officer and things like, you've got a clear criminal intent. You've got somebody who's a broken person taking money out of another team. So you've got to get the past. You've got to get nothing to pass as quickly as you can.
Yeah, which would then lead to that triple question about mental health. Right. All right. If there is more information and anything else that comes out of the other county sheriff's department about the shooting death of Deputy Ryan Seaton, we'll bring it to you. But again, the suspect is in custody, and we do expect there to be more information we hope about exactly what went on from that public light. We're going to do a truncated swamp walk when we come back to Gary Turner's show. Deborah Martin is live at KLI 24-hour news.
And as you heard Gary and Shannon just talking about, Sheriff Truman hasn't announced that he's confident they do have the right person in custody for the murder of the sheriff's deputy over the weekend in Palmdale. The person arrested is 29-year-old Kevin Salazar of Palmdale. He said Monday was a passed a bill to protect kids in custody cases. His line for a 5-year-old boy killed by his dad in 2017 mandates domestic abuse training for judges, especially in dealing with child safety and custody fights for the abuse. Military officials are asking public for help locating a Marine Corps F-35 fighter jet that disappeared somewhere over South Carolina. Officials say the pilot safely ejected from the aircraft last night while the jet is still in autopilot. Now,
well, we're not exaggerating when we tell you that QC Kinetics can change your life. You can live again without chronic kidney pain, and you can do it without drugs or surgery if you want. QC Kinetics is a creative regenerative medicine. And what they do is they take your body's own concentrated healing properties and put it right into that joint that hurts to restore and repair the damaged tissue that's been causing all that pain. Patient satisfaction reports are pretty astonishing. Finally, there is an alternative to the old ways of dealing with pain. And unlike surgery, there's no downtime with QC Kinetics treatments. So if you have constant pain, whether it's knees, hips, shoulders, back, you need to call, get a free consultation from the medical professionals at QC Kinetics for them. Think about this. Falls to the couch, you can move around pain-free.
doing the things you love, walking, hiking, playing with the grandkids. Call QC Kinetics. You have the latest advances in precision regenerative medicine to attack your pain and bring you lasting relief.
QC Kinetics, they're in Glendale, Orange, Mission Viejo, now also open in Costa Mesa.
in for a new episode. Listen to the Fantasy Football Dynasty podcast in the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Remember, as citizens, you have responsibilities, and not be a burden on everyone else. That's part of the deal. So you take the people who have violated the deal, who like their brains with all the ones that out there, and now I have to pay for it. I just could take it off my sidewalk, John and Ken. I don't understand it. It's live 1 to 2 p.m. on AMI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. California legislators have written a letter to Attorney General ROTHSCHILD arguing that Donald Trump isn't eligible to be on the ballot in California because he incited the insurrection January 6th. First of all, I don't understand why Democratic lawmakers are concerned about Donald Trump being on the ballot in California. He's not going to win California. What's so concerned about it? Symbolic. It is symbolic. They also believe that if they push this issue in California, because Ron Bonta is the Attorney General of one of the largest states in the union, that this may bring with it a certain amount of importance if this thing is being overturned in the Supreme Court, so that other states will do the same. December 8th, I believe it is, when we have to have something like this figured out, and the Secretary of State wanted a deadline for the Secretary of State to declare which candidates would be eligible for the primary ballot here in California, which is later in March. There's a suggestion that these lawmakers don't believe that other states are doing this fast enough for any of this to be worked out. There is a problem. The 14th Amendment does not spell
oil in an insurrection. It tends to say that they have to be found guilty in a court of law. It doesn't give a description of what the word means. It just simply does not lay it out. And they're going to have a hard time proving that taking away someone's ability to run for and hold a public office like this, these high-end public offices, you have to go a lot farther than just saying, I feel upset that I may be mad. I see Houser's now arguing on behalf of the Attorney General, but it was nice to hear him again. I missed that guy. That's a lot of water. Kim Jong-un received some parting gifts while wrapping up his trip to Russia. What do you think those gifts were? Oh, you know, just a bulletproof vest and some drones. It was like something out of Dr. Evil, right? Here's the drone. Goodbye. Thanks for coming. Have a bulletproof vest. 5 attack drones and a uranium-25 aircraft type reconnaissance drone. And a set of special clothing that is invisible to thermal imaging cameras overproduced in a terrible area. And UC Colorado Congresswoman Lauren Boebert. Yeah, she was dating with Beetlejuice, and people are upset. They're upset with her, and they're upset with Christine Moore. The conservative stuff. They've gone too far here with their behavior. Well, the Beijing thing was most egregious to me because clearly was Beijing. We've also seen it here. You're not supposed to do that. On a president of a minor, and I think this word, well, that news the media has put out videos of it on those videos of using the White House as a guard for the politics. And it shows her aides or boss kissing alternatives around the White House. I mean, just like when he was trying to wax that woman. Can you not do that? And then she reaches over and with her hand that plays a little bit of, yeah, that's the secretary of Tony Jones. So they're doing that, and then it wasn't what she was accused of in the first place. Yeah. She was accused of basically being a table when the guard asked her, the guard officer asked her not to do that. There's nothing about the groping thing, the mutual groping. But then for some reason the theater then put out the video that showed that. She would go to Jeffrey. Guess what? I don't have the music. What do you mean you got music? What the hell is this? You turned it on? I didn't know you were going to end up the way it did. Why are you my mother? The category is quotable notable for $200. F. Scott Fitzgerald warned that using this punctuation mark is like laughing at your own joke. Exclamation point. Yeah. There's always uses an exclamation point. That's how you spell his name. That's a lot of spaghetti. Allegations against comedian, actor, now talk show host, I guess you could say, conspiracy theorist, and man with no hair tag, Russell Brand. Jason Nathan's going to join us with the rest. Get remarks from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. LA County Sheriff Nunez says he is confident they've arrested the person who ambushed and fatally shot the sheriff's deputy while he sat in a patrol car in Glendale. Nunez says the man barricaded himself for several hours this morning while special enforcement deputies tried to de-escalate the situation. Eventually, they deployed chemical agents, and the suspect ultimately surrendered. Other cases, homicide detectives were working tirelessly on the investigation. Deputy Ronnie Stephen General District Saturday night. Inside the area. Firefighters were able to save a house near the burning mobile home, catching fire and sparing any damage. No further injuries were reported. The Vice President asked Maryland County was shot up almost 14 cents in one day. That was yesterday. The average today is up about another 5 cents to 5.92 a gallon. It's the highest amount since October of last year. The average milk count went up almost 17 cents a gallon yesterday. It is now 5.69. Inland, the average is 5.77.
oil cost, the national average is 189 gallons. The military says it's trying to find an F-35 fighter jet that disappeared near Charleston, South Carolina. It says there's a possibility the jet could still be airborne.
It's time that 51 and F-35 is tested and was hospitalized in stable condition. But no one knows where the plane ended up because the onboard transponder that would have marked it on radar screens wasn't working.
The fighter jet was flying to Joint Base Charleston. Colonel Security General Ken Paxton has been acquitted on all counts of impeachment trial. State senators voted Friday on 16 articles of impeachment. Conviction on any one of the articles would have led to his automatic removal from office. Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick millions of taxpayer dollars were wasted on the impeachment.
But that's over accepted. We can amend the Constitution. Well, the issue of impeachment is currently illegal that allow this long process to happen.
In one case of abusing the power of his office to help a political donor who is still facing charges of securities fraud. Stop by West, KFI 95, Loading Accept, or Metro LA 7487 Louisiana ID, 80 for the High Desert, Post Office 56 Upper 70, Cinnamon, LLC. Right now, 71 South 72 in Orlando. We're going to install on the 60 Dutton Bar. We're going to just spend like a week. This Friday and Saturday.
2023 iHeartRadio Music Festival.
His biggest superstars from all genres of music on one stage.
T-Mobile Arena here in Las Vegas.
Streaming live only on Hulu.
You will not want to miss this Friday and Saturday, starting at 7 p.m.
Chocolate One is a proud partner of the iHeartRadio Music Festival for the 7th year in a row, bringing great products, rewards, and services to its customers. What's in your wallet?
Now let's hear from Josh Johnson from SDG&E on behalf of Go Green Financing. Josh, if someone's home or business is functional, why should they consider installing energy upgrades? We often hear from our customers that they've done everything they can in their home to be more energy efficient. They've changed their lighting, LEDs, they're shifting their energy use outside the peak hours from 4 p.m. to 9 p.m. There's always more we can do to maximize our energy efficiency efforts, and that's where Go Green Financing comes in. Just because an appliance is running doesn't mean the appliance is running efficiently. Daily use of an older, inefficient appliance can cost you money and comfort. So it's important to inspect your appliances to ensure they're working efficiently and contributing to your home's comfort. An energy audit is the first step to identifying areas of improvement to your home. Can Go Green Financing be used in combination with rebates and incentives? Yes, take advantage of California's energy efficiency rebates and incentives. Where should people go for more info? GoGreenFinancing.com.
Having a time of your life is more rewarding than ever when you visit any MGM Rewards destination nationwide. Dine, stay, play, and earn on all of it. Details at MGMRewards.com. Subject to annual redemption limit due to the physical subscription purchases and uncertainty.
This is Jacob Emma. You've been to the Fun Festival in always before 24 p.m. But right now, search the episode summary General Air Conditioning and Plumbing, GOEPPM. It'll keep you cool, but it's hard to spell. I've been a BMW owner for over 25 years. I test drove the BMW iX and early BMW U14. I want an exceptional offer for BMW Financial Services. Visit StarlingBMW.com. Love the feeling of getting more? Relax. The Drop app lets you score free gift cards by shopping at brands like Ulta, Adidas, and Sam's Club. What are you waiting for? Download the Drop app and get $5 for Blue-Light Bulbs Gift Drop 444. When it comes to your health care, you don't want to step on other patients in a massive system. You deserve a partner to best expertise, helping you make the right decisions. That's where we come in. At Tech Medicine at USC, our specialists in medicine. They work with you to find the personalized solution you need. They don't think anything can get in your way. Tech Medicine at USC. Together, we are limitless.
Playing with our car stores or volunteering. Well, one more.
They use active
portraying the women telling the stories of what's supposedly happened to them. And I believe that happened on some of, I don't want to say a name of the, I'm not exactly sure, but I think in the U.S. they've used that kind of stuff before, and documentaries as well. That kind of technique to bring sources to life, because the women are anonymous in this story, right? And so you don't want to use them, or you know, you can alter their voice or things like that. So you know, it's not a uncommon technique in some of these kind of investigations.
Back to the comment about it being an open industry-wide secret kind of thing. Is this an industry that puts that as blames itself for any of that?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely happens, especially in the wake of Harvey Weinstein and Bill Cosby. A lot of there has been a lot of social inside Hollywood. Whether or not there's been any actual effect of that, you know, I think remains to be seen. But a lot of people express how they do stuff and they got mad about it, they didn't know what they could do, or you know, they helped with, you know, things like that, to like change things. Again, I don't know if it actually has, but it has. I think we're seeing a little more willing to come forward and support. And a lot of talk about support women, coaching women when they come forward with these things. But again, you know, you look online and there's a lot of people not really into the weekend, including Russell Brand and his followers has become. No past media back here. Of course, we follow Russell Brand, so a lot of people maybe you know, comedian or passionate for getting Sarah Marshall, that is married to Jim Carrey. Over the past couple of years, a sort of truth teller, podcast influencer, health type person as well as the conspiracy theorist. That person talking about a lot of these things. And he is that in his apology, he put out an apology, by the way, but not apology, he put out a statement on Friday addressing these allegations. This is before the actual allegations came out. He didn't know that they were going to have a contact. And so he put out a video in which he talked about how his, you know, people would say that he was getting too close to the truth in things that he was saying, and that they were kind of this is something, this is what he said in that video.
On the day that you guys have been saying they're coming for what? What's that, Russell? They're coming for you with those things like this. Russell Brand did not kill himself. I know that a year ago when he played it off as Russell Brand a conspiracy theorist, Russell Brand's like me. I'm aware of news media making phone calls, sending letters to people I know for ages and ages. It's completely clear to me, or at least it feels to me, like there's a serious and concerted agenda to control these kind of spaces and these kind of workers. And I mean, my voice along with your voice. And that's what the mainstream media and that as well. And that, you know, what happened here with this investigation, which is, you know, kind of rare because it was, as you mentioned, it was Channel 4 and the Times and Pentagon got coming together to do this. That's really crazy in the statement that there's some concerted media effort coming, you know, they're going against them because these companies did come together and report this stuff. We'll see where it goes. Tracy, thank you. You're welcome. Happy National Cheeseburger Day. That's what it's called. Nice. For 16 weeks, and ABC's entertainment reporter of the film. What's going on with Joe Drill?
Listen, she has technical. She's gone for a time, but she contacted me on Saturday and was asking for some money.
You know, one of the traits of shoppers is when you look up stories about their friends.
Some help, absolutely. She reached out.
In real life.
No, she would go through some things, trying to decisions stuff.
How did she reach out to you, though? Was it a text? Oh, yeah, just telepathically. Here's how this retail capacity, some people say, where to, all right, we'll talk about ViralRabbi strategy.
Yeah, hey, Shannon, welcome to the Desert Black Live and AMI with ROTHSCHILD.
And the rule of law is looking at the 20 years in federal prison for robbing 3 banks over 6 days in 2019. He was due in court this afternoon. UCLA University is the name of that public college in the U.S., which ranked first in the 2024 U.S. News and World Report 10th college list free upside down for no cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code iHeartOne for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill up. You can cash out anytime like you make it now. For PayPal or an e-gift card. Just download the free upside app and use promo code iHeartOne for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code iHeartOne for 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill up. Cash back is not available on gas meters in Wisconsin. Hear the latest news from the headlines on your phone. Download the free iHeartRadio app for exclusive live coverage of breaking news from what's happening where you live to what's happening across the country. Live from the center of the story. Listen to the story anywhere, anytime. Download the free iHeartRadio app today. Portions of the following program will be recorded. Genie Fox and Canadian Day Moore have finally tied the knot. Did you see how he was holding her? He was literally holding her like he would hold a giant check that was water. Right. Conway Jr. Show. He has an oversized lottery check. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Like County Sheriff Robert Luna made the announcement this morning of a 29-year-old suspect taken into custody overnight in the ambush killing of County Sheriff's Deputy Ryan Klinkenberger shot in the head of Palmdale Station over the weekend. Overnight video showed the man being taken into custody of his home on Barrington Street in Palmdale. In a car out in front of that house, 19 video that drove up next to the deputy's car from the shooting on Saturday. 29-year-old was taken into custody. By the way, he went out into the distract on this guy, even though he deserves much worse. Klinkenberger was a field training officer. He served at the Palmdale Station since 2018 and was a third-generation LA County Sheriff's deputy. Both his father and grandfather were deputies before him. His grandfather retired as a captain. His father retired as a lieutenant. He was a graduate of West Branch High School up in Valencia area. Students in February freshman.
Well, we reported to you last week about all of the talk shows that are kind of resuming their usual schedule despite the strike that dragged on in Hollywood. Drew Barrymore got a lot of backlash. I believe she posted a tearful video.
She did against my suggestion, but she did it anyway. She was going to, she and other people in talk shows know that it's not just the writers that are suffering here. I mean, the writers are supposed to go on strike, but these shows and everybody that works on these shows has had to sit idly by so they can work out a deal.
I believe there's certain people who are staying in doing this. Everyone has their own decision, so that it wasn't PR protected situation. And it just took full responsibility for my actions. And it was just nothing I could do that makes it okay. For those that it's not okay, I fully accept that. I fully understand that.
And her decision to try to go back to work was based on good intention. She wasn't putting her thumb in the finger of all of the writers that have worked on the Drew Barrymore show. She was trying to put food on the table of the people who also work on that show.
Other daytime talk shows that have returned include The View, the Aaron Alex writers, Live with Kelly and Mark, the Cameron Hall Show, neither of which have writers not covered by the WGA. However, it looks like the Fox on CBS and the Jennifer Hudson Show will also take a pause. They will no longer return to the returns.
Now, I suppose that one of the optimistic things we reported on last week was that the Writers Guild has been telling its members that despite what you see in the media, despite what the big announcements that have come out of the AMPTP, that some of the executives at those bigger legacy companies that they have actually privately expressed the desire and the willingness to negotiate an agreement to try to bring them into this. And if that's the case, and think of the studios as their own union, you can see the studios being represented by this union, the AMPTP, and then the writers represented by their union, the Writers Guild. And what they're suggesting is the Writers Guild, at least, is that those individual production companies are coming up with a deal that the AMPTP as a whole, at least publicly, is trying to prevent that from happening because they want to hold out for somewhat better conditions, I suppose, for the producers. But we're talking about 130 plus days, 134 days, I think is what it is, since the writer's strike started. Obviously nowhere near as long, but the Screen Actors Guild is also fighting against those same production companies. But it's going to be a while before these things work out. But there is at least a sliver of hope in this latest news that they're producing the film. We have that good news story speaking of people that are getting into the light. We'll get to that. Maybe we'll get to that after we talk down to the book. Is this about the most or the whole refrigerator? I put in my comfort. I'm a little frother. I just poured my cappuccino. Oh yeah, that works. We're gonna whip it. We'll snap it. Yeah. My theater is everywhere on the video app. Deputy Killer on Wednesday. I'm Deborah Mark, live from the KFI 24 hours from LA County Sheriff Newman says he is confident they've arrested the person who fatally shot a sheriff's deputy while he sat in the patrol car. Palmdale Newman says the man was taken into custody this morning after a standoff that lasted several hours. Newman thanks his homicide detectives for working tirelessly during the investigation. Deputy Ronnie Romo was killed Saturday night. He got engaged to be married 4 days earlier. A Riverside County correctional deputy has allegedly been found with more than 40 pounds of drugs in the car. The Riverside County Sheriff's Office was suggested to pulled over on the 10 yesterday during the traffic stop. Up to 44 pounds of drugs were in the car. The deputy was working for the Sheriff's Department since 2019. Has resigned from his role at the Larry B. Smith Correctional Facility. He's being court Wednesday for gun and drug charges. The families of two models found dead in downtown LA say they're concerned a predator is on the loose. One of the women's deaths has been declared a murder while the others is being called suspicious. Both women were found dead within 3 miles of each other. The first woman was found dead a little more than a week ago inside her apartment by her family members. Her family members say they began to worry when they fell out of contact with the woman. Just 2 days later, officers found the other woman dead inside her apartment. Officers were conducting a welfare check after family members said the woman stopped responding to calls or texts. Police have not released any information on the possible killer or killers. Trolley KFIU. A religious symbol has been installed at a hospital in Orange for staff who say they've been overwhelmed by patient volume with the height of the pandemic. The Medusa symbol was put up at the ER Breakfast at St. Joseph's in Orange. The baby was when the nurse came up to go home. Medusa emergency department lead is agnostic. It's the idea to assist her on the Catholic hospital board about the Jewish symbol.
Hi, I'm Daddy. It is now 12 o'clock p.m.
Your coworkers have got to take care of your patients. You're not worried at home about her cult time agency practice. The Medusa was installed Thursday by a rabbi in Orange. Morgan Carson, KFIU. Gas prices have been rising across Southern California as the demand for fuel this time of year drops. The average price of a gallon of regular sulfur gas in LA County has spiked to about $5.92. Since October of last year. This woman in town from Vegas says she can't afford to fill up in California. Everybody's struggling at this time. Every time when it's getting close to elections, they raise our prices. The average price in Orange County has been 50 of the past 56 days, increasing by almost 97 cents. The economists say the usual drop in prices is being stymied by the high cost of oil. This is KFIU. United Auto Workers and Chrysler County says that was bargaining costs. Right, again, from Detroit to
automakers continue to report today. Our dealership employee, Scott Smith, says they think they're going for a little while.
If this thing's going to want to go anywhere past that 30-day deadline, we're going to really start to see some pricing influences.
Reps for GM, Ford, and Stellantis held talks over the weekend to end the first coordinated simultaneous strike against all three automakers, nearly 13,000 UAW workers are striking for less workdays and better benefits. Hunter Biden has sued the IRS, alleging its agents illegally released the tax information. The president's son also claims the agency failed to protect his private records.
Biden says over more than 20 interviews and public statements, the agents revealed details of Hunter Biden's dealings with the IRS that shouldn't have become public. Those allegations have since fueled the GOP's impeachment inquiry of the president.
Biden's lawyers claim the Hunter was suffered reputationally and most down shifting $1,000 from unauthorized sources plus attorney fees. Hunter's plea deal in payment taxes on time in 2017 and 2018 fell through in June. Promoters in London have canceled remaining tour dates for comedian Russell Brand in the wake of sexual assault allegations against him. Brand released a video online addressing the accusations saying he was very promiscuous.
It's not really that common promiscuity. The relationship I had was absolutely always consensual.
The Portland accused Brand of sexual assault is not being named, and his wife says she was assaulted during a relationship with him when she was 16. Another woman Brand raped her in LA in 2012. We're going to the wise end next.
Why do Italians to those weekends only events of 2 hour events?
Well, it's because results matter, Gary.
How much do they matter now?
Well, here's from the settlement run for injured victims from the attorney for Tucson.
How about this? $400,000 one for a client hurt in a motorcycle accident.
$850,000 one for a client hurt in a rear end accident.
$5 million one for a client hurt in a trucking accident.
James wins for client hurt in intoxicated 98% of the time. They settle more money in 1 year than most firms settle in their lifetime.
So if you're hurt in an accident and results matter to you, call those attorneys today. You pay nothing until they win.
You can't guarantee the outcome of any case, but it's important you have an experienced and successful law firm on your side.
Get a free consultation, 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLIon.
800-9-MILLIon or go to speakjames.com. KR5 Financial Update brought to you by the Toby Myers Injury Attorneys. The Dow is up 6, the S&P 500 up 11, NASDAQ is down 11. Don't wait. That's my code compensation after an accident. Go to Toby Myers now. That's what you use since 1974. Southland weather from KR5 Sunny, High Blue, Maybe Southern Metro LA 74, 80 in the valley and the Ivy, mid-80s in the high desert. Low 70s for the beaches, upper 70s and OC. Right now 74 in Tucson, 66 in Laguna Beach, 71 in Montana, and 75 in Van Nuys. We're going to install on the 110 in downtown LA. Go to 110 Northtown Live and bring it to the 101. It's all about you, Greg. It's blocking a scheduling from your life in your phone from Karen. Listen downtown on Sunny Santa, video off the rich from the 710 all the way down to 605. If you're on 605 southbound, it's a slow line from Beverly Boulevard down to the 5. Bringing in the Sun Valley and find south to the 170 connector at that rental on the right shoulder. Mission Hill, what is the left of that road? It's over the Boulevard and anywhere. This is blocking the right lane. In Central Montana, also west on Petty Road, down Wood Street, two right lanes. 6 stops right now from Brunswick, Conway, and Glen Helen. On the 15th stop on Glen Helen Parkway, the right lane is blocked through Deputy Time. You can find the sound of getting there faster than I'm getting on it. This hour is very sanitary, sponsored by Solar Max. Get a custom design Solar Max system with the all-phase microinverter and a grid pocket battery for only $99 a month.
For more details, go to solarmaxtech.com. A lot of people talk about putting cybersecurity workforce the future, but today, believe the leader, my computer career has been supplying the IT workforce for thousands. No certified pros for 15 years. Study with the experts in divorce, memory, or cybersecurity and start working here in months, not years. Upskill, move fast. Apply candidates are live online. Qualified students, regular financial aid, including the PI. My computer career, accredited to play protection. Take a free career evaluation at mycomputercareer.tv. Just to tell you, do you feel protected? My personal protection plan is only more. The obstacle you take to 5 years to have on hand or prefer to with your 401k. If things get weird, I have it on hand. I also you can size, close, or convert part of your 401k to
Recording live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Stories we are following for you today, of course, the big story and the breaking news today. We're locally, while it's not still national. There has been an arrest in the first murder of the sheriff's deputy at 7 Gold Bar Saturday evening. Sheriff Robert Nina said this afternoon that Kevin Salazar is the man who's taken into custody 36 hours after he shot and killed Orion Keenan Runner there in Palmdale, Sheriff's Station.
That's the story that we will continue all day. There are any updates or any of these conferences or any more information. Shooter probably will be notified that he is bring to see. But what else is going on? Time for what's happening. There's a couple of women who have been found dead in downtown Los Angeles, and there is a concern that they may have been targeted possibly by the same person.
Happened by two models downtown that came aboard. First woman, Jack was announced, 31-year-old model real estate agent Melissa Mooney. She was found dead in a luxury apartment at Bunker until Tuesday on the same day as the welfare check stuff in the Colony Tech.
Her family said a week went by and messages weren't delivering and something was up to build a special relationship with her. We released the information about an injury story and possible cause of death yet to remain, so that we did confirm that it was being investigated as a homicide. And then 3 days after that, another model, similar age, 32-year-old Vicky Post, was found dead in her apartment by family members who had to report her back on the street.
Now, she said she was going out on a date on Friday and having never heard from her again. These incidents occurred less than 3 miles apart. One being considered a murder, the other one was suspicious at this point. Weird.
Marilyn Manson was being tried. He entered a plea. He was sentenced to 20 hours of community service and a fine. Lewis knows on a videographer at a concert in New Hampshire. Brian Warner is now 54 years old. In no contest to the nose blowing charge, including breaking and entering the mustard. There was another charge that was actually dismissed. That was the thing that he spit on the videographer. No contest to means he's not contesting the charge, but he did not admit actual guilt. He was fined about $1,400 for the deal.
Well, the F-35 is quite selfie, so selfie that we had one that was recent somewhere in South Carolina. The pilot ejected because of what they're calling a mishap. They're working to locate this F-35. He is safe. He ejected from the F-35 BLET jet in stable condition. The jet was letting autopilot mode when ejected, so there's a possibility that they were saying that initially that it could still be airborne.
The jet's transponder was not working. And that's why they say they don't quite know why it wasn't working.
How the hell do you move an F-35?
And I would have thought, because they were flying in tandem, there's two of them on the top. If one guy gets out, the one guy ejects, and he says, but hey, Joe, I'm putting this thing on autopilot for a couple minutes to see. Wouldn't the other pilot task, if he's not in danger, wouldn't he be tasked with keeping an eye on it?
You think so? I don't know.
9 teenagers escaped from the Pennsylvania Mutual Opinion Center. They have been captured, all of them between the ages of 15 and 17, from the Nebraska Academy Juvenile Detention Center. And listen, it's the prisoners released by Iran, part of the controversial prisoner swap. They are taking their long journey back to the United States. They actually stopped in Doha on a Qatar Airways jet there. They were greeted by the ambassador to Qatar. The Iranian prisoners, by the way, have been released, and a couple of them don't have to go back to Iran. Is that accurate? Oh, they go for $6 million will be announced for them just handing over to the Iranian regime, despite the fact that our guys say that there are guardrails in LA people spend money on. The president of Iran said people spend money however they can like this.
That's in the sport news. And winning historic and staggering week, Jacob himself. More choices, of course, those games, the games that should be close. So we select the games, the winners, and you ride along with us. You go 4 for 4, and you get a special gift in the mail. This week we have Packers of the Falcons, the Ravens, the Bengals, Colts of the Texans, and Bears at the Bucs. And again, there were some upsets. I just wanted to say one thing. Justin Herbert passes for 300 plus yards. They sacked Ryan Tannehill 5 times and limit Derrick Henry to under 100 yards in each whole loss. That doesn't make any sense. That is nonsensical.
It was a first half of which I thought there still could have been a wider margin, but
there were opportunities where they could have run away with it in the first half. Missed opportunities.
But my dad put it perfect as we were sitting there watching the game. Just give it to Derrick Henry. Just give it to Derrick Henry. Just give it to Derrick Henry. And that's all they have to do. And then the one chance where there's an opportunity for them to actually have Derrick Henry on the sideline,
they call a timeout and give them a breather. Yeah. I don't know what's going on with the coverage. Driver football minds and mine would tell you that there's no way Tannehill could put up those kinds of numbers. Nothing against Ryan Tannehill, but that's the kind of who that quarterback is. I mean, the reason that they continue to have Ryan Tannehill is because of Derrick Henry. It's about Derrick Henry. Right. But, I mean, in the late game blitzes that propel the Chargers against the Dolphins did so again there in Nashville. I mean, that's blocking to an abysmal 0-2. There's not a lot of teams that make the playoffs at 0-2.
No, in fact, I saw, I can't remember what it was. I saw that statistic at the beginning.
The Bengals, look at the Bengals. Was it last season that was 0-2? Anyway, it's not that much of winnable game. The Dolphins are winning. That the Dolphins loss was avoidable. I understand that. I mean, Tua doesn't come out and throw for 456 yards and run away with that win. But it's just, things are getting desperate now. The Chargers move into Minnesota, another 0-2 team. They're just as desperate to get their first win.
I already felt for the 49ers 30-43 in what was the 49ers is what it looked like so far. It was so challenging. The screenshot I saw you post of a very high camera angle looking at the bowl of seating at SoFi. It was all brick, all and there's no reason why the fan base in LA can't get out and put their blues on or something. It's just amazing how. It's amazing that they travel and go and make the 49ers fans do. But I mean, it is the easiest game for them to make, arguably. But still, but you saw what happened in Pittsburgh. Yeah, they are on such a roll right now. It's not even just the Niners, but the fans for the 49ers. You mentioned it earlier, was it last week? And we just keep up being the right fans.
They were terrible. We're right after a halftime. I just did horrible people. It's part of the number situation. And frankly, it was an arrogant situation. And when you've got Fred Warner ending people's lives, essentially, you, as a fan, suddenly feel that sort of testosterone that somehow you are a winner. And the 49ers are like, we'll do it. If you decide to block Cody's inability to have accuracy in the long haul, they're complete fools. Yep. And when you're emboldened like that, you can have a season and Niners do the championship game or the Super Bowl or what have you, and they haven't looked as sexy as they really, but you feel emboldened as a person, you have nothing to do with the team. And then you have to read accuracy
4 games. And if you're able to pick the winners of all 4 of them, the chance that you're going to get a prize from the championship faucet. Another sports story to tell you about that happened over the weekend was that the Angels placed Shohei Ohtani on a 15-day injured list with strained oblique muscles, ruling him out for the remainder of the season. He will not be with the Angels in spring training. He will be officially a free agent the morning after the World Series is over.
Yeah, Jacob, what happened to that Packers Falcons game? I did not catch that.
I didn't watch that one either.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Oh, okay. It does seem like there's the first third games, at least the first 2
I
games.
haven't paid enough attention to not put it up the situation there. But the rate, look out for the Ravens, man.
Yeah.
And Joe Burrow, Bengals, that calf, that did not get better. The calf that he injured in training camp. He was limping after. The first game was a rain game, and they had no ground attack. And so that's why he's going to be like 82 yards or whatever, but that calf's going to be a situation for him.
Hey, Jerry, how can a game be any closer than almost 1 minute? You said it's close game, but there's no other close game. I mean, it goes by 1 minute.
It could be a timer.
I mean,
It could have ended in a tie.
in times?
Yes.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
No, you do.
Yeah, so I'm sorry, in the NFL.
You do? I just think there are a lot of here to see a lot of one-time games.
Yeah, they're very close.
Or very one sport.
Okay, all right, what do we got?
Just call me out.
You know,
More sport. Right. Because that's more sports.
way to pick the tech note. No, Wanda. It really.
Could have been the closer game.
Except the world on
Hey, closer than that one, huh? We will do our Mid-State Monday stories when we come back during the show. Deborah Mark is live in the KFI News Hour Newsroom.
LA County Sheriff Lynn asked his community tips have led to the arrest of a man suspected of fatally shooting an LA County Sheriff's deputy. The man was detained this morning following an hour-long standoff.
Why he did this, I have no idea. Was he targeted? I'm assuming he was. But our intent is to find out.
Lynn said negotiators used de-escalation techniques before deploying chemical agents to get the guy to surrender. The sheriff's deputy was shot on Saturday night while police were shot on Marilyn Manson pleaded no contest. Blowing his nose on a videographer in New Hampshire and has been sentenced to 20 hours of community service. The victim was also fined a little more than $1,400 as part of the deal. The judge will let Manson serve his community service in California, where he'll have to give proof of his hours by February 4th. Police say Manson approached the videographer in 2019 at a concert and spit a big loogie at her. A lawyer for a former Department of Justice is asking within the court of this official hearing to help many President Trump try to overturn his 2020 election loss in Georgia. Or officials who Jeffrey Clark drafted a letter calling on state officials, the DOJ, found evidence of election fraud.
It's late, Clark's attorney said, because then President Trump ratified his conduct.
Donald Trump and 17 others have been charged in the racketeering conspiracy. Prosecutors said during the hearing, Clark showed no evidence proving that fraud committed in state and federal court. The United Nations General Assembly convened in New York City this week. Agency's Mike Vaccine says the city's meeting is expected to host 140 heads of state and government, including President Biden and Ukraine's President Zelensky.
Much of the attention this year centers around developing countries in the global south, with discussions scheduled on climate change and sovereign debt relief.
The notable announcement this includes the UK's Prime Minister and France's President. Zelensky will be at the assembly in person for the first time since Russia invaded Ukraine. Here we go with episode 5 next.
If you are planning to file a motion for your exemption tax credits, be careful, because we know the IRS has been cracking down on fraud.
Yeah, so what does that mean for you? Well, if you get one of these fly by night places, that's not the CPA, you're simply still responsible.
Yeah, because the CPA firms keep you out of trouble, and a lot of the CRC firms on radio and TV aren't actual CPA firms.
JWC CPA has helped thousands of companies here in Southern California and across the country with their ERC CPA funds.
You can learn how to protect yourself at IRCrefunds.com. If the company that you're working for, asks you to sign our
red flags flying another company. JWC, they are easy to work with. They are legit. If you qualifiers and overthought, Jeff and Sheldon, you will find out if you qualify with the leading online transportation team. No phone number, no email address required to see if JWC is going to work with you. Go to iHeartTaxRefunds.com. That's iHeartTaxRefunds.com. Weather, KO5, sunny, highs low to mid-70s for Metro LA. But mostly rain in the valley and the IE with active high pressure. Low 70s to features up to 70s and winds first speed. Right now, 76 La Habra, it's 70 for the Dallas. Overall crash on the 605 in Santa Fe Springs. This one south on is right after strong channel 1.0 winds with warmer and they send everything over the right shoulder. They can really get it from what's really hard. Also on southbound parking lot, 52 westbound, right now for 605. That is one of the restaurant clear Compton Lane. They have it stacked up from Montana Boulevard. East LA, following Parker and South Main Street, stalled on the left lane. 439, 110 northbound, right to 101 is headed up with stalled out Bidrid. It's two right lanes on the ramp to the 101 north off the Washington Festival. It is south of Mountain Boulevard. In Washington, 710 northbound, driving to Anaheim Street on ramp. An overturn to Billbridge on that ramp. In Ontario, 15 northbound, the Golden Gate traffic from Sunday. 4 years to the right, over the Six miles that way. 16 southbound westbound, onset at 4 to Bidridge on the next 4 years of night out. Only when that is reopened. Clear up on the side next to Avon, fastest times in Odyssey.
You've been injured in a car accident. Call Cal Law from your cell phone. 411. Get medicine and strategy. Together, we are living with.
Take too long.
Not with Babbel. Babbel's lessons take just 15 minutes a day. And it's fun. Fun is it? Right. Babbel's interactive lessons, podcasts, games, and more make it fun and engaging. You don't realize you're learning a language, but you are. Use some topics like travel, business, relationships, and more. You learn what matters most to you. In 3 weeks, you're able to start having conversations.
Just 3 weeks. Even better.
Those Babbel's lessons are designed by language experts and coached by real native speakers who get the accents just right and be able to carry on conversations with confidence.
Learning a language with Babbel doesn't take long.
And with Babbel, it isn't hard.
It's perfect.
And that's why Babbel was built by testing radio to 64,000. Test radio to 64,000. That's RADIO to 64,000.
In short,
That's the distant water flowing from every tap in your home. That's what you get with a light source water system. September is the perfect time for light source because light source is offering its customers a double gift. Get free basic installation plus an extra $250 off. That's up to $1,250 in savings. Offer ends September 30th. Restrictions apply, so call light source today at 800 water and Cottontown or visit lightsourcewater.com. Light source, a time to the difference. If you're not a store near you, do it because you are. Find a carry just invested in an extended service plan with Ox Car Care. Ox Car Care? Yeah, Ox will cover repair bills if anything happens to the car. Brakes, transmission, AC, or engine problems. And plus, Ox Car Care offers free oil changes, tire rotation, and roadside assistance. Wait, you pay nothing on repairs. Ox gets it fixed. Free oil changes, free tire rotation, and free roadside assistance. Yeah, you don't pay. Ox pays. Ox even has a 30-day money-back guarantee and a day plus rated on the DVD. They handle their claims from start to finish. Unlike those other washing companies, the last thing I need is an unexpected car repair bill. I'm calling Ox Car Care now. Call Ox Car Care for your free quote. 800-319-0310. Ask about senior and military discount. Don't get stuck with a major car repair bill. Call Ox Car Care. 800-319-0310. 800-319-0310. Or go to oxcarcare.com. Don't miss our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Including secret sounds from all genres of music on one stage.
Arena Las Vegas.
Streaming live only on Hulu.
This Friday and Saturday.
10 p.m. Eastern, 7 Pacific.
The Daily Show turns
September 18th.
today's U.S. Airport Day. That is, let's go for the National Cheeseburger Day and Melbourne Disney Florida. September 18th is also National HIV/AIDS and AIDS Awareness Day. For modern treatments so Americans will live longer and healthier lives with HIV. Have a great September 18th from AMI AM Detroit.
for your help finding missing tiger cat after its fire. I don't want the Pentagon to ask for the public's help in finding a missing F-35. You don't want to crowdsource the discovery of this? It should be all good. You should have that, but that's your purview. And it's not like it's, hey, can you guys help us find the thumb drive with the security secrets? It's a pretty how do you not have any sort of idea of where that is? It's your plane. It's an F-35. The Marine pilot attempted yesterday afternoon enabled the autopilot function prior to its ejection. Officials have said that they have no evidence the plane was actually crashed. But like I said, the pilot is fine. Pilot parachuted out in safety into a suburban neighborhood to take a hospital for observation. The director of Hijack, the new Idris Elba show on Apple TV, the 7-part series with the planes hijacked and Idris tried to get right home. The director of that TV show has warned of a major Hollywood actor being protected despite concerns over their behavior behind the scenes. And now, Tim Steele, is his name, said that this actor X, that's how he refers to him, is being protected by policy. I just noted that he's turned down chances to work with this actor X, this unknown star in the past, after hearing some unsettling claims. Why? My folks are actively protected by state laws. That is so strange. The big story of the day internationally has been the prisoner swap. 5 American prisoners for 5 Iranian prisoners at $6 billion that the Iranians have now unfrozen. And locally, of course, our story, person of interest now has been arrested in the ambush killing of LA County Sheriff's Deputy Brian Cleveland, who was shot while he was in his patrol vehicle near the Palmdale station on Saturday. Deputies and detectives here took a 29-year-old guy into custody this morning for an operation. Said they found several weapons at the home. They also were able to impound the spray or silver bullet hole that was seen in the video, and you could see the moment that Deputy Cleveland was shot in the second. Can I have a nice story music, please? Elizabeth and Joshua spent the first moments of their lives in a very similar service. He was born first on September 13th, 1988, at Mercy Hospital in Minneapolis. 6 hours later, Elizabeth followed. They went to kindergarten together. They appeared in film class photos. Elizabeth's mother even accidentally zoomed in on Josh during the kindergarten graduation ceremony. Elizabeth was 23, but the pair were connected with time on the beach. She is an absolute smoke show. So the pair started chatting, and only then did they realize they went to the same school for kindergarten. They had the same teacher. Of course, Elizabeth wasn't a modern woman in that kind of shocking Joshua. And she told them they had the same birthday. Then they realized that they both made their world debut on the same night at the very same hospital. They are now married 35 years later. They tied the knot on their birthday. Even a kindergarten teacher, Tammy, was there as well. Brian Williams. No, whatever. Probably ended up a heroin addict. Well, you know, you are applying your taste as you get older. So 5-year-old me probably wasn't a great picker. winner, Follow here, said he didn't include interviews in his book with any black or female musicians because they aren't articulate enough. John, Saturday, obviously, he apologized wholeheartedly for his comments, but not until after the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame Foundation announced that he was being removed from his position on the board of directors. What he said in his statement eventually was, I made the comment that diminished the contributions, views, and impact of black and female artists, and I apologize wholeheartedly. It's a collection book. It's a collection of interviews I've done over the years. It seems to me to best represent an idea of rock and roll's impact on my world. They were not meant to represent the whole of music and its diversity of originators, but to reflect the high points of my career and interviews I felt illustrate the breadth and experience of that career. So I totally understand the time for me, regardless of words. I deeply apologize and accept the consequences. Wow. Wow. He's not 100 years old. He's older, but he's not 100 years old. Wow. How do you say that to a New York Times reporter and then not immediately think to yourself, oh, that's it. That's it. That's it. It's just dumb. That's dumb. So just all right, TLC attended Broadway. We'll tell you about it. No stress. Is that where I thought? Maybe. Gary Chandler continues to have remarks live in the AMI playground. A Riverside County corrections deputy has been arrested on suspicion of extorting 4 female inmates and sexually assaulting one of them. The deputy spoke last week in Marietta on suspicion of 4 counts of extortion, sexual penetration, overcoming authority, and other charges. A bill that would make it easier for campers to reserve a campsite in a park is headed to the governor's desk and signed into law. And Drew Barrymore is not restarting her talk show during the writer's strike. She made that announcement yesterday following days of criticism. Time to go ahead with her show. We're going to go to the 110, back to the 110 next. We're going to 110 with us today. There's Walter Beach, Broken Type, Total Silver Snow. You open up a claim with your insurance company because that's why you pay that cheap premium, right? Well, you find out that they're trying to get some more repair home information. This is the time called after that. After that will stop with you. After the public insurance investment on your side. You can try to fight with your insurance company yourself. It is not that simple. You know, some of the dealing with insurance companies for many years. This is all they do. They have experience in the industry. You know how you need on your side. They're also rated 5 stars. Yes, Google, better than zero. You know what happens around after that? To get Avra a call, 818-917-5256, 818-917-5256, or visit Avner.com. It's AVNERGAC.com, or call him directly at 818-917-5256. Southland weather from KL5, sunny, high 70s and 80s. This report brought to you by Southland and APA.com. We're going back to the 110 in downtown LA. Why did the one that stormed out big right in the 2 right lanes of the launch? It is a corporate from the wonderful still a real fun with the Elm Street. That's the next big one on the left. One of the first from Eastern Avenue. Sample green, it's so fun. Southbound, right after Swanton Avenue. That earlier right now clear, but I do see a backup on the Path Road. Also, southbound London, 6100 San Francisco Park. Looks like they got the debris in that entrance there, and it's still going to move. It's a really heavy ride as we're approaching almost back up to the disaster. KF on the sign up to Ada Fastest on the line. This report is sponsored by personal injury firm Holmes, Patterson & Owens. Justice for all. It's testimony for one. It's a solution. It's a stay. It's a stay. This is the non-military partner of Holmes, Patterson & Owens. If you go to insurance, call Holmes, Patterson & Owens, 888-OPIO, OPIO.com. Reading on the it's hard just to do my everyday shopping at places like Ulta, Sam's Club, and more. So if you're like me and love a good shopping spree, scout to grab today and join the secret club of savvy shoppers. And use my code over 50 years. 12-month famous cash financing at a wonder steady price, expert design with state-of-the-art software. That is the future. Right up the 405 over 6. Getting started, easy. Go to 310kitchen.com and book a free in-showroom design consult today. A free in-showroom consult, 310kitchen.com, 310kitchen.com. If you have sleep apnea and struggle with CPAP, consider that CPAPs were invented in 1980. Do you remember 1980? Everyone's house had one telephone. There were like 4 TV channels. You played video games in arcades and watched movies in theaters. CBS was a folded mat and a couple gas station thing. And social media was inviting the neighbors to come look at your vacation pictures. A lot has changed since 1980. Now, for people who struggle with CPAP, there's Inspire. Inspire is an implanted device that treats sleep apnea inside your body at the click of a remote. It's the only FDA-approved sleep apnea treatment of its kind. While you sleep, Inspire keeps you breathing normally and resting comfortably. No mask, no hose, just sleep. To learn more, visit inspiresleep.com. Inspire, sleep apnea innovation. Inspire is not for everyone. Talk to your doctor to see if it's right for you. For full important safety information at inspiresleep.com. One had a dress on it. He just couldn't handle on his own. I hold the high out of both side ears. I didn't have any money to pay it back. Those ears come through dearly. What's the difference between the two? It was good. Well, finally called in the pro. I call it optimal taxi. And boy, am I happy I did. The leading tax resolution firm Optima is A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. They've resolved over $1 billion for their clients. John was overjoyed. So settle mine account with the IRS. I was ecstatic. They all like them. They are inspired. So happy. Take John's advice and call Optima now for a free consultation. Yeah, don't be all about it. Well, you call Optima Tax Solutions. Give me a static like me. Call 800-765-7703. 800-765-7703. 800-765-7703. Optima Tax Solutions. In California, an adopted highway is giving up to remove litter. Plant trees and feel like California's highway. You too can adopt a 2-mile stretch and be a part of this initiative. Learn more and start the adoption process today at APA.com. And oh, it's shrinkage. It's often people refer to as chocolate. No, Christmas swan. That's strawberry. That's what the words are. What you see is the swarm of gang members said, wow, John, yes, hi, look at all this shrinkage going on at Hastings Live, 1 to 4 p.m. on KMI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Lauren Boebert has been booted from speaking engagement. She was supposed to speak at the Texas Youth Summit just outside Houston, where people began able to 12 and 26 are invited to lean into their right-wing views. She was supposed to appear alongside Donald Trump Jr., Kimberly Guilfoyle, and now, because of the groping, she's attacked. Caught groping, the favorite tweet was her statement. The groping the commentator who was one thing, the attitude she had with the others.
Flipping them the bird.
I think little thing down
The another big thing was, bringing out that the theater put out their video. She was also taking flash photography, and you're not supposed to do that.
Ooh, not flash photography.
Record the shows, and apparently, obviously, looks peaceful. Her boyfriend, by the way,
Attention to her boyfriend's genitals.
when he was paying attention to her top parts, it was a thing. He's a Democratic fundraiser guy in Denver, Colorado, and she's 36, just recently divorced in April. 36, she's around.
Oh,
So, it happens. Babies get made.
sure.
I have a son at 18, he made up.
My baby.
A grandkid.
obviously they're not going to play themselves, right? So they'll probably have some play her.
Chili T-Boss who went CLC.
Yeah, they've had some Broadway heavyweights signed on for the musical. Hey, you know who sang the national anthem at the Titans Chargers game? Christian Chenoweth.
Oh, I heard Isaac mention that.
That was pretty cool.
Was it good?
And then I had a wicked song for my head for the rest of the day.
You're distracted. Yeah, some of the people who put together Hamilton are going to be working on this. TLC mentioned the show in the 90s. This guy mentioned Rabbi, they didn't share too many details at the time, including the opening date. TLC, I guess, said that they had some people decided that working on Hamilton wasn't enough and they wanted to immortalize TLC with a musical. So they said that leaving Razonda Thomas, Chili, photographed at the convention center in Florida, believing that they had legal choices on it.
So really great wanted to use Halle Berry's photo for some art on the single, and she said no.
So it's technically the change over really getting images from this her at a Nickelodeon show from years ago where she got slimes at the 24 Nickelodeon Kids Choice Awards. Stupid fluorescent green stuff.
Right.
So I don't know if it's a callback to Drake's appearance on, did you do that on television? Right.
I mean, the song is called Slime You Out. But that's not cool. I mean, if she was given the go-ahead, why would you think about it?
Why would you even ask her? I mean, honestly, it was a courtesy to ask her if we could use it. Because again, she doesn't own the image. But it is her face there.
Right.
Now, she apparently said no, he didn't care, and used it anyway for whatever royalties he paid. That's not cool getting on this. Very, very unusual. Katy Perry is going to be selling her music catalog with this music for $225 million. I'm not quite sure I understand this music licensing business, but
But to me, it's like NFTs. I'm very confused by it.
but this is similar to Justin Bieber's $200 million catalog sale. And they said that they were acquiring publishing and recording rights. This one group is called Carlisle's Global Credit Platform. Acquired publishing and recording rights of artists from a range of genres. Keep urban trance recordings. They have a package of publishing and performance copyrights from their super producer Benny Blanco and all other things. And I think the craziest story that I've seen all over the last couple of days is that NSYNC is getting back together.
I'm tired of these things. They should be at 90s Con as well with TLC.
And stay there.
Yeah, I mean, if I have to see these guys in another blazer, a la Miami Vice, I feel like we like it. We would do it.
We're not. Nobody wants to see them with their CPAP machines crawling on the stage.
Yeah.
They did what was billed as a surprise reunion at the MTV VMAs last week. And the announcement was that they had recorded a new song for the sequel, Third, in the Trolls movie.
The Trolls was one that didn't have any work.
Trolls bands together.
Nightly Bridge talking with them.
Some of the people
No.
somebody.
I don't believe you're thinking of Gardner. It was the time of the show where this was counting on us and so much. Let's go on our Oregon trail, get my buggy, and head on out to Vermont.
You go
Early this morning, our special enforcement bureau served a warrant at the suspect's residence located in the 600,000 block of Forrested Street here in the city of Palmdale. Witness said Salazar barricaded himself inside the home for hours before surrendering. Investigators found numerous weapons inside the house. The flying cases were nervous jokes Saturday night as he sat in his patrol SUV. Steve Gregory, Signify News.
The news is brought to you by Templates Hilarious. Gas prices in Southern California have shot up as fast as rating all year. Seattle Public Southern California's Judge Brooks is driving in LA now paying $5.92 for a gallon of Wexler unleaded.
That's up a nickel from yesterday, up 40 cents from a week ago, up 53 cents from a month ago, and up 49 cents from a year ago at this time.
Prices in Orange County have increased almost 97 cents, including a stunning 45-cent rise on Saturday. The article prices going up an increasing oil prices and regional refinery shortages. California has filed a lawsuit against some of the world's largest oil and gas companies, claiming they lied to the public about the risks of fossil fuels. Officials said Saturday the fossil fuels are to blame for climate change-related storms and wildfires that caused billions of dollars in damage. The civil lawsuit filed in San Francisco seeks to pay a fund that will pay for recovery efforts following the storms and fires. News says Exxon, Mobil, Shell, Chevron, and other companies should be held accountable. The Clorox company says a cybersecurity attack has caused a wide-scale disruption of operations and impacted product availability. The company says the attack last month has been contained.
Ramping back up at its manufacturing site, so the impacts are still being felt as its factories work to reduce output.
Sally Stone says Clorox makes numerous products. Limited Clorox works in
Hi, I'm Natty. It is now 1:00 p.m.
United Auto Workers Union strike is its fourth day with picketers outside of Stellantis. Next, Ohio's union met with Stellantis, GM, and Ford over the weekend for negotiations, but the UAW strike will go on until its workers get what they are asking for. Chris Sanders found he worked at the Stellantis plant for 6 years. His right now mood is pretty high. He says they stopped to serve ice cream trucks out of order and handed out free strike. Festival host Bill Maher has delayed returning to his HBO show, blaming ongoing writers' and actors' strike, a decision to follow similar policies by the Drew Barrymore show, the Charles and Jennifer Hudson show. Maher said last week he's going to bring the show back into production.
Social media highlights of its decision to return to work made what seemed like there was no end in sight to the strike, but now that both sides of the agreed to go back to the table, he will delay the return of real time on HBO.
ABC's Jason Nathan says writers and studios in Hollywood will start talks again Wednesday. The general strike for better wages and benefits since May. Today, Enterprise Financial Update brought to you by Noble Myers CPA attorney. The Dow is closing up 6, the S&P 500 up 3, NASDAQ up 2. This news, Best Light Sports Compensation after an accident. Look at the fires now. Texas News since 1972. Downtime weather, clarify sunny, high over the mid-70s. Past LA, 74, Dallas, 89, and middle 69, Denver. Low 70s, beaches over 70 and OC. Right now, 71 in Slow Beach, 77 in Granite Park, 71 in Door Hill, high 74 in Stone Hill. We're going to pass on 710 in Long Beach. Northbound, Airline 301 the Oakland, turn to Gilbert. Grand takes the eastbound. Even though there's no traffic. Also, Long Beach, Northbound, Apple, Lakewood, Boulevard, different brush fires starting up over on the right shoulder in Lakewood. 91 left on Paramount Boulevard. Keep going, coming out of the great Lakewood, you're in the middle lane. Airline 105 west of the 710, then disabled motorcycle rider in that extended barnyard area. In Irvingdale, east down to the Sportsville Contract Connector. There's some boxes or 2 left lanes right into that transition. And the good news in downtown LA and Orange County northbound, right as the 101, there's some good ridden up clear from the 2 right lane. KFI is down, and I'll skip you there faster. I'm Jim Robert.
Do you know that your ex-wife and your current trophy wife was a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policy you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-859-3220. Big Lou is easily familiar with your problems. And if you switch to
at $200 per month. They have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may want to save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call foodporn. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-859-3220. That's 800-859-3220. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-859-3220. 800-859-3220.
At Brandon, look for the ones that pay attention to every little detail. The ones that fight insurance like a small stuff. Because you know the kind of things that make the biggest difference on the consumer business over the years. We get the same way, offering access to product specialists that help quickly and easily find what you need. So whatever your needs, you know you're always getting question free advice. Call clickgranger.com or check it out. Granger, for the one, for the time. Sometimes I struggle with this. My mind is not for the day, but my mind is still running. So I think this will help. Granger, the world's number one speed brand, has a limited time to premium products to fit you and your family needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow. I agree. Because that's the best option.
Better days start with Super Nights. Explore our products at Super Nights. Your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Voice never sounded so good. AM 640. It's the Johnny Depp Show. John Corvallis from Ken Chiampoli, CFI, AM 640. But live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app and Radio Promotion 4 and the John Podcast and so Johnny Depp on-demand podcasts. Hi. Well, we're all here, but of course we're going to start with the big story that is also become national news. This keeping up the LA County Sheriff's deputy Saturday night with his target there on playoffs. Directly because they have publicly made sense. They got publicly who the suspect is. Yeah, this is Kevin Valentine. He's a 29-year-old man who lives in Hollywood. And here's the irony of this, fellas. While they've had a good vote, we had a quick in the last night in California. That's the same as the time for the same time that went Washington over to the Hollywood County. And it was developed over the break. And they eventually took action. And overnight hours before they went in and asked the fellow to get out. Well, Valentine was not out, so Sheriff did himself inside the home for a few hours. We're lucky to find a morning before they walked in to hear that come out. And they put it on the surrender and put the phone down. And we took away the custody and we came back to now. No time notice has been given. And there is, I can tell you, in case I say here, there's no immediate ties to the MO. Whether he's got a direct or indirect involvement the same affiliation or same membership, it seems that that's not the case right now. Hey, where has the criminal record? No, the sheriff was asked at the press conference before and 10:30 about that. He said just still reviewing that. So, when you speak to him, otherwise there's nothing to review. Here's the thing. So, that's been one of the issues before, before you get a guy's background pretty quickly on the background check. And he said that they want to, they're going to be incredibly tight on this case, much like they did in the case of the two deputies that got shot point blank down in the train station in Compton, if you might recall. This is a situation that very much information now is official getting as well. Well, I want to know if it's against strong for them. That will come out eventually, but the other thing that they're trying to do is prevent any problem of being able to prosecute the guy. But if, I don't know if you heard the press conference, but Luna did make a point to say that he certainly spoke with Jeff One and Jeff Friend, said he would use the full force of his office to go after this. So, take that for what it's worth. I don't know what the caveat is. I really want to know the context. The circumstances of this is just wrote up alongside the deputy so far in this shot down from behind until Saturday night around 6 o'clock at the intersection of Freedom Highway and Avenue 2 impossible. It's brain damage. The brain doesn't work. It's never going to be fixed. You can take people to a mental institution. You lock them up. If I'm hospitalized in Silver last year, seem to be doing better. Stop taking these medications I 10 months ago. Well, when you have any calls and antidepressant use, if you don't force the medication down the throats, it's pointless. Without the medication, the brain reverts back to its natural state. The medication hides the symptoms until you stop taking the medication. And then goes back to regular program. It's insanity, the voice. But I can't believe this still came 2023, but nobody has a basic understanding of mental illness and how it works. And you can't teach them, you can't fix them, you can't rehabilitate them. I'm just shocked you realize that a stupid society becomes mental illness. When the brain is damaged, it's damaged. It's like trying to run a car on 4 blown tires and the car doesn't go anywhere. It would be surprising if the criminal record, but obviously he has a psychological record if he's actually diagnosed, and you'll probably better find out that the one who's in a dead row did know somebody in a police car when he got his attention. But you know what? The dumbass psychiatric industry, all they do is give you medication, and everyone knows most of the schizophrenics don't use it. Because one of the aspects of being schizophrenic is you don't know you're crazy. You don't think you're crazy. You don't have that self-awareness. So you don't want to think about it. Well, along these lines, when we come back, I can look at my TV screen and numbers like this stuff can't believe it. Over 1,000 bills I have to gather this 1,000. Most of them horrible and useless and redundant. The one we're going to talk about when we come back is sort of related to what we're talking about now. They have to bill that supposedly is going to give them more power to evict California mental illness laws and whether or not we can get considered evicted people. I'm looking at the woman behind this piece of legislation. I kind of doubt it, although there are, of course, people in the health care business who fear that this will take away civil liberties. We'll talk about it when we come back. Somebody should have taken away the civil liberties in this country. We got to start taking away civil liberties. That's got to be the next frontier. Johnny said, Tampa AM 640, we're live on the iHeartRadio. Never mark live for 24-hour cabinet.
Our stadium joined lawmakers in urging Governor Newsom to find a bill that would protect jobs from being replaced by automated trucks. State lawmakers have passed a bill to protect kids in custody cases. It's law aimed for a 5-year-old boy killed by his father in 2017. Mandates domestic abuse training for judges, especially when dealing with child safety and custody fights with abusive parents. Military officials are asking the public for help locating a Marine Corps F-35 fighter jet that disappeared somewhere over South Carolina. Officials say the pilot safely ejected from the aircraft last night while the jet was still in autopilot. We're going to go to 71 next.
Here's the newest basic technology. Dr. Charles Bender said on that guy's show, I went to get my ass done. And I have been seeing better in 2020 for a long, long time now. This new exam is called the Vision Max Pro Racing exam. And NASA and the military have approved it for their astronauts and their pilots. It's 1,000 times more accurate than before. I'm telling you, this one's unbelievable. It measures the distance of your eyes from where it is the tail covered. You have stigmatism in your green glass. Well, this is the Vision Max Pro Racing exam and procedure reaches everyone. 50 times. Now you've seen 20/20 or better in most cases. You have to do it the first 14 calls. And you will get a free Vision Max Pro Racing exam. There's 14 calls. Well, send them back there, Dr. Nader, 866-559-4444. 866-559-4444. 866-559-4444.
From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center with Bill Plate, you find a crash on the 710 on Beach. From that 710 northbound right at Anaheim Street. It's an open vehicle with velocity gas on ramp. Ammonia, 71 north just past the system of refueling over to the right shoulder. Also into Martin, left down by the driveway. Had a crash involved bigger and clear into the shoulder there. In Diamond Bar, 60% of Diamond Bar Boulevard. All about Connie Park, over at 29 West Covina.
This report is sponsored by Southern California Edison. Stay alert, stay safe. At SCE, building a safer future means keeping our community safe. Installing wires for protective clothing helps reduce wildfire risk. To see ways SCE is modernizing the grid, visit SCE.com/again. Prime member save more at your Amazon Fresh store. As a Prime member, you'll save 10% on hundreds of items in store, from organic produce to pantry staples and handcrafted gear. Head to Amazon.com/fresh locations and find a store near you. And the great Tigers will help. Follow the money. It's Monday. Tigers made over $21 billion in funding. And where did the money come? Investment in fossil fuels and fast food. Huge salaries for executives. A corporate takeover of a hospital system on the other side of the country. Meanwhile, patients didn't get the highest quality care they deserve. Kaiser Permanente, making their bottom line grow. Based on NOPLD medical care business law. You know you can wake up when your mouth feels closed and they just can't wait to brush your teeth to get that clean, fresh feeling again? That's exactly how millions of Navarre users feel when they use powered suction. Rinse out their noses every day, just like brushing their teeth. Once you're able to breathe deep without congestion, you never want to be without. That's why so many people rave about Navarre with over 100,000 online reviews. Feel the Navarre difference for yourself. In less than a minute a day, you'll feel immediate relief from seasonal allergies and congestion after the very first use. Navarre will also help you sleep deeper, snore less, and feel healthier, naturally, without drugs. Start breathing clearly again with Navarre. Navarre is available at Walmart, Walgreens, Target, CVS, Rite Aid, and online at Navarre.com. Navarre, N-A-V-A-G-E. Clean nose, healthy life. So Cal is sweating. Hell no. Stop the guys with their Tommy John underpants. It makes a 7-degree difference. Breathable, lightweight, and 4 times the strength of competing brands. They sold over 20 million pairs. I know how you do that unless they're great. Tommy John, the best pair of underwear you'll ever wear for free. Guaranteed. Get 20% off your first order right now at TommyJohn.com/KFI. 20% off. TommyJohn.com/KFI. See that big deal.
Wow, they're already here.
Oh, hi. I'm John with Burger Hero.
How's it going? Come in.
Thank you.
Our air conditioner broke.
Too hot today for that.
We really appreciate you coming out so quickly.
Absolutely. Burger Hero TRILLIONAIRE needs a same-day repair.
What do you think you could please do?
You can have maintenance, installation, and repair. Yes, ma'am.
Do you want to fix it?
Sure, let's go. And you're all fixed up.
Everything's sweet. Right. I think you're there. Thank you.
Our pleasure. Let us know if you need anything else.
We will. Thanks again.
Bye now.
Hey, listen.
Yeah,
I want to be a hero someday.
you already are, kid.
For CMD with Air, call Reader Hero Plumbing and Air, or go online at RootHSCHILD.com.
See you later. This is Mike Wright for the Fantasy Footballers Dynasty Podcast. You heard that right. The Fantasy Footballers have officially entered the Dynasty space. Every week, we bring you the same in-depth analysis and entertainment you come to expect from the Fantasy Footballers, only now just from the dinosaur perspective. We'll move rest between every Wednesday for a new episode. Listen to the Fantasy Footballers Dynasty Podcast on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Oliver Walker. Thanks for listening to the space. If you're in front of the Fantasia Theater, that is Beverly Hills. The worst neighborhood in Southern California, that's my star. Well, and what can I tell you? There are levels of Stariosity. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. John Beck Show, John Pavelski, and Channel works on your KFI AM 640. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app, on the radio commercial 4 after 4 o'clock. John on demand podcast. It's Carson Social. You can pick up the next. So the work family members of the guy who's been arrested for shooting young attorney Sheriff Stephanie Tatel on Saturday night on Yale Days in Paranoid Schizophrenic. Which brings us to this story, because it's dealing with the Florida legislature. They finished their session on Friday, which means they kicked off. Apparently, $1,000 is set to get
is because well, they thought the openness was realized for putting them in horrible mental health facilities that they were treated like crap and they died of lack of cans, all kinds of fucking money and no passion. So, they tried to make it, I guess, a little more difficult to get what they call nearly impossible. Yeah. Well, so what they tried to do with this bill, and it's top of woman experience, particularly out there for wrestling season from around the East is banned in Stockton, Democrat State Senate. But it did pass, so they're trying to play the system, and it's supposed to change the definition of somebody who is considered gravely disabled. At some point, they're trying to modernize the definition. Well, they're adding severe substance disorder. Yes, what's a dead substance use? All right, so the meth addicts and the heroin fentanyl addicts supposedly will be scooped up off the streets, right? That's what you think. This act is only as good as it is for everybody. And because it's fair, it doesn't mean anybody can do it. It's up to the county to carry it out. And immediately responds with, we don't have enough mental health facilities to take care of all these people that think they're taking them for conservative things. That's why there's a $6 billion bond against their ballot for bankruptcy. Yes. Well, this is when they screwed up back in 1972. Is when the new zip was actually passed in 67. And that's when they wrote something on this bipartisan huge support, both parties, everybody was into this. But there is a part two to the bill that was never followed through. And that is supposed to be tons of actual use so that local and regional mental health and rehabilitation facilities would be built and staffed, and all these damaged brains would be treated properly. So they let everybody out of the mental hospitals, but they didn't. They built hardly any mental health and drug treatment centers. So they all ended up on the street. They're still coming to voluntarily for this kind of drug treatment, but I think it's good outcome. It's going to go up to the regulation section. How can the public know this past decade was mental crisis? Is it because of the arrest of Prop 37? Yes. Yes. We looked up the prisoners and tried out what was that? Past 47, what was past 57, when we got rid of bail that was now putting people in jail for misdemeanor. Oh, and the tremendous drug trade over Western North, right? The border went to heaven, and these Mexican whack technicians are making incredible meth. And the meth is made up of synthetic chemicals. And the chemicals and the combinations that they use now didn't exist before. They didn't have these no drugs. Most of them still use coke. This didn't exist in this form. It's extremely deadly. The fentanyl is extremely deadly. That was another thing that didn't exist in this form. And it's because they have perfected and they constantly improve on the synthetic drugs in these labs. The ingredients come from China to Mexico. Mexico manufactures it and sends it down to where the drug cartels make payments. That entire infrastructure didn't exist 50 years ago. Like it does today, not even 10 years ago. Not even 10 years ago. Why you pay business and that is hammered with a profit. So it says here, under the bill, the evidence is found that mental health disorder or substance use disorder is associated with physical or mental health and substantial risk of serious harm. Choices teams and mental health providers can initiate an involuntary hold of any conservatorship. Well, and the question is, who are the crisis teams and mental providers? We're talking obesity ambassadors and already walking around the outreach workers and the nonprofits who really don't provide that as they think they'll get at the conservatorship. Like, oh, not you, say it by yourself. Well, I knew the outreach teams from these nonprofits. Let me be your ambassador. I'm talking about the outreach workers from these nonprofits that are out there that you see that they're really homeless camps. You're going to need police with guns. How do you have police with guns? They only talk about police with guns. Well, then they're not going to be put away. This is fair. That's why I'm saying it. It all needs to be right. That's my problem with this bill. This is something for everybody to run on here. That's all. So because they know when they go home to their districts, and the primaries are going to be in March, right? The primaries are pretty close. They're in March, so for the legislature, and then general election in November. Everybody's going to be running in their districts, and people who represent Los Angeles, San Diego, San Francisco, all the rest, Everyone's going to be screaming. Everyone's going to be screaming over the crime and homelessness and drug addicts and the reformation. So they're all going to be a standard Johnny Index card, and they're going to explain this new conservation. And everyone's going to knock down, oh, that's my mistake. And oh, I'm glad we're going to get smart about this. There are my mistake. And oh, I'm going to get it. And then the next will be the next one. Let's give it a chance. Right? We're going to see 3 years. There's going to be a story about the nation's currency plan. It really worked. Chicken farmers have to give it a chance. The funding is just starting to trickle. It's just what they say. The same thing with the housing downside. So, give it a chance. We'll have all the homeless housed within 3 years. But instead, building for it. If I don't have people running this, then, yeah, maybe something will happen. We don't have it. No doubt. We don't have intelligence and politicians representing us. We got more John KMIA at 6:40. We're live everywhere. If you want to go ahead and give a mark live, 24 hours KMI News.
LA County Sheriff today is confident they have arrested the person who ambushed and fatally shot a sheriff's deputy while he sat in a car in Very Portland as the man barricaded himself for several hours this morning while special enforcement deputies tried to de-escalate the situation.
Eventually, they were deployed, or they deployed chemical agents, and the suspect ultimately surrendered.
We were thanking homicide detectives for working tirelessly during the investigation. Deputy Ryan Kimberly told Saturday night he was engaged in the hearing 4 days earlier. Police are investigating a shooting that happened at a youth football game in Texas. Fort Bend Youth Football League parents got into several fights Saturday when one of them pulled out a gun and started fighting. Investigators say the man was grazed by a bullet and taken to the hospital for treatment. We're also told that someone assaulted a teen leaving them with injuries. Nicknamed Local Lynch, the has apologized to the family who were impacted by the death and urged three adults. Hundreds of House Republicans put forward an open bid to avert a partial government shutdown before the end of a month, before the end of month deadline facing Congress.
The Republicans say the last one was, oh, they didn't get the light on for another month. But lawmakers are already laughing at the proposal, saying they will not vote for it. And the fact they go nowhere in the Senate.
Rachel Scott said the chaos in fighting getting worse. The 165-page Senate bill introduced yesterday does not include additional age increase. Scott said Ukraine's president would expect to see President Biden's agents out of the Capitol Hill to make a personal plea for more help. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken could thank those who worked to free the 5 Americans imprisoned in Iran. Prisoners were freed from swap and now in Qatar as part of a deal that turned nearly $6 billion into Iranian assets unfrozen.
It's very good to be able to say that our fellow citizens are free after enduring something that I think it would be difficult for any of us to imagine that their families will soon have them back.
Blinken says under the Biden administration, 30 Americans have been brought back to the U.S. from places across the globe where they remain unjustly detained. That work will continue. We're government of authority by
Right, and Volkswagen portfolio, you can't just have all these stocks, you can't just load it up on real estate, you need an alternative like gold. Well, Legacy Precious Metals has this revolutionary new online platform that allows you to invest in real gold and silver online. This is easy. You can open an account, select a choice of metals, and then choose to have these stored in a vault or shipped to your door. Look at that, access to cash flow. They track this portfolio of gold in real time anytime you want. Instant transparent pricing at every claim farm. It's a complete portfolio. Gold is against inflation, and against the dollar. Stock market too. If you want a really, truly diversified portfolio, you don't just have stocks and bonds, different asset classes like gold. Legacy Precious Metals will find you the last of these investments in gold and silver, no matter how small or large, and you can do it all with just a few steps. It's free to sign up, create your account online at buylegacygold.com, buylegacygold.com, or talk to Legacy Precious Metals directly. Use the phone. Call 866-691-2173.
weather from KFI. Sunny highs low to mid 70s for Metro LA, 72 in the Valley, and the IP mid-80s for the high desert, low 70s at the beaches, upper 70s in OC. Right now, 74 for the woods, the same in Rancho Santa Margarita. We're going to a crash on the 405 in West LA.
Florida last week? Oh, that's right. 3 hours and 20 seconds. Well, you're rising to the record we had October last year. 6 Charlotte, well, that's 8.6 gallons, and it's, great for this. So Gavin Newsom and the legislature and their taxes. That's the difference between us. Yeah. So, Jonesy and I learned last week, I talked about this on the air, and since they laughed, the winter blend is wrong. So that uses rough, right? Yeah, but there's a structural problem in California. The gas, the taxes are excessive, they're excessive, they're piercing, and it hurts the middle class and the lower class, and everybody keeps voting for the same jack of holes. Still no money. Every gallon, everything. It's fascinating. Like really everybody on across the border and they're driving to other states for them. And it's important. And see what it's like in most of the rest of the United States. It's nothing close to this. Down here, 6-day bent over in the red car. That's it. That makes us the big story. As it stands now, it's going to get a lot worse. The state of California has sued the 5 major oil companies and their trade association. They're claiming decades-long campaign of deception and creating stigmatized change for the cause of clean. This is supposed to be what the tobacco lawsuits that these oil companies use that they're products use to climate change and use lies and myths to cover up what they do to the environment. They're probably rampant, but that's the lawsuit. And Jenkins for this guilty rock run for the attorney general is to take Jenkins from it. Yeah, they probably want to change that one. But what do you think what happened in that trying to do in California? It's a monkey shake thing. That's all it is. It's a preposterous law. Anybody can file a lawsuit. Anybody can hire some scumbag lawyers to create complicated legal arguments that are nonsense. And thought they can spend our tax money on an absurd lawsuit because, hey, he wants to be the next governor of Newsom. So he wants that leads to an absurd judge with an absurd jury. Yeah, fighting against what they're doing. Yeah, and then they'll just turn around and either leave the state, which proves they're going to supply, or raise your gas price to say that that's what's going to happen. They don't care. They're all about content. Like Newsom, they're in a cult. And the people are the richest fundamentalists that use irrational crazy things. Sometimes you see it on television. The fundamentalist, religious people went on a rampage there. They're crazy. They're insane. Wars are started over religion. That's what this is. It's a religious war that they've declared. This is really on us. Because we have to pay for this nonsense. And they're trying to force people into electric cars. And electric cars suck. The whole electric car system doesn't work. And everybody knows it doesn't work. And not only that, space is slowed down. It absolutely doesn't. But what public arguments? Because I heard business reports this morning. Reporter said last year, before he has rows and rows and rows of cars on his lot. I asked him, what are all these cars on the lot? Oh, what are the electric cars that the government is supposed to sell? Nobody wants them. Well, save it for next hour, but you don't know the answer to the United Auto Makers thing, because there is, of course, a connection to the electric vehicle thing. So we'll get to that after 2 o'clock. Bonner wants to create a nuisance abatement fund. So I'm just going to take, and I'm just using a figure, billions right now for these oil companies, and use it to try to repair destruction caused by the production of oil. There's no destruction in the state of California. It's just the way the money into the state coffers. It's not pollution, and there's no destruction. There's been no damage to the state of California because of their alleged climate change. What damage? What pollution? Carbon dioxide is a natural element in the atmosphere, and it's what keeps trees and plants alive. It's what we can stand. So the idea that what we exhale and what trees and plants inhale is pollution is completely, utterly absurd. I don't know what else to say. I mean, we can have an argument where there's some good points to the argument. You can see both sides, all that. There's nothing here. There's no such thing as this being pollution, as a made-up term. consultation is free shipping if prescribed for 100% online process and trusted generic alternative to the name brands and up to 95% off. That's right, get generics of Viagra, the same active ingredient as branded Viagra, up to 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no extensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face consultation. To start your free online visit, you need to go visit the first address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO. Attention taxpayers. If you or your business owe the IRS back taxes or have years of unfiled tax returns, the IRS has greenlighted billions of dollars in tax relief for those facing financial hardship through its tax relief initiatives. If you have a delinquent tax problem and possibly facing late garnishment, liens, levies, audits, or already in a payment plan, you may now qualify for significant relief. Qualifying and enrolling in this program is Stonewall Collections. Settle your tax problem and may even reduce what you owe by up to 99%. Call the hotline at Tax Help USA to see if you qualify by dialing 800-906-0062. If you or your business owe back taxes to the IRS or state, you can now get the help that you need during these hard economic times. Call Tax Help USA to get your free tax estimate to see what you qualify for by dialing 800-906-0062. 800-906-0062. That's 800-906-0062. How much it costs for gas now? Everyone's still talking about how much gas is, so I overpaid the price. Just use the free upside down 90 cents for every gallon of gas I buy. Are you saying you actually receive real cash when you buy gas on the upside down? Yeah, I earned that 20 cents per gallon every time I buy gas. Look, that number should really add up, and it sure does. I've made over $300 already. Well, that's feeling extra money. I'm getting money to free upside down now.
Download the free Upside Down to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code IHEART1 for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill up. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card. Just download the free Upside Down and use promo code IHEART1 for 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code IHEART1 for 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill up. Cash back is available on gas meters in Wisconsin. Hear the latest news from the headlines on your phone. Download the free iHeartRadio app for exclusive live coverage of breaking news. From what's happening where you live to what's happening across the country. Live in the center of the story. Listen for free anywhere, anytime. Download the free iHeartRadio app today. I'm looking at my daughter's book, and the woman says, "Are you on AFI?" So I'm walking her, and my daughter and her friends walk by, and now it's going to go back to my wife. This seems a suspicion has been shown, but I love the fact that my wife thinks that this thing is still on the market. And Iron and I are a little bit incredibly to yourself. Your sexy skills spread all over the school. 5, 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Johnny King Show. Jumping up and catch it from the KFI AM 640 live every day on the iHeartRadio app. Shocking story Friday that an armed man showed up on the Super Valley in Los Angeles, dressed up like a U.S. Marshal, raised a lot of alarms. Really, armed with jewels, spending footage today. That was looks like he did. It wasn't really that far from where his mother was. But no, but the violence was the violence. And so, what we've learned about Adrian Hall, still a 44-year-old Palestinian teenager, raises massive talking about buildings of conservatorship, following the fact that was huge anti-vaxxer, and Trump's people. His brother, he described it as dangerous, and shared the talk of his brother Raymond. Raymond confirmed
says here, Raymond Castillo, the brother, said police also pulled innocent people and searched his vehicle. The highlighted video posted online showing cops cuffing his brother on the sidewalk outside the Rover eval. He said his brother is an unemployed EMT who lives with their parents, does not have a car, asked him for a ride to what the police told him was a single-day security job. The brother said he told me he was in communication with someone about a gig. A private contractor, full-time vehicle, has to go that day to work. I don't know who wants or wanted this to remember basic relationships. So he's a very franchise. Yeah, so he went there dressed up as an official, walking with a security guy because of a plane and so forth. The big influence, very under the zone, pretty good security. You can find him in March and do well. It said here he has a favorite holsters, a dental prescription, like the sunglasses. Everything, he's posted a lot of stuff. Maybe schizophrenic on the road, social media. Everything great. Yeah, his brother says that he spends a lot of time up in the US on the aliens. Lots of Iraq. I think that, you know how many paranoid schizophrenics there are in America? Almost 3 billion. Oh, think about that. Almost 3 million people are wandering around living in an imaginary world where they have all kinds of fake people talking to them. They can see them, they're being spoken to, the dogs are talking to them. It really has strong affinity and vaccines. But apparently, expressed to the youth that there's only special neurological significance and desire to communicate with voice psychedelics. Wow. Why'd you go after Robert Kennedy? Maybe it's their, like, maybe it has creativity. Maybe one could think his kid was going there to help him with that. Oh, that's so cool. But it says here, of course, his brother, he's a Trump fan. But it's really bad to be a fan of the because you things like this character, not to make it sad. What you're looking at is a guy in a fake federal law enforcement uniform and a loaded gun. And he's going to attend a Rocky Kennedy event 2 miles from where the guy's standing gun says. And aren't playing his message where it says, rumor is, I am the only presidential candidate in history who does not have Secret Service credentials. I trust was to know. Well, three examples of the Biden Ohio senator, you have to hopefully that's it. First of all, it is subjective. We're not looking at the candidate. But once you're within a certain time frame of the primary season, then you can admit you have time to go for it. And he does have that. So it's just not primary season. I mean, Biden's administration would choose to give it to conservatives. But they said no. So there you go. But we don't hang in the ring. All right, more coming up. Johnny Petty, Pay by AM, 640 live. We'll be right back. Radio and Deborah Barnes live with 24-hour Campfire Radio. KOST HD2, Los Angeles, Orange County. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Killer arrested. I'm Deborah Barnes, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. An Amazon gal has been arrested in connection with the deadly ambush of an LA County Sheriff's deputy. Well, Dr. Sarah Luna released photos of a car following the shooting with a exploded the phone wall. That's what led a SWAT team to the home of the Towers. Deputies surrounded the residence and called out all the occupants of that residence. Eventually, family members did come out. Some found some severity themselves and refused to initially comment on it as rumors from the inside. cold termites up there damage more than flood, earthquakes, hurricanes combined. Call Pacific Coast Termite at 800 Pacific for free room inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No candy, answer. Call 800 Pacific, 800 Pacific. Visit PacificCoastTermite.com. Call 800 Pacific. Pacific Coast Termite. Friendly, please. Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free. Never sounded so good. KMI AM 640. Gotta catch up. Gotta go out and catch up. KMI AM 640. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. And you can hear the show from 8 till 4 every day and then after 4 o'clock on the iHeart app. Johnny Ken on demand podcast. All right, like I said, we'll be getting some more crazy legislation that's made its way to get people together this weekend. I was in frenzy on Friday when I had a session for months in Sacramento. There are some locals in there. I'll just give you one headline. This Pete Chemicals in Washington, D.C. Some additional columnists coming up. Later on this hour, we're going to begin with the United Auto Workers strike. This was announced on Friday. The union was simultaneously struck against General Motors, Ford, and several other companies. Stellantis, Bailey Chrysler. I didn't know they were being yeah, but that's their name now. Stellantis is the parent company. Well, first time in history, all three of them struck. Apparently, elected some head by the name of Sean Tate in talks militancy against the auto companies. Record profits, big pay for executives, we're coming to get it. Well, they're really asking for that. They want a 36% pay increase in the 4 years and a 12-hour work week with overtime for additional hours. Restoration of retiree health benefits and defined benefit pensions for workers. They want it back for all love and pensions. There's defined pensions almost bankrupted the big automakers 15 years ago. They have to get rid of them because they're unsustainable. Right? There's no way in the end for the companies to pay them. You have to take responsibility, investment on yourself. The response is the automakers will give you maybe 17.5% to 20%, but a 32-hour work week, restoration of retirement benefits for your workers, they're non-starters. They're not going to go. Over the line of business. So a lot of this apparently can be traced back, at least according to stories, actually a local New York Times and the Wall Street Journal, to this push towards electric vehicles that Trump showed as part of his policy here. President Biden administration's policy mandating a rapid transition to electric vehicles, and of course, you know what California is doing. The unit government knows that electric vehicles require fuel electric produce, and we jeopardizing the jobs of the gas-powered jobs. In fact, he says in this story that Ford lost nearly $60,000 on every EV sold in the first quarter of this year. They lost $60,000 on each electric vehicle. Yeah, they lost, I think, $4.5 billion. Their profits are still being generated by gas-powered pickups and SUVs. That's what's really keeping the mobility right going. Still, Ford doesn't make they make zero or only one civilian. They don't do that. These pickup trucks and SUVs, because they keep people going. They get huge profits. And as I mentioned before, the dealers have a lot of electric vehicles on the line, and nobody wants them. Get across these streets, charging stations, and car stores. Almost every day I feel that major car store where people get stuck trying to find the charging station. Find one that works. So it's a failure. They get worse someday, 20 years from this because electric vehicles are becoming giving companies tons of extra money to force them into manufacturing these cars that nobody wants. And it takes far fewer workers to manufacture electric cars because there are many parts that are not necessary anymore. You don't need the whole chain that burns the gasoline. Yeah, so it says here, workers are trying to defend jobs as manufacturers shift to the state to cost the engines
blue this morning from that Port Beach in Taiwan. From the Southern California Toyota dealer traffic center, let's go places. We're doing a crash on the 10. Enjoy our night. Life is where you can switch to the radiate cooler on your shoulder. Yeah, kind of like wondering what's a full tire over in the West Bank. In Chancellors, what we're doing from Western Lights and the Family Boulevard. We're the cold fire over on the right shoulder. 87 down in the 405 traffic. Fairview, Young Action, clear into the boulevard as well. And also on TJ turning 30 Canvas Avenue, the KB motorcycle with its rider, and that's been a divider area. Hey, if I'm a guy, I'll still be there after I'm in the market.
This report is sponsored by Likeforlike.com. I am Kyle at Likeforlike.com. I'm going for the offer with 50% custom window treatments, including foam, blinds, and shutters. All at prices less than retail. Plus, we'll send you free samples before you buy. I'm not hiring shippers, so go do it yourself and save big at Likeforlike.com. In 3 weeks, you're able to start having conversations.
Just 3 weeks. Even better.
Travis lessons are designed by language experts and voiced by real native speakers who get the accents just right and be able to carry on conversations with confidence.
Learning a language with Babbel doesn't take long.
And with Babbel, it isn't hard. It's perfect. And now try Babbel for 25 cents on radio. Get your voice back. Get your radio. Get your voice back. That's RODIO for 54 cents. Californians can breathe, and there is still place in their lives for litter. So let's come together and create a litter-free California. Join them at cleanpa.com. Do it together. Brought to you by Caltech. In your life, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack. Like Martha, president of operations at Telley Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telley Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Martha needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic. ZipRecruiter helps you find all the right people in the most difficult job. ZipRecruiter helps you keep your business on. Take it from Martha and millions of other businesses who use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack. Streamline 4 out of 5 employers and boost the job on ZipRecruiter. Get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. Of your life, you encounter dragons. You face them and you slay them. You protect the people you love. Not for a
reward or for recognition, but simply because it needs to be done. But sometimes you need help to defeat a particular dragon. I'm Charlie Fuller with superhero millionaire, and we slay dragons for our community every day. One of the worst we see is a fog dragon. It attacks our drains and your whole plumbing system. At first, the damage fog dragons do is invisible. The life of your pipes slowly gets sucked up until one day your bathroom or kitchen suddenly overflows with rotting waste, threatening the health of your family. But never fear, our hero will hero cable your drain and defeat your fog dragon today, so you can go on slaying other ones.
If you don't have a clogged drain, we'll hero cable it for $74. Call ViralRabbi today or schedule online at ViralRabbi.com. Why is iHeartRadio the #1 streaming radio app? Free music.
3 live radio stations from all over the country. Free podcasts.
Free playlists.
Free contests. Free artist radio stations.
Commercial-free stations. It's free. Love iHeartRadio. Join the millions of music, radio, and podcast fans on the #1 streaming radio app now.
iHeartRadio.
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 Free, never sounded so good.
How much you weigh? Like driver's license. They ask how much you weigh and you lie. It's your jaw fly. They'll handle, I put down 200 pounds when I weigh 260 pounds. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Traffic and show? Just put up and shampoo KFI and 640 live everywhere in the iHeartRadio app. All right, well, hopefully every hour of the show today, we're going to talk about some of the pieces of legislation that are making their way in Houston past the sign or get out. And there's one we've been looking at for quite a while. In fact, we took a lot more than those a while back. The city that was more restrictive in program. Well, she got AB 645 passed in both houses of the state legislature that safety counts. Safety value that man for that. On Prop 47 was a safe neighborhood school zone. Yeah, that's everything that's safety. Every time they want to control our lives, steal our money, run these prisoners off the streets, it's all about safety. Very simple. The state cameras and photographs, the license plates, and drivers, they will 11 miles per hour or more over the speed limit in any given area. If those still caught speeding within the tickets will be mailed. So not these points on your license, but you don't have to pay the tickets. And you'll get the ticket. They're not going to take you out into the drive. They can get down with your license. That's about the car. They want to get in your car to somebody speeds. It's about stealing money just because you're living a normal life. And it's not that smart. They're going to use these cameras to try to control the behavior here. And they'll tell you up close to go on the fine every so often. Eventually it's going to be $500 or $800 or $1,200. And they're going to just it's part of an effort to make driving on the roads uncomfortable. If they want to reduce the number of people who get killed in the streets, put all the homeless in the mental institution and rehab centers. Conservative kids. Yeah, that's right. Take all those people off the street. Let's see what happens to the rest. So there's kids there going back to that story that there's 170,000 homeless people outdated in the jail. We don't even know. So how big the 70s get there. But that's 16. I'm not 16 to 40 years old. Because the real is what's considered to happen. Not that everything can surmount this. What we do. When I was in Florida, 0. I was up in Pennsylvania visiting my brother. He lives in Square. So, people say I was unsatisfied. So he was before anywhere else. Over there, homeless people in California, right? It's like because they left. And those are the people that run over. They're running around with verified all the crazy drug addicts, gang members, people street racing. You know, 2 o'clock in the morning, you don't see much of this guy walking around and going around. He gets fired. And so, well, yeah, the bosses here, this and that, we have to talk about family. But it's like, here's the part 2. The Florida kid that's standing there on a foot in his program, right? Is that moving me out? And she sees the car go by at 1 mile per hour. Oh my God,
Nigeria is a hit run fence over on the right shoulder. With Elvina, Jamie Eastside, Azusa Alley, and then it's going to clear into the right shoulder, being right for Tech Road. And then being Long Beach, 710 south of Danaher Street, brand new easterly crash just reported in the lane clearance. Okay, you're fine with County on CFD there, Christopher, I'm in Norman.
Hi, I'm Kyle at likeforlike.com, and I sell custom blinds designed for do-it-yourself. Unlike stock blinds offered at big box retailers, likefor blinds are custom made for your window, recipient free. No hiring expensive pros. Do yourself and stay big at likefor.com.
Hey, it's Deborah, and as a homeowner, I know just how important it is to have a yard that is both useful and functional. With this pages, you can have an outdoor space that's always cleaned up and an outdoor remodel experience so right now. From paving stone driveways and patios to outdoor kitchens, artificial turf lighting, and more, Mr. Pavers has been elevating outdoor living for more than 30 years. Make sure to check out their award-winning work and find out how they can take your outdoor space to the next level. When you ask now, you can take advantage of their best offer of the year. Yes, for a limited time, you get to $3 off every square foot of pavers and turf. All you have to do is call System Pavers at 800-8004 today. That's 800-88004 or visit SystemPavers.com. All orders must be placed by September 30th. See website for full offer details. Contractor's license 661-575.
This is Jacob and Mike. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB. Meet the roofers that you need to dream team at Allguard. AllGuardRoofing.com. Allguard Roofing Partner. If you get hurt in an accident, choose to walk over the experience to win. Choose Olivia Myers. I've been a BMW owner for over 25 years. I believe it is by far the best performance car on the road. I'm not alone. So I went to Sterling BMW in Newport Beach to test drive the new BMW iX. I saw it. Sterling BMW, family owned for over 30 years. They treat you well like family. So if you're looking to buy an electric vehicle, visit Sterling BMW, test drive the new iX, exceptional offers from BMW Financial Services, SterlingBMW.com, SterlingBMW.com. You can always keep your company clean. So come on the extra good benefit concern to doesn't make a world-class coverage and excellent payment of one world-class program. From supplemental health benefits and income protection to coverage for life and life, the Hartford Wheels, the Hartford Comics, the great opportunity for you. Choose your company success with company benefits from the Hartford. The box got your back. Learn more about group benefits at thehartford.com/benefits. If you are planning to file for the employee retention tax credit, be careful. The IRS is tracking down on fraud. Be safer and keep you out of trouble. Most of the ERC firms on radio and TV are not CPA firms. JWC ERCC Advisory CPA sells thousands of businesses file for the ERCC and stay on the right side of the law. How to protect yourself at iHeartTaxRefunds.com. Find out if you qualify. JWC is an anonymous online qualification tool. No phone number or email address required. Go to iHeartTaxRefunds.com. Illinois Conservation Lab driven under licensing appropriate tax reports outside the details of the CPA solutions subscription required for services software and subscriptions only. Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but it's 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to Hims.com/radio. In Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation and free shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternative to the name brands. And it's a 95% off. That's right, get generic to Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand new Viagra, up to 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face consultations. To start your free online visit, you need to visit this exclusive address, Hims.com/radio. That's Hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO. Don't miss our truly free live radio music festival.
Taking secret sounds from all genres of music on one stage.
Following Las Vegas, take live on Saturday and this Friday and Saturday.
10 Eastern, 7 Pacific.
Do not wait to hear for an extra hangover report from Tuesdays 4 to 7 on KMI.
results will give you next, you're next to stupid things, and suddenly you've got to move out of the town. Because they can't take a guy like this and keep him in prison for more than 14 months. Hanging out near her home wearing an ankle bracelet. So he's already returned to the city of birth. He's trying to find what she's after him. And I'm telling you, some patience with the world, it really is. Everybody I know is fucking up in 5 months. They're all mental patients and problems and beggars and a smash and grab round blocks, you know? And they're all right. Everything you're saying is right. We all want to move. We don't know what to do. How did this happen? And in the back of my mind, I mean, I can start fighting 8 times a day. It's like, you know, I don't know. They voted for the ballot that what ballot? Yes, exactly. You vote for Prop 47, the State Neighborhood Schools Act. You vote for Prop 57, which created a world where raping an unconscious woman is not a serious felony. I mean, and Prop 57, more importantly, allows the Department of Corrections to basically make sentences after the fact. It doesn't matter what the judge says. 6 years for this stalking crime? Let's make it 14 months. All right. Corrections are not the location. Nothing is corrected. It's not aftermath. It's about rehabilitation. They're not great sentences like this Kristen Dennis moving around outside the state department. You just see the video too. It's weird. It's like weird. You're supposed to see another one expecting some sort of a stick of pipe or something like that. And again, conservatorship. Take them in. Who cares? Take them in at a date they have to have. I want to go back to the 50s. I want to undo the 50s. That's because you didn't have these people running around back in the 50s, the 60s, the 70s, the 80s. You didn't have these people running around. And I want to go back to that time too. We deserve to be back. Oh, it's wonderful. Activists is true. There's evidence. Bad behavior by political institutions that you treat the decent government. Political government. That's so much monitoring that would not be like this or that. Why is it so hard to manage hospitals without torturing patients? Who the hell were they hiring? Were they hiring some of the mental patients? Well, the ones that died. Well, yeah, exactly. Who does want that job? It's the patient. It's just the actual mentally ill job. So the solution is we've got to talk to them in the streets. This lady's got to be stopped. I think that we mentally ill people are 80% of the population. Could have to 90%. I can't believe that absolutely rural hospital systems in nowhere else. They were Florida. We only have all the mental patients here in California, in LA, and they're not anywhere else. They're not equitably distributed across the country. It's just here. It's got to be us. It's got to be our laws. We'll be back in a few minutes. Try to pay the by hour and 6 people live in the world. Where you at? Get the walk live with 24 hours. Chance on Leisure.
Return to Hollywood Studios will return to the bargaining table Wednesday. The auto workers' strike again for its victory is now in court day. Hunter Biden has sued the IRS alleging its agents illegally released tax information. Scotland weather will be up by 10 tomorrow, high 70s. This report brought to you by Visit Infinite. We're going to a crash on 70A in Small Beach. 7:10 southbound line after Anaheim City. People are going Anaheim City. So be on the bridge from the 405. On the flip side, the 710 work on Anaheim Street Parkway. It goes up down to Upton Gateway. This is in the 105 southbound for Worker Street that earlier that view from the west. Listening from the west to 91. So we're on the 91 eastbound. Go to 71. Still got that traffic up traffic around the way. Oh, want to watch out for the running and up there for the support end. So we'll find a guy get you there past the eyes and eyes. Hey, if you're thinking of getting the latest iPhone, you need to stop and check out the pretty amazing wireless offer for Boost Infinite. To learn all about it, just pick up your phone, dial #250 and say Boost Infinite. That's #250, Boost Infinite. This report is sponsored by Pacific Coast Airlines. Don't let your form in Southern California. Call Pacific Coast Airlines for a free home inspection. Call 800-50 or visit PacificCoastAirlines.com. Discovery treatments used worldwide. People won't control all types of disposable closure at top-ranked hospitals just like your kids. With over 30 SoCal locations, you become City of Hope. Visit cityofhope.org for more. Extreme Foods increases your risk of kidney illness and death. One kind of keto option include muscle fat, cheese, and nodules. Kinds of bistro include a flavor of critical or higher, confusion, and loss of consciousness. Protect yourself by limiting time spent outdoors, staying hydrated, and staying cool in air-conditioned spaces. Learn how to stay safer from extreme heat at HeatReadyCA.com. Brought to you by the state of California.
Not an exaggeration. QC Kinetics can change your outlook on life. You can live again without that positivity, without plastic surgery going overnight.
QC Kinetics is advanced regenerative medicine. They take your body's own concentrated healing properties and put them back into your joints to restore and repair damaged tissue. The tough and all that.
Patient satisfaction reports are astonishing. Finally, a real alternative to the old-based healing approach. And unlike surgery, there's no downtime with QC treatments.
If you have constant pain in your knee, hip, shoulder, or back, make a call. Get a free consultation from a medical professional at QC Kinetics.
This fall, moving around pain-free, doing the things you love, like walking, hiking, playing with the kids.
Call QC Kinetics and see how the latest advances in precision regenerative medicine can attack your pain and bring you lasting relief.
QC Kinetics in Glendale, Orange, Mission Viejo, and now in Costa Mesa. 213-997-PAIN. 213-997-PAIN. QC Kinetics. 213-997-PAIN.
Students and founders service champions former heating and AC. Is there just enough replacing your heating and cooling system? Now is the perfect time to take action. It's the end of the summer, which means that AC season is winding down. You still have a warehouse full of premium high-efficiency AC systems, and we may be selling to you at a discount, but it's just down the road. That's why we're offering the first ever heat summer discount of up to $3,500 off all planned AC or heat pump systems. No gimmicks, no games. Just a great price for buying now. If you got a full passport, do yourself a favor and call us for a second opinion. Call Service Champions for details and get up to $3,500 off each qualifying AC or heat pump system. The number is 833-777-7777 or online at ServiceChampions.com.
Hey, Jack. Sorry, wait. I have to stop for gas. Yeah, I can't believe how much it costs for gas. I know. Everyone's still talking about how much gas is. Okay, fine. I think you need to free upside down and I get no shop for every gallon of gas I buy. Are you going to actually get paid real cash when you buy gas on the upside down? Yeah, I earned up to 25 cents a gallon every time I buy gas. Look, that feels like shit really add up. It sure does. I've made over $300 already. Well, that's really extra money. I'm going to do the free upside down now.
Download the free Upside Down for real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code IHeartWatch for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill. You can cash out anytime less your bank account to pay or an e-gift card. Just download the free Upside Down and use promo code IHeartWatch for 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code IHeartWatch for 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill. Cash back is not available on gas users or limit. Some portions of the following program will be recorded. Cars are the worst when it comes to data collection and privacy. I don't even know what they mean by this. It collected information on sexual activity. Saying confidently this with no sexual activity on my car. But relax. Info Kelly 97. Headline 70 again on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Television show John Kovac and Kim Santos Stefan on 640 Live. Everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. All right, we'll have State Senator Sherry Burley coming on the show 10 minutes later. Victory last day. Big final canceled. Clearly a sense of Metro punish those who sex traffic fighters. Highest since it was good. So let's strike. And the record of California school strikes was it was quite the battle that this bill drew both state senators and legislature. The big computer center did, but the state public safety for standing on with that hero Rick Story. Wanting to protect the rights of men to sell young girls into sex slaves. What is that for? and the vehicle of interest that was depicted in the flyer that was put out yesterday, our press conference. One because of where the sun show Saturday night is exactly an SUV at an intersection in front of the Palmdale gas station. Keith Gray, certified news.
The families of two models found dead in downtown LA say they are concerned a predator is on the loose.
One of the women staff said they declared a murder while the others just being called suspicious. Both women were found dead within 3 miles of each other. The first one was found dead a little over a week ago, inside an apartment by her family member. Her family members say they began to worry when they saw her in contact with the woman. Just 2 days later, officers found the other woman dead inside her apartment. Officers were conducting a welfare check after family members said the woman stopped responding to calls and texts. Police have not released any information on possible killer or killers. Blake Joel, KFIU.
Who serves in Arcadia as one lawmaker who rapidly behind a bill that would make truckers working in automated trucks. The bipartisan
Hi, Cincinnati. It is now 3:00 p.m.
Oh my god.
semi-trucks. Teamster joined some supporting to President Chris Griswold, having a human presence at the forefront for keeping people safe. Because things happen, things happen. The civil war happens. After some of this happened, with these trucks having the Tesla, or I should say,
We're getting pizza. There's a lady there that just had kids. Yeah, husband right now, Saxon, Paradise.
That's on the triple from yesterday, up 40 cents from a week ago, up 53 cents from a month ago, and up 49 cents from a year ago at this time.
Right. Orange County has increased almost 97 cents, including a 7.5 cent rise on Saturday. Seattle prices are rising by increasing oil prices and regional refining shortages. California has filed a lawsuit against some of the world's largest oil and gas companies, claiming they lied to the companies after risking fossil fuel. Officials said Saturday that fossil fuels are drains, climate change-related storms, and wildfires will cost billions of dollars in damage. The lawsuit filed with San Francisco seeks to create a fund that will pay for recovery efforts following the storms and fires. Governor Newsom says ExxonMobil, Shell, Chevron, and other companies should be held accountable. A hospital in Florence has installed a speaker symbol in the emergency room, part of its blending of spirituality and surgery. St. Joseph ER Medical Director Jim Lee says nurses and doctors can now touch a Jewish mezuzah when they leave the break room.
You're wearing at the door when you leave work, so trust family, your coworkers, and your favorite other guys who will take care of you, the teachers, and your patients.
Lee says the goal is to provide peace for medical staff to continue to be slammed with patients falling into the height of the COVID-19 pandemic. He says he is not sick, but pitched the idea to the sister on the board of the Catholic Hospital who agreed to have a rabbi install and bless the mezuzah last week. The United Auto Workers Union strike is in its fourth day with picketers outside of Stellantis plant in Ohio. The union met with Stellantis GM Ford over the weekend. Negotiations that the UAW strike will go on until its workers get what they are asking for.
All right, you better get through. You know, better get yourself on. All the rest.
Chris Anderson, who worked for Stellantis plant for 6 years, right now the mood is pretty high. He says the thoughts of their ice cream truck passed through and he has that week to strike. The KFI financial update, the Dow, is brought to you by Jacoby & Myers Legal Attorneys. The Dow closed deficit, S&P 500 up 3, NASDAQ up 2. Don't wait. Next has your compensation Hartford accident. Go to Jacoby & Myers now. Texas for you since 1972. Southland weather for KFI, overcast again tomorrow morning with drizzling sun areas. Sunny in the afternoon, highs mid-to-upper 70s for metro LA. 70s to low 80s in the valley. 70s to mid-80s in the high desert. Low 70s for the beaches. Upper 70s for the OC, 80s in the IE. Right now 71 in Dana Point, 78 in Anaheim, 76 in Giant Bar, and the same in Simi Valley. We'll do a little fast on the 101 in Hollywood. This is on the southbound side of Vermont. Everyone California is involved in relation parking up from just outside National Park. The left-hand left lane, but it's really westbound and down to the left lane. Clogged up in Glacier. No one moves quickly. I'll wait for a senior. You may be running a break right now to clear this pass to the shoulder because everything looks extra stocked up. Now the drive on the eastbound side and the turn slowing out some on that making the 57 freeway all the way to the Cedar Ridge Pass.
two of the biggest statistics, Sunlock's family, all are moving. Sunlock's went looking for a roofing company that they could trust and ended up building their own. That is All Guard. It's the training team of the finest roofing professionals will tell you how to do it. So contact All Guard for a free estimate today at allguardroofing.com. Allguardroofing.com. CFW 1107661. Major phone carriers that you sign contract with many leaders by actually tracking with your kind of course for other. Pretty insecure, if you ask me. I can say so with a legally and a more consensual and healthy form of holiday. Free of contracts and more flexible before the end. That's why you should learn enough to have recourse to with contracts and being expected to do well with phone practices like finance well our phone practices. Phone comments. Consumer cellular. Feel free to call. We're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM. Hey, it's Team Sharp. Are you sick of chlorine in your water? Well, Light Source Water System is your solution. And September is perfect timing because Light Source is offering new customers double dip for free standard installation. Plus, an extra $260 off. That's up to $1,250 in savings with the offer ends September 30th. Restrictions apply, so call Light Source today. 800-WATER-99 or visit lightsourcewater.com. Light Source. Taste performance. Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free. Never sounded so good. AM 640. Hey, you champion. What's up? The Clark Crew, yeah. John Chuck, Alpha, Reset, Hotel 5 Williams, 641 everywhere. On the iHeartRadio app and over the radio. The forecast correspondent. Smack yourself in the face and say, I missed the show. What am I to do? They were massively embarrassed. Starting with Chairman of the Assembly Public Safety Committee, Reginald Jones Stoll. He's here in Los Angeles, and this guy was the big one for a long time. He didn't think men in dirty, sweaty suits and just innocent little girls in the sex slavery ought to be punished too much. You don't know why he thought. Well, because this will open them up to the three-strike laws, and they hate the three strikes laws. Yes, but then they would stay in prison even longer. All these disgusting, dirty men who sell little children into sex slavery. But you didn't want that bad things to happen to these guys. So this guy is such a firestorm that he stopped from the Public Safety Committee that at least, according to reports, will immediately got police involved, got the security assembly involved, and then he put the Public Safety Committee to the full, which was understandable. You see, let's bring up State Senator Shannon Georgia for us to talk about this bill along with Aaron Senator. Shannon, how are you? It's congratulations. Hey, how are you guys doing? I thought it was that hard to get a bill like that figured out. It should have been hard. Well, let me show you what the Illinois Court of Justice has done. Show you. Well, I think that this is exactly what you guys just said. They don't want to put people in prison, and this is the first time that they have been out of the decade, and they were not. They felt like it was going backwards. But when they kept bringing that argument to me, I just read their argument about, you know, you can't do this, it doesn't mean that the person can't do this for a longer period of time. There's no defamation stage of work, yada, yada, yada. And all that backwards. No, not backwards. You know, this is what, you know, if they're in prison, they can't sell another little girl into sex slavery while they're in prison. So yes, it absolutely does work. That's the whole point. As long as they're in prison, the girls aren't going to be sold into sex slavery. That's a nice nonsense, and they know it's nonsense. Well, I think that there's some punishment, and I think there should make an exception for people to go to prison, especially if they're selling children. It's bad. You have to make this argument. Isn't this amazing? Every time. I need to make it like 6 or 7 times. Yeah. And how long is what are the rules of this bill? How far back does this go? I don't know, last night, 2 years ago. Yeah, do they really believe what they're saying? You know what? Randy Broadsire actually believes it doesn't do any good to put a guy who sells children into sex slavery away. He really believes it.
Randy Broadsire says that, and then he votes to have campaign finances for sex. You have to hire private security after you hire somebody.
Right.
That would make sense.
Right. So
Because you can't, I mean, realistically, guys, if you can't put somebody in prison for selling children for sex, think about that for just a second.
right. So what's the real motivation? You can't possibly believe what he's saying.
Oh, and I guess you have to ask them because in some countries, this kind of thing is taught.
Yeah, well, and that's what I'm saying, especially when they're covering up maybe other reasons.
Well, they talk about, how much $120,000 a year and could be used for property protection, areas where, people are being trafficked. They say it's just supposed to, infrastructure with people of color. And it's really silly. It's still signed by the government. It's called one around children being overload and the hospital. So listen, your arguments all come to
We've got to get off this food stuff. We got to stop getting you guys off this. Because the race is nothing new. It's whether you fit it or not. Period. Trying to use race as a shield. This is what I'm saying. There's something else going on. They use race as a distraction. Well, it's a distraction and a shield. So it's not to narrow. Why do they really want little girls sold into sex slavery? Why don't they want to punish them? It's because they're racist. And that's what they do.
I agree with that. What they do, and I'm not opposed to that. At least, especially if people of color and young generations now dialect, like I said, they think, there's no every part. And it's not for it's just
That's got to be the response. Hey, you know what? Whatever color it is, goes to prison. Doesn't matter if it's black, white, brown, yellow, whatever. It's okay. It doesn't matter. That's why they split this whole debate. Everybody's getting sucked into it. But don't get sucked into it. It's about behavior. Okay? Well, it's about behavior, and that's the worst behavior of it.
And then they talk about cost in the analysis and the public safety analysis. They did not, in the appropriation, they did not even consider what it costs to rehabilitate a victim. Like the trauma, the care, if they're a minor, if they're half from their families, the cost of putting them in housing.
Sure. We've got the highest taxes in the nation, and they care about costs. I don't believe that. That's a distraction argument.
Because when you have a stuff like that, for a $30 billion deficit this year, they spend a lot of money.
And I think most people are willing to pay whatever price it is to get sex traffickers in prison. I don't think people are ready. So, here's my question to you. This common sense, this real facts. I mean, honestly, what's the focus here? 4 years, 3 years. In 3 years, what hope is there to other places that you can either unpack them along with the criminal justice system? Thanks to damage from Prop 27, 57, all these other things. Why not? There's people being free.
But you guys are the key to that. If you guys did it immediately, the black problematic acts from all our administrators, the black suspects that watch the media along with them, Californians would have gone about their everyday activities, open or whatever, going to school, and never even noticed one thing that they said that day in public safety. Because people in prison that sell your children for sex. They would have not even known.
It was work, right? You said this was a 3-year
They did. And it was a time they told the report, and I think I did a hard local PTSD care drive. I've done over, I think, 700 now. So people are, look at you guys. So we've got reporters all over, hearing committees, whatever committee we're on. People there all the time, monitoring what happens. They used to monitor things at 2 o'clock in the morning when they call their emergency committee down to make sure the public had notice before the, driving in, everybody driving right before that. You got time. Any opposition to this bill, any opposition, any no opposition, you guys have to come out and do this.
So there's no image on this happening.
very nice. Not very, not very. There has been this last moment I've ever seen, and I don't know if there's people in Kingsburg yet, but there's a lot of media attention going on and with the live shows, there's a lot of media attention on, I made a comment the other day on the floor after they passed like 6 bills that had to do with furthering union bills, $20 an hour minimum wage for fast food workers, $25 an hour minimum wage for hospital workers, union strikes are union unemployment benefits for their employers negotiating with themselves their salaries. And so I think what I knew is just a kind of like a full tax bill. That's how it is. Yeah, right? You really did a great job. This is visions killing. And every one of these dusty perverts who sells children to sex, every day that they end up staying in prison because you did, there's going to be, one kid or 10 kids in another day in prison. I can tell you that a district attorney called, I have several calls after that for those. And a district attorney called David Romney, and he's trying to have a remark. But if you gave that to a private we don't have it yet. I think one of the keys is that there's so little coverage for what the legislature does. Most parents would instantly say, both sex traffickers go to prison. Go to prison for that. Exactly. That's what they would say if they knew about it, but they didn't know about it because nobody's telling them. I don't know how to get it right. But we're like, you can maybe do the career. Please be a tender. So this is your first defense. I mean, most people think first defense is that, right? Well, yeah, it's good to do this. They actually abuse each other. They have to go to school, the culture go out for, and they can contact the stuff for minors. Very focused. That's what that is. The bill is not bad. I just think it's a step in the right direction. But to get them out of that building that is such a precious pervert for trafficking or perverted souls, feeling that I've done in the time that I've been. Well, good job, Sarah. This goes again. Good work, ladies and gentlemen. Sawyer. Nice work. Protect those perverts now. You're doing a good job for the public. Johnny Penn, KFIN, 645 everywhere. My Heart Radio. Deborah Mark Block, the 24-hour KFIN newsroom. Teams of Star JDM and joint lawmakers and urging governors of the time to build and protect jobs to be replaced by automated trucks. The bill that would make the key river efforts to preserve a captivating state parks that is the governor needs to step to sign into law. 5 Americans who were imprisoned in Guam are on the way home. The U.S. News revealed that the DSA lost $6 billion in its own oil revenue to U.S. extraction sanctions. We're going to go to 7 next. You want to sell your car? This is easy. You want most money for your used car? Right. You want a hassle-free process? Yeah. You want to work with America's best car buyer? It's GiveMeTheVin.com. GiveMeTheVin.com. Repeat your written comments offer or write your check for $100. That's it. Get instant cash offer and the most money for your used car right now at GiveMeTheVin.com. Sell your car. Southland weather. KFI sunny tomorrow high 70s and 80s. This report brought to you by Pfizer and BioNTech. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go late season. Low on the 67 spring. Here's where delays are coming in. This is Rainbird taking you all over the 60 and 90 bar. The 60 eastbound left and that's just loud working up away from Crossroads Parkway all the way back to the 57. Come on out on the 10 eastbound left side road that's leading to Chesapeake, but on the braking stretches all the way to Cherry and Fontana, and it's tough as you roll out of the Coringa Pass. This is the 101 north from Reed to Sunset Boulevard. The race extends all the way to Plano, Mantino, KFI in the sky. Don't forget to go to Montana. That's a world changing. So is COVID-19. That's why this is what the COVID-19 show is coming up with. More than time to help protect and save babies. Learn more at selfie.vaccines.gov. Sponsored by
you imagine how diverse it would get if the expert is the book for 55% instead of 67%? And the problem is, the public doesn't pay attention to most of this. And so what you usually get is emotional ad campaigns with focused on that some athlete has gone right. Oh, sure, it's good fun. I mean, it's fun, good fun. Hey, like high-speed ramp. We agreed to spend $10 million on high-speed ramp to be able to get from San Francisco to Los Angeles in about 2.5 hours. That was the price. Oh, we will also sure go right? Well, of course, there's no such thing. That's never will. So why do people vote for high-speed rail in 2008? Because they can't believe that they lost. Because how would they know it? How would they know that there wasn't a day like right now that built a railroad to LA? How are you going to go over or under the mountains? They didn't know. They still don't know. They couldn't get it over the mountain. That wasn't feasible. So they're going to drive close to 40 miles of rock to get through a mountain. Which then going to happen. So that's why you end up with all these tens of billions of dollars spent on a highway that's going to get a rail line that's going to go from Bakersfield to Merced. My problem with this is that these measures run on locally for things like, highways, water, and seas. And here comes the poor motherfuckers. So here comes the contracted health workers. This is all going to That's why I think a two-thirds vote is important. Would make sure that a simple majority of people think it's a good idea to let the government take more money either in borrowing or taxes to throw in another project, which is just foul up. They're going to build your parks and then let homeless people live in it? Yeah, most of it's not building housing. But yeah, how that could government build that one, that's their house. Housing for the vagrants? For the vagrants, they're supposed to make afford homes right now, I guess, is the idea. People who can't afford homes have to move somewhere else. And that's how this is against anything. No, because the government is never going to fix housing. That's impossible. We have too many people living here. There's nothing you can do. And if you keep taking in, thousands and thousands of illegal aliens without any skills in education, they're going to be poor for the rest of their lives, and so are their kids. One tax group says that if HBA 1 passes and the threshold lower than 55%, we have to $250 million to increase taxes every election cycle. $250 million increase taxes every election. That's $1 billion every 4 years. You're going to pay them. See, you have to vote for them. You have to get aware of what's going on in the world and then vote for them. That's your job. So this is a no on zoning till November 2024. Celebrate. A no on HBA 1. There you go. There'll be a lot more. Voters out the next November. But it's only going to see this again. It's always safe to vote no. You should have voted no on high-speed rail. You should have voted no on Prop 47 and 57. Why did you notice that and voted no? Three almost right there. I could have been better. Look back on the KMIA and 645 and the iHeartRadio. Jeff Mark Live from First Round Tampa News.
LA County Sheriff says he is confident they've arrested the key person who ambushed and fatally shot a sheriff's deputy while he sat in his patrol car in Palmdale. Witnesses the man barricaded himself for several hours this morning. While special enforcement deputies tried to de-escalate the situation.
Eventually, they deployed chemical agents. That suspect ultimately surrendered.
The homicide detectives were working tirelessly during the investigation, and Deputy Brian Cirillo was killed Saturday night in a gun case married 4 days earlier. Others in the 22 utility for the person who shot in the car in Jackson Lock's drive-through. Only one person is the officers responding to the shooting on East Boulevard last night, and then one person with non-life-threatening injuries. I don't feel my afraid to do anything. What hurt loud enough, not outside the picture, loud enough for us to get it. Witness Melissa Neal tells KCLA she also was screaming in an accident. Shot video from the scene shows a red car with evidence markers around it. Stopped at the drive-through area. The person was hurt and taken to a hospital. A lawyer for a former Department of Justice official says he was acting within the scope of his official duties when he helped then President Trump sign his overturned 2020 election laws. officials, the DOJ found evidence of election fraud.
He was in his lane, Clark's attorney said, because then President Trump ratified his conduct.
Barr finally finishing up some charge in the racketeering conspiracy. Prosecutors said during the hearing, Clark showed no evidence to prove he met the bar for moving to escape from the federal court. And Majority Leader Chuck Schumer has relaxed the Senate dress code, allowing lawmakers to wear whatever they want on the Senate floor.
Mr. Schumer saying that continuing to wear a suit was the norm, so he's saying. This may only be important for Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman, who often shows up to work in shorts and a sweatshirt.
Sandy Field says some congressional Republicans have criticized new standards, saying stop lowering the bar. Some young men were required to wear suit jackets and dress shoes on the floor. We're going to head over to 710 next.
You worried about your financial assets with all the craziness going on in the banking world this year? Well, you can cut some market uncertainty every time you stay paid against this kind of volatility. It's the worst dollars. When it comes to investing in gold and silver, the company we trust is Legacy Precious Metals. Legacy Precious Metals makes it easier than ever to invest in precious metals. They have a revolutionary online platform. Maybe just a few clicks you can open your account, select your metals, and just start investing. And they can store your metals in gold. It's simply very simple. You'll have access to a personalized dashboard. You can track your portfolio growth in real time, anytime you want, and it puts you in complete control of your money. So with Legacy Precious Metals, diversify your portfolio beyond bonds and stocks, safeguard your retirement, and preserve your portfolio's value as well. Protect your hard-earned money from market fluctuations. You call Legacy Precious Metals. Do it now. 866-691-2176. Or create your free account at buylegacygold.com. Buylegacygold.com.
Southland weather from KFI. Overcast again in the morning. Drizzle in some areas. Mostly sunny. Highs in the mid-40s, 70s for Metro LA. 70s, low 80s in the valley. 70s to mid-80s in the high desert. Low 70s for the beaches. Upper 70s inland ocean, 80s in the IE. Right now, 77 in Villa Park. 80 in Westminster. We're going to a crash on the 710 Long Beach. This one belongs to the North Carolina Anaheim State on-ramp to the 710. It's from the eastbound lane of Anaheim Street. That ramp is currently off limits due to an overturned gateway. So for eastbound Anaheim, do not access the northbound 710 on-ramp. We may, however, go to the particular subway event, even to the Willow Street on-ramp. Let's hope for delays all the way from Ocean Boulevard. Now, the drive is also tough in Wetland. Direct on the Triangles, just eastbound, just past Orange Street. The left lane is blocked, delays away from Alabama. And in South LA, 50 to 110 northbound at Adams. A stalled car is playing out in the right lane, rolling into the shoulder, delays from Vernon. Have eye in the sky, help push you there faster. I'm Lisa Martinez. It's Friday and Saturday.
Don't miss our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Festival.
This weekend's favorite guys from all genres of music on one stage.
T-Mobile Arena here in Las Vegas.
Streaming live only on Hulu.
You will not want to miss this Friday and Saturday, starting at 7 p.m.
Capital One is a proud partner of the iHeartRadio Music Festival for the 7th year in a row, bringing great products, rewards, and services to its customers. What's in your wallet?
Out of the job, now pound sign 2 dollars yourself. Now roll, that's all. Now your RLE free live webinar Thursday, September 28th, Snyder, RLE.com. This is Jacob Allen. If you've been in the clubhouse and have called me for 124, it's how you got a car you don't use, you're taking a stage, you're paying insurance for it, I have one question for you. Why? It's benefits. Don't make it hard for kids. Now, I'm not going to tell you Django, but you let you know, hard for kids is the most convenient way to get rid of your old car. You're reliable, fast, and you're good. Never they pick up your car. So easy. I haven't told you what to do this. The only way is hard for kids. With your kids. Totally free, give it a tax receipt, and it's hard for kids.org right now to donate. Hardforkids.org. That's hard for the day. Most people flashlight is just the light. But together, air conditioning and other customers, it's a key. Illuminating the way complex plumbing and sewer repairs, AC installation. Visit us at Dell.com. Diabetes, high blood pressure, and anxiety meds, everyone's on it. If you're a 50-year-old man